of making it to Championship Sunday, but we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5. The Pokemon TCG competition has been fierce, but Orvin Svinhuvud, Kato Arai, and Piper Lapine are hoping to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokemon Go, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Padoman, and LNDS Rarjeff as they tap their way through the Worlds bracket. And finally, for Pokemon Unite, the top teams we're watching are Aegis Flames, High Five, and Reject. Who will be a focal point in the Championship Sunday arena? I can't wait to see. Of course, our event is not only battling. There are lots of activities for all of us here at the Anaheim Convention Center. If you're watching online and want to join in on the fun and excitement, start planning your 2026 journey to the Pokemon World Championships. I can tell you even now, you will not want to miss it. Let's give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the diligent staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else making this tournament and event come to life for us. Let's hear it.
Is that better? There we go. Anyway, sorry to hear about your Shadow Giratina loss, Shadvin. Congratulations on getting the Latios, though. Welcome in, Jax. Welcome in, Shadvin. Welcome in, Nodog. That's right, Worlds is in fact happening. My bad. What I was saying was, how did she not mention that we're here keeping an eye on LG that won all 3 international championships? Let's go. Yeah, it was only group stage was only like 12 hours yesterday. It was fun. It was a lot of matches.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, the World Championships in Anaheim, California. I am Jake, a.k.a.
My volumes seem low.
Yeehaw. I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Doob Snacks, what a match we have to start our single elimination bracket.
We have High Five Zeta Division kicking off our day 2. A match
nice.
that you just said to me moments before we went live, this could have been our grand finals for the World Championships, but instead they're facing off to kick off our second day of competition.
Now, the amazing thing that happens here in day 2 is that every game means everything. If you win, you move forward. You're one step closer to that World Championship title. If you lose, it is all over. These are win or go home. Every play matters. Every ray matters. This entire day matters. Ooh, I love that I rhymed 3 times. Let's take a look at our top 16 because this is going to be insane.
Yeah, stamina.
Cool. Welcome in, Bar. Welcome in. Good to see you.
Aegis Flames, kind of the spark plug of yesterday.
This is a lot of matches. We might be here a while.
QT Dig Luminosity. So another Japan NA matchup there. We closed the day with it yesterday.
When they were talking about, top 16 teams going to the finals, I was like, that doesn't sound too bad. Looking at this, though, I'm going to tell you guys right now, shit. Aegis Flames was a nightmare yesterday. You got this. Just spend a couple of coins. Ooh. I'm going to leave you guys here for a second. I got to get my other earbuds. 1 sec. Give you guys a little more volume.
I believe this is a game we get to start with. High Five coming out of day 1, looking absolutely phenomenal, going 6-0 in their group stage. We expected them to do well, right? They were the runners-up at ACL. They've been on a hot streak. Zeta Division, on the other hand, one of the top teams out of Japan, I think had a little trouble in day 1. They still looked pretty phenomenal in some of their games, but a huge upset by Aegis Flames brings them to this group in the 2nd seed.
Yeah, and we're taking a look there at High Five. Zeta Division get thrown up on your screen. Vitopo Ron, Tomato, Wajiro, and One Lev Up, who was kind of stepped in, if you recall, as a sub for a moment last year in the World Championships, coming back through here for Zeta Division. And this team is sauced up. They took a unexpected loss yesterday to our Brazilian squad, Aegis Flames, and they're looking to carry a different type of momentum.
Hell yeah, no, dog. Hell yeah. Me and my girl were watching that a couple of years ago. I bought it on Amazon, the first 2 seasons. Dog, it's so good. It holds up, too. It's still such a good watch. Man, I wish I could do a Shadow Kyogre raid, man. I don't have any... I have no Pokemon goers around me. Oh, we starting with High 5 and Zeta Division? Hell yeah. Zero chance. I am also keeping an eye on the Pokemon Go on my phone. Zero chance. Yo, Sminicus, welcome in. High 5 is formerly Alter Ego, if you guys remember them. Dude, that's awesome. I saw your videos, man. Killing it. You guys are killing it. I'll also keep an eye on their feature stream that has the other matches that aren't on the main stage, if there's anything we want to watch other than what they're playing on the main stage. Rayquaza's too strong to be a shadow Pokemon, bruh. They'll never get him. Hopefully done streaming by then. I'll tell you that. Might be going out to do some skating after the stream. Aw, man, Spingus, don't tell people you roll inlines, bro. Come on. Just kidding. Yeah, we might go out and skate when I get done streaming and Squish gets off work. Yeah. Although I will say, Fuecoco and Unite win, guys. Fuecoco and Unite win. Come on. Why did they decide to go with Meowscarada as the new mascot of the Pokemon series? It should have been Fuecoco. Alright? Skeledirge, come on. Yeah, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will, Shadman. At some point, we're going to get it. For sure. Go battle weekend. I haven't done any go battling in a hot minute. Could be. Could be. Glad you mentioned that, Spraggles. So I will not be streaming the finals tomorrow because it's literally just the one Unite match when the day starts. So we just watching the group stage and seeing who plays tomorrow on the main Pokemon channel. It's pretty cool that Unite finally gets included in the main channel. Does anybody keep up with like the Pokemon Go meta? Because I'm watching that over here on my phone. Just because I've never watched the... I mean, I did in the crowd last year. It was close enough that we could see the Go battles, but... Dude, Shadow Annihilate? Shadow Dusknoir? Shadow Marowak? Okay, looks like both team has a couple of shadow Pokemon. Interesting. Galarian Moltres. I always intended to, Dog, but I would get up a few ranks. I think 10. I forget even how the ranks go, but I remember there being a 10, but I would quit. I would quit playing it. Honestly, my best for real. Honestly, my best tier is the 1500 and under. That's my best 3-man team. Maybe it's time to get into it. Dude, Snorlax dropped down to 5th place. Holy, look at that Charizard, top 4. Look at Char. Look at Char, 83%. Look at that. And yeah, dude, if you guys watched yesterday, look at my boy Charizard, number 3 on the ban list. Are you still using the most suitable mate? Huh? I gotta do something about the sliding. Sliding's a little too much today. That's better. Yeah, if you guys didn't catch the group stage yesterday, bruh, the amount of times Ho-Oh and Suicune got through draft, it's insane. It's insane the amount of times that Ho-Oh got in and Suicune. Ridiculous. Oh, Vaporeon, my shiny Vaporeon, yeah, that one's a demon. That one's a bit of a demon. I don't even know how to keep up with the meta in Go. Are there Go content creators? I've never looked. Oh man, look at that chonky Pikachu. Good job. Good job, assistants. Look at that. Damn, unfortunate. That one I actually feel like a few years ago, actually I guess it was 2019 when I had my surgery, couldn't train, and I actually got to go like go play and do raids and shit. That was the best time ever. There was a shitload of people. Dudes that had, like, TV trays with 5 or 6 phones glued to it. And just, I was like, dude, you guys are insane. But I don't see those guys out and about. Like, even if I'm driving around on big raid days or something, I don't see people doing that around here anymore. So I've missed out on so much. I can't do Gigantamax raids because nobody does them. They have to be local, and it's so sad. I've missed out on so much content. Yeah, dude, Serena was killing it yesterday, bruh. Forgot to tell you. Dude, I know, and their version of the battle pass is like the rewards are great, and from what I can tell, it's not horribly priced. But dog, that's too many. Like that overloads my my inventory. I'm not able to spin Pokestops or anything if I take that and get all the rewards, and then all the different types of raids and stuff, dude. It's like, bro, that's kind of where I'm at. I got overloaded by Go stuff, and I'm like, it's too much to keep up with, man. I've been playing from day one, and it's too much. So now I just pop it open, catch some Pokemon, take over some gyms. You know, it's too much. Yes, it's too much. Is there not?
And it just means that every time Zacian is roaming around the map,
Good catch, Sabinicus.
it can clear everything on
The audio was on. It just wasn't coming through. I had to go over here and click the slider and make it be like, oh yeah, right, there's sound coming through that.
If for a moment you have a power position,
I just don't want it to be too loud. I just don't want it to be too loud, you know. Dragon Takis? Oh my god. That sounds amazing. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Pokemon that I would have loved to see on that pick rate scale is Buzzwole. Because Buzzwole, you know, I don't really know the stats behind it, and if they are
Buzzwole was doing great yesterday too. Honestly, it was a good day for all-rounders. Surprisingly. Dude, I get it, man. I get it. I hear it's tasty.
Whether it's to ambush right in combo with the Leafeon like we saw like the Aegis Flames do, or just be an absolute top path bully like we saw against LG to close out the day.
I feel like Buzzwole is, also having quite a weekend. Some of the picks that you see that Pokemon orchestrate for the team are incredible, right? The superpower smackdown combination, allowing you to reposition someone in a brutal way. We saw Aegis Flame, the combo from Aegis Flames yesterday, so amazing between Leafeon and Buzzwole. I thought Charizard was going to be the bigger answer to the Zoroark on the other side, but it was Buzz Leafeon the entire way. You know, like sending him up into the air, bringing him back down right into a Razor Leaf, flying in with that Leafeon.
One sec, guys. I have to open a web page.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Okay.
As soon as I get the pick, it's going down. They kept hitting it, and that's what you're going to see all weekend because these teams are that good.
Yeah, going into this weekend, you know, we had some ideas of what the strongest Pokemon would be, but what we're seeing is some new approaches and ways to attack.
Yo, I'd buy it just for the bag. I'm not gonna lie, Shadman. Yo, Sabinicus, you're a chip guy. I am also a chip guy, and I gotta tell you, that's the worst part about being keto. God, I miss chips. But you like to sample weird, interesting new chips. Have you tried the Dragon Takis yet? These low-key look pretty sick.
Now, at least the lesson was learned, and obviously Zeta Division did not fall for it then, but what that allowed to do is finally let the Charizard get on top of that Zoroark which is, like you said, maybe what you would have anticipated to be happening the whole match, but really they structured it
I mean,
in a way
just
that it actually played back into the Charizard at the end.
Just
So very
look at
well
that.
executed, and that's
I buy it for the bag. I get it. I get it. They'd get me. I'd try it.
young team that not a lot of people know much about, including us going into this weekend.
Now let me tell you how to maximize. Oh, why the hell is it like that? There we go. To get to the final form of Takis, Shadvin, it's pizza. It's pizza. What you do is you stretch the dough out, you sauce the dough. Oh, snap. Looks like OJ won game 1, and this is game 2. Orange Juices versus Team EX. Heck yeah. Anyways, you stretch the dough out, you sauce it, and then you crush up Takis into nice fine powdery, and then you put it all over the sauce. Then you cheese it, top it with whatever, pepperoni, bacon, sausage, onions, whatever, whatever you like on a pizza. And then you put whole Takis on top of that, extra cheese on top so they don't burn. Bro, Taki pizza is where it's at. Dude, it really is. Yo, Shendu. They should have called it Shendu Takis. Yo, I worked in a pizza place from delivery driver all the way to manager for over 10 years. And I made some hella crazy stuff, man. I made some hella crazy pizzas. All right, there you go. Zombie not good. Confirmed. Good deal. I mean, Takis are good like that, but honestly, Flaming Hot Cheetos are a lot better for the pizza, just for the record. Cool Ranch Doritos are also a real good one. So they're showing off the B stage. We are actually able to watch every Unite match today, not just the ones on the main stage, because they're doing they call it a feature stream. So we can keep an eye on that, and we'll see if someone's playing over there we want to watch more than the main stage guys. Ooh, hot one Pringles, Shadvin. You tried those, Shadvin? Sabinicus, you gotta weigh in. We got some chip guys in chat. We got some chip guys. We can talk about this. I'm telling you right now, Sabinicus, he is a chip enjoyer. They've got a whole thing that they love trying new chips. I am again the same way, and I miss chips so much. So I'm living through you guys right now. Sabinicus still here? Do you have a comment on the Hot Ones Pringles? I feel like you do. I feel like you've talked about those. Are they that bad, Dog? That's too much. That's too much. Like, if the flavor is good, I don't mind hot, but if it ruins your whole day, man, that's not good. I'm telling you. We were all just meant to be friends. Dude, oh no. Oh no. There's only 2 left. And they've got the best secure in the game, dog. How did Blaziken, Suicune, and Buzz get through? Dang, and OJ drops game 2 to Team EX, the Korean team. Like, I'm just looking at the teams, and I'm like, this looks like my solo queue team versus the enemy team. Crustle, by the way, is also doing really well in the tournament. I will say that. Like, I'm saying that all of OJ's picks are really good, but Buzzwole, Blaziken, Umbreon, Suicune, Rapidash, dog, that's a lot. That's a lot of really good picks, like top level picks. Ah! Aha! The rare max efficient super team stomp aerial hit nobody Umbreon Unite. Yes, I forgot about that. That is key. That one must be. Dude, I literally lost my shit, man. Hot ones, TM Pringles.
Right? As we're heading into it, Doob Snacks, high five, Zeta on the.
Here we go, high five, and dude, Zeta Division is the team picked to win this one, and the Brazilian team, Aegis Flame, which by the way, Sabinicus, that's one you mentioned, was like, yo, that name just sounds awesome. Yeah, that's the top Brazilian team. They stomped Zeta Division yesterday.
But I think a lot of teams like getting that first pick early, so we're going to see what High Five wants to grab here.
They've got a lot of good options. They're not locking in anything too quickly. That is an eastern tip of the cap.
Dude, I can't believe this many people are watching the B stream, because there's no sound. It's a red one and green one. The green one is for sociopaths. Oh, also, who was it? Otter. Otter has convinced me to put leftovers on Blissey. We're gonna try leftovers Blissey one day.
Obviously, Latias not going to be an option for them. We're going to see what they want to lock in. Hoopa.
Yeah, high five. This is formerly Alter Ego. They've been to Worlds every year as well. But Zeta Division is, I believe, the team picked to win the whole thing. They're the ACL champions, the Asian Championship League. They're the guys that knocked everybody out in the Asian League.
Year one draft right here. This is awesome. Okay.
Really interesting when you have
What's wrong with Otter?
like Serena's and a possible another isolated.
Oh, I can see that. I can see that.
Target someone with
When you see Otter in a group of people, he doesn't look like he belongs with the gamers. He looks like he looks like he'd be out playing golf. He looks like a golfer. Doesn't look like the gamers.
Yeah, we've got kind of like a tank Mewtwo, I would imagine, going on here for Zeta Division. Something
He's an absolute demon.
but isn't so foreign that it's, completely revolutionary either. As Tomato, of course, is the defender.
Oh, and Nouns, by the way, if you guys don't know, freaking Nouns went 2-0 yesterday to make it in. Nouns won 2-0. Cleared their group stage, no problem. Ah.
And that Unite move is an amazing catch for Zoroark. So they are littered with counters here on the side of High Five to deal with what Zeta
I gotta side with High Five on this one, guys. They got the Hoopa diff, they got the Snorlax, and they got the Charizard, bro. The Charizard. All right,
It's solid.
we're doing it.
Solid. I like
Boom.
High Five is playing to the knowledge that
Charmander hat.
and Zeta is playing to the skills
Whoops,
that
wrong button.
right, which are two different things. That being said,
My bad. Clicked on the wrong screen. No, that's why I was excited. I'm a big fan of Nouns and Ender personally. There we go.
Topo is so good on this Zoroark.
Gotta zoom this out a little bit so we can see.
Cool things that High Five is trying to do to
Oh,
shut
no,
it down.
no. That's literally
At some point there's a break
as
point
zoomed out as I can go.
far ahead. It's not going to be enough to get the job done. So Zeta Division has to put
But
all their resources
But
into the
Zeta
to
Division
make that thing happen. But
drafted my boy Zoroark.
going down early is
So now I'm torn. Who's gonna win, guys? Who wins? Oh, yeah. It happens. It happens, man. Not everybody can guarantee out-secure everybody for Ray every single time.
I think Zeta Division leaving with that
Legitimately, most of the time. I last hit things. That's what I do. So I say this every year, and I'm going to attempt once again to form a team that can actually compete in tournaments. But the problem is that Unite is going with orgs. You're gonna have to be sponsored by a esports organization in order to compete in the UCS tournaments for championship points and to get to Worlds and stuff. So it's gonna be damn near impossible to actually make it through anywhere next year. But you know, I'm gonna try. We're gonna be the old dudes and our young ace if we can convince Beta to not be too distracted by college. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting Groudon's coming. That's true. Dude, if LG doesn't play next year, they're missing out. I think Groudon 100% works way better with their play style because like, even if you get Ray, they're still like they're team fighting still. They're trying to take you out. And if there's no reason to just go for the flip and risk getting KO'd in the pit, let him have Groudon, wipe the team, get the buff, and go score. Yeah, I think you're right. LG dominates even harder with Groudon over Rayquaza. I guess we lost the Binnicus. That's right. Do you think we'll ever see a Night/Zoroark today, guys? That's true. I know it gives a damage increase the same way Rayquaza does, but I don't think it's gonna. I don't know if it'll be as strong. And it's just like a goal getter, right? I forgot. I forgot what all Groudon does. I just remember that if you KO the team that got it, you get the buffs. But I forgot everything it does. I know it increases damage. True. True. There we go. See? That's true. Ooh. That was such a fast reaction to the Leafeon Unite. Or just to the Leafeon. I thought Leafeon was uniting. But it hit it right there and got away. Damn. By the way, this dude on the Zoroark is an absolute monster. But, you know, they do Zoroark Comfey. Look at this. Look at the repositioning for the 2 KOs. Golly. Trinity, welcome in. Oh, that's it? What exactly is the scoring buff? It's just you score fast, right? But there's no shield anymore so you can still stop them from scoring, right? So it's just like having a goal getter. So score shields are about to come back out. True. I just can't wait for these guys to figure out that Night/Zoroark is better. Look at this. Oh my god, that poor Snorlax. But it's okay. Guys, it's okay. Only Rayquaza matters. Oh, that's right, because you can blast the Hyper Beam. True. So I think Groudon's great. I think Groudon is a great idea. I think the the win con on that is awesome, but also the comeback, the outplay potential to still win. I think that's amazing. I think it's genius. Oh, Shadman went on vacation? I didn't know that. Where'd you go? Wait, no, I didn't know that. I remember we were talking about you were going out of town. I remember now. Maine. You went to Maine, and we were talking about lobster, right? South Carolina. Somebody, or are you from Maine? Somebody's from Maine. We were talking about Maine lobster one day. I get hit in the head a lot, guys. The CTE is real. Dude. Uno reverse. Dude, that, yes. Which is exactly what's going on here. Yes, that was it. I knew you were either from there or going there, alright? I want seafood now. Yo, OJ's really trying on the B stage, by the way. They pulled out the Sableye.
But no, they're just watching. They want information, Spring.
Yeah, they want information. They want this aggressive positioning so that they can grab someone. If Tommy can make a catch there with the buzz wall, they have so
Comfey does. Comfey does.
High-Five now deciding how they want to play this moment. Vitopo showing themselves a little bit right here, but they're not.
Except itself. I do not recommend trying to play no attach damage Comfey. Oh, I know. Honestly, Trinity, the best way to do that to make it easy, the boiling the lobster and stuff, that's all good. The normal preparation stuff. Smoked lobster is so freaking good, and it's so much easier to deshell and stuff. It's amazing because you can smoke it directly in the shell and then just do it like crab. It's awesome. I believe that was a Sabby request. I believe it was. Oh, yep. Freaking just team wiped. Jesus, man. I blinked. I honestly blinked, and the Zoroark killed everybody. And it looks like Orange Juicers get knocked out. Holy. Shit, OJ's out, guys.
That's really the story of this game one. Yep. You know, as we're waiting for them to get back in game, make sure everything is resolved here. To me, I actually really like High-Five's draft. For me, it was an execution issue.
Popcorn shrimp is amazing.
They obviously put so many resources into trying to combat this Zoroark. They understand how critical it is to shut it down. But for that to work, like I said, you have to shut it down at every stage of the game.
Yeah, 100%. Zoroark Comfey would make. I'd be like, I don't even want to play anymore. But like they know that's Zeta Division. Like they know they run the Zoroark Comfey. Like ban it. True. That's I think yesterday was that Zeta Division that I mean they lost, but I think they banned the Zoroark and they took out the Gengar. Dude, I haven't had orange juice in so long. And it looks like we're not going to have any today. Not on the main stage. Damn, I can't. Dude, they got knocked out by Team EX. That team came out of nowhere. Oh. Oh, that is unfortunately inconvenient. That is just a nuisance. A whole day nuisance. Oh, spoiler alert. I already told you what happens. Oh, nice. I don't know what I do not know what OJ was doing. They were spread out. They were trying to fight 1v5, and just one. They were trying to fight one at a time. I don't know what happened. They had terrible positioning. Poor decisions were made. Buzzwole's fighting 1v5, and the Dodrio has to unite away. I don't know what happened. But yeah, and Trainer doesn't need a Comfey. Trainer does crazy stuff without a Comfey. Damn, OJ's out. There goes one of my picks. I picked LG, OJ, and Zeta Division. Nice. Nice. Dude, you get some hella good barbecue, though, in South Carolina, though, right? They have hella barbecue out there. Me and Dodrio have a real rocky relationship. People like Kratos and Gatlu always make me want to play Dodrio, and I do, and I have a blast, and win, lose, draw, fight for 10 minutes, or farm for 10 minutes, I still can't do damage on that Mon. True. That is absolutely true, nah, dog. What? Man, that's no good. I know, but you know, Zoroark's my favorite Pokemon to play, and I think once you get, I mean, there are some times where there's literally nothing you can do, like especially in draft when they can just draft anti-Zoroark teams. It's kind of the same for Dodrio, except Dodrio also gets shut down by Red Buff. I love Drill Peck. I am a Drill Peck enjoyer as well. Yep. You're a chip guy. We were discussing chips, and I thought you might want to weigh in on the Dragon Takis and Hot Ones Pringles. If you had tried those, the Hot One Takis look, the bags look sick. The bags look sick. And Shadvin is of the opinion that the blue Takis are great, and these Dragon Takis are fantastic. The hot ones come in different color Pringles, and do not eat the green ones. That's where we were at. Dude, Jack in the Box is so good. Though I refuse to go there. Not that I eat fast food or junk food or anything with carbs or sugar or processed anything anymore. God, I miss food. But dude, their 99-cent tacos were the greatest thing ever when I was in high school and growing up, and now they're not 99 cents anymore, so screw those guys. There you go. Boom, I told you Sabinicus knows his chips, bro. He's always telling me about them and making me so jelly because I don't eat chips. Though I want to, but I got fat as fuck, so we got some weight to lose. I miss chips. Oh, I don't think Sabinicus has any feeling left in his mouth. That dude will eat the spiciest stuff and not even notice. That's true. I have no self-control with chips. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. It could be the dragon fruit. I'm a sucker for dragon fruit anything. Strawberry dragon fruit sounds so good. Yes. Ooh, dude, the Boldak ramen is so good. It's so good. So good. And yes, whole bag gone in one sitting. Listen, it makes sense. If you were going to eat something that's terrible for you, like if I have a cheat day, all right, and I want to eat, and I'm going to get a bag of chips, that bag of chips has to be gone in one day. Look, it makes sense. Just knock out all the bad food immediately in one sitting so you don't do it throughout the course of the next few days. You know, it just makes sense, okay? It just makes sense. God, what's going on? All right, my lighting is so off. I don't know what's going on with it. Oh God, why is it so bright? Can we turn this one down?
Building, using it as one of your building
That's the wrong way.
Go into the replay here of game one, which was honestly just a highlight reel of Vitopa.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen this before. This combination is so powerful that we've seen teams win the
Oh
World
my God.
Championships with it. We've seen
Tuna and mayo in those fire noodles.
World Championship
I-
with a combination like
I mean, if it's real,
has to be shown.
if it's like fresh tuna, yeah, I can't do canned tuna. It's cat food. I can't do it. It's cat food to me.
In every moment throughout this match, catching this Zarina early means it
I mean, I don't eat the entire bag in one sitting.
and then the immediate, you know,
But if I'm taking a cheat day on Saturday, that bag won't make it through Saturday. All right, dude. Listen, I have a problem. I was a slave to a scale for over 10 years. All right, I have a real eating disorder. Okay, and it's all or nothing. Either I'm starving myself or I'm eating everything constantly. I'm telling you right now, I could easily win an eating contest. You don't stop eating when I don't know. You don't stop eating when you're full. You stop eating when the food is gone. Oh, hell yeah. Go get it. I know. My girl eats it. It's just always been cat food to me, and I can't get over that.
I mean, Vitopa's not hiding their hand here. Literally holding the plushies of at least one of the Pokemon we've seen them dominate with.
This little guy. Oh, what? This little guy? This little guy. Do they have a Zorua plush? I would also like a Zorua plush. I haven't got a plush in a hot minute. Don't. I am not going to PokemonCenter.com and looking at plushies. I'm not.
Show me that you can shut it down, and not a lot of teams have. Certainly not high-fiving game.
I gotta say, I'm loving seeing Zeta playing like this. I had really high hopes for this.
Oh my God, those are so good, Not Dog.
They were my number one pick out of Japan.
Oh, they have a, dude. They have a category that just says dragon, just dragon type Pokemon stuff.
There's Insomnia right there. Watching them
Good Lord.
clearly the top region. All four of their teams.
Good Lord.
All four feel like they have chances to head to our grand finals, and there is a reality where two teams from Japan could square off in grands.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, fortunately for the Japanese teams, they're all on the four corners of the bracket. Unfortunately for these Japanese
Did they?
teams, is if they run
Did I get one?
each other, it becomes that situation where
No, I got Blaziken last year. That's right.
so sometimes
They didn't have a Typhlosion one.
a team like Zeta Division that just looked phenomenal against high
Oh yes, I am. Oh yes, I am. You sound like Sabinicus.
maybe something along the lines of like Insomnia.
Trying to get back down to fight weight.
Know each other just more intimately, which means that
I'm like 15 pounds down right now.
micro, but
I got
difference.
healthily.
Earlier about
Healthily.
producers who we just saw unfortunately get
No.
eliminated.
I'm going. I'm trying to go 10, 15 more pounds. I'm trying to get back down to 130.
LG. They're one of the best teams to face off against LG. They would kind of love to run into another team from NA because
Nice.
they know all of their strategies and they can.
Ooh, a shiny Umbreon plush. Dope.
However, and just like you were saying,
I know, man. That's all I got from a decade of professional fighting. Was a weird eating disorder. I literally had to lock the. Yeah. Well, I'm probably. Honestly, 140. I think is a good walk around weight. 140, 145. So I got a little bit to go. Feeling a lot better. I got too fat. I did.
That's way too many numbers. 5-5 Cowboys.
As somebody that still trains and stuff every day, it got rough. It got bad. But yeah, I gotta. In between fights, I actually had to lock my scale in a cupboard because I would still weigh myself every day, and because I wasn't in a fight camp and training like a psycho, like if I didn't, the number had to go down every day. Like the number had to go down every day when I was in a fight camp. And so outside of a fight camp, when that number went up, dog, I wouldn't eat. I wouldn't eat all day. I wouldn't eat for a day or two. It was a problem. It was a real problem. I'd lock the scale up and not weigh myself outside of fight camps. It's crazy.
if we have any match on our B stage that is starting, we would be jumping over to it. We don't have that yet, but if we do, we will take a look at that as quickly.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be able to get Aeon power easier.
Look at that right here, so we can talk about how the day is
You got this, Barra. You got. I think 130 is a stretch. 130 is not gonna happen. 140 is my target goal, and then if I want to take like a kickboxing fight or something, I can get down to 130 or 125. But if I'm just walking around at 140 like I used to, I'd be happy with that. Oh yeah, Dominican's been talking about that one. Yes, I think so, Trinity. I think Dragon Cheer should give it Aeon Energy. At the very least, if it flies to a teammate, I think. Wait, how'd we get out? There we go. Chat was like creeping in. I didn't even notice. Yeah, my last fight was at 125. I got down to 125. I almost died. I was literally almost hospitalized. I got rhabdo, and my muscle protein was breaking down into my bloodstream, and my organs were kind of shutting down. Like my kidneys were not working. I was sleeping on ice packs for a couple of nights because I thought I hurt my back in training, and I was drinking almost 2 gallons of water a day, and my urine still looked like sweet tea because my body wasn't even processing the water. It was just storing it in any available space, and I gained almost 10 pounds virtually overnight from water absorption. And yeah, I almost died. Yes, Trinity, yes, I like the way that sounds. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. I forget what the full word is, but they call it rhabdo. Yeah. I fixed it with reishi mushroom tea. 24 hours, I had two cups of reishi mushroom tea. The water overload stopped, and my kidneys went back to normal, and everything was fine. But that happened the week of weigh-ins, so I went into that fight super weak. Not good. I did not feel good. Yeah, it was fun. That was fun. I was running 5 to 10 miles a day because I'd never cut to 125, and I mean I made it. The 1 week before weigh-ins, I hit 127, and I was like, cool, that's where I like to be for that week, and I'm on point. I'm there. I just got to cut 2 pounds to make the weight, and we're good, super easy. And then literally overnight, I was back up to like almost 140, and I was like, what happened? And like literally every part of my body was puffy. It was crazy. No. Ooh, August 30th, Rookie Community Day. I am all about that one, dude. Dude, that's one of my favorite birds now. Corviknight? Yes. Yes. Sign it. Well, it wasn't so much my muscles were dissolving. It was muscle protein breaking down. So it's not like I was atrophying the muscles. Just a protein was breaking down out through the muscle and into the bloodstream. And yeah, it's a whole thing. But reishi mushroom tea, that's all I needed. Cleared everything right up. And I found out it's because of the way I was running. I talked to a guy his wife was an Olympic soccer player, and they're kind of experts on running. And yes, I was just going for long distances for long periods of time, but my times were not great. And he said if you're running long distance, anything under an 8-minute mile is more detrimental to your body, because you were literally going up and down more than you were pushing yourself forward. So you were just hundreds of thousands of micro impacts on every step if you were running 5+ miles at under 8-minute or over 8-minute mile, because you were just jamming yourself into the ground, and it's rattling your entire frame in tiny little increments that you won't even notice until you get to the point I got to. That's what it was. I wasn't running correctly.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to another Meet Your Casters segment. This time with Danielle and Soap Charles.
Nice, Var. That's genius.
Asking each other some questions so that you guys get to learn a little bit more about us.
Yeah, the Dragon Pulse needs to scale less for sure.
Oh, it has to be the legendary.
Dude, yeah, it was big Munchlax plushies, bro. I'm so sad. I'm so sad I didn't get to go get new plushies.
The bow just looks amazing. So
Dude, I'm not a fan of running either, but I gotta start running again. It's time. It's time.
a little bit out there, but I don't know. It's just something about Mandy.
I just don't have time.
Cool, but it also looks odd, and I like
And
that.
treadmills are awful. God, that's so boring. But
both of us would love to have these Pokemon.
oh, that's true. Yeah, you're good.
But
You're good.
pick another Pokemon to add into the Pokemon Unite game. Who would you like added? So I am a very big fan of
Gligar.
round Pokemon, as you could tell for the Jigglypuff and Denali. I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my high.
Yeah, and it's so hard to get to 100 on Latias.
I love the Denali. It's round.
Dude, I'm down. I haven't played hockey in well, since the last time me and you decided to buy stuff and go give it a shot again.
Have a small technical issue on the main stage like we talked about earlier, Doomsnacks. We have games on our B stage happening right now, and we are jumping into it. Paper Rex, Kakalot. This is their first match, first draft right here. You can take a look at the bands. We see the Hoopa, we see the Suicune, Ho, and Charizard.
We're going to quickly swap those team names at the bottom of your screen there. Make sure those are
Dude, Latias gets in a lot. Alcremie, on the other hand, almost never gets seen. But pairing that with Latios, I think, is a nightmare.
game here looking to select their Pokemon. We haven't seen much All Creamy. Blacklight for Kakalot picking that Pokemon up. Thoughts on All Creamy?
Yeah, it's had an interesting weekend, right? I think a patch ago, this thing would have been banned. It would have been every single
True.
game. Right now,
We got you now, dog. We got you. That's awesome. They didn't know have hockey in school. I just played like the leagues you can sign up for when I was a kid and stuff, but
unless it's considered extremely
then I had to stop that for baseball.
doesn't really make it through to some of the
True.
games.
True. Yo, I'm telling you, my rank one cake in chat right now. He runs recover, and that's good enough for me, bro. That's fantastic.
More broadly. So the strength level has to be incredibly high.
Oh, the Salamence plush is too cute.
To a game right now.
Yeah. And we're coming back to us right here. Obviously, we are getting ready for our
Oop.
match up on the main stage. We've got the B stage that we can always head to as soon as those games are going. We're going to do everything we can.
Yeah, that's true. That's alright.
Every
We live in a desert.
Unite match that exists. But again,
Actually, that's not true.
stream, we want to make sure that all of these games are shown.
But it's pretty bad.
You have both of those tabs open at home, that you're watching both, because especially in the early stages of this day,
Yep.
you really
Yes,
want to
bangers.
see this action. All of these matchups are incredible, and honestly, bummed that we have a delay on main stage. Psyched that you and I are getting to witness some of these things as they transpire.
That's true, Trinity. You want more distance so you don't get caught up in all that nonsense. I'm keeping an eye on that game. I'll let you guys know who wins that one. We got all regions and seasons, but none of them are enjoyable and they all want you dead. It's either flooding, freezing, or burning. It's terrible. It's only all the terrible things of the seasons, It's so bad.
Quickly, another blast
True.
here, not filling the defender role. Going to be an attack story
I thought they were moving over to the main stage. We still got this going on.
stage as they're putting pressure on
I'm looking at Pokemon Dragon type stuff.
Bomb's working on the other side, trying to evolve into Umbreon, who's another Pokemon that slowly has been on the rise this weekend.
This is an interesting one, Doomsnacks, because we've got a little...
Yo, is $30 for a 3 set of socks with Gumi, Sliggoo, and Goodra on it too much money? Is $30 for that too much?
Other side, this feels like a team composition that would have done well throughout almost
And Flooding Desert. You can't forget the Flooding Desert, which has currently been a really big problem this year. Like, there have been torrential floods, like cities flooded to the roofs, people missing, dying, everything being destroyed by floods. It's been insane.
finally come back down to earth from being one of the best defenders of all time.
I know. That's true. I think it's too. I mean, that's $10 a sock,
Background, playing in a more offensive role here. However,
or $10 a pair.
get going to be
Oh.
That's not worth anything right now as a poor little war turtle. It needs to start scaling.
Yeah, and look at this here. Rebong's using that foul play to actually peel away from that fight in a great way. I love to seeing that
Oh snap! They got the sitting Rayquaza plush back in stock for only $17. Yeah, if that's $17, $30 for socks is too much.
Trying to steal some of this. They bring Buzzwole with them a little bit, which might not be good as they are picked up, put down.
Yeah, yeah. You wanted rain. Someone said you wanted rain.
Got the Clefable. They also picked up that dollop, giving them the HP.
Oh.
That's the thing about the dollops. Those are free for everybody. It's not like the
Ooh, new Latios and Latias plushes.
right. It deals offensive damage to your opponent, and you get the healing. Those dollops are for anybody.
There's a bunch of dragon
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, your allies are in a great spot. It's a nice little speed boost also.
That
Little
is
move
nice.
speed
That
boost
is
that
nice.
you get from it, which is really cool. And you can set up areas where, we saw this yesterday with Nouns, right? Where you can kind of set up, you move in, poke, come back, fill yourself up with a delicious dollop. Right now, we are actually seeing a different build here from the Blastoise than we saw yesterday. We saw Spin Pump. This is Spin Water Spout.
The Garchomp longboard.
By Kakalak, but quickly met and countered by Paper Rex. We're going to see HT reset on this Zacian as Paper Rex is feeling and looking pretty decent despite being down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're down on the scoreboard, but that's Zacian level 9 already. Very, very scary here. And they are mobilizing, making their way down to the bottom path. Looks like both teams would actually like to
Ooh.
win this.
This you don't see a lot where both teams 5-man rotate.
Just making sure that they can get strong.
Oh, I thought the Alcremie was getting it. I did.
Play reposition on Nadiza. The Snorlax goes down.
Oof.
God gets themselves pinned down against the wall as well. Still just a Gabite, which is just bad news for Kakalak at this point.
That's true.
Paper Rex
That's true.
slowly
You know,
pull ahead on the 16.
he lives in Central Texas, or more south. I think he lives in Austin, actually. Pretty sure he's in Austin. Which, can't believe I haven't seen him. That's only it's only 3 to 10 hours away, depending on traffic and construction. It's so rough. Yo, a full spin stories? No hydro pump? That's insane. You've only seen spin pump. Only seen spin pump at Worlds. Yeah. Yeah. It's so ridiculous. Like when I went to Hawaii and everyone asked, "Oh, where are you from?" and they're like, "Oh, we have family there. Are you by this place?" And it's literally like the answer is the same no matter what. "Oh, are you close to this place?" It's like, well no, but yes. It's like, yeah, everything's, you're by everything, but everything is forever away because of the scaling of the state. So it's like, yeah, so that's around our area, but it's still twice as long to get there as it does to drive around your whole island.
However, we do have the late game scaling Pokemon in Latios. This is what it is here for, right? It is here to scale just like this. It's not great for a long time.
No. Tech people and everyone that abandoned California to move here, they all live in Austin, and Austin is a real sketchy place to go right now. It's not doing good. Oh, I saw those, Shadvin. I had to stop myself from buying them because I would eat them, and I cannot eat them. And also, I would want to just collect all of them. Oh, he's doing Honor of Kings. He's a huge caster for Honor of Kings right now. Yeah, he actually changed his YouTube to Assassin Dave HOK or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a late game team composition, right? They need so much time to get on.
Yeah, he's all about Honor of Kings now.
Once they do, they
Live events, casting, the whole thing. I miss Assassin Dave in Unite. He was hella good for Unite, man. He was hella good for Unite. Dude, the 10,000 damage secure Gengar. Dude, I miss him. He was fun. Yep, exactly. Yeah, he was. I don't think he's a Pokemon fan, he just got into it because it was the newest MOBA, be the easiest one to break into from the competitive level and make money, and it did not work out because Foreign Famous was it was it was an unregulated nuclear reaction with leaks. It was fun. They were fun. That's true. The only dude that played Charizard competitively in the beginning in season 1. Dude, it was when Foreign Famous dropped and all like their blatant attacks of Team YT for whatever reason, trying to just destroy that team for whatever reason. And once we lost Team YT and like the OG Team YT with Phil, that was Unite lost a lot of valuable viewership, eyes, and publicity. It's not good.
That sounds like something reasonably intelligent, so I definitely did not say it.
Yeah.
Follow me attempt kind of misses, and I think I would have gone and taken
I miss those guys.
because that's where rebounds has been the whole time, right?
But if it wasn't for those guys, I wouldn't have started doing this.
Some decent damage, just a press
Because Assassin Dave and Fui started fighting, and both just turned their streams and switches off during scrims. Phil, Sam, and Glock were playing trio queues, and me and Sabinicus got queued in with them, and that's when Sabinicus introduced me to the streaming aspect of Unite. And he's like, dude, go to Phil's stream right now. I was like, what? Phil's what now? He's like, yeah, go to YouTube. I bet he's streaming right now. And he sure was. And I was like, damn. And playing with them, I was like, oh, there are levels to this. These dudes seem like they have different buttons than me. I need to learn this. Yeah, it was like watching a reality show.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Kakalak right there. The Alchemy not able to sustain.
Dude, Phil's great.
Was in fact the
Phil's great.
have this refight.
Great dude.
209, 227. Now we have multiple members of each squad.
Well, he got banned,
All the Unite moves are gone. With all
and then he got unbanned, and they were going to make another run this year, and then he got rebanned. Like, they just re-upped the ban that they
put up and smack down
said he served his time for, and then they're like, no, just kidding. We want you. We think you should. We think you should get banned again for the same offense, but we're not going to tell you what the offense was. Still, yeah. Community standard violation or something. That was all they said. Not what he did, when he did it, no dates, times, real reasoning. Here's what it was. Team YT beat LG. Team YT beat LG in one game, and Unite couldn't have that. That's true. He was too honest and open about how he felt about stuff.
to the point where Ladio starts hitting those Dragon Pulses, and you saw it just shred through paper.
But it did happen after he had that dude on that said LG owed them a bunch of money, and he paid for everything, and they were supposed to, pay him back after the trips and stuff, and they never did, and all this. I don't know. It was something to do with outing the drama of LG. I think that's a sick little jacket there, Spraggles.
The power is unbelievable.
Is that crushed velvet?
Scale. And if it starts to
It's sad.
fall, it is an avalanche. If it doesn't,
That's how I learned how to play defender.
an avalanche.
Phil Umus. Guy was a demon.
Whatever happens in the Marianas Trench.
The bottom of the sea.
Yes.
As we get ready for our next game here.
Jones locker. Was that necessary?
What are we?
Okay, actually, there is something I want to bring up and talk about because it's happened a couple times this tournament so far, and it just happened right now.
That's true. Now they did say tomorrow
After Unite moves have been expended.
they're teasing a crazy costume. That's what Doob Snack said. He's like, that's all we can call it. It's a costume. Like, the outfits are going to be ridiculous, and you're not going to want to miss them. So tune in tomorrow to see what the hell they're wearing.
You saw it get caught. I mean,
So that's exactly why Kakalak immediately went in on Clefable. It was the target they needed to take out.
I didn't watch that match. I'm over here looking at Pokemon Center stuff.
With no Unite move, could actually find knockouts. And you immediately saw, you said they were waiting to set it up, and they executed perfectly. correctly, which was the rapid spin water spout into the heavy slam to chip everybody up, keep them into the blender, and immediately knock out the Clefable before it could use that big healing ring that it has to put down on the whole squad. Once it got blinked out of existence, that was the tide-turning move, and well executed by Kekalot.
I totally agree with you. As soon as I saw Latios
Ooh,
KOs the Clefable,
I gotta get back on Scarlet. I haven't finished. I haven't finished the second DLC. I gotta get back on that.
whatever a deep trench would be.
Jones locker.
They took them down to Davy Jones' locker, and I'm hearing that we're going to be heading to a very short break. If we have more B stage, we're going to be heading over to it. As soon as our main stage is ready, we're going to be going back up there. I got to go yell at Zoinks about something. He didn't do anything wrong, but we like him. We'll be right back.
Don't let him out.
All right, I have to mute through this. The music is copyrighted. Yeah, the snow leopard. Shinpoo. Oh, they've got Ditto all the evolutions now. Sick. This makes me sad. That is 90% the reason I went to Worlds last year was just for the pop-up Pokemon Center. I don't remember how much money I spent, but it was a lot. Dude, he was pretty sick. He was pretty sick. Oh, look, the Pomo and stupid Pom plushies. The guy that's coming to Pokemon Unite. I'm so disappointed in that. I'm so disappointed in Palmot. Like, why? Of all the Pokemon in the universe, how do we get Palmot? There are so many better options. We talk about this too much, I know, but I'm still mad about it. Man, the Mega Rayquaza plushes are all sold out. I'm never getting one. Never getting a Rayquaza plush, man. Oh yeah, let's do new releases. They're cute. They're cute. Oh. Alright, there's no music. We can listen to this.
Overwhelming part of it.
Truly just
Nice.
just kind of absorbing the amount of exhibits I can go.
I mean, they're cute. They're cute, but it's the most disappointing evolution line I've ever seen. It literally just stands up. It literally just stands up. It doesn't change at all. It's the same Pokemon. It just stands up.
Let me know.
I'll tell you.
But you know, as the host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, I gotta ask you about your Pokemon history because you ask your contestants about Pokemon. So I'm gonna flip the tables.
Please.
How did you first discover Pokemon?
It feels like it's just
Want a split screen to a Unite match?
in my life, but also
Nah.
I was thinking about it like I
Yeah, you'd only see half of each screen.
Pokemon memory for
Be
me
too small.
is my sister and I like watching over the shoulder of my older
We might do that in a little bit. Like, they'll do a long break
on his Game Boy,
at some point. When there's a 10-minute break, I'll do a match.
photos of us doing this. I definitely remember my brother getting very upset with us for like
Dude, the
sticking my hands
Togepi
over his
hoodie.
shoulder, but that was such an important memory to me as a kid, and since then I've just been playing
Okay, just so you guys know what I'm over here looking at. Look at this thing.
Pokemon that you'd consider
Look at this thing.
Pokemon?
It's tough to say because most people know that I love Tangela so
Look at it. Oh man, dude, the Togepi stuff is so sick.
Arcanine was like the one that I loved so much.
Well, it would either be half of each screen if I
First partner Pokemon when it comes to truly first
tried to do a split screen thing, or it would just be two small boxes because everything it all stays square, or I have to cut it off. It would just be two small boxes.
It grows with you as you mature.
It evolves with you.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's literally all it does. That's literally, it just stands up.
Pokemon series.
It's a Palmy that stands up. That's it. It doesn't evolve. It doesn't evolve. I was so disappointed in that evolution.
Destroy any of you at the Scyther Pinsir game where you're chopping the And again, this is an open call. Any competitors, there should be a world championship.
Dude, these hats are sick.
Specific mini game because I will destroy you in that one.
They're usually over inside events, by the way, so
Great.
you can get set up
Magmar
there.
got a hat.
So
And
how
Corbin,
do you
that's cool.
prepare for an episode of the game show?
Very good question. Just 36 straight hours of heavy meditation. Just getting into the correct mind space, followed by intense like diction tongue twisters.
Oh, of course.
The Tyrunt and the Tyrogue tied at the tournament just over and over again, making sure that I can really pronounce, well, I just said pronounce everything. Making sure I can pronounce. I haven't finished my diction tongue twisters just yet, so wait for that tomorrow.
I was going to say, you have until Saturday to get warmed up, so you got plenty of time.
I've got time until Saturday. It'll work out great.
And do you have any other like physical warm-ups that you do, or is it all a mental thing?
It's predominantly mental, but you know, I'm always getting those just in case I need to run on stage. I'm ready to go, stretching out.
Yeah.
This is the first time it's in person.
That
The first time
I've honestly never looked into how the shinies became a thing. Was that intentional, or is there literally like a was it a coding accident that will sometimes make the Pokemon appear at different colors?
Memories from that you want to share?
Oh my gosh, it was.
Alright, Sabinicus. Oh, hey, real quick, why'd you ask what I was doing later? Were you wanting to do something?
Spectacular to me. Specifically, Spraggle's claiming to be Team Rocket halfway through.
He is a good dad.
Point being
He is a
so
good dad.
convincing that I truly had to like look at the producers behind it. I was like, did you just not tell me about this thing? Did you hide this from even your host? But no, it was just Spraggle's doing his thing.
So yeah, back to I think sometimes I wonder what what Game Freak is thinking or smoking.
Show their knowledge. It's just a joy. Just a joy.
What were they thinking with the Sandagast plush?
What we're gonna see tomorrow.
Guys, we've been having a real problem with some Pokemon stuff on the internet.
Some very good champions.
Maybe make better decisions.
I'll say that if you're checking out maybe
Nah, they sure won't.
or just different people around here, you might get some hints for potential questions that might be coming up. But
I'm not leaving on that on the screen that long, so if you guys missed it, too bad.
I'm so excited. I love trivia, and you know the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is such a fun watch.
Oh, the Salamence
Championships
lunchbox.
this year, Saturday at 5:30 p.m. They'll be over on the stage in.
Yeah,
Hall
so Bendicus, there's a
So make
there's
sure
a
you
fighting
check
type
that
backpack. You
out.
should definitely get it. It's got Machamp big on the front.
It's been such an honor to interview you. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
can't wait.
We'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon.
Hurry up. Says 3 seconds. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here in Anaheim. That's where we are. I've been walking around in a haze. I'm not sure where we've been, Noob Snacks, for the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. You are seeing our big, beautiful main stage where High Five and Zeta
Gotcha.
Division are squaring off.
Gotcha.
Game
It's not Doc's location, though.
looking pretty
It's not Doc's locations.
Here, Noob Snacks, our updated bracket
All right.
so far.
Knew I should have texted you.
Eliminate the orange juice.
That's exactly what I saw, Nah Dog.
High five, Zeta
Alright,
Zeta Division up
we may go out there. I think we're gonna try to go out to the pump track one,
progress on the
but
B stage with our
I'd also be okay going out to that one.
game
We'll see.
against Paper Red.
Yeah, these games are moving.
Yeah,
right along.
true.
Obviously, the first
Yeah.
win for Korea
Squish gets off later, probably right around the time this will end, or maybe we'll have an hour after that. But yeah, we could probably do that. Well, I'll hit you up. We'll hash out some deets. Gotta keep an eye on this guy, trying to dox locations.
Stole their opportunity to move forward in this bracket as Team EX, first team qualified for our quarterfinals. They're going to be going up against the matchup we are watching, High Five or Zeta. Either one, a brutal group. But if you were just watching that last match from Zeta Division, you might be a little more scared of them as they dominate some of these teams with that Zoroark Comfey combo.
All right, so we've only had Team EX move on.
Tools necessary that you think
High Five. Are we still waiting on Game 2 for High Five and Zeta?
we are able to jump and do some B stream action, if I heard that correctly. So maybe we can check that out.
So what are we waiting on?
Let's head on over to it right now as we are
I don't. What's taking so long for them to get their second game going?
About 5 minutes have transpired here in this
Dude, that sounds dope. That sounds dope.
Dealers on the side of Paper Rex, Latios, and the Alolan Raichu. On the side of Kakalak, a lot more short range.
I'm down.
Some incredible dive there with the Talonflame. That's one of those Pokemon that I feel like is never never bad. Especially a good Talon is just so difficult to deal with. Armor Rouge also a real tough customer.
Yeah, and Kakalak again going back into the Blastoise, I believe, as an attacker well there because they've got the Clefable and Umbreon. So that's what that leads me to believe. Yang is playing their Hoopa, which I believe was banned last game. So that's something they have to be happy about here.
Yeah, we're going to head down to the bottom path. Looks like Kakalak deciding whether or not they want to start the objective down here, and they do. Obviously, with a Hoopa, it means the entire team can come through, and they are. Registeel now being ripped apart and secured by Paper Rex.
Well done. Able to isolate the Clefable from the rest of the team, get themselves a knockout. Buzzwole popping their Unite move, but for good value here as they're able to get a couple knockouts. We'll see how long this pressure continues. Talonflame tries to flame sweep and of course goes straight into a wall as is tradition. And Solo gets credit for 3 knockouts.
Dude, I look like I know what a JPEG is. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. I knew exactly who that was. Woo, man, Paper Rex got the Hoopa diff, guys. Wait, this looks insanely familiar when I was like, I can't believe all these mons went through. I got Buzzwole, they got Snorlax, they got Latios, they got Hoopa. And only saw one stored power Raichu yesterday, and it was when LG lost.
So ahead, so fast. I feel like this is going to be extremely difficult for Kakalak.
I agree. One thing we're seeing out of these Eastern teams, the way they're playing this Hoopa, is AOS energy priority. They're almost like just picking up, you know, we saw Yang go down here, make sure they were nabbing all that AOS energy. Yesterday we were watching a Hoopa just score 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, just small little pennies into the baskets just to make sure they've got good vision and they're keeping an eye on their squad. Another flame sweep just to get out of dodge. Not sure if it hit a wall, but I'm pretty sure it did.
Yeah, nice little eject button right there for Paper Rex, but that does mean that their eject is down for the next 70 seconds, right? So it's something that Kakalak knows. However, it's just about the right timing for Rayquaza, so they should have it back for a big fight. Talon was going in. Their job, of course, is to hit that Latios, see what they can do about flame sweeping it back to their side of the map. If they can make that happen very quickly in one of these fights and they don't have that damage tool, they can definitely take a win right here. And if they do, Noob Snacks, Paper Rex is heading home.
Okay, we've got the Hyperspace Highway open. Maybe just trying to put the fear into Kakalak that there's going to be a big rotation, but instead Paper Rex.
All right, 20 seconds to rate.
They're going to open up the portal again, but Kakalak push continues, and they might be able to cut off Kakalak going back through the middle.
That was a good play, putting the portal down and then just walking up to catch him.
Yeah, here we go.
That was a pretty good Hoopa play. Using it as a diversion, like, okay, they're gonna teleport up here, and we're just gonna, as we walk away, and then walk right into them. That was a real good. That was pretty nice.
We're gonna see what they want to do here. Ray is already at half. They are
Nice isolation.
The block is there isolating, and they're able to catch out.
Isolated. Ooh, Umbreon goes down. Buzz got movement speed going after the Talonflame. Nope, Talon gets it. Kakalak moves on. Paper Rex is out. Oh, this isn't solo queue. Getting Ray might not be it. But it sure looks like it. There is a chance. There's a Blastoise. Not patient enough. Hey, a Spinstoise too. I mean, Paper X can turn this around, honestly. I keep forgetting.
They have any more Ray shields? I haven't seen the Clefable. I believe it went down. So I have to assume
that pros don't quit when they lose Ray.
But them peeling away from the home goal zone does mean that Kakalak can counter score, which they're looking to do right now with the
Oh man. All right, I think that's it though. I think that's nail in the coffin. Oh. Here we go. Game 2 after an hour of waiting.
Still up right here. I think that was the exact right play from them. The 3-player sneak play to continue scoring as Kakalak is going to win this 2-0 against Paper Rex and move forward in our bracket.
They tried.
Around us, we've got the draft between Zeta and High Five.
Let's talk about that. Zarina
True.
finally earning themselves a ban.
I mean, you know, like maybe one game out of in Worlds, you'll see the team that loses Ray make a final push and win. So it's balanced. Ray's balanced.
They do, however,
Look at this. Ho-Oh and Suicune unbanned. Make it through.
kind of what I'm thinking is they're going to try to steal this for their own.
This guy's name is Tomato.
Even if they're not as proficient
I love it.
as the other side, they would be taking away one of their best weapons. However, they don't do it. Blaziken, Ho-Oh, okay?
So Zeta Division on
Blaziken
one
Ho-Oh.
side, they have the
I already like High Five's draft.
like High Five trying to eke more value, right? Get other high octane picks so they can maybe nab it later. As Rom goes back to the Leafeon and Vitobo is scrolling through the roster here. And are we gonna see? No. Okay.
Garchomp. I thought we were gonna see the bear.
Garchomp.
You know, the interesting thing that we're seeing right here is they still have the ability to hide this. They have 2 picks left. We're going to see how High Five wants to play this right here. Charizard is on the table. They go for the Snorlax. Final possible attacker pick here, and they do bring out Char. So they're going to continue.
Shingdi's a demon on Leafeon.
Basically saying to Zeta, you can do this again if you want. We're ready for it. We fully acknowledge
Yep.
that you have these final 2 picks.
Yep.
And Zeta grabs Zoro Comfey in their final 2.
Okay. High
Really?
Five, you let them have it.
Interesting.
Lads. You let them have it.
Without doing any research, I'm gonna believe that
React.
and agree with you. The world is beautiful.
YouTube.
Mewtwo Y. I like this. I actually do think Mewtwo Y is a great counter to some of this, right? You know, Psy Strike is pretty incredible. It allows you to get away from some of these unfortunate crowd.
Wow, Shingdi's a demon on Leafeon. I don't know how his Blaziken is, but
That Unite move is brutal. It's kind of it's everywhere. It has a stun. It's really, really solid. They have the tools to make it happen. However, last match they were not able to do it with a lot of similar tools.
I think you can make an argument that their tools last match or last game were better than the ones they have right here.
Yeah.
So a lot of eggs in the Charizard basket. They had Charizard last time, and it didn't really materialize in a way that
Awesome.
had any impact. So if they let Topo have the first half of the game like they did in game
Yeah.
1, then none of this is
it's really just up to Charizard. They're gonna try and tag Zoroark with Mewtwo, Psyshock or Psystrike. Good luck.
High Five is aware of their strategy, and they want to play that. They are telling them to pick it, and they want to go up against it. They're not attempting to stop them in any way. So we're gonna have to see what that looks like here as we head into.
I mean, they didn't draft early enough to not play Zoroark. That Zoroark has to be outdrafted early.
Only gonna get bigger as we head towards Championship Sunday, where they are playing in the arena for the grand finals. But before all of
I love that Zoroark is still such a demon in this game at competitive levels.
Purple team, 1 game up against High Five, your orange team.
I'm taking a look at High Five here, and they need to figure this out. I would have almost gone on an invade
Yeah, I was doing that yesterday.
just to try and slow this thing down and get value.
Their name used to be Alter Ego. I don't know why they changed it.
Snorlax after, you know, send Akura just to beat up the Zorua, and again, try and slow things down. Try and give your Charizard a chance here, because if they let Vitopo go unshackled, they're gonna take him.
Why'd the auto not go after the Mewtwo?
Almost getting close to a
Why did the Suicune auto not go? Why did it turn around to the full HP Ho-Oh?
targeting the Ho-Oh instead of that Mewtwo. We have Vitopo in the bottom path, level 5 already.
Dude, Leafeon and Zoroark in the same path. And he's going to get his Comfey.
Bring him along.
He's going to get his Comfey. I'm not going into this fight without my Comfey. That's hilarious.
Beep, I'm in a car. Hi.
Tomato taking a ton of damage.
Good lord.
Backside
They got literally every piece of experience
on the Ho-Oh.
and took down the Ho-Oh.
Vision already kind of feels like
See,
they're picking up
this makes me want to play Feint Attack Zoroark.
Some points right from High Five, but Vitopo is already doing Vitopo things with the Comfey. Nice score.
But I never play one Pokemon enough to
Points, but also get
actually
points that were on that
train something. I'm a Night Slash guy, and I stand by it. Good lord. He's just getting stacked up now.
by Zeta. Another stack able to get
Oh my god. Snorlax, you can't let him have 4 free stacks, man.
go in this bottom path right here. Ho-Oh putting in some work, picking up a KO. Now peeling towards this goal zone, trying to get some stacks of their own. Flamethrower becomes incredibly
Oh, he's still level 4. He still has tackle.
You know, I'm not trying to be
Oh, okay.
too hyper negative in the early stages
Well, he got that one.
here, but this looks like high five against
Ooh, Char's done.
where they just can't figure it out.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? They
it's
just
quite tough.
they're like they just feel a hair confused.
Again, Zeta Division is the team pick to win all of it.
Need to be doing.
But when you guys see Aegis Flame, bro, if they play today like they did yesterday, Brazil might come away world champs.
Level 8 Zorark, a level 7 Gabite. I mean, and they're just starting to snowball this lead already.
Yeah, and here we have the fight in the bottom path. Almost level 9, ready to move in for this engagement. Ho-Oh kind of pushing forward right here. All of this could go the way of Zeta, but instead they're looking to pick up some KOs, and they do, continuing the pressure. In the top path,
That Zorark got to be
have the counter punch from high five.
5 or 6 stacks. It might be fully stacked.
Zorark, they're actually trying to make a fight of their own, but here comes Zeta.
Yeah, the Topo on the backside.
Yo, I have a silhouetted Go-Goat. Or Skidoo. Is there a special Skidoo for Worlds? Dude. Dude. I need me a Comfey, guys. I need me a pocket Comfey. Because it has the added benefit of not only keeping it alive in team fights, but look at the level. Look at the level difference. It's already level 11 because it's been walking around with an experience share Comfey all match. He never goes back to his jungle. He doesn't need to. Oh my god, that's amazing. And he gets away. Dude, missed that Sacred Fire. And he gets away. They're just breaking for a stack. Dude. Fair enough. What are you talking about? I never play bad. I just want to learn how to play feint attack at this level, and I guess this level requires Comfey.
Draft at a high 5 is arguably worse than the one that they had before to deal with this Zorark, and that is bearing fruit right now because they are so locked in on Vitopo. They just got ran through by Rom, forcing out a Charizard Unite on a support Suicune. Disgusting work. Don't do that. It's nasty.
Here we have Zeta looking to make another play. High Five does have the ability to revive with Ho-Oh right now, so if they expend a lot of resources on the side of Zeta, they might actually be able to make something happen. Vitopo deciding to peel away from this engagement. High Five showing some signs of life here. Char not yet.
Me too, buddy.
Not yet ready with the Unite move. Here comes Vitopo once again.
Flowery Fields forever, and up the top off.
Flowery Fields forever.
Tome engages. They're going to get a res up here, and is that going to be straight to the power knob? Well used. Can they actually convert into a knockout here? It seems like they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink in Zeta Division, but all they're really managing is to stay alive. Tomato
They get one.
goes down for all of those resources and all of those Unite moves. High Five got one support. Suicune, embarrassing.
At least they're able to create a position around this Reggie Steele. Regieleki moving top. We actually have a little something going on here from High Five. They get the secure. They're looking towards this tier 1. Ho-Oh in the top path trying to deal with this Reggie. However, 3 members of
Oh no. Ho-Oh's done. Oh, Blaziken's coming up though. But he jumped in just into that combo. Blaziken goes down next. I want to see that. I want to see the Zorark. Thank you. It goes right in. Good lord. Dude, this is a surrender match in solo queue, guys. Lumberjacker Fishman, fair question.
Zeta Division is miles ahead right
They are cooking right now. I mean, this is so tough for High Five. Their Blaziken's 11. At least their Charizard actually really solid level-wise at level 13. Vitopo almost at 15. We're 14 and a half here at 3 minutes. We can easily see at level 15. Zorark 4. Rayquaza on the side of Zeta Division. Moving back in for
Oh!
two-step. Trying to pick up a KO right here. Charizard getting frozen, but able to peel back towards this goal zone. I don't know if Zeta wants to
Charizard and Xingdi here. They're going to go straight in. They realize that they've been exposed. Blaziken is
Ooh,
going
ooh, ooh, ooh.
to kick their way back. But Topo
Okay,
fails.
okay, they proved they can stop the combo and push and drive him back. They took down the Comfey. Suicune goes next. Okay, a little life from high five now. Level 13 on the Charizard.
Sure, that was the call. I think you got to get value somewhere.
Where's the Blaziken? How close is it to 13?
I might be wrong here. I think they baited
But 14 Zoroark is terrifying.
Ignite moves. They still have a way to deal with this right here. They got some experience actually from Zeta, knowing that Zeta was going to overextend in that moment. I'm not saying things are great for high five by any means right here, but I think they kind of forced a fight. But I don't know if they want to force this one. Charizard with a beautiful counter. The Garchomp Unite is
They're making this Ray.
pick up a KO. 5 seconds into
I don't know if that was the best time to Char Unite.
and they're moving to the pit.
Oh, nope, never mind. Never mind, go.
Zeta Division fumbling the bag at the 1 yard line, and now it's all on
They still have Zoroark. They still have Zoroark. Zoroark Unite. But they have Rez on the side of high five.
Four is low. Charizard is gone. Rayquaza's at half. Tomatoes on the backside, big side. Big Suicune Unite follow up. The res! But the res is there. Is it going to be straight into a power nap? C-Ray is going to pick up.
Oh, Comfey double KO. Mewtwo gets it. Oh, after the Comfey got a 2 KO streak, man.
Seconds left. And Zeta Division absolutely fumbling the bag at the goal line. And they're finding themselves with a 99-yard return the other way.
Nope, nope, they are defending. No shields. No shields.
They took the ball down.
I'm sorry, Zeta Division is fumbling at the end? Are we watching the same game?
Unless that Snorlax is holding 50 with a shield
Aw.
now, but I would think if they were
Man, Pokemon's losing a lot of people.
protecting them. No! High Five has nothing. They won Ray, but they lost everything.
Bam, look at that.
This is wild work. And honestly, I am like flabbergasted that Zeta Division was able to cobble up those pieces. That 99-yard return got stopped again on the goal line, and now it's going back the other way. They're going to have to try to get these points in. This is wild. I can't breathe.
Here we go, moving towards this tier 2 goal.
But they've
High Five, multiple members
dude.
of Zeta also moving towards their home base. It looks like it's all over, but we have 30 seconds left. They're
Yeah,
trying to
they
start
put more points in.
possibly be a game-winning fight. They get one, another KO. 25
Dude.
seconds left. Points are going in.
I mean, here we go.
They're heading towards this home goal.
Char's in the air, he can't score. They're already back.
They have to go through. They have to try and start score. Flowery Fields forever, and it's Vitopo and the Zeta Division army.
Oh my god.
Enough time. They're ripping through high five. Right
Oh my god.
Division found a way and hold
Comfy KO.
2-0 win.
Zeta Division.
Dude, that was insane.
The exact game they wanted twice in a row. Even losing Rayquaza to some of the beautiful moments that High Five was able to put together. But this is the match High Five asked for. They asked for it twice. They know what Zeta is playing. It is no secret that Vitopo wants that Comfey collar and they want to run around the map causing absolute havoc.
Damn.
Let them do it 2 times in a row.
All right, I gotta get to that level on Fanny Tech Zoroark.
I have to say, I think it was a huge mistake.
My next stream, that's all I'm playing is Fanny Tech Zoroark, guys. I mean, probably not, but
Put together, it was moments that Zeta Division gave them. That eject button dragon rush in the middle of 5 people, I can't say that that was the best penned strategy, and actually ended up kind of causing an absolute kerfuffle. However, when they got back to the middle, like you said, we were so focused on Ray that we were missing back caps. That's why things felt disjointed out of Zeta Division. They were seeing the bigger picture. We were so I can speak for myself, was so focused on that Rayquaza because it felt like it was the beginning and the end for High Five in that game too. And the moment they secure everything, they secure Ray, you look up and almost like, oh wait, they're suddenly down by 300.
Yeah.
Right? And then you're like, but all their shields are gone too. And it was just expertly played, expertly recovered from, I will say, from Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta played that flawlessly. They had a rocky day 1 running into Aegis Flames, right? And Aegis Flames just coming out of nowhere, throwing these haymaker punches. They looked incredible. Now you head into day 2. Zeta is in peak form, and a team that could
dude, that was insane.
Grand finals. High Five, a team that a lot of us thought this team is going deep in this
6-0
tournament.
yesterday.
What's that?
They 6-0
Yeah,
yesterday.
6-0 in groups, looking way better in groups than some of these other squads, goes down to Zeta. I have to say, a lot of these games are won and lost in draft, of course, right?
Yeah,
You're
for
taking away options from your opponents. You're putting yourself in the best position possible. I don't think giving Zeta exactly what they want and trying to counter it was a call. You got to take
game
part
two,
of it.
right?
Yes.
You can
yes.
make an argument that game
Game
one, I mean, they got so many things. Like, so many tools. They got the Charizard, the Espeon, the Zarina, a bunch of solo Unite moves that can focus and catch this Zoroark. After that didn't work, you just got to ban the thing.
Yes,
You got to say, we
absolutely.
got everything to deal with this, and we still couldn't get it done. It's just got to be out of the equation.
Yeah.
Ban Dodrio, ban Zoroark, make them do anything else.
I think you have to. Or if you want to take the Comfey away and say, look, without this piece of the puzzle, I actually don't think it works, fine. But if you give them every part of it again, and then you get the same result, it's just real tough.
It's a tough one.
I think it's a real tough one. We are going to go to break. Obviously, every game is going to have a heartbreaking moment because every single match between a team means someone is heading home. High five, an amazing team. I love watching them. Their championship run ends right now, but Zeta from Japan continues on. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back with more of our coverage here at the World Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Can't listen to music. Dude, it took forever to get to game 2 on that one. Do we really need a break? 5 minutes? Alright, I'm going to risk it. I'm going to let you guys sit here and listen to these guys. I'll be right back.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
Sylveon is my favorite because she is the cutest.
Yeah, that's a great answer. It's a great answer. It's not Umbreon, which I think is maybe the cutest, but it's still a fantastic answer. My favorite Pokemon, I said the previous one is Banette, but if I had to pick a second one, I'm going to go with Gengar this time. Yeah. Yeah, this time I gotta go with it. Okay, so for the next question, Kello, you've gotten the chance to do a few of these World Championship broadcasts. What is your favorite memory from any Pokemon World Championship?
That is a really tricky question because there is so much to choose from, but I think it's just seeing the stage for the first time. All of the little details, I feel like there's so much to see and pick out, but obviously the matches. I mean, they're always so fire. So, as I said, it's hard to choose just one, okay?
Exactly. No, that's so fair. I think both of us are choosing this World Championship might be the best one that we've ever seen. We'll see, we'll see. Now, another question that we wanted to ask every single Pokemon Unite caster is, what Pokemon do we think we want added into Pokemon Unite? There's already 70-some Pokemon. What's another one you want in the game?
I would love to see Totodile. So that is another one of my favorites because we cannot just have one, but I would absolutely love to see Totodile just running around, chomping everything.
Yeah, okay, good. Very good, Chompy boy. I love that. Last time I said Dusknoir. This time I'm going to go with my favorite Pokemon. I want to see Banette in Pokemon Unite so bad. Speedster Banette, please. I'll do anything. Okay, final question. Kelly, we got a really fun tournament happening already while you were all watching this. So, what Pokemon do we think is going to be seen the most in the tournament? That's including both bans and picks.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I think Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is either going to get banned or it's either going to get picked up if it doesn't end up getting banned. So that's my highest encounter right there.
That's a great answer. I'm going with the same one. I also think it's going to be Ho-Oh. I think that it's going to be a very common pick this weekend. Hello, we have one more fun thing to do in this segment. We got a very colorful wheel. Why don't you go ahead and spin that and we'll decide on one final question. No, I think that was great. Oh, interesting is going to be our favorite EV evolution. I'm just kidding. It is going to be do your best Pokemon cry. Kellosaurus, please hit us with your best Pokemon cry. Slowpoke. Oh. I like that one a lot. And the great words of another Pokemon Unite commentator, Sofa, go, Asha, Asha, Asha. That's been Meet the Casters, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm Zoink, this is Kello, and I hope you have fun meeting some more casters.
Who's that Pokemon? Zoinks, Burgers, and I are going to pretend to be Pokemon. Amanda has to guess who we are. And go.
Okay. What's your relationship like with your parents?
Ooh, it's a little bit, we've got the spark between us, you know. It's a bit volatile, I would say.
Okay.
For me, I'd say a little icy, a little cold, but there's a warmth there, you know?
Speaking of warmth, absolutely fantastic. Loving to death.
All right, all right. Super nice there. We did do this a little bit earlier. I talked about, you know, your morning routine, but what's your perfect day?
Oh, well, a day that never ends, truly, where the sun rises and never sets. I like to soar as much as I can throughout the day, burning extremely bright.
For me, get me cuddled up in a, I guess you could even say a cave. I would love to hang out in one of those, a cold one, all dang day.
Give me a power plant. Give me a power plant. Just feed off that energy, you know. I need that.
Okay, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Loves a power play.
It's in my contract. It's, you know.
All right, Zapdos.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah. So that would make you Articuno and you Mr. Moltres.
Yes, exactly correct.
We made it back. Bam. Had to get my comfy. That inspired me to have my comfy collar. Eat my comfy.
Have you been enjoying the show?
It's been incredible. Seriously, some of the best date games I've ever been able to see in person, especially. I'm having a great time.
So I assume that you were here yesterday as well. So what was your favorite moment?
Oh, Nouns beating Paper X. Sorry, Paper X, I know they just got knocked out, RIP, but I had my noggles on. It was incredible. Really, really great performance from both teams, but getting the Nouns win, I felt something.
Yeah, so you're wearing the Nouns glasses, so you're definitely excited.
Yo,
about
she is
that.
hype.
How about today? Are you looking forward to any match in particular?
There's definitely going to be amazing games today, but I'm actually excited to see Aegis Flames. Really, really huge upset yesterday. Have to
True.
give a shout out to the Brazilian teams, a special region in my heart. So happy for them and excited to see what they can do today too.
Definitely
Guarantee she's saying that because that's the Brazilian caster.
Tomorrow we're heading into the arena.
I'm pretty sure.
Arena here at the convention center. How do you feel about that? Like, it's the first time we're ever going to be in arena.
Yeah, it's our first finals on a Sunday, and it gets to be in the arena. I'm very, very gassed. I cannot wait. It's going to be amazing.
All right, thank you so much, Bridget. I'm going to go back to the casters as we get ready for our next game.
Jigglypuff.
And welcome back, trainers, to the Pokemon World Championship.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
A bit of a day here, so
It's a good one.
finally, how are you feeling? Look, I'm hyped.
Such a good plush.
We have one of the best potential underdog matches that is just about to kick off. And, you know, I agree with Bridget. Aegis Flames, they surprised us yesterday. And they could be another team to surprise us if they knock out Insomnia. Well, that's the thing. It is the Pokemon World Championships after all, and it's expect the unexpected. You cannot underestimate any team that has made it here this weekend. So we'll have to see what role Aegis Flames end up going up against Insomnia. But let's take a quick look at our bracket so far. We have Team EX being able to defeat Orange Juice's 2-1. So they are moving on through, and they're actually going to go up against Zeta Division, who have defeated High Five 2-0. Otherwise, we have another one complete there, Danalee. Yep, and then as you can see towards the bottom, we had
Okay.
eliminating Paper Rex 2-0 in that matchup, which I think for a lot of people was a big surprise. Yes, we knew Kakalog was a very formidable team, but to 2-0 Paper Rex, that's a statement in itself. So Kakalog, they're going to have to figure out who their opponent is going to be. It'll be the winner between Rejects and Sandra.
Oh, man. So we could get Nouns versus LG in the quarterfinals.
Because we're basically trying to funnel our teams down to
Peru United did really well. Stamina did amazing too. Dude, I have no idea how to call these.
right here for Pokemon Unite. I mean, the fact that we started at 27 teams yesterday for our group stage, down to the top 16, and we only end up remaining with 2 at the end to go on to tomorrow, and then obviously, well, it's 1. Got to do the math, okay? That works out. There's only 1 champion here at the Pokemon World Championships of Pokemon Unite, okay? Absolutely, but we still gotta chop the teams down. We still gotta figure out who's gonna be the best of the best, and unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to somebody in this best of 3 series. And the question is it going to be Aegis Flames or is it going to be Insomnia? And I think a lot of us are kind of questioning who's the stronger team between these two, because I mean, everyone knows.
Ooh, hell yeah!
The ACL champion.
Look at that Lugia plush. I got a Lugia plush.
I think that is something we do need to talk about. They qualified for
Picked that up last year. He's hanging out over there on my table over there.
Typical things for Insomnia, but Aegis Flames, I think this is a team that, I mean, obviously they qualified for Worlds, they deserve to be here, but the question I think people are kind of asking themselves is, how good is this team really? And are they Worlds level? And obviously they made it to day 2. So now their next hurdle, beating Insomnia. Can they do it? And I mean, I spoke to Metz yesterday and he was extremely confident. Like, this guy smiles, all smiles. And I asked him, like, thoughts if you got Zeta Division tomorrow? And he was like, oh yeah, we can totally beat Zeta Division. That's not the matchup. They got Insomnia first. But I mean, I love the attitude already coming from Aegis Flames.
Yes, they are definitely coming in confident. I did bump into them this morning as well, asked how they felt, and they said they're feeling great. So, you know what? Confidence, that is part of the key to success when it does come down to the Pokemon World Championships. Well, the thing is, yeah, you cannot let those nerves get to you. And, well, you know what? Aegis Flames, as you mentioned, huge upsets yesterday, being able to defeat Zeta Division. And, well, that was one of the Japan representatives. Are they able to take down the other Japan representative, being Insomnia?
I would argue Zeta Division was the better team if you were to compare Zeta to Insomnia. Now the thing is, like, yeah, they beat Zeta already, but we have to remember there's a potential opportunity for them to go up against Zeta.
Dude's hair is wild. Dude, these guys have wild hair.
If this does end up happening, they don't have the element of surprise anymore, right? They've already kind of revealed their hand at Worlds, so you kind of have to have something in your back pocket or maybe on your head going into these matches, as we do have a Metagross there on the side of Aegis Flames and also the Zera. Yes, absolutely.
Got to bring the Zera aura on to that desk for you for that luck. We obviously saw the Mattis go in with an incredible match with that Zera aura yesterday. So we'll have to see whether it ends up being let through. I mean, there's also, you know, the decision of bans. Insomnia thinking of going safe, or do you think this is where the respect bans might come into play?
Okay, so this is a question I think we have to kind of direct at Insomnia and how comfortable they feel playing up against a Zera, because of course it is a very unconventional Pokemon that you don't normally see in the competitive scene. It's very niche, it fulfills a very particular role, and because you're not scrimming against it very frequently, sometimes it can really catch you off guard.
They're the ones I love to see.
Yes, absolutely. Now, keep in mind, this is not a Pokemon that is foreign to the Japanese scene. We do actually see quite a few Zeras kind of popping around here and there, so the region is rather familiar with the Pokemon. So, just going off of what I know from the Japanese region, I wouldn't be surprised if Insomnia maybe leave it in the pool for now. They have the knowledge that this Pokemon exists and that Aegis Flames can play it, but maybe Insomnia, when they're drafting, they pick up a few Pokemon that are going to counter a Zera if it still appears, because we also have to, you know, remember there are some really strong Pokemon that are overperforming at Worlds this year that probably they kind of deserved bans compared to a Zera.
Yeah, I guess that's where that meta does become more refined into day 2, but I believe we are going to go throw it over to that feature stage and have a look here. We have Reject going up against Santos Laguna here. We're about the halfway point so far.
This game is live as well, folks, so the winner of this set will be playing up against K-Clock in their next round. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to take this series, because it is game number 1. We have not completed our first matchup, so first point is very important in these best of 3 series as well. Now we do have the Regieleki being taken up top here for Reject, so that is going to start pressuring Santos' top lane. The bottom lane, they do have that priority for the Scyther, but the thing is, who is the priority target for this Scyther? Because being level 10, there aren't too many Pokemon on the side of Reject that you can easily snipe.
Well, I guess that's
good Bliss Assist.
Play style. They don't really need a target, because I feel like Scyther is a Nemo's signature Pokemon, you could say. So, I mean, if you were to pick a target, maybe that Armor Rouge, that Buzzwole, but also Blaziken can be a big threat. But, well,
dude, I like Scyther.
No longer a threat to
I'm glad we're seeing some Scythers too.
Able to finish it off. Pavoni, though, sticking around, looking to pick up some Aeos energy. Whether they're going to dunk it in, we'll have to wait and see. Well, it looks like, because Anemo has decided to go on downtown. Yeah, those stacks are very important on the Clefable, but down bottom, we are going to be seeing that fight for
Ooh, nice.
Oh no, he's down to half health. He's been absolutely stunned, cannot move at all, and already
Scyther Unite comes out. Didn't Blissey just unite up top? What the hell?
Pokemon on the ground, that Buzzwole gonna be the next one to follow. Now, unfortunately, the support came a little bit too late
What?
there, and as you can see,
Laguna got the Reggie.
securing the Reggie there for Santos, so they now have a defensive bonus. But Reject, they still want to fight into this. They have the overheat charged up on that Blaziken. I mean, it does some good damage, but can they follow through and get these knockouts? Oh my gosh, Minoto being able to escape on that Blissey with 1 HP and a Dream. We do have that Snorlax getting taken down, so not the most valuable asset to knock on out because they are going to respawn quite quickly. Otherwise, less than 20 seconds left to go until another Reggie Alecki spawns. We can already see that Anema on the side that has reached that level 13, so has both of those plus movements on hand. But I mean, they're on the back foot right now. The scoreboard right now is 233 to 26 points in favor of Reject. Now we have to remember as well, Scyther, although a very powerful Pokemon, can be knocked out if it is locked down by a strong move. The Buzzwole, they're going to be starting the fight there for Reject, and immediately the support is down on the side of Santos, as well as the Aegis Slash. It's just going to be the Scyther, Snorlax, and that Mewtwo Y to stick around for the team. It's a 3v3 there. We have Huey wanting to come into that fight. Desperately trying to catch up to that Mewtwo, but unfortunately just isn't able
Nice, he got him.
The Mewtwo, he fell for the trap. Yeah, you do not want to fall for those traps and get knocked on down. But look at this, the Snorlax coming in just in time to go and push this Reggie Alecki backwards, and now the fight continues as Aegis Slash is needing to back away.
Oh,
Ends up getting taken down
good
by
shield,
Gerudo.
good shield. The
Gerudo is just barreling down
They get
Santos.
the Lecky off the map, maybe? Yep.
That can really challenge that Buzzwole.
Nice.
Throwing
Dude, this
bodies
buzz
to
is
try and
huge.
protect this tier 2 goal zone, but I think they've really run out of gas here. Yeah, the Snorlax is there. Reject, they will.
At least they were able to defend their goal. That's good.
In that top lane. Yeah, it's not broken, but they got so much experience with those back-to-back-to-back knockouts. Yeah, less than 30 seconds left to go until this Rayquaza does spawn. Another Reggie Alecki is going to appear. Whether either of these teams are actually going to prioritize it, we'll have to wait and see, or whether they're just going to lock in for this prime position. I mean, just looking at the position for these two teams, I actually think it's really Santos that has to make that first move here. If it's going to be a battle of securing that Ray, Blaziken should be the one to get that. So if you're Santos, you can't really afford to leave it to a battle of sniping the Ray. You need to somehow put yourself at a number advantage, either eliminating the Blaziken right off the bat, or at least trying to go for that numbers advantage. We are seeing a score happening in that top lane, and it will break the goal zone, but it only closes the game. It's not really putting Santos in a position where they can easily turn this game around with a micro score. We are seeing some damage.
Nice.
Beautiful body block though to preserve Satake, who is trying to bait Santos into fight with the constant pokes there onto the Ray. Well, yeah, it's really going to come down to this engage from this Snorlax. Are they going to be able to be successful at it? But interestingly enough, we don't have the Scyther in the Ray pit just yet. And my mistake, was played by any sus as well.
Yeah, what is Scyther doing?
There, so my mistake. Otherwise, we do have hit.
Did Scyther DC?
From the back line, but Satake has gone and thrown a focus blast.
Did Scyther DC?
Yeah, forced him to actually having to jump out of that Ray pit as well. You've got to be so
There he goes.
careful on that Mewtwo, because if you get caught in there, you don't really have much of an escape, and it looks like we are going to be jumping into that battle of the Ray Mewtwo.
Nice. Good catch there. Nice. Damn, let's go. Okay, Laguna. Okay, Laguna.
No one is here to defend. All of these dunks are going to rain on through, and that is going to allow Santos Laguna to make a catch up, because, well, they're all still on cooldown. That's a game number 1 locked in for Santos Laguna against Reject as well, putting them just 1 game away from advancing in the competition. And for Reject, now you're in a desperate situation because you have to win the next 2 games. Otherwise, you're at risk of being eliminated from the competition. I guess that's the risk when it comes to day 2. It is single elimination, so every game makes a difference. But otherwise, that feature stage there, we will have the next matches all set up for you on that main stage very, very shortly. But I guess in terms of what we just saw from that match, Suicune, that is something that we saw a lot of yesterday. What are your thoughts on this Pokemon?
I think, obviously, I think a lot of us know that Suicune is an absolute menace to play up against. The constant freeze procs, especially if you get those multi-Pokemon freezes, which we constantly saw yesterday. I kind of feel like this is a Pokemon where you make one misstep, you get a little bit too close, 3 Pokemon get frozen, that is it. That is all the initiation your team needs to come in, sweep up those knockouts, and essentially put yourself in such a big advantage in a lot of these team fights. It's worth a ban. I don't think it's a Pokemon that's worth being 100% banned. I think there are definitely situations where you kind of have to let it through because there are other priorities. For Suicune, I think we kind of have to treat it as an Umbreon. It won't always be banned, but I think it's a Pokemon that if you want to grab something for your first 1 to 2 picks, Suicune has to be one of them.
Yeah.
What would be your pick, though, of the tournament?
The Pokemon with the highest impact in the matches. Okay, that one's a tough one because there are a few Pokemon fulfilling several roles here. I think if it comes to secure, there's a lot of questions. I think in the case of trying to secure objectives, I think Blaziken is still king for this. We haven't really seen any other Pokemon really outcompete that Blaziken pick.
Zarina.
Blaziken would still outperform Serena. Serena, I have to say, probably like
feel like
it's a popular Pokemon, but it's not as popular as certain other ones at the moment. But I think
different
it's a star.
objectives.
Yes.
I guess when we look at a Zarina, it's more about those team fights and that sustain, whereas
Initiation.
Blaziken is there more for that trusty secure with that overheat. But even then, going in with those engages and that poke damage to finish him off with the focus blast. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see how that next one ends up panning out and who actually ends up continuing on through to those semi-finals. There's still a lot more matches to come here at the Pokemon World Championships, but well, we'll have to see.
I mean, we're waiting for this next matchup. I want to hear your thoughts.
That's true.
on the
We
Hunters
should.
matchup,
Yeah, we
right?
did.
So Aegis Flame
Was that last year?
against Insomnia. I think I kind of shared my opinions on these two teams. Who do you feel like is the team that has the upper hand in this matchup?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Considering the performance that we saw yesterday, Aegis Flames.
Okay.
They just looked incredible, and as I said, it's a matter of don't underestimate any team here. So I feel like in terms of Insomnia, yes, they are a strong team, but you mentioned earlier, obviously they ended up getting that World Championship qualification really early on in the season and didn't perform so well when it came down to those qualifications for the Pokemon Japan Championship Series. So obviously
seems more recent than that.
time for them, but that's the thing. There's a lot of question marks. I feel like I'm a little bit of a side up here. You know, question marks all over our heads on, well, expect the unexpected, really.
Expect the unexpected. But I think I have to kind of agree though. I think Aegis Flames, we have more recent data on them. So what we recently saw, that is how the team is currently in terms of form. Insomnia, it's kind of 50-50, I think. We really don't know what form they're in, unfortunately, just because we don't really have as much data compared to Aegis.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, yes, Aegis Flames, if you think about their performance so far this season,
10 out of 10.
they have been at the top of Brazil, winning multiple monthly cups. So obviously they have that experience there, but that's playing at home, right? When it comes to the world stage, it's a completely different environment. There are so many other things that come into play. So it's a matter of, well, which team can really just lock in and lock down and take down the other team.
And just going off of that, I think it's Aegis Flames. Just after speaking to Mets, you know, he's just I don't know, just exuding a lot of confidence. And it's a case of like he doesn't really care who he's going up against, or at least that's what it seems to me for the team. They are just very, very comfortable against all of their opponents. Now we do have some stats to share with you folks at home on the screen right now. So top Pokemon by encounter rate. This is how frequently Pokemon are being picked. And Cal, I'm glad you brought up the Suicune question because it is the most picked Pokemon here at the Pokemon World Championship.
A whopping 93% with 67 encounters so far.
And this also includes bans. We've just been informed. So it's picked and banned. So very high demand Pokemon. Umbreon. It's a blue Umbreon, if you kind of want to think about it.
Blue Umbreon, huh?
Two different roles here, but I get what you mean in terms of that lockdown, that sustain that it does end up bringing. But speaking about sustain, Ho-Oh obviously has that self-sustain with its passive as well, but 62 encounters so far, 86% win rate, and it comes down to the utility of its Unite. We ended up seeing it in a previous set, to be able to rejuvenate your allies when they're down. That can come in such handy during those big team fights to bring them in and then finish the job.
We've seen it a few times as well, and it's not a case of the Ho-Oh waiting for the entire team to get knocked down and coming to save the day with the giant team revive. But we've seen games where Ho-Oh will revive a single ally just so that they can have that 5v5 happen in the Rayquaza pit. Now, top Pokemon by ban rate. Now, these are probably the most popular Pokemon that are currently being banned at the moment, and I think not surprising to anybody, Latios. This is the most recent Pokemon, aside from Latias, that was added into the game but is now available in the competitive scene. We have seen this Pokemon have moments where it shines, but at the same time, it's not a Pokemon that has that 100% win rate whenever you pick it up. We have seen some teams pick it, and it just doesn't work out for them.
I think that's the thing. It's such a late game Pokemon. It really need to rely on your allies in that early game to actually get online and power up that Eos energy. Otherwise, we do have some more Pokemon familiar up here. We had the Snorlax and the Blaziken showing up, but there we go. I said Zarina.
Yeah, I just want to get into the matches, guys. Come on.
But not too far behind. Obviously, completely different role. Eldegoss at 71% with the 17 wins. Feel like Eldegoss was a Pokemon that we saw pick up here and there, but I felt like either a Hooper or a Clefable or a Blissey really tended to shine in the last couple of months. So to see this Cotton Puff come back at the World Championships is actually pretty cool.
I would love to know who is playing and winning with the Eldegoss, right? Because we're getting numbers of the Pokemon that wins. Now, there are certain teams that play certain Pokemon very well, and they can inflate those numbers. I am curious if this is spread across multiple teams, or if it might just be one team that's kind of raking in all the wins with that Eldegoss, because we didn't see a lot of this on the main stage.
Well,
we saw a lot of mixes in terms of supports. Some games we didn't even get supports, you know. Some teams they decided to go for double defender. Viable strat, not judging, but yeah, Eldegoss, just to see that number, it kind of makes me think, okay, who's winning with Eldegoss?
Well, yeah, just to clarify, those stats aren't just the ones that are on the main broadcast, they're the ones that are played off stage as well. So all of those numbers crunching on down. So I'm not sure whether we'll end up seeing any more Eldegoss here today or not, but Hooper. I feel like Hooper is one of those top picks when it comes down to supporters. Its utility kit with that hyperspace hull, being able to go and heal those members back at that home base, but also the mobility it provides. I believe we ended up seeing it banned quite a few times too.
We did. So there were a lot of Hooper bans, but I do suspect there is a pretty big reason as to why Hooper has kind of fallen off in terms of this year's world. Okay. And it's mainly because there are a lot of Pokemon that are currently meta that really play against the whole Hooper mechanic, right? Because the whole point of Hooper, you want to utilize all the portals. The portal to go home, the portal to go to a team fight, wherever that Hooper is. At the moment, if you have a look at what is currently popular at Worlds this year, there are a lot of Pokemon that have moves that kind of sit on top of the portal, or you use the portal as setup so that you can have that follow through. And I think a great example of this that we actually saw in yesterday's games was Latios, right? Latios really likes to take advantage of those Hooper holes, because if you come back through the Hooper hole, that's set up for the Latios to just sort of come in and be like, hey guys, thanks for the setup, yoink, knockout. So Hooper's still popular, but it kind of depends on who that Hooper is playing up against. And can you play that classic Hooper style, or do you have to adapt your Hooper to the Pokemon that you're kind of playing up against? And I guess Serena also loves those Hooper holes, because you want to kind of hit as many Pokemon.
Who doesn't?
And that's what a Hooper hole does. 3 Pokemon go in, 3 come back. What happens? Disaster.
Well, yes.
Disaster.
I mean, we'll have to see whether that ends up playing out there. But one thing, after all of this meta talk, we have seen such a variety of picks here at the championship so far. But day 2, as you mentioned, that's where that meta kind of becomes more refined.
2000, are we actually going to see any more experimental picks? Yes, we ended up seeing Aegis Flames pick up that Zero Aura, so whether that's more of a comfort or or one of those ones that they're going and playing and experimenting with. We ended up seeing a Gengar yesterday.
Yeah,
even from Cakewalk.
Yeah. I think it was Mark that played the Gengar. I remember we were on the couch anyways behind the scenes. We were just like, oh look guys, 2 Gengar games. It was very fun to watch. I don't think it's a case of experimentation. I do think these are aces that teams are kind of keeping up their sleeve, and some of these teams, I had to bring it out early because if they didn't, they were at risk of just not making it to day 2, right? So I think in the case of Aegis Flames, I do not blame them from having to bring out their ace because of who they had to play their matches yesterday, right? Like you kind of had to bring in the top guns if you wanted to make it to day 2. I do wonder if they have anything else up their sleeve, because if they don't, this might put them at risk of being a little bit too readable, so that drafting might become a bit easier for their opponents. I do know for a fact with Insomnia, this is a team that can play pretty wild sometimes. And when I say wild, I'm saying they can pick some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So I hope Aegis Flames is ready for that, because if they're not, they could be in some serious trouble in this matchup.
Yeah, I think if there was one word to
Yeah.
Insomnia back
He sure is, Shadvin.
ACL, it would be innovative.
You guys been keeping up with the new series? I think we watched the first season and haven't watched any more of it. Alright, finally, Aegis Flames versus Insomnia. Ban, Suicune, Latios, Ho-Oh, Zera Aura. Let's go. First pick, Charizard. That's what I'm talking about. Buzzwole, Mewtwo, Y.
Another Pokemon go through, and Charizard is one of them. This was another Pokemon that is rising in popularity. Mixed results so far, right? Teams are still trying to figure out where Charizard sort of fits in terms of team compositions, but for Insomnia, their next 2 picks, I have to say, make them look
I feel less bad then.
scary. They've got the Buzzwole, who is a fantastic lane bully in that top lane, and then you have Mewtwo, who is
Aegis Flames got the Hoopa diff already. We're seeing the duck. We have duck.
They've picked up the Hoopa Kel, so they do have the sustain. They have a lot of ability as well, and the Leafeon. So you have a very, very mobile central laner if this does end up being their central laner of choice.
We did ask that question earlier on when we were talking about that meta. Who is picking up this Eldegoss? Well, Insomnia is one of the teams also locking in that Obeon. Whether we'll end up seeing those swaps later on, we'll have to wait and see. But wait, we haven't actually seen this yet. Venusaur is coming out onto
No way.
It has a 1% hit rate here, so I'm guessing this is the first Venusaur. Well, it's first Venusaur on broadcast at least.
Well, the question we have now for them is this going to be a Solar Beam or is this going to be Petal Dance?
Looking at the build so far, obviously we still have to go through those final preparations, but they do have that buddy back.
Alright, I gotta side with Aegis Flame on this one. Char, Hoopa, Mamo. Yep.
Coming into those team fights, so I feel like Petal Dance would be the play.
I think you do need it against Charizard. Especially against Charizard, I feel that would be the better build, because you kind of want to chase them down.
Yes,
because
and
if
they
you
also
try
have the full heal as well.
Yeah.
So I feel like you wouldn't really need that full heal if you're down in the back line with that Solar Beam. So I don't know, we were saying? Well, there's one way to describe Insomnia is innovative. Do we think this Venusaur pick could work for Insomnia here against the composition that Aegis Flames are bringing?
Yeah, so I can kind of see the vision here for that Venusaur. But there are a couple of prerequisites that are required before you can really do anything with the Venusaur. Much like that Charizard, right? You need to get those levels in, you want the full evolution, and of course you want to have access to your Unite moves that you're running at full capacity. Now, I wonder how Insomnia is going to guarantee this lane, because it looks like our 2 starter Pokemon are going to be battling it out in that bottom lane. I do want to have a quick mention. That top lane for Insomnia is going to be a nightmare for Aegis Flames, because not only is that going to be a Buzzwole,
3 top.
Eldegoss that's going to be poking you left, right, and center. So I hope Aegis Flames has a solution for this.
Insomnia is going 3 top early? What the hell?
Basically have him be destroyed.
Leaving Psyduck down bottom alone? That's a strat.
Good call from Luna to put that pressure on that hone edge earlier on and shut them down. That is the answer to keeping the mats at bay.
And yet,
But we do have
Aegis
those
Slash is still
reserves
almost 5.
shortly
It's already over level 4. I suppose Mewtwo.
So
Mewtwo's got more experience.
If they leave this in the top lane, they better do the absolute best that they can to really make that Charizard lane work down bottom, because unfortunately up top there's not really going to be any support for the team. Now they are managing to get these Pokemon.
And the jungler went bottom.
Here for Aegis Flames, but Insomnia continuing to add the pressure in that bottom lane. Aegis Flames, you can see they're really struggling in all of their lanes.
Yeah, struggling so far. They are.
Dude, Psyduck held that down by itself. That's crazy. Nice, nice.
Passive with that headache, being able to push back that swing up, and Leafeon means they're able to make it back.
The way these pro teams rotate jungle is so good to make sure everybody's getting their levels and stuff. It's smart.
Insomnia, they're doing a really great job just pressuring Aegis Flames, really preventing them from making any kind of aggressive plays happen. They are going to be moving into full experience farming mode.
There we go. Getting stacks and stuff. I don't remember what the items are.
We do have the Buzzwole there with the Eldegoss. They had to use the
But they have Charizard now.
just so that we didn't have any accidents. And that Charizard trying to poke away at the side. Now I think he might have gone a little bit too close. They will have to go for that wraparound. Instead they change their target onto
Insomnia gets a catch on the Piloswine. And they are moving 5-man push. There go Leafeon goes down. Oh yeah, they've got a Hoopa.
Look at this perfect match, leaving it on 1 point. Eldegoss was the last one to get the dunk, so we'll see how much of an overcap it ended up being. But that
It's a pretty solid overcap there.
138 to 86.
Oh man, this Venus
They just want to shut down the hyperspace highways.
is basically ready to go. And
Eldegoss jungle invading.
Aegis Flames, because just looking at the Pokemon available in their composition, they don't really have anyone that can pop a Petal Dance Venusaur. One of the ways teams typically deal with this, if it's Petal Dance, is that you need a lot of burst damage to basically one-hit KO this Pokemon. Now, Aegis Flames, they have a lot of sustain, they've got damage, but it's not something that's going to be able to pop a Venusaur. So,
Alright,
really, the only way
so
to
we
win this
trade
Aegis
top
Flames
for
is
bot.
Venusaur.
Buzz solos the ice.
Have to win these
Now
fights.
they push into that goal.
You need to pick up the rest of
Points
the team.
going
So
in.
go
Good
out
caps, good caps. Goals at 5.
Not enough damage to really finish them off. Arthur's
Goals at
still
3.
will get picked off, as well as the Aegis Slash. And
Psyduck
Aegis
goes
Flames
down.
now the ones to retreat, taking
Now
5
Leafeon goes down after uniting.
the Grand Leers and
Hoopa's
trying to
next.
get
Hoopa
themselves
goes down.
back, and it's just the Charizard, the last standing.
And they take down another goal.
And,
Wow.
things
Insomnia.
a little sideways here, Kels.
Yeah, we're starting to get
Dude,
that
level 10 Venu already.
have successfully broken both of those tier 1 pads, and that is really
Dude, the levels on Insomnia.
that we're relying on from that hyperspace hole of the
Oh,
Hoopa.
do you have a Char Unite?
Can teleport as quickly there, closer to those
Nice.
objectives.
And you can just see how scared Aegis Flames is to move around the map as well. They're doing their best to
Dude, they're getting pushed back so hard.
the moment they get a little bit too close
Ooh,
to
it's a
Insomnia,
bubble
you can
beam
really
Psyduck.
tell that
Neat, you don't see
Venusaur
that.
doesn't have anything to do with the enemy team. Just collect that experience and basically survive up until that late game.
Uh-oh.
But is Insomnia going to really let them
Venu
do
got
that? Because
2 of
he
those.
wastes
Yep.
time here. You know, he's challenging Mets, and his health does go down
I
quite
think
fast,
AG
but
wins this
because of
one.
the Aegis Slash, he's run out of
Ooh,
damage,
unless he misses his
misses
Sacred
there.
Sword.
And now he is going to be chased, slowly whittled down the rest of the team.
Ooh,
Back out with that
the
Charizard.
Char Unite
Two
comes
KO,
out.
three,
2
two,
KO streak for Charizard.
Eldegoss goes down. 2 knockouts there, but at the cost of 1.
Looking for the buzz, looking for the buzz. I don't. Oh, nice Ice Fang Mammo. Damn. Oh my god, Buzzwole.
Buzzwole with that 3 KO.
Damn.
With that Charizard. So definitely taking that point lead and that level lead, because Venusaur is now at level 12 as we've just reached that halfway mark.
He's huge. Some people might just say he's only 1 level ahead of everyone else. No, he's huge. This is a big, thick Pokemon. You cannot afford to let that Venusaur literally run away with this game because of it. Just how incredibly tanky.
This looks like we're gonna get a rock on the side of Insomnia. While Aegis Flames looks for the Lecky again, but they're gonna need to break this first. Mammo's trying to get those 4 points in.
On the side of Aegis Flames that you can really do against the Venusaur, unless you basically 5 versus 1. And this Mammo forced to use
So
a
Mam,
move, otherwise it was gonna get
they were
picked
able
off.
to break, and now it's going to their tier 2. Venu looks like it's in trouble. Yep, Venu goes down.
So they do get that Venusaur. Huge pickup, especially being a level 12 Pokemon.
mistakes being made. I think that is the answer.
They're leaving the Mewtwo up alone to defend that. Buzz is there to jump. There we go. Nice. Oh my god, dude. Buzzwole. No, sir. Char's in the air. Dude. Insomnia. Venu's gonna come away level 13. There he is. There he is. Got that big pedal dance now.
But it does come down to these next couple of fights here. Is it a case of them just basically avoiding fights and waiting for that Rayquaza? Or can they maybe pull off a cheeky play? Can they maybe go for a pickup here and just try to take over the game? It's going to be 2 versus 4, unfortunately.
Bro, poor Mamo.
Trying to lead them away from that bottom goal zone. He will go down.
Insomnia just 5-man snowballing.
Yeah, this seems to be Insomnia's strat here. Just stick together, be protected by that pedal dance, rely on that stun from Luna on that Mewtwo, and even that hindrance and displacement that Buzzwole is going to bring to the table. But we do have 10 seconds left until this basement Reggie does spawn. 4 members of Insomnia are ready to go. Aegis Flames, it looks like they're pivoting towards that top half for the Reggie Electric instead. What's this Reggie going to be? It's just the Reg Ice.
Damn, Reg Ice.
You have to call this extremely lucky, because if that was the Reggie Rock or Reggie Steel, that buff might have just tilted this game too much in favor of Insomnia.
We got a tier 2 Lecky going. I assume they're not worried about it. Leafeon gonna look for a back cap.
They are prepping themselves for that Rayquaza battle. Actually, a big wraparound from Insomnia. Aegis Flames can't afford to get caught here, Kels.
This is the play. You were talking about the answers that they could do, the sneaky dunks. The Reggie Alecki going into
So now Aegis Flames is up.
to dunk in those double points, and they still have that.
But Aegis Flame is getting pushed to Insomnia's side of the map. The Hoopa Unite comes out. Ooh, Buzz is all over the Hoopa. Aegislash goes down. Mewtwo goes down. Mamo about to go down. We still have an Aegislash Unite and a Leafeon Unite. Unfortunately, they're the only 2 up. Leafeon and Char. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough. Oh, the Leafeon gets it! No way! Okay. Only Rayquaza matters. Damn. Damn.
To score them the points, to set them in the lead, forcing Insomnia to take that Rayquaza, and the fact that it's now been denied, the only way for Insomnia to come back, you've got to somehow wipe Aegis Flames within the next 5 seconds, and you're going to have to somehow score 500 points, which with 20 seconds left to go, Cal, I just don't see that happening, unfortunately.
DM just comes out and unites, takes out 2 of them.
Aegis Flames about to lock in
Team wipe.
of this best of 3 series against Insomnia.
That was a surprise attack coming from that Leafeon to go and wipe out of that team, and you know what? This isn't going to stop Aegis Flames. They're just going to go
Hoopa.
the stat board.
Damn. Leafeon just came in and saved the day. Ban Leafeon, I don't know what to tell you.
The Hoopa having their Unite move, it looked a little bit dicey heading on into that team fight, but they somehow
Dude, they just stayed so calm.
Secure on that Rayquaza.
That's crazy.
Clearly tell that there was a plan to this, right? Because the moment they broke that top goal zone, that set them in the lead. And all of a sudden, they realized that, okay, we're in the lead now. Insomnia has to take that Rayquaza. Yeah. And I kind of feel like it was such a smart move, but they kind of let Insomnia think they were going to be able to take it for free. But then all of a sudden, you have that Leafeon come out of nowhere with the huge Unite move to swipe that away. And basically setting themselves into that very dominant position and just basically taking the game from that moment on. So Insomnia, I think they're probably regretting the fact that they did not deal with that Reggie Alecki originally in that top lane. If they kind of dealt with that and got rid of it, they would have still have had that lead in the game, and they wouldn't have had to feel so pressured to take that Rayquaza.
I think that's the difficult calls that
Leafy on OP, bro.
have to make.
Y'all already know.
Get there, and well, I guess it was a risk that seemed like it faltered, but I mean, timing ended up really coming down as Insomnia, as mentioned, there was multiple members of the lanes knocked on out from this.
That sucks. Insomnia dominated that game.
The snowball comp, as great as it is, you know, at the
Rayquaza, all that matters.
can really just turn this kind of lineup on.
First 8 minutes, not important.
Collecting points, but unless you're 600 points over your opponents, Rayquaza is not going to win you that matchup. So I think if you're Insomnia, you know, their plan, it was solid. It was just until they kind of had to deal with that Reggie Alecki, they just didn't make the right decision. Things would have been much different if they didn't put themselves at that point deficit by letting it crash through and letting that
Charizard MVP, baby!
We do have our MVP from that match.
Perfectly balanced comeback mechanic, yep.
93k damage.
Well, the last game that they showed about an hour ago, Zeta Division lost Ray, and then just team wiped them.
I actually think it does really pay off for teams that really rely on that healing. But folks, as we are getting ready for that next game, I do believe we have a bit of a quick update here with Soph. Let's head on over to the stage and see what's happening with Soph.
Well, Kelly, what we have here is on the B stage, we saw Santos Laguna and Reject Gaming, and we know that you guys covered a little bit, but I have the updates on how that series actually ended up, and it was a 2-0 dominant really sweep for Santos Laguna.
No way. They 2-0'd Reject?
The Reject Japanese team.
Damn.
Interesting as well, because the first game,
So we saw this game. We saw game 1. They showed that.
from Reject in the early game, but then just the micro and the way that Santos Laguna were playing in those team fights was definitely spot on. And for game 2, I saw this beautiful play on Rayquaza, final stretch, and just giving the highlight to the defender and the supporter, for me in particular, because
Dude, good isolation, Snorlax. Oh my god, nice.
the Buswell from the pit. On top of that, you had supporter Blissey on the other side of the pit as well, making sure the enemies was completely isolated and separated.
Aegislash missed.
Was supposed to be. So beautiful plays from Santos Laguna and an amazing way to advance into this bracket today. Now, thank you so much, Kelly. Back to you.
Thank you so
Nice.
much for that update on that previous.
Oh man. Dude, we still haven't got through the top 16.
Next, but it is single elimination here for day 2 of the World Championships, which means
And there's no losers bracket. There's no grand final. It's single elimination. This is it. Game over. You lose. No losers bracket. Just out.
We're going to be saying goodbye to so many more teams, but so many big names are already out of the running, Kels. And between these two teams, you know, looking at how things currently are, with Insomnia being behind, they might be the next team to be knocked out if they can't win these next 2 games.
yeah, it is a best of 3 after all. So we'll have to see whether Insomnia can lock on down and take it 2-1 against Aegis Flames. But we
Japan understands. Ban the ho-oh. Picking Suicune. Damn. Don't toy with me. We never get to see bro anymore. Buzzwole. Yep. Buzzchar.
I do like the poach coming in from Matt, so he's got the Buzzwole in his possession this
Matt's is a
time.
demon.
Swiping that away from Insomnia.
Matt's on Buzzwole is insane. That Buzzwole shut down Zeta Division's Zoroark, I think.
No, you don't have that Buzzwole and Eldegoss matchup anymore, which is probably one of the worst matchups in that top lane, hands down. But this does
Hoop-a-diff. Here we go again.
that Blaziken. We didn't see this Pokemon in our first matchup, and this one can be a bit of a nuisance as well.
Mamo.
Feed the Blaziken.
Dude,
Don't
these-
feed the Blaziken. It is a
No way, the Gengar!
Yeah, really going for the Gengar. Okay.
I'm not saying they're throwing, but
Gengar yesterday played by Cakelock, but it looks like Insomnia are going and trying this one out. I'm really interested to see what they end up.
I'm not saying they're throwing, but Gengar?
Have to make sure this Blaziken gets online.
Gengar's a noob stomper, but
Late scalers, but well, this is another Pokemon we haven't
we'll
really
see.
seen very often.
Cerulege, my guy.
A slight comeback, I feel, right? Because there was a time and place where this Pokemon was the in thing. It got hit with a couple of nerfs, kind of fell off in terms of popularity, but it is coming back.
Dude, Cerulege is still so good. I don't care.
I feel like this is a Pokemon I see quite
I
a lot
think
in
Aegis Flames won draft.
I really like to play this Pokemon. So to have
Dude, these
this here,
guys,
I hope Insomnia
these guys came out of nowhere. They shut down everybody yesterday.
has just not been played in Japan recently. This is not a. This is, I guess, like a forgotten Pokemon after the original Cerulege moment meta. So I hope they're ready to deal with this. But the thing is, like, S-Slime, Gengar. I don't know if you want to be dealing with a Cerulege.
Well, I guess that's a benefit with the Cerulege. If they do end up going with that Phantom Force moveset, they're able to go invulnerable as they dive underground. And even then, with its Unite move, if Aegis Flames are caught on out, Insomnia caught on out as a bunch, that Revenant Rend can shred on through.
So it kind of counters that group up play that we're so used to seeing on the side of Insomnia. So maybe Insomnia now suddenly have to make a huge adjustment just because this Pokemon has officially hit the field. We are going to be running into our lanes here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be a Central Lane Mew.
I like how Solo Q finally started skipping those those last two, and the pros stopped skipping them. That's funny. Lane, dude, Lane. Oh my God, he's gonna get so bullied.
Slimy is up here by himself, so he's just going to try and soak up as much experience as possible. I am keen to see what is the goal here for S-Slime. Like, is he going to be running around trying to go for those cheeky pickoffs? Is he maybe trying to go for his own little side quest as everyone's going for those 5-on-5 battles? Or in the case of Insomnia, it will be 4 versus 5. Because unfortunately for Gengar, not a Pokemon that thrives in those big team fights. You kind of want to be on the edge and just sort of harass that one person who's a little bit too far from their teammates.
Well, one thing they are running is those special attack specs, so they need to try and get those online first. But we do have Eldegoss getting caught on out as 4 members of Insomnia are looking to push this bottom pad. Charmander ends up getting knocked out, leaving an opening for Insomnia to go and empty out all their pockets and get in those stacks that they need.
I do like that they rotated the Haunter down here to at least get that 1 stack in. So
yeah, there you go. That's what he needed.
Especially with only 1 Pokemon being down bottom there for Aegis Flames. But I do think we're going to be going back to our lane rotation. Cerulege has fully evolved in that top lane though.
And he's been getting stacked, bro.
Of that top lane for Insomnia, just to make sure.
It's already level 7.
Because you don't want to feed the Cerulege. If anything, you kind of want to put a sign in front of it. Do not.
Ooh, get it, get it, get it, get it. Get it, Cerulege, get it. Go. Stay on it. Nice. Nice.
The freeze was just not enough, and Duzabomb is on a roll, but they end up getting served T-bone backside.
Ooh, the Blaziken though.
Which means Insomnia are able to soak up all of those birds.
If I had to guess, and this is just a guess.
They did group up for those eliminations, and I think Aegis Flames may be getting a little bit too
Nice, good punch. But he goes down. This is just a guess. If I had to guess, Insomnia is going for Rip and Secure with Hex, Gengar, and Blaziken. I don't know. And Solar Beam, Mew. Stuns and Eldegoss, Unite HP healing, you know. Oh, Mamo too good though. That's my guess. After what happened with Ray last game, that's my guess. Nice, good break. Good Ice Fang, isolated. How you like being frozen? Dude, Aegis Flames are they're pushing way more aggressive early.
Random skirmishes across the map.
We do have a Gengar online now.
So I think both teams are kind of testing
Char doesn't have Unite yet. He'll have it by the time he engages the next team fight, though, guaranteed. There it is.
But they do know roughly where the Cerule Edge and that Buzzwole is heading. And Eldegoss,
Ooh!
Eldegoss in a second, able to get
Nope.
out. And the freeze
Ooh, Char Unite comes out.
for the team. This is something we spoke about earlier today, Kels. That freeze from that Suicune. You just need a fraction of a second to turn a game around.
Turn a great game around.
Ooh.
Being able to pick
Mew
up
takes down Char.
but that Piloswine is going to be able to still get in.
Piloswine goes down next. Okay. Insomnia. Okay. Oh, he missed. Good dodge. Good freaking dodge, Saraledge.
Escape through that hyperspace hole. Yeah, very unfortunate. And actually, Mew getting punished by the Hooper there. Fantastic.
Dang.
He just claims to get that pick off. But yeah,
That was a good dodge.
just a slight misclick, unfortunately. Just wasn't able to land that full combo. Would have been fantastic if it did connect, but you know, sometimes it's just you kind of aim in the wrong direction. You know, you get out duped. It's just the nature of Pokemon Unite. The game is still very, very close though, Kel. Just 5 points differential between Insomnia and Aegis Flames. Now, Aegis Flames are the ones that are currently behind. If they want to catch up, they just have to score 5 points somehow, some way. But they're holding on to too many points. And the Mamoswine going to go for the Unite, trying to set up, only catching out that Blaziken. But I think the team, after realizing it was just the one Pokemon, they just scatter.
Yeah, they're going to scatter. They're not going to go and commit. But one thing we can see on the mini-map who is committing, that Saraledge getting in a 40 dump. Soon is getting
Ooh, the Buzzwole Unite comes out. Oh, but the Suicune Unite comes out. Dude, that Unite is so... How did he punch it behind him?
But there is no escaping the grasp of Matt's.
How did he punch it behind him?
Unfortunately for Mats, I think he's about to get collapsed upon by 4 players. A revenge knockout there from Insomnia. They say,
Huh.
take out Suicune, we're going to take you back. And the transition...
Hoopa steal. Hoopa steal. I can feel it.
Wanted to go for the steal, but no, the Gengar with the secure. So
He tried.
Going to be helping the team pick up the experience and that buff as
The
well.
little fella tried.
Probably discouraging Aegis Flames from wanting to engage for those next couple of minutes, especially with a buff like that. You don't really want to underestimate the firepower that's going to be coming out of Insomnia for the next couple minutes. Just having a look at the levels though, Kels. Is it still very much winnable here for Aegis Flames?
Damn.
Yes, we have a push onto this bottom tier 1 pad as Hooper has decided to go in with that hyperspace hole.
Ooh, almost got the Char.
From Insomnia to retreat Sun and leave that Blaziken to go and deal with that Reggie Alecki on their own, which means Aegis Flames weren't able to get
Big overcap.
Uzakazu's now going to get to take the opportunity to go in and get in 41 points in that top half.
Ooh, get him.
Mets taking some big damage there from the Blaziken. Unfortunately, just didn't have the distance originally to catch the Blaziken. It's going to find
Dang.
a Pokemon, but I think that was the right move there for the Blaziken. Could have gone for the knockout, but would have unfortunately been knocked out himself if he'd done so. Lots of self-restraint. You know, we're at World Tier. You can't really go for those fancy knockouts. Sometimes you just have to let them go. Otherwise, you do get punished. But we still have another minute and 15 seconds to go here, Kels. Last moment to pick up that experience before that Rayquaza is coming up onto the field. Just going off of what we have. Who do you feel is going to have the easier time around the Ray pits?
Honestly, it really comes down to anybody's game. It depends on these engages where they decide to position themselves and try and get a catch out. Obviously, we do have these late scalers there. Insomnia looking quite scary with that Gengar hitting that level 14 mark. Blaziken
Damn,
also
level 14
with that
Gengar.
14 on the other side. Aegis Flames, well, now they have 2 because Charizard has just ticked on over. So
Char's 13. Saraledge 13.
Happen as we have witnessed so many times in a game of Pokemon Unite. It's really just going to come down
Steal.
to not only these big decisions,
Dude,
but
that it's almost never a steal. It's like they do that intentionally in tournaments.
Aegis Flames, it's just a Reg Ice. No,
It's almost always ice.
with the 20 seconds left before we go into that final stretch.
That's
folks.
crazy,
But we do have
man.
Reggie Alecki bouncing up in that top lane, so that's probably going to be waltzing in. We don't see any Insomnia players in position to intercept that, so that is going to be going in. Does Aegis Flames maybe want to go for a quick score here? We are at the final stretch, so if they do score, it's going to be double points. It's still going to be that instant point score if they want to go for it, but instead they want to prioritize that.
They have a Hoopa. Just go.
But here's the difficult
There you
part
go.
for
There
Aegis
goes Char.
Flames.
There goes Char for the
How
back
do they
cap.
get that perfect initiation?
Yep.
It might come down to Mats here. They do get that score in, so now Aegis Flames, they are the ones in the lead for points.
feel like we're
This
having
looks
deja
familiar.
vu here with with Aegis Flames getting that dunk and now taking the lead. Insomnia have decided not to.
Gengar's in danger. Gengar's in danger.
Utilizing that Mew to poke on out. We do have Sarah Leach.
Gengar is not in danger. Call an ambulance. But Gengar's already dead. It's fine. Can't kill a ghost. Char Stars Unite. Buzz Stars Unite. Hoopa Stars Unite. Mammoth Stars Unite.
They can't really out-secure Insomnia unless they knock out those key targets, the Blaziken and that.
There it is. There it is. Char Unite on the Blaziken. That was the target. Yep. Down goes Blaziken. That's their secure. That's it. Rip. Get it off the... Oh! The Mew took it! That was their backup secure. You have to defend those goals, though. You have to defend that tier 1. Oh, man. They're not... Blaziken's back. Oh, that was a huge surf. Woo! And we're going to game 3, guys. All right, let's go. Damn, the backup secure got it. They were so focused on the Blaziken, they forgot there was a Mew with no consequences on the map.
And they did so many things right as well. They got rid of that Blaziken right around that Rayquaza pit. But unfortunately, Mew, also another fantastic Pokemon that can fall back to, that you can fall back to if you need that secure. So I think
on that note, Luna was a key player during that Rayquaza fight. The way they were poking at the tall grass, chipping away slowly at Aegis Flames really benefited them. Obviously, we ended up having Aegis Flames benefiting from that Reggie Electric, but Insomnia, they may have made that mistake in that
Damn.
by not securing that Rayquaza, but they weren't going to let that mistake happen again.
I mean, they had multiple Pokemon that they could have fallen.
All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom. Keep this playing for you guys. I'll be right back while we wait for game 3.
Right, closing out the dream, 2-0, moving on, but Insomnia are now starting to adapt. And now is the question of what's going to be happening in that third matchup. Are we going to be seeing some changes in drafted Pokemon? Are we maybe going to be seeing a different play style happening from these two teams? Because now it's
Tournament lives are on the line.
Tournament lives are on the line. There's another word for this, but it's kind of gone, unfortunately, because my coffee, I think, is starting to run out. It's a moment. That's probably the closest I'm going to get at this point in time. But we do have to give a big mention here for Luna. MVP saved the game for Insomnia with his Mew.
Yeah, it ended up getting that secure and that Rayquaza, but as I said, such a pivotal Pokemon to have to get that poke damage and just find out where Aegis Flames were hiding in that tall grass and chip away. So being able to get 73k damage just from all of that poke.
I have to say, Luna did play a really fantastic game, right? He wasn't just playing as the damage dealer, the central laner for the team, but there were multiple times where we did see Luna. He was stalling, he was chasing, he was securing, he was basically playing every single role on the team, really trying to just sort of keep them in that running for that matchup. And so I kind of wonder, is this maybe now a Pokemon that has to be banned? Like, is Luna maybe too flexible on the Mew? Like, can they afford to play another game versus his Mew? Because I feel like he just played too many roles too well. Like, Mew is not that classic attacker where you're just there to do damage, you know, you're just there to melt health bars. No, there's a lot of utility that's also tied into Mew.
Nice, Advent. Congrats.
Yes, Solar Beam is such a good move.
Congrats. Oh, we're going to lay this chair back. I forgot it does that. Oh, that's better. That's nice. Now we comfy. Now we chilling. Game 3.
going on the B stage.
There's Sarah Aura and that Ho-Oh Bear.
Okay, and Charizard's still going to be
Stamina has won game 1 versus Peru, and we are starting game 2.
I love how Insomnia, they are just so set on just taking this Elderos. And Elderos has worked so well for this team. Great
Ooh.
lanes that provides healing, and also you've got ways to pivot with this Pokemon depending on what skill build you kind of want. You can play aggressive, you can still have access to heals, but lots of bread and butters coming back for these two teams, right? Aegis Flames, they get that Buzzwole. Again, Matt's really great on that Pokemon, but Insomnia also picking up that Blaziken for themselves. Again, getting themselves a Pokemon that can secure those objectives. And what's missing on Aegis Flames side? A Secura. They need to pick a Pokemon that can compete with that Blaziken.
Well, there is still two more picks to go for Aegis Flames. I'll have to see what it is, but Psyduck, I did see Sun pivoting between either
They going
Hoopa
back.
or
They're going with the
Psyduck.
dual supports again.
Picking that Hoopa previously, but looks like they're just going to stick with this yellow duck instead.
Oh, they're going Buzzwole Blissey. Let's go.
How about potentially some Blissey Execures? We always love the supported Secures. Or, I mean, Leafeon as well.
You've got two ways to secure, right? You can even team up the Blissey with that Leafeon if you really needed to. Bliss Assist onto that Leafeon. Leafeon goes with the Unite move. You've got two big moves that really work well with each other. So this is a way to kind of play the game, but then now Aegis Flames have kind of pigeonholed themselves into a composition that is going to struggle against
Nice. Congrats, Shadman.
And this
Congrats.
is not the first time they've seen this. They've already encountered that Venusaur from Insomnia, and that was definitely a monster.
Oh, yeah, the snowball pump, just Insomnia running at them, and I guess for Aegis Flames, they don't really have that range damage to go and poke out that.
Damn, we are 3 hours in, and we're not even to round 2 yet.
They're going to have to run through that pedal dance. We saw them successfully take it down by isolating it out, but it really comes down to where a slime is on the map at that time.
Yeah, there are options here for Aegis Flames, and I kind of feel like this might be the very likely scenario here. So because they picked up a very strong top laner here on the side of Mats, they can kind of leave the Buzzwole to his own
I need
devices in the
water.
top lane and rotate everybody else into that
I need
bottom
water.
lane to assist the Charmander lane. You want to do the best that you can to slow down S-Slime's progress on that Venusaur, because the slower this Pokemon comes online, the less effective it becomes the later the game goes. Like, the whole shtick of Venusaur, get as big as fast as you can, and once you're big enough, you basically just roll over everybody like the world's largest marble.
Oh gosh, we are having nightmares there, but otherwise, folks, we are headed on in.
All right, here we go. Game 3.
Game between Aegis Flames and Insomnia. It is one apiece. Both of these teams tournament.
Dude, I know, it's sick.
It is single elimination here for day 2. We'll have to see how this one fares out, as 3 members are heading towards that top half.
Smart play here from Insomnia. So realizing that down bottom they will have to address that Charmander lane, they say, okay, we're going to slow down Metz's top lane so that he is a much weaker Pokemon in the top lane, and then we're going to
Dude, the 3 top strat is interesting.
Unfortunately for a chance, there's only so much that you can do in this very strong 3-man rotation, but it looks like we do have the Leafeon.
Ooh, Leafeon's out though. Leafeon's out though. Doing Leafeon stuff.
It only would have been onto a Booyah, and with no way to finalize that connection,
Yeah,
they won't
true.
get that knockout
Ooh,
yet,
Leafeon got it.
and it's going to be a bit of a stalemate situation in that top lane.
I think that's a benefit of Leafeon, obviously being able to evolve at level 4, but they do want to play it safe for the time being. But it looks like it's going to be a 4v4 up in that top half, as we do have some pushes back and forth. Combustion and Chansey ends up getting
Woo, but they go down.
and now it's only
The Mega Mewtwo is too much. The Mega Mewtwo is too much.
this Aeos energy into this top half.
I love this play from Insomnia. Instead of actually just leaving the Venusaur in that bottom lane, they said, okay, we're going to have the Psyduck down there. You can grab that experience. Venusaur can help. Venusaur can deal out damage. And they just rolled through that top lane. So not only did their Venusaur score, you got some really good experience as well. And after that,
Nice.
going to go into the central area. Should be enough to evolve into that Venusaur in just a second.
Whoop.
Yeah, after
Good
that,
block.
things might be going a little bit scary in that top lane, but I mean, Ivysaur not hindered at all, and now a Venusaur with the petal dance, and especially with this early in the game.
Ooh, Combustion's in a lot of trouble. He goes down. Snorlax, nice. Venu's also in a lot of trouble, but it's a Venusaur.
but it's a freaking Venusaur. Go, 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 get it. Chase the Leafeon. How is it faster than a Pedal Dance Venusaur?
Trying to get back to safety behind that buzz wall. So no KOs for Venusaur with that chase.
Not yet, but this is such an early
I would think you should have kept chasing the Leafeon.
to deal with this up until they have somebody that actually can stand
Ooh.
with this
Ooh, get him.
Mets got slowed down in the early game.
Oh, oh, Venu. Venu, oh, big heals on the birds. No, oh my god, he's staying alive. How? No way. Nice, good math. Dang. How good is Venusaur?
Get those KOs instead. Being able to clear that top half of that top tier 1 pad allows Insomnia to go and secure this Reggie Alecki, which is going to be a threat for Aegis Flames. But we can see on the mini-map that it's only a Soul Buzzwole up there. Are they going to be able to defend, or are they just going to let this Reggie Alecki walk on through? I mean, can they really...
Ooh, good dodge. Faked him out. Buzz goes down, it goes in. Let the points rain. And we're taking the jungle. All right, Insomnia.
Being ready to deal with the Venusaur this big yet, and already you're seeing a invade there from the Leafeon. Has to teleport back home because yeah, you can already tell Insomnia they kind of want their central area back, but it does come at a bit of a cost. They do lose that Elder Goss, and that's going to be some experience there to Mets. But Aegis Flames, it's a tough mid game. They can come out of this, but they have to be very calculative of how they do this next fight against Insomnia.
Char's in the air. Venu Unite comes out. Mewtwo Unite comes out. Looks like Aegis Flame is winning this team fight pretty hard. Never mind. Never mind. The Venusaur is unkillable. Oh my god.
Aegis Flames have lost that match, that fight. They just
Wow.
We saw just then as well. They tried so hard to melt down S Slime, but the moment you start to see his health hit critical mass, all of a sudden it just goes.
Dude, how good is Venu? Pedal Dance Giga Drain Venu. Unkillable confirmed.
You can try and slow them down, but they're going to need some more Unite moves if they want to try and deal with
Yes.
this enormous Venusaur. Mets coming in from the sideline. He's hiding in a bush. Maybe going to try and go.
They don't know the Buzz is there.
There's no Blissey for the team, no sustain. So they really want to fight.
Nice. Ooh, ooh. Blaziken goes down. They're in trouble. Venu caught out. But it does not matter because Venu is unkillable, in fact. Venu is, in fact, unkillable. Bro, the Eldegoss Shield and Giga Drain? That's nuts. Now a home base. They got to rip this off the map so they can get one right before Ray. Bro, Insomnia is playing so well.
Insomnia, they've been able to secure this Reggie Alecki. There's no tier 2 pad there anymore. Aegis Flames are aware, only securing themselves a Reg Ice. But
Dude, it's always a Reg Ice.
they're just going to use that Reggie Alecki as a distraction. They do not want to play too aggressively this time round, even though we have seen so much aggression so far. Uh-oh, down bottom, I think there is a bit of a chase happening. The Charizard is there.
Char Unite goes up.
4-minute mark will do some damage, but already down
Mewtwo Unite comes out. Venu is the front line. Dude. Oh, he missed his Giga Drain. Bliss Assist comes out. Venu Unite. Unite Shield. And it doesn't matter. Every time I think the Venu's going down, he's like, nah, bro, I'm good. Dude, level 13 Venu. Bruh. Yo, this is Protect the President right here. This is Secret Service comp right here. You got the close range protectors, the A presser behind the Venu and the Mewtwo. Good lord.
You just hide behind that Venusaur because the pedal dance radius is enormous. The Venusaur is going to be
Dude.
unknockoutable at this point of time because again we mentioned this earlier on. I believe in the first matchup that we saw that Venusaur
Heals and shields, baby.
thrives in matches where there is
Ooh, ooh, get him, switch and blast, bam!
And just looking at what Aegis Flames has, they don't have the damage to do that. They actually need to combine 3 Pokemon
Yeah.
to
Vina, what? You guys aren't immortal? That's weird.
Damage in a fraction of a second to get rid of the core Pokemon that basically makes up this draft for Insomnia, which is that Venusaur. So, plan B.
So the win con for Aegis Flame is Char Unite the Venusaur and stack it with the Leafeon Unite when it lands on the ground. Ooh, but they do get finally a Registeel. Of course they do, though. But with 10 seconds left, they do have a home-based Regieleki going. I think that's a fair trade. Insomnia comes in from their side of the map. Blissey gets it, but it doesn't matter. They run to go score. It's fine. They've got to defend. 5 more seconds. I don't know. I don't know. They've only got a Blaziken. Yeah, I think Aegis Flames can do it. They got to play patient, be smart. You got to get the Char Shield. You got to get the Char Shield. Oh! The damn Blissey. Run! You just need the Mewtwo to score. You just need the Mewtwo to score. Or the Psyduck. Get the Psyduck to the goal. Get the Psyduck to the goal. Never mind. Char got more points in. Score, 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 score. Bliss assist. Buzz Unite. Vino Unite. Oh! Oh, they're so close! They're so close! Not enough! No way! Oh my god, that match! And Peru wins, so Stamina and Peru are going to a game 3 as well. Dude.
You could see at the moment, people are probably wondering why they're not celebrating. They don't know how small that gap was. But the defense...
Wow, unbiased caster, guys. Told you she was the Brazilian caster. Damn, Insomnia's out.
They are out of the tournament. Well, they made big surprises yesterday for day 1, being able to take down Zeta Division.
Yeah.
Now they have just taken down another one of the Japan.
It's a Brazilian team, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
You just cannot underestimate this team, just bringing so much flair and fire to the match. Honestly, I feel a little bit like Chef yesterday with what just happened. We're not even the ones playing the game, Kel. You can't imagine how the players must be feeling in that match as well, because we have to remember it's a single elimination format today. If you lose your match, you are out. There is no lower bracket. Aegis Flame keeping the dream alive for their region, and the confidence just exuding from this team. Like, you can just see it, and how this team is so confident, so ready to go into their next game. I'm pretty sure if you told them, hey, do you wanna play your next match now? They'd say yes.
Well, I mean, I guess it's once that ball is rolling, you've just got to keep on going. But I mean, I'm sure we'll end up getting an interview from them. But they are all smiles and bring that really good aura to the field. I mean, I know that they had that Softchan buff yesterday with her
casting those matches, but I guess just her sitting in the back line, you could see them celebrating, which was just such a wholesome moment for Soph and the team, being the representatives from Brazil.
But it's not over. They're still in the tournament. They've still got more games to play. Lots more celebrations to be had if they can continue to win their matches. But I think now the question is, who's going to be their opponent? We will find out about this a little bit later on, but we do have an interview with our winners. Let's see what they have to say after such a close victory.
Probably so, man. Probably so.
I'm here with Antares, and I need to ask, are you okay? Tá tudo bem?
Muito bem, eu tô muito feliz de ter conseguido ganhar e representar o Brasil dessa forma. Tipo, não tem sentimento melhor que esse.
He says it's feeling really good. There's nothing that compares to this feeling right now, and he's so happy to be able to represent a Brazilian team like his at Worlds. Right, this last game, we were like down to the wire, everybody on the edge of their seat. Wow. Can you tell me how were you guys communicating for that last fight and the last push?
Yeah, I need to give me a Zero or a plushie.
You still had to score. Como é que foi a comunicação nesses últimos momentos, quando você tava todos, né, decidindo, vamos puxar porque ainda tem 15 segundos de respawn. Como é que foi a comunicação?
Então, no final, a gente decidiu só flipar o Rayquaza porque não tinha como ganhar a fight. E o time dos caras é muito bom e, nossa, foi muito difícil.
And so he says it was actually a decision to go for the rip immediately on Rayquaza because the enemy team is so strong and they were very worried about the team fight aspect of it. So it's very important to them to go for the Rayquaza immediately. Now, I know there's still much emotion to calm down on your nerves, but you have a whole bracket to play here at Worlds 2025. How are you feeling for the next step in the bracket? Como é que você tá em preparação para esse próximo round do bracket de single elimination?
Eu tô na mentalidade de ser campeão, e é isso.
Simple, direct, straight to the point. My mentality is we are gonna be champions. Give it up again for Aegis Flames. Thank you so much, Antares. Back to you guys in the booth.
And as Soph Chan would say in honor of Brazil, Bora! For Aegis Flames there and all of the fans cheering from them in the crowd and at home. But what a wholesome moment between them two. We are going to get our bracket update to see, well, how is it faring out? Aegis Flames obviously continuing on through. Well, who do they potentially go up against? Oh, there we go. Stamina Esports or Peru have yet still to play their match there with that 0-0. But so far, we do have Team EX Zeta Division progressing on through, along with Kakalok and Santos Laguna.
Okay, I'm just looking at the potential opponents here for Aegis Flames. Who would you like to see make it through?
Well,
I'll throw my opinion first. I'd love to see Peru make it through.
It's a battle between LATAM North and LATAM South there.
Yep.
And I think they're two very strong contenders when it comes to the top 16. So we'll have to see if that one pairs. Honestly, we did caster predictions, and from the top of my head, I can't actually remember. I think I put down Stamina Esports as my caster prediction.
I think I put Peru.
Okay.
So we're kind of on opposite ends of the
I
spectrum.
could be
at this
completely
point in
wrong.
time.
I cannot remember there, but we'll have those games updated for you very shortly. But I mean, so far, we have seen some incredible matches. These teams fighting towards that finish line. Obviously, there is still a lot more to go, and like Soph, I think we need to take ourselves a little bit of a breather. So make sure you hydrate. Take those deep breaths because there is so much more action to come here at the Pokemon World Championships. We'll be back very shortly.
Gotta mute the music. We got LG coming up next, and then the quarterfinals start. Let's go. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be back in a moment.
I think both of us are choosing this World Championship might be the best one.
All right.
We'll see. Now, another question.
I like that they keep replaying this. Let's go. Let's get to LG.
We want added into Pokemon Unite. It's already 70-some Pokemon. But what's another one you want in the game?
I would love to see Totodile. So that is another one of my favorites because we cannot just have one, but I would absolutely love to see Totodile just running around, chomping everything.
Yeah, okay, good. Very good, chompy boy. I love that. Last time I said Dusknoir. This time I'm going to go with my favorite Pokemon. I want to see Banette in Pokemon Unite. So bad. Speedster Banette, please. I'll do anything. Okay, final question. Kelly, we got a really fun tournament happening already while you were all watching this. So, what Pokemon do we think is going to be seen the most in the tournament? That's including both fans and picks.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I think Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is either going to get banned or it's either going to get picked up if it doesn't end up getting banned. So, that's my counter right there.
That's a great answer. I'm going with the same one. I also think it's going to be Ho-Oh. I think it's going to be a very, very common pick this weekend. Hello, we have one more fun thing to do in this segment. We've got a very colorful wheel. Why don't you go ahead and spin that, and we'll decide on one final question. No, I think that was great. Oh, interesting is going to be our favorite EV evolution. I'm just kidding. It is going to be do your best Pokemon cry. Kellosaurus, please hit us with your best Pokemon cry. Slowpoke. Oh. I like like that one a lot. In the great words of another Pokemon Unite commentator, Sofago. Acha, acha, acha. That's been Meet the Casters, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm Zoink, this is Kello, and I hope you have fun meeting some more casters.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite World Championships. And we are just having a little bit of a wander around the floor, gauging how the audience is doing. And with me, I found this a wild encounter. We have a retro Sylveon cosplay and a Mega Dragonite. This is
Nice.
cosplay, and this
Beto, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you, buddy. We just watching Worlds. LG's coming up next.
this weekend.
It's been so incredible. I had the honor of co-hosting yesterday's cosplay showcase, featuring amazing, spectacular, talented cosplayers, and we had our first EV Airband workshop.
Wow, that's amazing. And you said you're doing something more today as well.
We're going to be having our second EV Airband workshop today, and I can't wait to see all of the incredible creations.
Yeah, make sure to drop by. And now, Sarah Turner, tell me a little bit about your cosplay.
I'm cosplaying Mega Dragonite because of the new Legends EA game coming out, so I had to represent because Dragonite is my favorite.
And we're so excited as well because there's going to be demo right throughout the week, and I so want to play it. Mine is scheduled for Sunday. But you guys have been here for Pokemon in general. Is there anything that you have enjoyed like the most from the 4 titles?
I was able to actually get to play in the Play Labs. I got my hands on trying out the Unite game for the very first time. I got to be able to play Eevee, and at least I got involved into a Leafeon.
Okay, so Leafeon you were wearing
Nice.
the other day, so it's
Nice.
another character. I know she's Sylveon today, but Leafeon the other day. How about you? What have you been enjoying?
I don't think I've played a Fire Emblem since the Game Boy Advance.
The Violet and Scarlet game, we got to play it in the Play Labs as well, and it's so fun to play, but also playing the new Legends game as well, seeing the new battle mechanics and all the new encounters is so much fun.
So sad. I could have played the demo. I could have streamed the demo of Legends if I just went to Worlds.
We're cosplaying as well. I'm cosplaying as a real caster today. Maybe to fool some
Nice.
people. But what's up, everybody? Welcome back. Upsets galore here at Worlds. I feel like we have so much to talk about. Of course, I'm Wonder Chef. This is Zoinks, and today has been ridiculous.
It really has. I mean, we already had a few upsets even yesterday, if you want to consider some of those, and we're starting off the day with some really crazy action. I mean, Santos Laguna moving on in a 2-0 fashion earlier on in the bracket, and then, of course, we had just witnessing Aegis
And
Flames
Peru just knocked out Stamina.
B-Stage stream is still ongoing, so you can catch some of the action or all of the action.
Peru just knocked out Stamina. So Stamina versus Aegis Flames for the quarterfinals.
And we can actually see the last minute of their game. It's going to be close. Obviously, they're already in game number 3. We get to see it from the featured stage. Oh, and Ray is still
Nice. That sounds great, Nah Dog.
Strong lead over 100 points. Stamina looking for a way in or maybe a way around. You see Dodrio on that mini-map on a mission.
Damn. That's a lot of hours, Beta.
100 points in rapidly, giving Stamina a great chance to come back in this.
Oh, they're kind of spacing them out. They're splitting them around. A lot of Unite starting to come out, but so
Yep, I spoiled this for you guys.
Unite from the Snorlax. I'm sorry. I'm blanking out. There's so much happening right now, and we're going to see the Unite come in from Tempo as well. Is going to be able to pick up a couple members. Peru already with the lead. They're going to be pushing forward.
Yeah, we're at the point of the game now where Rayquaza, we just do not have enough time to KO that wild Pokemon, so it's all hands on deck to try to increase that score lead or to catch up if you're in the favor of Stamina. That Crustle score would get them to 300 points, but it's simply not going to be...
Oh, yeah. Of course, Absol and Worlds.
America South is going to hold on to their lead in this game number 3 and knock Stamina Esports out of the
Peru.
tournament. So
But,
that
unfortunately, they got knocked out.
also to be represented in our top 8 today.
Wow. All right. So our top 8 is actually really, really varied right now as far as region. I was just talking about that. You were talking about this was our, I believe, second to last featured match. As far as I know, obviously things can change.
Of the round of 16.
Of the round of 16.
Yeah.
The second to last one. The next one is going to be the Nouns match, where it's going to be Nouns going up against Talon. And then, of course, our match that we're going to be watching very soon is going to be...
Yeah, I haven't seen a Desi. Haven't seen a Desi.
Regions right now, we can see a lot. I mean, look, Peru is there with Latam South, who's Aegis Flames for Brazil, Team EX for Korea, Zeta for Japan, Kate Kalok, I forget which, APEC West, that's what it is.
All right, so we got 2 more games in the top 16, and then we start the quarterfinals. Next up is QT Dig versus Luminosity, then Nouns versus Talon, and then we start the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and these 2 matches that are yet to be played out in the top 16 are setting up some last hopes of a few of these regions. Currently, Luminosity Gaming from North America is the last hope for that region. Talon for APAC.
Dude, NA got knocked out. We only got Luminosity left. I thought Orange Juicers would make it.
Personal pride, team pride, but at the World Championships, there is that added element of your regional representation.
Right, it is huge, and sometimes it's funny because you'll see these teams that fight against each other for an entire season, and suddenly they go to Worlds, and they're like, all right, well, we're going to cheer each other on, because now we want our region to do well. Oh, I can't believe
Oh, Overlord.
Okay, so we should fill in a little bit of context here. Yeah, so Japan was feeling pretty confident after that win over Luminosity Gaming the previous night before. Overlord, though, ever confident, was not swayed by this tweet from Pavone, instead responding saying, enjoy your last win. Little did we know, that tweet was a bit more prophetic than I think anybody expected. Is yes, Reject losing 2-0 earlier on today in the bracket means that Luminosity Gaming's Overlord's words did come true.
All right, let's you know, highlight some niceness as well. I believe Slash had a really nice tweet saying, like, yes, Reject, we've always said that that Japan is, in our opinion, the best region in the world, and I can't remember who it was, but I think Slash was saying one of the players he thought was the best player in the world that was on their team, and so okay, yes, yeah, that's right. So, you know, there was some love for sure shared between those teams. It's not all, you know, some trash talk. But that doesn't
Just talking some trash.
That's where we're at. But yeah, you know what's make good TV? Luminosity Gaming. No matter what happens, something always happens with them. Obviously, they've got some accolades under their belts, but they always find themselves in some pretty fun situations.
Yeah, this is a team, obviously a 2-time world champion. It feels like we don't even need to do the full introduction for this squad for basically anybody watching, but normally, when we see this team in the World Championship stage, it's a much different look. Usually, it's flawless from start to finish. These teams, but this Luminosity Gaming squad is going into day 2 with a much different look of momentum, taking a loss just at the end of our day number 1. They've had to wait to play this matchup for quite some time, but now they get their chance to start our round of 16 against QT Dig after taking a loss yesterday. The team Reject from
He is focused up, locked in.
from that same region.
And QT Dig, a really interesting team in the fact that we've had a chance to see so much of every other Japanese team. So much, or at least the players that comprise them. There have been some shifts over the course of the season, but extremely familiar. And this is a team of players that are considerably more fresh to us, especially in the West. You know, they weren't part of the Asian League, the Japanese League. They weren't at a lot of the open brackets that we got a chance to see, but they obviously have proven their worth 10,000 times more than they needed to, and they're here fighting now against Luminosity.
Yeah, qualifying for this tournament in the 3rd place position at the PJCS, aka the Japanese Regional Competition. But let's get into this draft. It will be a Mewtwo Y-band for QT Dig, something that Luminosity has not brought out too often. However, Curious does like those attackers.
Mewtwo Y-band, Horse Band, Band in the Hoopa. Okay.
Just certainly not a common pick, but the only options not available to either team for this draft.
And Latios.
Galarian Rapidash, as well as the Latios.
Some really big available first picks.
So Ho-Oh is on the table. Suicune is on the table.
The biggest, as we saw win rate earlier, highest in the entire tournament so far is Serena, and that is a Pokemon that
Suicune.
Japan has loved for years and years. Suicune as well, which we are going to be seeing most likely here as a first pick on the side of Luminosity.
And Charizard.
That's what I was going to say, so thank you very much, Overlord.
I would not be shocked if we saw a Snorlax pick very early from QT Dig. I think we were kind of describing those Pokemon as sort of the
Serena.
that have been sought after in terms of
Zacian.
the encounter rate.
Yes.
The set that we see Pokemon either seen in ban phase or in pick phase. But at this point, it will be the Zacian as well as the Zarina. So 2 heavy melee damage Pokemon. When you see that on the other side of the draft screen, teams have an interesting choice. You can try to match fire with fire, kind of out-brawl, out-sustain, or you can give the option to...
I don't know about about the Armor Rouge. I didn't like it much yesterday, but Slash on the Snorlax, we gonna see immediate jungle invade.
Counter melee style of the Armor Rouge. Fire Spin Psyshock is a very good don't come after me or you're going to take way too much damage style of game.
Right, so they are going to be flexing their comp on the side of QT Dig with a little bit more range, and Teleon, which we did see work for
Zoroark! Let's go! Slash is cool. He's such a good defender. He is such a good defender player, man.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think trainers made a lot of their name known for doing this exact thing, right? They are on this speedster without a whole lot of backpack-esque support that we have seen previously. Ooh, interesting stuff to see from Kyrios on Luminosity, changing up a few items, actually going with the Assault Vest Cursed Incense Rocky Helmet. So a lot of defense boosting, but specifically...
Oh, yeah, for that Intellion snipe shot. Nope. Leftovers?
We're looking at Inteleon. We're going to be trying to reduce that snipe shot damage. One thing for Armor Rouge is great against counter melee, but it will be outranged.
By the way, Slash is a Leftovers believer. I don't know if you guys know this. True. That's his job. That's the defender's job. And the most important thing is for your team to trust your defender. That you're gonna make all the right plays.
I think we had a little bit of B-stage footage that did include some Inteleon games, but yeah, on the main stage, I believe we've only seen that Pokemon once.
Right, yeah, it's been very, very rare. However, it's still quite strong. It does look like we're going to be making sure that everybody's all set up to go. But, I mean, Inteleon, still a great Pokemon. It did receive some nerfs recently. It's not as...
Pretty heavy-handed ones, too.
Yes, some very, very big ones. But it still brings to the table so many things that really nobody else can, right? I mean, it still has the ability to escape. It still brings the range that only...
I think he does. I think a lot of the casters always talk about how good Slash is. I think he does. I think for the most part, as a tank player, you just don't get the recognition for what you do unless you still Ray, right? Unless your character pops up on the screen as the guy that steals Ray. Like, it's... Oh, that Goomy plush is amazing! Oh, I'm so mad. Because, honestly, the rest of your team should be in the spotlight at all times because you're doing your job. Like I said, that's the mark of a good defender, is but you don't get noticed in the game. Unless, of course, you have really aware people watching that know you're the reason your carries did all that stuff. But a good tanker support is invisible. Nobody notices it because it's way easier to notice a tank and support when they're making mistakes, when they mess up. Because when they mess up, their team goes down. That's exactly my point. Unless you're the tanker support that steals Ray and makes sure your team wins.
More so than I kind of thought there was going to be in, how do I explain this? Like in the path, only in the path, right? I do expect that if we're going to see a little bit more early aggression, it's going to be a lot of people kind of going for big flanks and seeing this rotation.
Oh, four man. There we go. Go, 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 go! I have no idea who got what. Dude, QT Dig getting a lot of the experience. Get out of there, Otter.
So Trainer, knowing that the Serena will very likely be going towards the bottom path, makes it mandatory that they make that same rotation and try to keep just a...
Nice play. I don't think he gets away, but that was nice.
Just let Otter get out a little bit longer, delay them all a little bit more. That was really, really nice. But that see a little bit more at the very, very beginning of the game. Now we're starting to see a little bit more invade as we're going into the middle of the game.
All right, Char's level 6. We finally got the heavy slam.
Most of that experience from the center area, but I think we're going to start to split up again and kind of regroup before we get to these big objectives.
Yeah, Overlord will get the evolution though. So a pretty impressive performance in the top path is going to get to level 7, where their opposing Pokemon in the Zacian is only at level 5. So such a good early pace for Luminosity Gaming on the top side, even if bottom side in the early moments of the matchup were in favor of QT Dig. It does look like we have a little bit of a trade in that sense.
Right, they really, ideally, QT Dig would have loved to have shut down the Charizard a little bit more, but wow, look at this forward positioning. They're maybe going to try to go for this goal zone if they can. I don't know if they see full vision. They do, I think, commit now to trying to take this down. 3 members at least, actually quite good at the, Suicune quite good at defending.
Oh, QT Dig is pushing hard, putting LG on their back foot. We almost have a Char Unite. Listen, that was a good way to come in, but I would have taken the bunny on the way past. But he comes through and gets that one for level 9. We have a Charizard Unite, a Zoroark Unite, versus no Unites. Body block the snipe shot. And Char's in the air. That's 2 KOs. That's 2 KOs. Yep. Oh! Nice snipe shot. Yeah, a little bit. LG's got some scalers though. Like I said, that Char Unite.
Confident in their ability to defend this goal zone, so not favoring the Regieleki as much. You watch Trainer LGC on the mini-map there, one of the central area players that so frequently, after winning a team fight or even having a small exchange in one of the paths, is checking their own central area and the opposing team's central area, making sure they're aware of the timers on the spawning of the Aselgor to Scavalier, and always making themselves in an opportune situation to take one of those buffs if they have the option.
This has been a pretty delicate dance of a game, and right there, that was you're almost getting danced up.
Bliss assist.
Well, we're going to see a push really far forward here. The Blissisons coming out just to try and save Hot.
Char's in danger. Char's in a lot of danger. But they save him. He gets out. He gets away.
Defender at the moment. Overlord going to be returning, going back, trying to get some health. And LG doing a good job of not quite taking any losses in most of these situations. That's what I was kind of saying about this delicate dance, is that we've seen a lot of LG pushing and then backing up. And obviously they allow a few people to go down, especially with the XP shares, but they haven't given up this EXP lead by allowing any of their big carries to be taken down.
It's just such a defensible composition. I mean, Snorlax so good at preventing some of that.
Is it going to be an ice or a rock? I think there's a 90% chance it's an ice, a 4% chance it's a rock, and a 1% chance it's a steel. Oh my god, that snipe shot damage. Hey, it's a rock! Alright. The Zoroark has Unite back. And he's coming in from the opposite side. Ooh, they saw him though. Char still has no Unite. Man, that Char Unite nerf is criminal. I got a rock. I think that every time, Nah Dog. I think that every time. Oh, yes. And I got a rock. Bro. Guys, Nah Dog might be my spirit animal. Ooh! Nice secure. Get out of there. Run. Don't go back in. Don't go back in. You're crazy. You're crazy. Trainer's crazy. Power nap. Yep, just take the KO for the Unite charge.
I think a lot of those HP bars benefiting from that Regirock buff in a pretty major way. I think in any other Zoroark is getting at least one with that Unite move. But I did like that play of Trainer jumping back in there. You were right, he was on pretty low HP, but gained the benefit of the buddy barrier from the Suicune Unite move.
Yeah.
So Otter kind of replenishing a shield on top of the Zoroark, and they find the perfect opportunity to weave in and get some damage. No knockouts, but of course a ton of pressure on that top half.
Still a level lead, just barely for Luminosity. It's a little bit less than it was before, and this basement red.
Dude, this is a really close game. And there's the ice.
Overlord kind of the only one sitting down there looking.
Only Aegis Flame has got a steal for Ray.
All alone down in the final moments before the final stretch. Reg Ice, oh, they actually go for a reset. I don't know if that's intentional, but that's going to slow them down a lot.
Yeah.
That's a kind of cool strategy. I don't feel like I've ever seen that. Just in case you start that reset. Still, it's only going to slow them down. It's not going to stop them, as the Reg Ice buff will go to the side of QT.
Which is good because they have Blissey healing.
Level 13, which will even up at least one of the level 13s of Luminosity, and they've already pre-positioned so.
Damn, only level 10 on the Suicune. Char still doesn't have Unite, man. Char still doesn't have Unite. Do not take that. Char has Unite now. Char has Unite now. Alright, just gotta play slow, play smart, don't get caught. Dude, they're so spread out. LG is so spread out. That's, yeah.
Here, though, is that all the poke damage from the Inteleon will be pretty permanent. There's no true healer on the other side. However, they're not really playing to that strength at the moment. They are kind of waiting, seeing if they can get some vision, I think, before they try these snipe shots. That's going to hit
Go in the air.
really, really hard. Going for a second knockback, be able to capture it as Unite's coming out from the Serena. They're burning on this Ray, going down to about half life. Unite coming
Bliss assist.
as well. Burning down the Serena solo.
Serena will not go down. Get the Inteleon. Zone the Inteleon. Zone the Inteleon. Zone the Inteleon. Char secure, baby! Let's go! Let's go! Ooh, I was a little bit nervous for which burn damage was going to get it. I think Overlord waited out the Ho-Oh burn damage. That was so smart. I bet we see a Char ban. Whoop!
Honestly, this entire game looking to play pretty perfectly. I don't think they really allowed anything that looked like a mistake or anything that seemed like any sort of like.
You're right about Trainer emotionless.
They give up very, very few KOs, and yeah, just beautiful play.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with a lot of aspects of LG. Obviously, I think that final fight was just, chef's kiss a little bit. However, I think the early game, Overlord walking away with a 2-level advantage before first Regis in a Charmander versus Zacian early game lane, that is extremely impressive. So, credit to the amazing play of Otter and Overlord together on that top side to really combine for such an early start to this matchup. I think it's looking like a lot of momentum in their favor. Draft was looking clean, Macro was looking clean. QT Dig might need to kind of re-look at some of these draft phases because that struggling position they were in going into the final stretch looked really difficult.
The thing for me, though, is that I don't feel like they necessarily had a bad draft or there was anything they couldn't answer. I think if we look at
It wouldn't surprise me.
like every match that we've ever
Dude,
seen
scary.
Zacian versus the Charizard, right, or a Charmeleon at that point, it feels like the Charmeleon's going to get
Oof.
from that early pressure. I'm not sure what else.
The intel surviving that's nuts. If he would have landed that snipe shot on Char, that was it. That was what made the difference in the game. Dude, 81, almost 82k damage.
See what happens when we get into game number 2. MVP award is going to be awarded to Overlord. It certainly has quite the collection of these, I believe, in a case somewhere. As in a Luminosity Overlord with a very impressive Charizard game. Running that Curse Bangle, it does seem to be one of the most common items on this Pokemon. I think in days of old, we saw a lot of energy amplifier on Charizard because of how powerful its Unite move is, not only to get it back more frequently, but also that damage boost as soon as you use that move. But these days, it feels like that anti-healing item becoming a little more important throughout this metagame.
Right, which is kind of funny because we are seeing a lot of times like no healer comps, but being able to choose it, of course, after the draft makes it all that much more important, and that was a perfect example there. We saw, oh yeah, wow, interesting first ban on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, I believe they did this last game as well. So the history lesson done.
And they don't want LG to take the ho-oh. Smart.
That QT Dig was able to pick up in their drafting phase, but this time just going to be sticking to same old, as QT Dig did pick the same side of the draft going into game number 2, and will be taking the Charizard away from Luminosity.
Oh.
Pretty heavy commitment for a first pick, but
yeah, it is.
Gone is going to mean that we are going to have some different drafts overall. We'll see what ends up getting picked second. Ooh, the Blaziken. Blaziken, I feel like always goes under the radar. Always going to be one of the strongest Pokemon, one of the most impactful Pokemon.
Yeah.
But picking up pretty early, and definitely a strong pick that we've seen from Luminosity for years.
It also is kind of giving me the impression that Luminosity Gaming is very okay playing into a potential Serena. At this point, you have such an incredible Serena player in Overlord, as well as having a chance to ban that Pokemon
Dude,
away.
third pick Zoro.
They feel confident in their drafting phase. They are going to be leaving that one on the table. Overlord instead choosing Blaziken, Slash, and Trainer, returning to their picks from that game number 1, the Zoroark and Snorlax.
I think the draft is looking great for Luminosity. It's very similar to what they had before, but just, I mean, at least as strong. The other side, though, it's still looking quite good. I still think Zacian was a totally fine pick.
Yeah.
Now we're going to be giving a little bit different of a matchup, most likely. But overall, I mean, Hoopa's great. Ooh, okay, interesting. The Trevenant on the bottom. That's a defender that we haven't seen, I feel, for a little bit.
Yeah, it has
Damn.
not had a frequent tournament at the very least.
Yeah.
Only a pick rate of 6% in our event, and now Luminosity is picking their attacker Pokemon, and a Pokemon that I said I would like to be swapped out of QT Dig's hands is now going to be selected by Luminosity Gaming.
Wow.
So, Curios is going to be equipping the Inteleon. There is a few less Pokemon that are more able-bodied.
Oh, Nouns is playing on the B stage.
Like the last time they had the Suicune, the Snorlax, etc., and even the Armarouge. In this
First
situation,
Trev.
QT Dig
Yep.
do have the Trevenant.
Oh, he's got a 6% pick rate. It's I think first Trev on broadcast. So he's been picked a little bit.
To try to play around some of these snipe shots.
Right, yeah, I mean, all those Pokemon that were body blocking are still on the side of Luminosity,
Right,
so,
exactly, yeah.
so you don't have to worry about them on the other side. Plus, of course, we just know how strong Heroes can be on, well, on every Pokemon, if I'm being honest. This season, I insert Pokemon name here, but especially on the Inteleon. It's kind of cool to see him go back to. On the other side, though, I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a slower game. Obviously, we did see kind of the inverse last time. If you're going to pick something like Charizard, you are going to need to wait until a little bit later in the game for your full team's power, which Luminosity did great. But the problem is, if Luminosity, now has a stronger early game comp against a weaker early game comp, and they still play just as well in the early game, that might be tough to get going.
Yeah, they're going to have a few obstacles to overcome in the early game, of course. I'm looking specifically at Hachi on that Espeon. Could be a strong contender to get maybe even an early KO, or at least some pressure on this bottom side against the Sobble. We're going into game number 2. Reminder, single elimination all day too long, meaning that QT Dig need to run 2 games in a row against Luminosity Gaming if they want to stay in this tournament. LG on match point.
Right, and of course, the North American last hope, so they definitely want to move forward, continuing to represent. Right now, though, it's looking like this is probably not going to be a path that's going to get too much done against each other. There's going to be, especially once we see the evolution of the Eevee, there's going to be some decently high damage, but I just feel like until at least we see some assists, we're probably not going to see some, well, I was going to say super aggression, however, just being able to run forward, help with maybe some of this clear slash, actually get out there pretty cleanly. Yeah.
Zoroark is in lane.
But they are going to stay in the fight. It's only a phantom.
But Espeon has evolved. It's going to be a good count. Oh, no, he's stored power. Right, I forgot. People play stored power. Ooh, the score. Nice.
So powerful at chasing down these Pokemon no matter where they end up.
And something that we didn't really get a chance to talk about is Teacher going into that center area. Very different strategy than we saw in the last game. That was a little bit scary. That first time that you're pushing down, you're going to be a little bit weaker than a level 5 sure. But they played it pretty safe. They made sure that they did not get caught out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we do have Suisho.
Ooh, Hoopa gets it.
Up against Overlord, and this time the levels are much more at parity. Yes. Zation versus the Combustion at the moment.
Level 7 Char already.
Taking a bunch of damage. Hayatobi getting a stun in. Curios has rotated towards the top path. An exchange of knockouts as both the Blazeskin and the Zation go down. Hayatobi likely also to fall, putting Trainer at even higher KO amounts in this game. Never mind, Otter taking credit.
That took a really long time. That was a weirdly long time. But honestly, if you can hold on,
Slash is in danger.
Back later, right? If they're not gaining anything, so that is kind of
Slash is ooh, good eject.
just barely getting out of there. Slash has been very sneaky this entire game, very slippery. Yeah. Hard to catch. Teacher though, looking pretty scary. Double buff coming down to check on this tier 1 goal zone. However, again, they just don't really have the pushing power, so it does seem like they're playing a little bit safer on the side of QT Dig. They don't have to worry about basically failing the early game, though. They've done a great job so far of staying pretty much at parity the entire way, and being level 8, higher than anybody else in the game.
Pretty massive. Slash.
Oh, Slash has been kidnapped. Slash has been kidnapped.
Holding them in place. Trainer LGC taking a fight against the Zation. Suisho defending this goal zone has the chance to portal.
We do have a level 9 Charizard. And no level 9s on LG.
Get some scores, finally breaks the silence in terms of that on the top bottom side, and has the opportunity to rotate to the top side and defend this goal zone.
Oh my gosh, so many Pokemon just appeared out of nowhere. What just happened?
Char is in the air. Char is in the air.
Of Luminosity Gaming, as they are going to lose at least one member. Still though, it's the XP share member. Bacon has been defending for 6 years on that pad. Goes back.
They make it through the Hoopa portal.
Continue to survive as Teacher will be finishing off that Reggie Alecki. So great defense enabled by the.
Oh my god, the damage. Slash goes down. Dude. Hoopa diff, baby. The Hoopa diff is real.
Gaming 2-0 points in this matchup, and the first set of objectives both fall in their favor as well. Reggie Alecki and that basement Regice. So important for this team to be pulling ahead. Luminosity Gaming now in a very rare occasion of playing from behind.
Well, one thing that it has to be worried, has to be taken care of by QT Dig is the fact that there is so much secure on the side of Luminosity. We've seen the ability to kind of rip and flip in the previous game. Oh my goodness! Wow, that was beautiful timing.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to be careful. Obviously, there's a lot of damage. There's a lot of secure on their side. So when we get later into the game, that could mean a lot.
We still don't have a Suicune Unite.
Snapshot not quite connecting. Still just mostly the poke game coming out from Luminosity. They're starting to do pretty well catching up in levels. We do still see Teacher 1 level higher than everybody else, but 3 level 10s on the side of LG.
Yeah, they're doing all right in terms of levels and experience. I think they have.
Trav got Unite. Suicune got Unite.
They're starting to get some Unite moves online. QT Dig already at that pace. Charizard Unite.
I don't think Trainer's been able to get any stacks, huh?
Team fight opportunities for them to utilize.
I know. Score is 0.
You have to be so careful and
Ooh.
extremely well.
He's a Flare Blitz. He just solo united him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's going to be a win there in that fight for QT Dig for sure. A few points in 30. That's not a small amount, but
it's also the first time they scored.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately,
Char's already eating everything, getting his Unite charge back. Man, I gotta pee, guys.
Again, being this kind of bastion for the team of QT Dig, doing such an amazing job of surviving in all of these fights and really holding down this top path no matter what is happening.
Yeah, looks like these two players on kind of Reggie Alecki duty, a duo fight going on up there, but Suisho gets a ton of damage in. Slash takes so much, does have the Unite move to buy a little bit of time, is trying to get Overlord space for this overheat secure.
Alright, alright. That's big. That's big, yep.
Sets up Overlord perfectly, and Luminosity Gaming finally gets an objective in their favor.
Right, I mean, that's basically what I was saying earlier is once we get later into this game, they're secure. Once everybody's there, the coordination between is going to be very, very strong. So we've got to be careful.
Suicune Unite.
Landing some nice wood hammers.
Hoopa Unite.
Starting to get pretty low. Unite Hoopa, or Unite coming out from Hoopa as they get frozen. They're going to be trying to chase Overlord.
Damn. Dude, the Hoopa diff is real. The Hoopa diff is real, guys.
Win in this team fight, I would say, for them. However, they're still there. Looks like maybe that was a little bit aggressive coming out from Hoopa. No, they're not going to quite go down. His Trainer will be able to.
Hoopa gets it. Yo. Hoopadiff.
Send them all the way back to base with the portal. So
Dude.
only able to get one. Zorak not able to find the Hoopa within that exchange, but it does look like Luminosity Gaming is going to be first to the Reggie Alecki as they arrive. Already start getting some damage done, and Slash and Otter there means that QT Dig is going to have a really hard time finding the space to even show up at the objective.
Teacher is creating the space, burning a hole through their wall, quite literally.
Char Unite.
It's coming out at the 3-minute mark. Wow, immediate burn down. That's huge.
That's.
The Blaziken takes it. I believe that was
Ooh, the snipe shot. That was a little bit of a late Char Unite, huh?
as Overlord's Blaziken was all the way on the bottom side of the path, and now Kyrios is turning this Rumpelstiltskin style into gold, as this will land into the goal zone. Is going to be primed for a very solid overdunk. It's 50 points scored from Overlord.
Oh, and he's picking up smalls. Getting his stacks in. Getting his stacks in.
Accidentally picked up that 5. I know. Scary. Yeah. Big mistake there. Terrible play from Overlord.
Yeah. If we're going to find something to critique, we'll do it.
Listen, it's been a few years. I need to find something bad to say about him. Accidentally picked up the 5 points. But no, that's actually really evening things up. QT doing an amazing job of, despite the fact that they gave up a lot of XP there, they're still ahead. They went and they farmed while we were watching that little score compilation. As we're the only one level 14 in the entire game, it is still going to be Teacher. How they deal with Teacher is going to be the biggest part, I think, of this final team fight.
Char doesn't have Unite. You need to go. You need to find him.
My goodness, that was nearly a 1K. Oh my god, the entire backline is falling to water. That looks like it was a 3rd hit as well.
I mean, one of the toughest things about playing that Hoopa is
They got like 5 seconds before Char has Unite back.
Slapshot damage lands. You need to create a portal, which does show up on your opposing team's minimap. So all of a sudden, now we have kind of a major focus Pokemon of the other team and trying to chase.
There it is. All right. 7 seconds. Sorry.
Off cooldown is able to walk out of that danger zone.
Bacon going down so quickly.
They get the Trevenant. They have no defender, but they have a Charizard Unite now.
It doesn't look like they're going for a burn. Like I said, they do have the Ripple Flip opportunity, and we know that if they see an entire team not present, they will potentially go for it. They have in the past, but at the moment we're really split up as Teacher kind of uncontested alone here in the center.
That did no damage to the Char.
Kyrios, I really feel like carrying this game on his back, doing an amazing job landing every snipe shot.
And the difference between this Inteleon games 1 and 2 is Inteleon has positioning in this Rayquaza fight. They can play so safe, and any time that QT
When did Zacian Unite?
into the pit, they have to give the information of where they're located away.
Uh-oh.
Engage, but amazing Espeon Unite trying to set up the rest of the team.
Ooh, and Espeon allows them to go back through the
Look, we know what Char's doing. Char is merely waiting.
in the back line, and unfortunately goes kind of back in, gets KO'd, Slash extremely low, Rayquaza about to get taken down, and it is going to be LG
Bruh.
able to take it.
Bruh. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Overlord secure. Team wipe. That's game.
The flip situation, exactly what they wanted. They had the backup there of Otter as well. And you don't need that many more points when you're already in the lead.
Oh, and that is why you draft a Pokemon like Blaziken.
Nice. 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 That was a little sketchy. And we are, by the way, we're still waiting for the Nouns Talon game. It's been, the admin has had it paused for 13 minutes. 13 minutes. So it's going to be a hot minute before we get to the qualifiers. I'm going to the bathroom.
Does confirm we have another region in our top 8. One more chance for us. I mean, still great stuff to QT Dig. They played extremely well, but that means we're down to one representative from Japan, one representative from North America, one representative from all of these regions. I mean, I'll list them all out, honestly, before we throw to break, because it's crazy, but amazing stuff from Luminosity. This is looking better than they played yesterday, in my opinion.
So much so. I think they weren't pushed too hard in the drafting phase. I think they got a lot of the Pokemon they were looking for, felt very, very comfortable. But I think what looks so much better is just their incredible game plans around the Rayquaza battle. That final stretch in the 2 minutes looked so much cleaner than it did yesterday. I think that's where things kind of went wrong for them. On the other hand, it just today looked flawless. Very, very impressed with their gameplay. QT Dig will exit this tournament in a very impressive top 16 finish, making it out of groups no easy feat, especially out of the one in which they were in. Luminosity Gaming have earned a spot at minimum in top 8.
Right, yeah. I mean, honestly, the biggest strength in my eyes of Luminosity is when they know what their win condition is, they are very good at playing to that exact win condition.
Absolutely.
They always think about it beforehand, and when they get to that spot where they're like, this is what we chose this comp for, let's do exactly that, it works out perfectly. And once again, I mean, I got to give huge shout outs. As you can see, a perfect KO snipe shot right there to Kyrios. Has been my favorite player maybe on the team for a while. Just able to really do his own thing no matter what, and back up the rest of the team in such amazing ways while being a damage dealer. It's very, very nice to see.
Well, of course not. That would completely defeat the persona. I don't think he can smile. I don't think he can.
Favorite parts of the defensive ability of Snorlax and Suicune together. You saw that
Dog.
both of the Inteleon and the Blaziken midair could be so dangerous in another situation.
Overlord.
An amazing power nap. Gets the crowd control. A Suicune follows up. Slows down anyone's chase. Overlord going 2 for 2 on MVP awards. This time, Blaziken with 53,000 damage. Slightly lower on that one, but a very impressive game. You took the big one. You knocked out the big green dragon.
Yeah, maybe the biggest one. But really good stuff. I do have to say, if there was one thing, I do think that LG got really free drafts in that set. There were a few more things that we could have seen QT try to take away from them. But LG looked comfortable. Yeah. They do play a kind of unique.
All right, Noun's talent has been paused for 16 minutes.
You know, if you start prioritizing other things like the Zacian could have gone instead to them. So it's really, really tough to actually deal with that. But I mean, hey, great stuff to them once again. And you know, I'll list it out. Sorry, I've got the bracket down here in front of me because there's so many different regions, right? So we've got LATAM South, we've got Brazil. This is just within our top 8. We've got North America, we've got Korea, we've got Japan, we've got APAC West, and we've got LATAM North. I forgot which one I already said. So that is 7 regions out of our top 8, and we are guaranteed an 8. So a 100% split, 8 for 8 in our top 8. That is amazing.
It's incredible. Yeah, who knows what'll happen. I believe on the B stage we do have Nouns Esports competing against Talon. So, but you are right, no matter what happens in that matchup, 8 unique regions representing our top 8. Very, very wild. I mean, we have so much action today. These matches are so incredible. We've already got to witness some of the best Pokemon Unite that these World Championships alls have ever seen, and I've been really enjoying it so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, huge upsets today as well. And really today was, obviously we got to see a great showing from pretty much every team yesterday. But today was where we really got to see like where things were going to shake up and how many teams were going to keep on going. Like, for example, Japan, you know, only having one team now, pretty surprising. But we're going to get a chance to talk to the team that now has eliminated one of these Japanese teams with LG, as we're going to go up to the stage with an interview.
Well, we got on stage Overlord for Luminosity Gaming. Give it up for them. You just told me this match felt very close. So how was it at the Rayquaza?
Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking. I think both games, you know, normally Rayquaza spawns in 2 minutes, but you know, there was 1 minute left before the fight actually started, so everything's just kind of, you know, a little bit more intense because, you know, it's just the absolute final fight. There's no refight, no repush. Yeah, it's definitely pretty intense. So.
Well, I think what's intense as well is that you have found your ticket into quarterfinals already, that top 8. So advancing into the bracket is something that Luminosity is very much acquainted with. So how are you feeling in regards to the other teams that have already qualified into the quarterfinals already?
Yeah, I mean, there's only one team that I really wanted to get revenge on. But at this point, I don't really care who we beat. I just want to win.
You heard it here. He just
Good
wants to
answer.
win. We know that they can do it. They've done it before. Right. So, Overlord, in particular, about your journey in being, you know, former world champions. Last year we had a Japanese team take it, and you just beat a Japanese team, and the Japanese teams are just becoming scarce and scarce in this bracket. So how is it to be a part of dethroning another one of those teams?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
Japan is probably the strongest region.
Well,
so,
it's always been Overlord and
really
his 4 teammates.
But I think there's still a very, very strong Japanese team left in this tournament, and hopefully we'll be able to play them. So.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be on the bracket coming soon. So thank you so much, Overlord. Congratulations once again. Give it up for Luminosity Gaming, everybody. And back to you, to the Casas.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from Overlord. Yes, unfortunately, the revenge they so sought after was taken away from them. So
Okay,
maybe Laguna have picked up a curse on that side of the bracket.
Yeah, maybe. Is that how it works? That you just inherit
It's
it?
a monkey's paw situation.
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Well, just like every team that beats that team, or the team that beats them, just slowly picks up the curse until eventually Luminosity fights them, and then
An eye for an eye makes Luminosity mad. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on with the announced Talon game.
I'm pretty sure production said we had a bracket to take a look at for how our tournament has been looking so far. Only one more round of 16 matches yet to complete.
Maybe they just stopped it to put it on the main stage.
The team we just watched in Luminosity Gaming is going to be eagerly awaiting the news for what happens in that one, as that will be their next opponent. But our quarterfinals are set. Peru Unite, Aegis Flames, Team EX, Zeta Division, and Kekalok, Santos Laguna. Wondership. Which one are you excited for the most?
Oh, I don't know. This is actually really interesting because while it's 8 split regions, right, there are potentially a lot of sort of half-region...
I should ask him about the bodies.
Obviously, we're having Latin North versus Brazil. That's both South America. We're going to have there's a potential of having a Europe versus North America, which, of course, is kind of our brackets that we get to see usually. And then there's Korea versus Japan. So it's all different regions, but there's the potential for a lot of regions that are relatively close to each other. Now, if it ends up being Talon Luminosity, then that's obviously not that close, and Kekalok versus Santos Laguna, not that close. But I think if I had to choose one that I'm really excited for, at this point, Team EX has really impressed me, and Zeta Division, obviously one of the best teams in the world, so I'd love to see that one.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think TBX is one of those teams that I was absolutely wrong about going into this tournament. I think last year I was so high on Korea as a region. I pivoted a little bit, and I found out that was an error. So I'm going to stick to my ways of last year.
All right, 4 hours and we're still not to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we got some great ones.
Oh my God, we might not make it through the whole thing, guys. I don't know.
One of the most storied teams, and if they can win this quarterfinals, they will arrive at semis, which is where their tournament run ended.
I don't know, man.
Make that benchmark of their performance in Honolulu. That's what they're looking for. I believe Zeta Division also in that same fashion. However, if Zeta gets the winning quarterfinals, they will have surpassed their best performance as they ended top 8 in the previous year. So a few teams, and then of course we got a lot of new teams who are just running with their best record of all time.
Yeah, and one thing that I will mention, since you brought up who you've underrated, I want to go back. I want to go back
talk about that if you want.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit, okay?
Sure.
And we won't just talk about this year. We'll talk about who you underrated last year too.
Okay.
But one team was DreamHack last year was your most underrated team from your rankings to their placement. And this year, I think for a lot of people, it is again Brazil. So that's something to really look out for. Now they've been underrated 2 years in a row, but we'll see if they can continue to push it even further.
Exactly. All right, we'll talk a lot more about what teams I've been wrong on, and maybe we'll even bring up some right ones. But for now, it will be a break. So don't go anywhere. More Pokemon Unite World Championships for 2025 right after this.
I think Bengal on Desi isn't terrible if you're running Razor Leaf. That is spreading out anti-heals through multiple targets. That's what I think. Oh, they're just going to start the quarterfinals? Cool. Cool. In 3 minutes. In 3 minutes. Yeah. I don't think it's terrible. I mean, it increases attack, anti-heals, so less healing from the goal, boosted autos with the shackle coming in the back. It's not bad. I don't think it's a terrible idea. I don't think it's a terrible idea. You can spread a lot of anti-heals, make sieging goals easier. I don't think it's bad. If goal sieging team comp is the objective, then yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. True. True. I mean, in all seriousness, you should have a teammate that's running anti-heals, so you can maximize damage in other ways with Desi, and you get the same effect. But it's solo queue, so yeah, for a solo queue Decidueye, I don't think it's bad. True. Exactly. Yeah, go for it. Damn, that's big. Yeah. I got me a special Psyduck plush last year. This was one of the pre-releases that was available before it came out on the actual Pokemon Center. It's so soft. You guys have no idea. It's so soft. Too bad when I went to the Pokemon Center, all that stuff was Gionskis. Oh, my earbud's dying. And the other one's not connecting. That's not good. Alright. Hold up, guys. We're gonna have to swap earbuds. Why will it not connect? There it is. There we go.
Several teams running the Leafeon so far, and it has been a pretty solid pick right
There we
here.
go.
It's a great central laner. It can pivot into lane as well if necessary, and depending on how you want to play that Leafeon, you can pivot between both of the builds, but the main job for Leafeon, you want that burst damage. You want the delete button, and it can delete a fair few Pokemon in this game.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends on whether Zeta Division have anything squishy on their side. They have a Suicune and a Blaziken along with a Buzzwole, so 3 all-rounders so far. And I feel like going with more bulkier Pokemon, knowing they're going up against a Leafeon, is actually a really great answer. But I'm actually really surprised we're seeing this Ho-Oh getting on through as well, which Team EX have decided to prioritize along with the Zarina, the highest win rate in the tournament so far, and Blissey.
I'm just trying to think. Okay, last pick Mewtwo here for Zeta Division. So, big fan of the fact that they have a very big composition. There isn't really any Pokemon on their lineup aside from the Mewtwo that's going to be relatively easy pickings for a back lane diving Serena and Leafeon. For Team EX, right, do they have enough damage to sort of pierce through what Zeta Division have? Because not only do they run a lineup with naturally tanky Pokemon, but they're being healed by a Clefable, one of the strongest healers in the entire game.
Yeah, and especially when you do have those 3 bulkier Pokemon surrounding that Moonlight. We'll have to see how that ends up faring out and whether they're able to overcome this first pick Leafeon. But final preparations are underway.
Welcome back.
As we are adjusting
We are on to the quarterfinals.
I guess we saw
We still have one of the top 16s going on to see who qualifies for the semifinals between Nouns and Talon. Looks like Nouns is up by 1 game, even though they were paused for 20 minutes and didn't show the outcome. I don't know how that works, but it says Nouns is up by 1.
Because they have a Ho-Oh, they're going in for this damage Ho-Oh instead. So that little switcheroo, what do you think about that?
Personally, I'm not really a huge fan of the damage Ho-Oh. Like, there are definitely situations where damage Ho-Oh can really thrive. I don't know about damage Ho-Oh into this lineup supported by Clefable.
Let's do it.
I kind of feel like they have enough sustain and enough tank to kind of out heal and survive the damage output coming out from the Ho-Oh, but it's not just the Ho-Oh that's doing the damage. You've got the Leafeon that's going to come in hopefully with the finishing blow. You also have the Serena that should be able to dish out some fair damage as well. So I really think it's going to be that combined effort of teammates as to whether they can finish off
smart.
those
I would have gone after the bound suite and walked right into the Leafeon.
We do have 1 knockout though in the game so far. We saw the poor little Chansey being eliminated in that top lane because things are not looking so great up here, it looks like. Buzzball, as we typically see in its matches, a big bully in this lane.
No, we'll have to see if that slow burn is going to be enough to handle
Hard
those
out,
muscles,
secure the
but as
Buzzwole.
the
He'll get level 5.
Can be quite impactful.
Oh, Clef's
Clef's
rotating bot. Care bot.
Team EX need to prioritize is also getting their Blissey online, but it looks like it's going to be a 3v4 down in this bottom half with
No skin on the Clef. That's crazy.
Team EX, and they are shredding on through.
Ooh, and they got some big eliminations there as well.
Stacking it up. Stacking up the Clef. Stacking up the Blaze.
Serena, which is huge because the thing with Serena, the longer you delay its evolution, the less impactful this Pokemon can be during that mid-game. So I love this aggression coming up from Zeta Division because they do realize how important this Pokemon will be for Team X.
Blissey jungle invaded. I don't know what's there.
Into that mid-game situation. But for now, we're just going to continue grabbing some experience on some of these supports. Clefable able to slip one out of there in that bottom lane as it was dropping quite low. But are we going to be seeing another big push in that bottom lane here for Zeta Division? Because they have 4 Pokemon grouped up and objectives they will be spawning very shortly. What is the priority here for
Stacks going
Zeta
in bot?
Well, it looks like they are prioritizing this wild Pokemon experience in that central area. So Team EX going to take that opportunity
and now 5-man rotation. Dude, Zeta Division does such a good job of rotating together.
But it looks like the push is on as it's a 5v3 up here, and whether
they're in a
Zeta
lot of
Division
trouble.
are able to take down this
But they're able to push him back, I think.
Who's just taken a beating.
There's the
But, I mean,
Suicune.
the pad is there, so Team EX, they are still left standing.
They're still left standing, and thankfully they had enough sustain on the Serena to survive that initial onslaught, because I think if it was any other Pokemon, that should have been a knock. And here, Komi, though, they was being jumped on by Ron, but Ron with the basic attacks, wanting to finish off that Mew, and will get it. And now we do have the Clefable sticking around here, ready to provide those heals with Pistachio, wanting to go back into that lane. Garam is there as well to provide that support, and luckily for that, Leafeon will be able to escape. Thinking about turning around, but we have a Blaziken diving in the back lines as well. Vitopo charging the overheats, hoping to dish out that really big hit if it manages to get the connection. But they back up. Zeta will score some more points, and unfortunately
Clef's doing
for
good.
TPX,
Blaziken's
they're not
doing good.
quite ready yet to really
They're strong.
Zeta.
They're
They might
strong.
not be threatening Zeta down in this
Level
bottom
9.
half, but I feel like those little dunks up top are threatening up there. But we do have that Registeel down on the field now.
It's a big one.
3v3 currently. I don't know whether Team EX
Ooh,
have
big
the
beams from
burn,
the
but it
Mew.
looks like they're actually going to just leash this Registeel. And once again, prioritize this wild Pokemon, hoping for an isolation. Mysterio does end up getting
Woo.
stuck, but is able to get on
Nice
out of that and
overheat.
not get
Sneaky
caught
little
out.
I
Blaziken.
love how Vitopo is playing so far forward for the team, because he's constantly threatening the opponents with those overheats. And if one big one does land, you know that Tomy, he's going to be there to try and go for the
Ooh,
catch.
Serena
But
Unite.
looks like Suicune was caught up there, and
Now
unfortunately
we're
was
gonna
locked
get
out. But down bottom though, this Reggie's still very low. Solar Beam a little bit too
Blaziken
early,
gets
but
the
the
steal.
Blaziken locks it in there for Zeta Division, so they will get the attack boost. The Team EX, they are...
Nope, we lost the casters. Serena's able to solo the Lecky after taking down the Suicune. And we're just going to move back, looking for farm.
I do.
Sharing central area with
On hand, but Team EX, they are currently leading 150 to 78 points as we are almost at that halfway mark.
We're almost at the halfway mark, and
the
you know,
support
Team
Mew,
EX,
helping
even though
Serena
they're not the
get
ones really
bigger.
in the driver's seat for a lot of these plays, they are
Team
keeping
EX is
up
starting
the
to come
levels. And I
online.
think if you're Zeta Division,
They
you
have
have to
5
be very
unites.
concerned about the state of the game, because with a Serena on the map and how dominating this Pokemon can be, you can't really just let the Serena play whatever game it wants. And so here we go, Zeta Division, again, deciding when this fight is going to happen, but unfortunately, no successful connections yet. It's going to come up to that Buzzball. Oh, the beautiful pushback, though. Now it's going to be Zeta Division having to back out themselves. EX doing a fantastic job just zoning out and delaying Zeta.
I really feel it's a bit of a stalemate between these two teams. A very much back and forth down in this bottom half. Both those T1s are standing, but there we go. Looks like Team EX are going in for the dive, being able to take down that Mewtwo. Why? Electro Ball does end up connecting with Tommy on the Buzzball, but they end up slamming on
Do
back.
the
taking
damage.
out
Oh,
the
seems to be
Blissey.
working. There's
And
the
here
res.
comes the revival from Ho-Oh to go and bring back their team. Mewtwo
Mewtwo
also
Unite.
using Unite move
Takes
to
down the
go and get a
Blaziken
good
too.
stun.
With the
But
Bliss
once
assist
again,
onto
it's a
the Ho, that
stalemate.
thing is
Nobody really
unkillable.
comes
That
out
was
on top just
that's a
yet.
monster right
They
there.
might not come out on top, but I have to say for Team EX, they are very happy with the levels they got out of that. They now have 2 level 11s, and they have 12 on that
Damn,
Serena.
Team
But
EX,
Zeta, they are
come
still
online.
trailing behind in that experience. And so, just because of that level differential, this might be where Team EX are going to tilt this game in their
And now
favor.
another
Now with the
Registeel. Damn, we got
Registeel
2 steals in
buff
this
as
match.
well.
That's crazy.
This is an attack buff.
Ho-Oh
Zeta
is
Division need to
nuts.
get out of there. They can try and delay, but there's a very good chance while they're delaying, they could get knocked out. Thankfully, it's just going to be that tier 1 goal zone that drops, but things are looking to be going all according to plan here for Team EX. And Zeta, I don't know how, but things are starting to collapse.
Well, the thing is, we always know that it isn't over until that big green dragon ends up spawning. But firstly, they need to try and deal with
Ooh,
each other.
Leafeon Unite takes down the
Buzzwole
Buzzwole. We got Ho-Oh down with the Fable. Clefable's gonna go down. Nope, big heals up by Clefable. That thing is stacked up.
With this slow burn to go and bring out the damage and keep Zeta Division at bay.
I have to say the light screen that came out from the Mew was a
Big
major reason
over.
as to
No,
why they're doing
not a big
so
overheat.
well
He
in
goes
this
down.
match.
Oh
Maybe
my
has
god,
finally
Clef
come
goes down.
forward. At what
This
cost?
Serena
Was it a
is
little
just
bit too late?
dancing
They do
through
manage to
them.
pick up 2 knockouts in the process.
Mew Unite.
Serena though wanting to go into the
Surf
backline,
misses,
caught out
but
by
that
this
should be a
Buzzwole.
K.
They're
No,
having
the
to
Suicune
to
gets
match
him.
up and keep up with its teammates. Tomato though on that Suicune thankfully hides in a bush and will teleport back home. Things are looking a little bit scary there. Team EX may be overstaying
Now
a
they're
little
going to get
bit
another
too long.
Regieleki
And
while
because
Zeta
of that,
Division's got to
they've
drop
given
back
away
and farm.
some big experience away to key Pokemon on Zeta Division.
But
So
now
the
Zeta
game is
Division's winning the
equalized once
experience.
more.
Yeah, well, if we have a look at the levels currently, we have 2 level 13s on the side of Zeta Division. Team EX have just ticked on over to a level 14 Zarina and a level 13 Leafeon. But really, it's going to come down to this final stretch fight. Regieleki does end up crashing up into that tier 2.
And it looks like
pad, but
Nouns
Zeta
comes
Division,
away with the
they're
win,
not
knocking
fussed.
Talon
They
out.
want to make sure that they're here and Team EX cannot go in for the rip.
And unfortunately for Zeta, because they're behind in points, they have to be the ones to either force the Rayquaza fight or hopefully wipe Team EX. But this Ray, it's a major objective, and you can see Vitopo, he is slowly chipping away. And interesting play for Zeta, they're trying to force Team EX to fight into them, not the other way around. And then look at this Ho-Oh flying in the backlines, going for that burn. They can't quite catch up. This burn, Serena, though, coming in to try and catch up the supports. The Buzzball is there, though, to prevent Serena from taking over the game.
Big
the
beams.
Solar Beam, though, slowly chipping
Mew
away
is so
at Zeta
good.
Division. The game's not over. We've still got a minute 30 to go. They use the Leafeon.
Buzzes in, buzzes in.
It's going down, but isn't quite knocked out. They will get
Buzz
the
Unite.
Leafeon in that process. 4 versus 5 now in the
Uh-oh,
backline.
still has res. Uh-oh, there he goes. He's got to use it. Brings back just the Blissey, not the Serena.
Oh, and now the rip is on
The
for
rip.
Zeta Division.
What secure do they have without Blaziken, though?
EX are down. The thing is, they do have to be wary of this Ho-Oh. And
There's a
Blaziken
Mew.
sticking up in this top
You guys,
half.
you have nothing to out-secure the Mew.
All here for Zeta Division, but wait, here comes Tommy, the Mew, to get the surf and try and push back Tommy, but they're able to dodge that. 45 seconds left on the clock. Rayquaza below a quarter HP. They're just
Mew goes down. Go, 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 go. Blissey! No! Zeta Division. Zeta Division. Good Ray fight. That was scary.
And they should be able to as well. They have their full roster ready to score those points. Up at EX, they only had 3 players, and 2 of them just got knocked out. The Ho-Oh has just come back into the game. And Zeta Division, they managed to hang in through this match, even though there was a Ho-Oh ready to come in with the revive. They timed the fight perfectly to the point where Team EX, because they lost so many players, things were looking a little bit dicey. They were kind of grouped up, and that's what Zeta Division want, especially with that Suicune. The multi-man freezers coming in clutch.
And there we go. First game win for Zeta Division, representing Japan. Thing is, it isn't over just yet because it is a best of 3 set after all, but that is definitely got to feel very, very good for them. I mean, one thing I want to point out as we're getting these highlights prepared, the restraint during that Rayquaza fight from both of those teams. Didn't use those Unite moves, waited for the perfect opportunity. Now, I feel like Team EX, the Ho-Oh, ended up diving in without much backup there, and I think it was a great move from Zeta Division to try and zone that one out. I mean, obviously Ho-Oh did end up making it back in and getting the revival, but Zeta Division, they seem to just collapse on the right members at the right time.
And not just that, right? Like, when the revive also kicks in, you know where these Pokemon are going to be. And there are certain situations, I think in the case of Zeta Division, this did apply to them. If you know where players are going to be reviving, you know where to land your moves.
Yeah.
You know where to land your attack.
Yes.
So it's not really going to be much of a surprise once the revives do kick in. And so just look at that, right? They immediately collapsed on both the Serena and the Leafeon as soon as that Leafeon came back into the game. So, you know, as amazing as Ho-Oh's Unite is, sometimes I do feel like it's a bit of a
Damn,
challenge,
that's a lot of
if you
damage
try
from
to
you two,
keep
why?
up for those clutch moments where you're in the middle of the team fight and you're trying to go for that 2 to 3 player revive. Sometimes those revives are how you lose games. Sometimes it really pays off to go with a single player revive that might be a little bit further away, but at least you still equalize that game with 5 versus 5 team fights.
I guess that's the thing. There is an answer to each of the Pokemon in the roster, but we do need to highlight Rom from Zeta Division receiving that MVP award for this match on that Mewtwo Y, being able to be in that back line and just deal that continuous damage. They were able to reach 100k damage dealt that match.
And it's also quite impressive for Rom because he's in a match against a Serena, and so many times we're going to be seeing Serenas dive right into those back lines to try and chase down the Mewtwo's, but Rom always seems to be in such a great position that unfortunately for Serena, there's no real safe entry point to try and dive in for that cheeky knockout. And sometimes if it did happen, because we did see 1 or 2 knockouts there, he got punished. The Serena would immediately get counter knocked out. So I have to say, you know, Rom kind of made this game a little bit easier for his teammates, just based on his position. And 100% there has to be some level of communication to say that, hey guys, Serena is on top of me. I think we need to finish him off.
I think that's where the job of the supporter came in. The Clefable going in with that follow me to go and taunt that Zarina, and obviously going and healing up those members as well, allowing those attack damage carries in the back line to do their thing while being able to just sustain
Be right back.
all that's
I'll be right back,
That
guys.
Moonlight was actually so effective during that match.
It's really effective in compositions. I think we mentioned this earlier as well. They had a pretty thick lineup. Lots of health bars, lots of big health bars. But that's what Clefable wants. You want to keep healing, and the more health you have, the more leeway you have in a lot of these team fights. It's not going to be a case of someone jumps in, you get one hit KO'd, and that's going to be it. No, you have an opportunity to get healed back up, and you can absorb a little bit more damage before you do potentially get knocked out. But game 2, there's going to be a bit of a change here for Team EX. Now, I don't want them to change too much, because I do think what they were doing in game number 1 was the correct play. They kept up in experience. Yes, they did let Zeta Division control the game for a little bit, but I think their response in the mid game is really what saved Team EX and made them so threatening in the late game. But what made it difficult was the late game, right? It was trying to decide, how do you attack Zeta Division? I think that was where the mistake kind of came in. Like, they didn't pick the right moment.
So I guess that's where it really comes down to that Zarina pick, that lockdown maneuver to try and take down those that are a threat. But because Zeta Division, they had such a robust team, whether that Zarina Unite move can really break on through. But you know what? We do have our bands on in. 2 speedsters for Team EX, the Dodrio and the Zoroark. And Zeta Division have decided to go for that Latios and Charizard band this time as well.
I mean, Zeta's got the opening that they want. They still got Blaziken, they still got Suicune. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of EX going for this first pick Leafeon. I kind of feel like you could have left this first pick to a different Pokemon.
You don't feel like it was as effective? Or is it just because it's easily countered like we saw last match in terms of just picking more
I feel like
robust Pokemon on the
there
side
are probably other Pokemon I'd consider in that first pick slot. Now, obviously, they're first picking it because they really want it for Liv. Like that's the only logical solution as to why they're going for the first pick. But personally, I kind of feel like you could change Leafeon out to someone different. I would like a proper long-range special attacker, but they are already hovering over that Mewtwo for Call Me, which I think this is a better choice than Mew. Regular Mew, great. But I felt like in that last game, you needed a heavy hitter, which is where Mewtwo kicks in.
That constant damage that Mewtwo brings, where I guess Mew is relying on those skills, that big burst, or even the disruption with that surf that we saw. But I guess because Team EX have locked in their 5 comp here, it'll be interesting to see what Zeta Division ends back with, and it's going to be Galarian Rapidash. Now, yesterday's performance of Galarian Rapidash, it ended up getting banned quite a few times, but I ended up looking at the win rate. It truly wasn't actually looking too hot.
No. A lot of teams picked it up, and I think the issue at the moment with the Galarian Rapidash is that teams are kind of struggling to figure out what is Rapidash's role. Like, what Pokemon are you kind of countering if you're picking that Galarian Rapidash?
I think it's more the nuisance, right? It's just
it's annoying.
Consistent run in, do your damage with the Dazzling.
All right, I'm back.
But
Had to
also
go grab me a
smart strike, that
little something to eat.
to go and get that
Put the can back on in a minute.
stun allows that opening. And like, if you think about it, the amount of crowd control that Zeta Division have on their side going up into Team EX, if they collaborate all of those together at the same time, like, this could actually be quite the nuisance to Team EX to go into.
Well, just going off of the Rapidash, because it's Rom playing it.
Okay.
So because
Do
Rom...
elaborate.
I mean, Rom's great. I'm just trying to think, okay, what is Rom really hoping to do with this Rapidash? Who is he looking to focus on? Obviously, clear as day Mewtwo Y. If you can jump onto the Mewtwo Y, that would be ideal. But I also think you can even target the Leafeon. Because Leafeon is also very, very squishy, and if the Leafeon makes a misstep, that is a huge opening for Galarian Rapidash to just run it down as well. So there are 2 key targets. We'll have to see what Rom decides to do with that Galarian Rapidash, where he kind of wants to go and what role he's really going to be playing for that team. But now it's going to be a little cute Ponyta, just be super annoying and actually get their first knockout down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, getting that first knockout, getting in those first dunks as well.
But
as we
there's
do
a Leafeon.
Only taking that blue buff and going to go and support this Mewtwo because their buddy has been taken down. Otherwise, up in this top path, we do have Garam needing to back on up because the pressure is on from this buff of Buzzwole.
Yeah, Garam really waiting for that berry to come back, but it's going to be a moment. In the meantime, though, Seraph just going to poke away at Tommy here. Ho-Oh versus Buzzwole. Now, unfortunately, there's not really much that's going to be happening here. It's quite difficult for Buzzwole to take out the Ho-Oh and vice versa because there's not enough damage from the Ho-Oh to really pressure that Buzzwole. So again, it's a bit of a checkmate situation in that top lane. It's going to depend on how things play out in that bottom lane. And Dazzling Gleam is going to be the build there on the Galarian Rapidash. So you do have that AoE damage.
Of course it is.
That's going to be kicking in for the team.
Fairy Wind is terrible.
Continue on looking for that
it might be the worst
so
move in the game.
Scouting for the team to see if there was a buff available. It wasn't available, but it has just respawned.
Oh, caught him.
Still sticking around.
Caught the Suicune.
He
gone.
Just scouting things out. Okay, we're just gonna go for a scout. They know where the Ho-Oh is now.
Yeah, they know where the Ho-Oh is. They did end up getting punished. Taken
now they're pushing
down,
into Zeta's jungle.
I guess given that opportunity, the distraction.
Ooh, Buzzy Jack, nice catch on the Leafeon.
Having to retreat as this Chansey using that.
Oh, perfectly timed Dazzling Gleam. Down goes the Chansey.
Down and lock in with that Smart Strike Dazzling Gleam combo. I feel like that's really bullying the Chansey there. It's only a Chansey.
There's quite surprised that we still have a Chansey in the match, actually. It's quite late, but it looks like they are struggling to get that experience. But down bottom, we do have a 2v2. We've got Blaziken looking to join the fray down here as well. Comey is around as well, so possibly going to be a huge battle in that bottom lane once we do start seeing some major objectives. Up top, though, we did get a knockout on the Buzzwole thanks to that Leafeon. And they're going to maybe think about going on to
Lev
the
is making a
Fable,
run for a
but
stack.
Fable can just outrun this. But Zeta, down bottom, going to go for a big push up against Team EX because this
Goals at 1, huge over Cap Prime.
Not quite threatening yet.
No, not as threatening just yet, but this goal has been left on 1 point as Matopo is on a roll. They do end up getting themselves a KO and break that bottom tier 1 pad, which is going to create some space.
An advantage for the Reggie fight.
Objective, but Leafeon goes in with a Unite move, and 2 members of Zeta Division have now been knocked on out. But even with that, Team EX, they're not going to worry about this Reggie steal. Instead, pivoting up towards the top half, unless Blissey, no, they're not here in time.
No, they're not there in time at all. I do think it was a good idea just to change objectives.
Begin, Serena gets a solo Lecky.
Blaziken for that last hit secure. So unless you can reliably knock that Pokemon out, it just makes sense to take the other objective for yourself. So a bit unfortunate that they had to give it away, but I think Team EX, they are making the most out of the situation that is currently out on hand here. We are getting close to the halfway mark here for both of these teams. Level 10, the highest level on Team EX, and that is going to be on that Leafeon. Although it's been a really hard game for the Leafeon because every time they try to jump on somebody, they either are getting knocked out or they're barely getting those eliminations. You want to have these games where Leafeon just becomes an absolute menace, but the lineup that Zeta have is just made the job really, really difficult for that Leafeon. So can they figure out a way to let this Leafeon be a menace, or are they going to have to pivot and let Serena be the one to take over? Because there's no way Mewtwo is going to be that issue anytime soon.
Well, it's a team game after all, and Zeta Division are sticking
Dude, that
together
reverse punch on this Buzzwole is insane.
Getting some little dunks down in this bottom path, and now overtake that lead.
Big KOs, big catches. Holy, Leafeon Unite comes out, but it goes down. Buzz is in danger, Buzz goes down. The Serena is up in the air.
End up locking onto that Rapidash. They end up
Gets
getting
dang.
Team EX's chance to make
Team
a
EX went ahead and won that team fight.
KOs for themselves, now reaching that highest level at level 11.
And that was
nice.
a full team wipe at the end of the day. So that is a huge swing of experience going in favor of Team EX. They do go for the scores. Are they going to be able to break the goal zone? No, it is still there. And EX, maybe they've stuck around a little bit too long.
Bliss
Bliss
assist.
is going to be used on the Saram there, the Ho-Oh. So nobody's going to be knocked out yet, but that does mean there's no Bliss assist for what could be this upcoming battle. Now, Blaziken is in the top lane, so don't have to worry about those overheats. So Team EX, this is the best time for them to win this team fight, especially with
Buzz goes down.
for the dive. They are in for the dive. The freeze is
Huge, huge Suicune Unite.
massive stun, but two members of Team EX are down, but it doesn't matter.
The res. Ah, and the Mewtwo gets it. Nice.
And bring those members back. After all of that, Team EX are able to secure themselves that Regirock buff, but it looks like they've taken the prize. They are going to try and run away with it, but Topo tries to go in with a poke, but Lip isn't having any of it. That was such a great play coming out from EX. They managed
Huge
to get the
shift for Team EX in this mid game. Damn.
And as an added bonus, they actually forced the Blaziken away from the Aleki in the top lane, so they didn't even manage to take that objective. So that's going to be the next thing, the next point of contention for these teams. And you can see EX, they are rotating up. They're looking to take the Aleki themselves. And Zeta, they've just decided that's not a priority for them. Instead, they just want to go into EX's central area to try and see if they can still experience all buffs, but there's nothing to take.
There is absolutely nothing left for Zeta to go and take, which means Team EX are able to take this Reggie Aleki absolutely free.
Blaziken's just living in that jungle bush.
This is so far. It's 161
okay, he based.
to 168.
Smart.
Zeta Division still are in the driver's seat just yet. However, slowly slipping away. Leafeon does
Big Leafeon Unite. Almost one-shots the Suicune.
Their Unite move doesn't come to fruition, not able to pick up a KO.
And they're going to go for the dive yet again, but they went into the bush. Was that actually a mistake on the side of Zeta Division? We're starting to see some health bars drop. That Leafeon is crazy low.
Force goes down.
As well. But we get a first knockout. It's
Buzz Unite comes out.
Zeta not going to be too happy about that.
Ho-Oh is out of this team fight. But he gets away. He gets away. Mewtwo goes down. Buzz is in a lot of danger. Buzz is going down.
Too much of a nuisance, picking themselves up a 2 KO streak, and once again Zeta Division, they're hungry, they're looking for more experience in Team EX's side. I don't know if they end up getting away
another
with
Registeel, damn.
But it doesn't matter because I mean Registeel going into a Rayquaza, well, that is pretty tasty indeed.
Perfect timing as well with just 15 seconds to go, so that buff is going to last pretty much forever, especially with how short of a game Pokemon Unite is. So now Team EX, they're in a really interesting pickle because they are behind. They need the Rayquaza, but they're going into a team that has the Registeel attack buff. So a couple of things could possibly happen here. They bait Zeta into a fight that they don't want to do. Alternatively, they maybe try and go for some back caps and put them at the advantage, forcing Zeta to go for the Rayquaza. Or third, they find the perfect opening, grab the pick, and force that big team fight. And so
Zeta's moving in hard. Oh, Horse Unite comes out. Mewtwo Unite comes out. Serena Unite comes out. Horse goes down. Bam, and the res comes out. Blissey's safe. Still has the Bliss assist. And now Team EX is moving to Rayquaza, which is pretty brave with the Blaziken sitting there. Ooh, Buzz gets saved. Bliss assist comes out. Buzz goes down again. Or Buzz goes down. There goes the Serena. Blissey out. Leafeon chunked to nothing. Ho-Oh's in danger. And I believe Zeta Division takes the Rayquaza. Too early on the overheat, but they do get it. They do get it.
With the Rayquaza and the chance to go and knock out Team EX because they had this one-up advantage so far. Oh, Zeta
nice.
Division.
Damn, Zeta Division.
They are saying this game
knock out Team EX.
Ours. The Ray is gone. Where is your way to the rest of the tournament? They say your way is to go home. We will continue to keep the dream alive here for Japan as they do remain as, I do believe, the final team for the region.
in the entirety of the World Championships. Zeta Division, they're carrying the hopes and dreams of an entire region on their shoulders, and it's tough. It is heavy, but if there's a team
that was
that's
tough.
going to do it for Japan, it's Zeta Division.
That was
Zeta Division
nice.
with that match win, being able to survive in this tournament.
Whew.
Once again, progressing on through to the next round. But as we mentioned earlier, Chef said this is such a unique top 8 because
Has the
we
B stage
have
going. Are they still
no
doing matches
double
on that?
regions. So pretty much these are their last hope for their regions. But Japan continuing on through despite 3 of the other Japanese teams being knocked out earlier on in the day.
There's something I'm kind of curious about. I wish we could have seen more teams play up against Team EX.
I don't know if they're still doing the B stage.
It's really
Nothing's
hard
on.
to gauge how good this team is. Imagine Team EX considered top 2, top 3. We don't know because we didn't get to see them play up against many other teams. But if, let's say, Team EX were top performers in the tournament here, does that mean Zeta Division might have taken out their toughest opponent yet? I don't want to say that is the case. I do think there are teams here that probably would be able to challenge and even beat Team EX themselves. So, I mean, those matchups, we're going to be seeing them later today. But Zeta Division, I want to say they played clean and crisp.
Yeah, of course they don't.
I feel like there were a couple of loose ends that they failed to tie up in these matches. Like, they did eventually win them, but it did look a little messy at times.
I felt like Team EX was coming alive mid-game, but that Ray fight.
Definitely seeing that aggression coming from Zeta Division.
Blaziken's a problem.
Control the map, constantly going
Blaziken's
into
a problem.
Team EX's central area and taking away those buffs whenever they could. I mean, they weren't even there at one point, but I mean, do have to note just how close of a match this was between these two teams. It was only a 7-point differential going into this final stretch, but I think, as you mentioned, it's the restraint.
Yeah, it does.
Zeta Division ended up
Yeah, it
having,
does.
that ends
Atta
up
boy,
paying off,
Nada.
but
I'll give it a shot.
Blaziken
I'll play
playing
it.
over Topo there. They did
I think
have
I've put
that
it on
note saying
Desi
that
before, I
Topo
think.
ended up having the most KOs so far in the tournament.
Nice.
Putting another 11 on there because they got 11 knockouts and that 74k damage dealt as well.
I think you have to include some of the objective knockouts in his knockout list because he's playing Blaziken as well. Not only is he knocking out players, but he's also taking those objectives, but just because how good Blaziken is doing basically to do that job. And moving forward, you know, if I'm one of the teams that are going to potentially go up against Zeta, I think now you kind of have to question, do you need to consider banning Vitopo's Blaziken? Because, like, there are
Then you
definitely
give him
other
Zoroark.
Pokemon out there that deserve bans. But one thing Blaziken does that a lot of other Pokemon really struggle to
Secures
compete
everything.
against it is that last hitting game, right? The secure on the Blaziken is so
Look at that
incredibly
chunky
powerful and
Pikachu,
reliable in a
man.
lot of cases.
Oh!
Putting it in the pool, it's like saying we're going to potentially forfeit
That's awesome,
almost
man.
all the objectives.
Good.
It's not just in the
Bengal good on
objectives.
Desi,
Blaziken
confirmed.
has some really great team fights, but that is enough talking from us as we are going to send it over to the stage with Sofchan for an interview.
Oh, we're interviewing. All right.
Oh, thank you so much, Kelly. We have from Zeta Division, Vitopo, the player that has the most knockouts of the whole Worlds 2025.
Nice.
So that's a very fun stat, isn't it? But how are you feeling in this match in particular, considering that Team EX were very surprising yesterday?
昨日はチーム EX がなんかすごいいい成績出せて、もうこの試合始まる前にどんな
Chunky Pika, best Pika.
そうですね。あ、これ喋れてます。
For
そうですね。
sure.
EX まあかなり強敵だったんですけど、今の僕たちはまあみんな日本勢やまあ今までやってきた敵たちの思いを背負っているので。
I just want to hear some crazy trash talk. Like, Team EX was trash. They didn't even deserve to be on this stage. As a matter of fact, there isn't a team in this tournament that deserves to be on the stage with us. We're Zeta Division. There's zero competition from anyone on this roster. This is going to be an easy day for us. We're walking away with the trophy. Nobody stops us. We make it through to tomorrow, and then you're going to crown us kings because these guys are all just trash compared to us. us. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear something like that.
You into victory.
次のラウンドへ行けて、もうプレッシャー感じてるか、もうこのままでいいか。
Just want to hear some crazy trash talk.
プレッシャーは全く感じてないですね。やっぱ背負ってるものが大きいほど、強くなるというか、楽しめるので、やっぱこれまで以上に楽しめるようにやっていきたいと思います。
We're actually not feeling too much pressure, and we're really excited about this next round.
Wonderful. So I look forward to see you play this next round. Thank you so much. Congratulations for making to quarterfinals once again. Give it up for Zeta Division. Right, thank you so much. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Soph, and congratulations to Zeta Division because they get to continue along in the tournament and they're now waiting to figure out who their opponent is going to be. And
pineapple, in fact, belongs on pizza. Zeta Division. 100% pineapple belongs on pizza.
Has not happened yet. We are going to find out later on today who will be winning and who will be playing up against Zeta Division. But very exciting times for them. One thing that we are going to be looking at though is another matchup. It is Nouns versus Luminosity because I do believe that game is currently happening. And
yeah,
we need to
it
see
didn't.
What is actually
it saw quite a bit of play.
It is Nouns versus Talon. I saw the wrong graphic. We have the last minute
It saw a bit of play yesterday in group stage, and it honestly didn't do much. Like, it's one of the most dominant Pokemon in solo queue and ladder right now, but it seemed like it struggled to get Aeon energy, even with the full team support and all that stuff. It wasn't quite the late game monster that it is on ladder.
All they have to do is play defense.
But it wasn't bad.
It's up to Talon to either go for the Rayquaza Rip or to go
Woo!
for the punish. Oh no, we've got a player down there. The Snorlax gone on the side of Nouns. We have that Zacian trying to go onto that Rapidash who does manage to escape in just the nick of time. The Zacian still okay.
Ooh, Zacian survives.
Talon, they're losing players. They're slowly falling. It's just the Rapidash and the Hooper.
They're losing players. They're losing hope as they are outnumbered by Nouns here. And they are the ones that are behind in points with only 30 seconds left to go. We can see on the mini-map, the Umbreon is looking to go and balloon this lead even further, make it more difficult for Talon to make
Yeah, because you can't let the Latios just farm and get all the Aeon energy it needs.
Does end up getting the res, but time's a ticking, and I don't think time is
everyone on your team has to have levels and experience and Unite Charge, so it's not as dominant as it sounds like it would be on paper.
20-25, taking out Talon 2-0 and moving themselves to their toughest opponent yet, Luminosity in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so we do have Nouns Esports from EU going up against Luminosity Gaming up next from North America.
That's the next one. Nouns versus LG. Man, that sucks.
Zeta Division, they get to sit comfortably for the time being, setting themselves the first team in that semi-final. So lots of fire matches so far here today, and the action is not going to stop at all with all of these teams that we have seen progress on through. And
coming up next.
Up, we can see Kekalok
versus Santos Laguna.
So we're settling the score. We're going to find out who is going to be advancing to the next stage and playing up against Zeta Division, which, if I was either of those teams, I don't know if I'd be looking forward to that matchup yet, but let's focus at the task at hand, folks. Who's going to be making it through? We will find out, but only after this commercial break.
Exactly. Oh. Mute. Exactly. It's a broken mon. I just pick it and I win. I don't have to know how to press. Like, I don't know how to press buttons, but I know this mon is broken, so I'll probably win. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Heh. I am not getting the Guardy skin unless I get hella lucky. Which I don't foresee happening. Whew. 3 more quarterfinal games, and then 2 semifinal games, and that's a wrap. Maybe we'll make it, but man, this is taking so long. We are almost 5 hours in, guys. Almost 5 hours in. That's nuts. Yo, Nah Dog! Thank you for the $7.16 tip. You're the best. Nice. Nice.
Pokemon Unite Championship Series, here we are on top of the big stage. We control it like they're marionettes. No, but seriously, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeet to the ha, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Doob Snacks, what a match we have in store for him.
Yes, we do. Can't wait. Cake-a-lock, making it pretty far. Santos Laguna also making it pretty far. 2 teams that I think were a little off the radar. Well, you better know who they are now because they are fighting in our quarterfinal.
Yeah, one of these is going to be heading to the semifinals here, and obviously so many amazing matches, so many upsets, so many surprise games today. We had 4 teams out of Japan at the start of our bracket here, but all of these single elimination matches means that a stellar team can go down to some crazy plays. We saw that earlier, some of those Aegis Flames games. Let's take a look at our bracket here, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, Zeta Division is the first team to qualify for our semifinals, so there is a Japanese representative there. Peru Unite Aegis Flames squaring off Nouns Esports and Luminosity Gaming, I think, is right around the corner.
Wow.
And we are right here with Kekalak, Santos Laguna.
Santos Laguna on an absolute run here. Kekalak having some really good games as well, especially yesterday. I'm excited to see how this shakes out. So many different regions represented as we move through this tournament. Each member of our top 8 from a different region, which is awesome. It just shows the level of competitiveness this game has worldwide, which is really impressive. Again, the only one qualified for the semifinals right now, Zeta Division out of Japan, but we're about to find out what the rest of the semifinals look like.
Yeah, and the team, I believe, if I quick snapshot of the bracket reminded is correct, the team winning here is who is going to face off against them in the next round.
Yeah, that's right. So they're going to know their opponents very, very soon. And then again, we have those exciting matches coming up in just a little bit. NA versus EU. We've got Peru versus Brazil. I mean, just so many good games. And any team, any region could still be your champion.
Yeah, especially some of these upstart teams that, like I said, we're a little bit off the radar when we started maybe even this tournament, less so throughout the day yesterday as these teams started really establishing themselves going into today. Santos Laguna, perfect example. I talked to them on my way over to the booth before they went up and got ready to get up on stage. And Enisa's been playing a Scyther, got 17 knockouts over your Japanese region champions playing Scyther. And that is a Pokemon I don't believe in.
What? I love Scyther.
Can't wait to be proven wrong by Enisa's, apparently the only Scyther player on the planet.
That's the only one that you can really trust. Production's telling me they're going to throw something up here for us to take a look at. Let's see. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you love to see this. This is objectively a hilarious tweet for what it's worth. Watching my lane partner skip the first 2 bunnies. We're, of course, talking about solo queue when you're carrying that experience share and your bot path attacker or your top laner is worried about you taking the last hit and getting all the experience. That's not how experience share works, my friends.
Immediately after this, by the way, they have to ping, please let me level up first, and then you just know this is going to be one of the most chaotic matches of all time.
But not
by
in a
one
cool
of the
way.
most, I mean a normal solo queue match where they don't understand the best item in the game. But that's how it goes sometimes. You know what? These pros don't have to worry about that.
No.
They're playing with a lot of people who understand how that EXP share works.
Correct. And they are not too stressed about skipping the last 2 bunnies in path, because that's also a little strategy that they like to employ. Everybody on the same page, you'd like to think. However, today
100%.
is the day that if you solo queue,
100%.
you are learning about the wonderful item that is experience share.
Such an important item, and of course it's important.
It is the best item.
It's the best item in the game by far. It's so good. Obviously, you see every pro team running 2 EXP shares. Lots of different Pokemon can use
Not
that
for long.
in cool ways. We've seen a lot of Pokemon that sort of move into a support role, even though their natural, characteristics lend them to be an all-rounder or a speedster or even, a defender, but they play that support role so well with that item. This matchup coming up here, Doob Snacks, I'm wondering, I feel like, and I could be wrong here, I could be caster cursing Santos Laguna right now, but I feel like they are on a real hot streak and they're going to be the tough team to beat.
They really are. They were playing well yesterday. They did 2-1, but in their 1 loss, the games looked particularly were close, which is good going into today. So they kept that momentum going, had a great first set, finding themselves here in our top 8, the quarterfinals. Kekalak, on the other hand, you and I got to cast them. Cast them. We were watching in the back, and they were taking some
We
very
just hit 5
clever
hours.
engagements and really playing the game with purpose and strategy, which allowed them to punch their ticket into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, and now that we're here, moving through our top 8, every single match that you see is going to be up on that main stage. We had games earlier that were on our B stage while we had games on our main stage, and I'm sure you were watching us cut back and forth to those to let you know what was going on. But now every single game is on broadcast. And again, every single game matters. It is a single elimination. We're taking a look at top Pokemon by win rate. Shocking to see Zoroark there. I wonder how that happened.
That's right. Top Pokemon.
Or players like Vitopo, Trainer, taking the Zoroark mantle for today. Yeah, they're going to win some games. They're going to win some games.
Suicune, not surprised to see it. It's obviously at only 54%, but it's so powerful that it's picked up by both sides if it's ever available. So that's why you're seeing it has 28 wins on it, right? Because this thing is just getting picked in so many games. Zarina, another Pokemon that specific players are amazing with. And of course, back to encounter rate here, just talking about it. There's Suicune. 94% of the games today have this Pokemon either picked or banned.
Yeah, down the line here, Charizard and Ho-Oh both performing well when they are in the lobby. You were talking to Flareons with Orange Juicers about Latios a little bit. Can you share some inside baseball for the folks at home about that conversation?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, and I'm kind of with Flareons on this. He was talking to me after their matches on their B stage with Team EX, and he was talking about how he thought Latios was kind of bait for some of these squads, and they felt like they shouldn't have been picking it in some of the games that they did. It's a great Pokemon, but it needs a lot of investment. It needs so many resources to get online. Things have to be going well. It's kind of a win harder Pokemon.
See?
When things are going great for Latios. It's amazing, but it takes so much time to get there. We've seen some really impressive ones throughout this weekend, but we've also seen times where it just really doesn't show up. And I think a newer Pokemon like that is incredibly powerful, but requires a lot of strategy and a lot of focus to get it online can be tough in a situation like this. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see less and less of it as the tournament goes on.
That makes sense. Something we kind of talked about at the start of yesterday when we were opening the show is the metagame that changes throughout the life cycle of a tournament, and it kind of seems like we're on that Latios downswing, right? We still have quite a few games left today, but there is a world where I kind of think it would be fun, just for the nature of this tournament, for as the fall off happens, teams start picking it late in the draft, where all of a sudden they understand exactly everything that the other team is doing, everything that they're trying to do, and then it's like a huge like gut punch where it's like, and last pick Latios type situation. It's like, oh no, like now this is a problem because we don't have the tools we need to really smother it early.
Yeah, you absolutely can get there, and you do see it happen. Once it starts losing all of that priority, you can pick it in some really interesting spots as it's no longer getting banned. We're going to find out what that looks
let's
like
go.
here as we head into our first game between Kekalak and Santos Laguna. This is our draft. First ban for Kekalak is the Blissey, right over to
ban
the
the Blissey,
so
ban the
Latios.
Latios.
And wow, this would be a targeted ban, and it is. Scizor, not what they planned on playing. The Scyther version of it getting banned, so Santos Laguna cannot play it. Charizard back the other way.
Just want to point out, poor Hitman. They couldn't have grabbed a picture with the kid's eyes open here. Come on, help him out one time. Blacklight locking up Ho-Oh real quick. And that's a great pick based on the stats we've seen and the performance we've seen it have when actually in the Sky Ruins.
I think Ho-Oh's unbelievable. It's one of the best things going
that's what they were. That's what they're saying. They think it's bait. I think it's bait. Both for pick and ban, but
we've seen both Metal Claw
I don't
and
know.
Sacred Sword, so I'm not sure which version we're going to see.
I mean, it's still strong, you know. It's still strong.
Suicune also picked up again. This is the most popular Pokemon.
I think there are better options for bans, but it just sucks that Latios isn't allowed in this, man. I would like to see Latios come through one game. That'd be dope.
It's crazy. You and I haven't actually seen any Miraidon games, I don't believe, this weekend, but it has been played for about 15% pick rate there. We need to see where Santos Laguna is going to go now. Of course, Scyther, a key part of their success this weekend, not going to be available to them. But Eldegoss is quickly being hovered, and a Pokemon that has a great win rate this weekend, 70%.
The Luca.
Amazing weekend here. And it's one of the... What?
You said, you know it's not Lucario. Right.
Yeah.
It's been a travesty.
There are some moments that Lucario is obviously winning some games, and it's a comfort pick for a lot of these players. They're extremely skilled on the Pokemon, so they can outplay their opponents. But it might be that Lucario's power level just isn't there right now.
That can't be right.
Interestingly enough, Dragonite, 1% pick rate. I haven't seen it all week.
Yo.
Games it was played in,
Yo, a Dragonite?
Over to Absol.
What?
A decent substitute if you like Scyther. There's a lot of similarities there. You've got some great mobility. The Unite move is very devastating. Obviously, it doesn't perform the exact same way, but I could definitely see a player flexing into that.
There you go. Betty's still in here. We got an Absol.
It's like, man, it kind of feels like we would have seen a little bit more Absol. We would have seen a little bit more things like Talonflame.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see such little Talon, but Talon really thrives in a meta where these attackers there are a lot of squishy attackers, and they get to dive into the backline, and we haven't seen a lot. I feel like the attackers are not doing well in this meta. A lot of attackers are just not crushing it. The only one we see over here for Kakalak is the Miraidon, no attacker for Santos Laguna.
If you take a look at this last Mimikyu that Kakalak locked in, what do you think they're seeing on the Santos Laguna side that says, you know what, Mimikyu can do some work here?
Well, anything that wants to dive in, right, you get to have that opportunity to get them with your Unite move.
Sure.
So Lucario's moving through the battle. Absol decides to jump in. There are a couple good opportunities for that. And Mimikyu is a Zarina, right? Mimikyu is, if you're great on it, this thing is unbelievable. And we're going to see if Kakalak has that. We head into our first game here of our quarterfinals between these two squads. Kakalak, your purple team. Santos Laguna, your orange team. This best of 3 will decide who moves on to the semifinals. And again, these are all single elimination games. So the team that does not win this, heading home.
And I really like Santos Laguna. I really like Kakalak, two teams that are, I think, outperforming their expectations and looking to keep that
Luka did
ride
not get
continuing here at the World Championship.
Nice secures here from Kakalak.
Dude, I'm excited to see Dragonite. I know it's gonna be Hyper Beam, which I'm stoked for. I'm a Hyper Beam enjoyer, but what if he came out? What if he came out and just started smashing people? Ooh, Mimikyu goes down.
A great pickup here. SCG coming through. Santos Laguna season recap after playing 46 games during the
I think the LD got that.
season. Santos Laguna has almost a 60% win rate.
Pretty impressive when you're playing against some of the best teams in the world all season. Getting ready for our fight here between the lanes here.
I'm excited for these picks.
They go down immediately.
Yeah,
oh my god. What? Did they even spawn?
We're quickly going for a stack. And now we've got a little bit of posturing. 3v2 in the top.
Yeah, here we go. NESUS looking to see if they're going to actually move in for this fight. They've got the Metal Claw on Zacian. I was wondering which version we would see. Metal Claw seems to be.
I believe Zacian got that.
Also, like I've seen a couple Sacred Swords, but mostly it's Metal Claw.
Yeah, it's been having good. Like Zacian's, like you said, having a great weekend just alongside Buzzle. You know, a little bit underrepresented going into this event.
Oh, it's a play rough Mimikyu. Of course it is. Nice, good catch, LD.
And now we've got a 4v2. SCG
good heal.
Has to rotate back just to make sure the pressure is relieved a little bit.
Yeah, Dragonite's a tough Pokemon, right? It takes a long time for this to get online. Moving around as a level 6 Dragonair really does
good
not
lord, man, they're just gone.
Central area Pokemon might have. We have Absol almost level 8. We have the Zacian level 7 right there. It's a tough spot to be in for Kakalak.
Great efficiency throughout the map by Santos Laguna, right? Every time a wild Pokemon populates, they have multiple people there to make sure that they are the ones getting the experience so they can stay ahead, which they are right now. And now they're looking for an opportunity to leverage that advantage.
And we see, I mean, some real aggressive positioning here from Santos Laguna. We have Blacklight just trying to deal some damage and frustrate the side of Santos as they're continuing to push towards them with this flamethrower, something that Ho-Oh can do and really not get punished for it at all.
No, up top here, NESUS is really trying to put the
LG did win. They 2-0'd to get to the quarterfinals, and they are going up against Nouns Esports to play for the semifinals.
We finally do have the Dragonite online, however, for the side of Kakalak, so we're going to see if the investment in that was worth it.
Heavy slam on Mufasa. Can't quite get the Hyper Beam out in time to get a knockout, and it is a Charge Beam Miraidon as well. So they might be looking for a rip strategy here with the Hyper Beam secure in the days of your big
Absol. Ooh, the Luca got it.
Does go down. They're chasing
ooh, bye-bye Ho-Oh. We got a Lucario and a Hyper Beam Dragonite in the same game, guys. This is exciting.
Can they close the gap? They would love to knock out this Dragonite. As NESUS, the Zacian is up top.
Ooh, Pursuit Absol missed.
That just hit.
He's gone. Boom.
SCG goes down. Their target is acquired.
Wow, I mean, this is just devastating for Kakalak right now. They're losing every single game. They've lost every moment throughout this match almost, except for a few secures early. They need to get their Pokemon online. They
E-Speed Lucario.
They've got the Mimikyu now level 9. It did pick up a double KO, so obviously things are swinging back the other way for Kakalak. But 11 to 20.
Oh, right, it's Lucario.
All the
Ooh, he got tagged though. Mimikyu did tag him. It's a player up freaking Mimikyu though. Cringe.
How are they going to adjust? Going straight in, taking some of those birds for themselves is Hitman, who pivots back.
Ooh, Hyper Beam almost got Lucario. Suicune Unite. Dude, the support Suicune already has Unite. They've gotten so much. Ooh! That was a shot and a half! Holy! The Aura Sphere! Dude, sub 5 home base Lecky's coming in. Bro.
Absolutely dominating here in game number 1. Kakalak needs to get this under control. They need to pick up a few KOs outside of a Mimikyu moment where they picked up a couple.
Good question. I don't remember who that was. It's a good question.
Got those KOs and pivot towards the top path. Laguna able to defend and push back.
I don't remember who that was, man.
Goal zone in the top path for Kakalak. Zacian has free reign up there as 4 members of Santos move down for this fight.
You'd think I remember who played Gengar. We've watched so many games. I don't know. And we haven't seen Nouns on the main stage yet. Ooh, ho, gets it. Ooh, ooh, big danger, big danger. Of course they got the Regieleki up top. They want a home base for Ray. They didn't care about the bottom one. Ooh, Absol is just stepping through. Oh my god. I wish he was Pursuit though. Or, I mean, Sucker Punch. If he was Sucker Punch, he beats Ho-Oh. If he was Sucker Punch, he beats Ho-Oh.
Wow, I mean, unbelievably strong plays there by Santos. They allowed Kakalak to push in.
But I get it. The massive burst damage you get from, thing. You guys know. I always forget its name. Psycho Cut.
211. Santos Laguna absolutely dominating this.
Good lord, the score, the experience, the rotations. I have no idea who Santos Laguna is. This is literally the first time I've seen him play is in Worlds, but my god. Level 14 Absol. This thing can get 15 for Ray. This can be a level 15 Absol for Ray, guys.
This many levels ahead, anything looks good. And that Lucario is e-speeding through the team. Hitman is getting the job done with it. Santos Laguna, with a little bit of an old school draft, saved the Suicune, and I'll tell you what, it's looking solid.
Yeah, it's insane, man. Insomnia. Yes, Insomnia won.
Solid games, of course. We're heading into, you know, the quarterfinals here, so all of these teams are insanely good.
Fuck, who'd they play?
Right now, Santos Laguna just feels like they have Kakalak's number.
No, Insomnia is out. Insomnia is out. They lost.
Look at this objective in the top path because it creates a game-winning play. But look at this. Zacian.
Oh, I was against Brazil, yeah. The Aegis Flames. Yeah, Aegis Flames made it. Oh, look, they're scoring. They're scoring.
Is that a clean break?
Points scoring in the bottom path, 80 to 412.
Why are you not there for the home base, man? Oh, right, they're gonna rip. That's why they want to rip. I forgot. I forgot what their comp was.
Hyper beam, and then everybody needs to get their points in. Let's see how it shakes out.
Yeah, and here we go. Lucario just kind of figuring out where they are right now. Kakalak obviously has to be the team to make
let's go.
play right here. If they can get a couple down, then a revive by Ho-Oh, they can turn on Rayquaza.
Ooh, good catch by the Mimikyu. He's in, he's out, he's back in.
Okay, the Mimikyu is in there. It gets a knockout on the Suicune. Eldegoss is still standing, but the pressure continues. Dragonite takes
nice. That's awesome.
SCG is looking for more targets here.
That is nice.
Mufasa is getting boxed out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, Hyper Beam. Nope. Misses. Oh, no!
Hitman's low on HP. Henny is low on HP. Kira's Field finally pulling back. Mark G just misses the Shadow Sneak. The revive is coming back.
All we have is the Suicune Unite. Well, this took a turn. Oh, my God. No way. He didn't have enough points to fully charge it. Santos Laguna, no way, the no HP Ho-Oh couldn't get it. Oh my god.
That cake absolutely thrown on the ground.
Amazing stuff from Santos.
Bro.
Laguna, controlling that fight from
I thought it was over. When Absol went down, I thought it was over. Damn, the Suicune. I've got the giant Snorlax beanbag chair. It's awesome.
We had Sashian move in to finish them off. Beautiful play.
Absolute cinema. Yes. Yes. Dude, I thought it was over when they got the Absol.
Had already put on the board incredibly dominant performance.
That's nuts.
Oh yeah, from beginning to end.
Dude, how do you come back from that? I mean, I guess you just take the fact that you almost won the Ray fight.
They were making sure and guaranteeing that free.
Woo! Dude, that Lucario's on point with the long-range Unite, bro. Damn, that's insane.
Finally, they became inevitable.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. I mean, what a game win. Obviously, if you're Santos...
Oh, it definitely sounds like it's got a nice beach.
You can use that composition again, but with that kind of wind in your sails, I don't think you need to stress about too much. Kakalak is in a lot of trouble right now. Sometimes I think teams bounce back from a stomp pretty well because it's a situation of every single thing going wrong in a match. It's hard to worry too much when not a single thing went right.
I haven't played.
You can get back in there.
I think it was available for free on Steam, and I forgot to go get it. I don't know if it's still up there.
Change or not, but one thing is for sure, they are going to need to look very different in game number 2.
Yeah, if you thought just taking the Scyther out of the hands of Santos Laguna was going to be the end-all, be-all, you just learned a tough lesson,
Nice.
Kakalak, because they have more in the tank. That Aura Cannon from Jupiter was awesome.
So unbelievably mean, and you don't know exactly what you're aiming for,
Dude.
but you're hoping that you can grab
Dude,
them.
that 2-mile KO on the Dragonite, that was worth them winning. Like, they deserve the win. 100% deserve the win.
Nice fight here from Kakalak, but the Lucario moving in, Zacian moving in to try to pick up some KOs. Nice big Unite move there.
Oh, he did have enough AOS energy to fully charge it, but he didn't.
It wouldn't have been the difference maker at that point.
No, not at all. Not at all. Staying in the pocket very well were the rest of the
Damn.
team there. As we take
Yes,
a look at our
MVP,
two MVPs.
Suicune.
We've got Kira, the most valuable player, and we've got Pelipper, the most valuable Pokemon.
That's right. Right below Pelipper, of course, we have Suicune that Kira used in this match. This thing is just so good. It's absolutely bannable, but it's tough. There are a lot of Pokemon that you want to take away from your opponents. Now I think the question is, does it matter whether or not they got Scyther? Doesn't seem to have made really much of a difference there as they got absolutely dominated in game 1. Maybe you'd rather have taken away the Suicune from them instead of that Scyther.
That's a good point. I think it's still fine to ban the Scyther.
Sure. I love targeted bans myself.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
I think that's okay. I didn't really...
All right, I am all in rooting for Santos Laguna just for the sake of time.
Left something to be
For the sake of time.
You know,
I don't want a game 3 in every
argue that
match,
they're
man.
Going for a type of rip strategy. Yep. But that doesn't work if the score line is tilted in the direction of Santos Laguna by 300 plus points, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work if you're so far behind on levels that you can't actually get into any fights to secure an objective. So Kakalak has got some work to do here in game 2.
They absolutely do. As we head back into our draft here, again, they are down 1 game. They're going to take the first pick right now. Blissey banned, Latios banned. It looks like we are peeling out of that draft screen here for just a moment. A real tough one for Kakalak. They picked a couple of those Pokemon that
Technical issues already.
Right,
Cool. Time for bathroom break then.
You're a
I'll be back.
genius because you picked Dragonite. When it goes wrong, everyone thinks, why Venusaur? And on and on and on. These things that are not necessarily meta, but sort of on the periphery that some of these teams want to bring in. We've seen some incredible Dragonites throughout the history of the UCS, but it is one of those picks where it's slow to get online, and if it doesn't get there fast and you don't kind of start snowballing with it early, it's really tough to have a great fight with a Dragonite that's under-leveled, which means it's less likely that you're going to be in a good position to rip, which means it's less likely that your Hyper Beam is going to find great value around some of these objectives. It's just tough.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about historically solid Dragonites. How about Kakalak from, like, Japan? Remember when they had a pretty deep run because they just kept running back?
Are you thinking of Kabi-chans?
No. That was at Aos. But it was SCG on the Dragonite. Remember when that crazy Dragonite like dragon dance to score the points? You and I were casting that game. It was absolutely wild.
Yes, you're right.
So maybe they're trying to like spark some of that life back into him, going to old reliable there. But again, the difference between this game and how well they were performing in Yokohama a few years ago with this Pokemon was that point gap differential.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you flip and you get it if everybody needs to score 100 points just to give yourself a chance.
Yeah. Now it's time to regroup. It's time to figure this out.
And I mean, we haven't really seen the Dragonite out of Cake-A-Lock, right? When we've been watching this weekend.
No, it has
and
a
they've
1%
been playing,
pick rate, so maybe they played it in one other game.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's like, why was this the moment? What did they see? And I'm afraid I can't quite dissect what they saw on the other side and said, yes, this is the Dragonite game.
Well, I do think every once in a while, if you throw a curveball at your opponent, something they don't expect, something they haven't maybe prepped for, and you can kind of get an early, surprising lead with it, you can get yourself in a great position, right? You can get yourself in a great position, and your opponents are off balance. They might not know how to fight it. They don't deal with a Dragonite. They don't deal with a team that just zones for it, lets it rip an objective, right? But when the other team kind of gets an early advantage and just keeps running it down on you, picking up KO after KO after KO, you're in a lot of trouble with sort of a cheesy strategy, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, understood. In my heart of hearts, as I mentioned, I would like to see Cake-A-Lock, I don't want to say go somewhere standard, because a lot of teams have been finding success using their own identity here. And I don't want them to lose themselves after that game. But they need to do what you and I have talked about a lot. After a tough loss like that, you just gotta.
Yeah, I would also like to have Cake-A-Lot in Santos Laguna. That sounds like a great time.
And just say, okay, whatever that was is behind us now. Let's focus on the next thing and not let it jar.
No, I don't mind the more matches. I don't mind the more matches.
It's easy to pin it on.
But I've been sitting in front of this computer for 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm looking ahead. I'm looking ahead at the remainder of the bracket.
It's one of those tough things. You know, we saw some crazy
When there's
matches
constantly
earlier. High-Five versus Zeta
freaking
Division
technical
had an
difficulties.
Extremely difficult game one. Didn't seem to adjust much into game two, right? They had some adjustments, but Zeta able to kind of play the exact same strategy. So this may be a situation where you either say, look, either as Cake-A-Lock, we're not going to play the same stuff, or we're not going to allow Santos to play some of the same stuff. We'll have to see how they want to adjust heading in here to game number two. Always a tough place to be. You know, your back's against the ropes. One more game could be the difference between you heading home and moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and Santos Laguna getting a lot of targeted bans. Like, don't forget, that Blissey was banned against them as well. It looked like that's where Cake-A-Lock wanted to go again with their bans, with the quick, brief draft screen we saw. And that's a nod to the players on Santos Laguna that, you know, we'd almost rather contend with the Suicunes of the world than let them have these absolute beast of Pokemon when they're
But really, I just want to see LG versus Nouns. I'm just very excited to get to that game. And we got to finish this set, and then one more set to get to that.
Choices, you might not be if things get chaotic in another game.
It's gonna be the last game of the semifinals. Uh-oh.
Get chaotic in another game that you're doing well in, you could have lost it all previously, right? So that Dragonite game, it could be, you know, the beginning of the end from them, but we've seen teams come back.
I just
want
to see Nouns versus LG, bro.
Worse game ones and go on to win their series.
Absolutely. I mean, you can talk about Aegis Flames yesterday. You know what I mean? They were having a heck of a time in that first game against Zeta, right? And then all of a sudden, they had a huge Zero Aura game, and then they had kind of a dismantling of
Who won?
Zeta in
Lots
that
of people.
third game using that Charizard.
Lots of people.
So
We still going.
This is a down, definitely not out yet situation, but they
All
need
right.
to win two on the hop.
Blissey band, Latios band, Scizor band, Char band, standard. That is insane that Char has been such a heavily banned Pokemon. Oh, so happy. because he's so not that good.
Really need to see Kakalak come alive because that draft kind of went sideways early. They are.
Ho-Oh gets through. Suicune gets through.
That's not where I think the draft went sideways. Agreed. I think that's a
They're gonna first pick Zacian. Yo, is Kakalak gonna get Ho-Oh and Suicune? Nope.
And quickly grab
Nope.
Suicune as well.
Yeah,
All of
okay.
these picks are
Okay,
great
calm down,
1, 2,
guys.
3s, right?
Don't freak out.
Ho-Oh's incredible, looked fantastic in that last game. Zacian was amazing. Suicune was amazing. Some of the other picks as they went on got a little trickier. We've got Mewtwo instead of what we had before, and now we also have a Blastoise coming into this game. So
The
definitely a different
Stoise?
look from Kakalak, which I think
The
is absolutely
Stoise?
Yeah, we did see some really clever engagements out of this Blastoise when we were watching Kakalak in the Green Rune here. So this feels a little bit more identity-driven to Kakalak with what they've been successful with this weekend, as Minotaur easily grabs Eldegoss, Hitman,
And
snagging up the
Mew?
Interesting pick. Mew has been one of those Pokemon that feels like it either has one of the best games ever, and you feel like the player is on another level, or it just doesn't feel like it had much of an impact in a match. We'll have to see how it looks here. From
Oh, they're
Santos
going back to the
Laguna.
Dragonite?
We're to our final
No.
2 picks from Kakalak.
No.
We've got Garchomp.
No.
They're bringing
Ye-
Dragonite back, so they like this strategy.
I mean,
Okay.
it was picked last game, and its pick rate went up 1 entire percent.
Yeah.
So it's easy to see that Kakalak is the reason that Dragonite is seeing the game at all right now. And a sword pick. You and I haven't cast the sword yet, but we've talked about how we would like to see more sword throughout the weekend because we think it just fills a decent role on some of these teams when instead they're grasping at straws somewhere else.
I actually really like Aegislash. I think it's a little underrated in this meta. It plays well into tankier Pokemon. That big boosted, able to rip through some of it with some of that max HP shred that it's able to get. I like the pick here for Aegislash, and I like the adjustments from Kakalak. If they came back with the same draft, I think they would be in trouble. They still have a few things that I don't know if they're going to be the winning factor for them. But they bring in the Mewtwo wide, they bring in the Blastoise, they have some different options here.
Here's something that stresses me out about Kakalak's draft right now. Zacian, great early. Suicune, great early. Mew, great early. You look on the side of Kakalak, Blastoise, woo.
Yeah.
And then you got to go on down line. Garchomp, not bad early, but still
Garchomp's pretty good early.
Yep.
And then you have a Dragonite, which is
But
another
is
wolf.
Garchomp's early game better than Zacian's? No.
I mean,
no, not if you take Farm on the way up there and you can enhance your slash. Not good.
It's just bow wow, this Dragonite.
All the dogs.
All the dog things. It's a tough one because it needs so much experience to get online as we head here to game number 2 in our quarterfinals. Kakalak, your purple team. Santos Laguna, your orange team. Up 1 game. If they win here, they move on. Kakalak will be heading home.
But I see their strategy. I see it. I see their strategy. Garchomp, Rip, Hyper Beam, Secure. I see their strategy.
I mean, they hit Nadiza so hard on that skirmish over that contestable farm that they had to run all the way back to pad and pretty much just give up. On the other hand, though,
Yo, ignore what I said. Garchomp beats Zacian.
just stepping up and catching shots on behalf of the
Never mind, I was right. Never mind, I was right.
With this Garchomp, both of these have great rip.
Done without Fluffy. Dude.
Go very, very quick. They were both
100%. Run the Fluffy. Run the Fluffy.
Pick up a KO in that moment. We have the Dragonair on the top path. We also have the Doublade heading up there.
Instead of the Mewtwo, they should have gone Fluffy Tail Absol.
Mewtwo, make their way
Fluffy Tail Absol, Fluffy Tail Garchomp.
Seeing if they can join this fight and make something
Full heal
happen here.
Dragonite for sure.
Okay.
Woo! Aegis in. Aegis. Ooh. That is a quick KO. The poor Gibble. Poor little Gibble.
The blades are shattered. They're broken swords right here. As Santos Laguna is looking to get some points on the pad. Poor Minotaur is trying to get these
Ooh,
points.
Fluffy Rock Strike. We did do that. We did do that when we 5-stacked, right? Was that us, or that was when I played with... I did that when I played with Sam. I think we did that too. I think we did that too. Yeah.
Hey, I'm here for you. That was a great fight on behalf of Santos Laguna.
Yeah, because Beta was running the Desi for secure. Fluffy rocks, bro. Crustl's actually had pretty good pick rate in this tournament. He's actually... Crustl's been an absolute monster in this tournament. I haven't seen him much today though, but through group stage, Russell was good. Dude, Santos Laguna just eating all the experience again. Oh no! Goodbye. Goodbye, Goodbye.
Here we are once again at about the same point of the match.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Dragonair. Maybe they're getting too confident right now. If they go down, this could be big for Kakalak, but no, they peel back. Very careful play there, even though they went in for
He's just chilling bot lane versus his clone now.
But they didn't get punished for it.
The confidence that Santos
And Garchomp takes the experience. Not really. Not really. No, he does not. Goodbye, Goodbye. Oh my god. Oh my god, the Aegis Slash!
Everyone goes down. That's 4 straight up as the Mewtwo Y doesn't catch a receipt because it's not there.
Bro.
We're doing some math right here.
That would have been a team wipe if Mewtwo was up there. Good lord. Mew gets it with a basic!
Ripping that top objective. Santos Laguna once again in total
Bro.
control here.
So 450 the next Lecky spawns. Oh, which means they can easily set up a home base Lecky even though they ignored it last time.
They are smothering them so they can't scale up, and this is just spelling disaster for Kakalak early.
Dude.
Minotaur's got eyes on him, just A-pressing Nadiza, and here comes Kira as well. The light bulb putting in work against 3.
Yeah, and here we go, taking 5 members now. Kakalak up into the top path. Anysus deciding whether or not they want to fight.
Maybe.
2 members of Santos
Zacian's dipping.
secure the objective in the bottom path.
Dude.
It takes a village sometimes, but it shouldn't take a village to take down a Regieleki. But when you're this far behind in a match and it's this dangerous, they had
Could
to
be.
commit all of
Could
their
be.
resources.
Now that one I would like to see go to
that
game 3.
objective. Santos Laguna. I mean, second verse, same as the first here, Doob Snacks. This is looking like a repeat of game 1.
It really is. It really is. And you're seeing how devastating the Suicune is now in these engagements. Anysus and Mufasa are looking to get active. And when everybody's frozen down, it makes easy work for those two.
The beams. The beams from the sun.
Here, and I'm not too sure who got it, but Santos Laguna is showing up in numbers here. As look in the central
Poor
area.
Garchomp, bro. He is struggling.
Laguna, as the sword and the dog are just hanging out.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for Kakalak, right? You just have these
Oh, by the way, I was thinking. Oh my god! Shing, 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 shing! Swords! Oh my god, turns out swords beats dragon. Oh my god. Anyways, I was thinking. We don't have enough Pokemon, and I can't think of another one that we can do. But a sword comp. Sword comp. We got Aegislash, we got Ceruledge, we got Scyther, we got Zacian. I need a 5th sword Pokemon, guys. We need a 5th Pokemon with a sword. Who we got? I need names. I need names. That's not really a sword, but we'll take it because it's in the roster. There we go. I knew I can count on Sabinicus. Because I was tinking. Okay, I was tinking. Kabutops. Eh? Eh? Dragonfire can't mail still beams. Confirmed.
To make sure that they can make plays like that.
Oh my god.
The central area of Kakalak the entire game.
Oh, Kabutops. Who else we got? What other Pokemon are there with swords, guys? God damn it. Oh my god. That one got me.
Now they're putting pressure on
Woo!
3 players there.
Oh man.
Doing such a great job frontlining and getting vision with this
I will accept the the snow leopard, Shan-Pao. Shan-Pao. Shan-Pao.
Blender between Mufasa and Anysus.
Yeah, they're just waiting, right? They're just trying to
We'll accept that one. Okay. Who else we got with swords? What other Pokemon have swords?
Would love to get some experience. They'd love to venture out and find a way to get some levels here, but every time they pop their head out, Santos Laguna is there to chop it down as they start to.
Because obviously I would make Kabutops a defender.
100
that
just,
buff, which is really nice
just for the
Cake
sake of it.
Trying to get some of this
Woo!
XP right here, but so much of it's
Does
being
Samurai
taken
have
by
a sword?
Santos Laguna.
Yeah, Santos Laguna, you can kind of see they're hiding out kind of in the left side middle of that central area, and they're waiting for the wild Pokemon in the central area of Kakalot to spawn, and when Kakalot goes to get it, they just jump on them. We saw Ho-Oh knockout in the top path if you were taking a look at the mini-map there, and now Santos Laguna finally decides to go take their free farm on the side of the map,
Okay, he
as
got
they're
a
also
horn.
taking
Keldeo.
Altaria in the middle.
Keldeo.
This here, this is just
Keldeo. Its horn's a sword, right?
No one is here to contest it. You've seen Santos Laguna essentially push the dividing line of this map all the way over to the central area of Kakalot. And right now, with 30 seconds until Rayquaza, Kakalot is in a very difficult position. They have to make a play. They have to have a heroic fight. They have to make something happen here, or their tournament life is done. Blastoise right now getting some information here as they're trying to bait in a fight, possibly moving forward here. They catch them with the Sacred Fire, but no, they decide to not engage here. They're probably going to have one more engagement in this match. It could be
that one works for me. He looks defendery.
they have of the Unite Championship Series. They need to find their moment. We have Anysus moving in, ripping through Blastoise, but they are going to peel back from this. Santos Laguna does not need to start this fight. Kakalot has to be the one to make a decision. Santos Laguna looking to
They're not up nearly as much as they were last time.
We have the Ho-Oh, we have the Flamethrower, we have a Side Strike, but they're still not moving in on this fight. Time is ticking down.
Legitimately, Zacian could rip that. They're stuck in their jungle. Zacian could just get Ray off the map.
Make a decision. They have to pick their moment. They have to decide to fight.
Dude, they are stuck in their jungle.
Go in here. Time is running thin, as you said. They're down by a bucket load of points, and the pressure's on Kakalot to make a move. They're finding
True story.
a way in. Here comes Naughty's Eye. It almost looks like Santos Laguna.
Oh, I'm dumb.
The middle area. We'll see
I'm
if we can
dumb.
engage. Anysus on the backside. Sun Sage is there. A little bit of pressure on, but we fade for a moment.
Yeah, Mewtwo's Unite move does nothing. Caught there, and now they're moving in for a fight. Here comes Garchomp, but they're very low, and they get taken down immediately.
Oof, I told you Garchomp, rough day. King Gambit. King Gambit. That's the one. That's the winner.
SCG is sitting there. Blacklight is trying to
Oh, Zacian Unite. Oh, Zacian goes down. Zacian goes down. But it's just the Ho-Oh. It's just the Ho-Oh. Ooh, Gallade. Oh, weird. I'm dumb. Gallade. See, now we're talking. This is what we need. All right, Timmy, get us in studio. Come on. We have plans. We have plans and ideas. Gallade.
Completely dominating game 1 and 2, heading to put some more points on the board. They don't need
Okay,
it,
dude,
however,
we can get some massive.
They are heading to the semifinals.
We can get some massive sword comps going on. All right. All right, I'm down.
I mean, what a convincing win, too. It kind of seems like that's the aura you and I are bringing to the booth today, is just these lopsided 2-0s. You got one team that seems like they're ready to take on the world, and one team that's just rolling out of bed. Santos Laguna, I'll tell you what, Anysus is looking really good. Holy, that Zacian, that sword combination just wreaking havoc.
You know, what you saw right there was a clinic in what to do with a lead, right?
Yes.
They took their lead, they kept the pressure on the entire time, and the way they played around each other, making sure that every time they moved in to sort of punish Kakalot for being behind, they didn't give up any experience, they didn't give up any big KOs. So impressive. Santos Laguna just looking absolutely dominant in this match against a top team.
I mentioned Anysus, right? You have to give flowers to Kira. To Kira and Minotaur. They played crazy. Those Eldegoss, Anysus was operating on 15% HP. It almost felt like especially in that big central area catch where Anysus almost went down, and we were following, and all of a sudden that big Suicune Unite, nice pollen puffs, and they're able to turn the tide there. I mean, that to me was a difference maker, and here we just kind of see the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, a great Hydro Typhoon, really nice revival right there by the Ho-Oh, but it's not enough. The level lead makes it really tough in some of these moments, and they're even trying to get this Zacian. It takes a long time. Ho-Oh has to get them with the Sacred Fire. At that point, everyone else is down. We now finally see Blacklight get taken down. Ho-Oh trying their best but they are gone. Just such an impressive match from Santos Laguna. It was, I mean, just dominant, top to bottom. MVP, Mufasa on the Aegis Slash.
Great tip of the cap to Mufasa on this Aegis Slash. I think they were moving around the map incredibly well. They were using the advantages they had, not necessarily in levels, but like you said, the power level of some of these Pokemon in the early stages of the game, right? Able to get on top of that Dragonair. They were both level 6, but Mufasa coming out ahead in the early stages.
Excalibur?
So really understanding their
Sword?
Pokemon and the relationship it has to what the opponent is trying to do. Well done, not only by Mufasa, but by Santos Laguna.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
there
the
isn't much you
Xian
could
Pao.
say,
Yeah.
negative about what they did at all. It was pretty dominant top to bottom, very impressive, extremely impressive level of aggression, and never giving up knockouts in key moments is just a masterclass. They looked fantastic.
They really did. They really did. You know, they were aggressive, but I felt like controlled aggression. Controlled aggression. I think the only time it looked suspect, ironically enough, was when any suspect was ironically enough when any sus was incredibly low on HP, about 20%.
All right, I guess he does have a sword sticking out of his back. We can take that. That's acceptable.
Sus just turned around and just dove in, and it was just Minotaur immediately following up.
Telling you, we
Suicune
just
Unite,
need a sword
which quite
team.
literally put
We
everyone
just
on
need a
Cake
sword
Lock on
team.
ice, and all of Santos Laguna followed through on that and was able to convert, save any sus, prevent the experience from going to Kakalak and getting themselves a big time win. But I believe we have an interview on the stage with Santos Laguna. Take it away.
Right, everybody, give it up for Santos
Skarmory.
Laguna.
That might be reaching. That might be reaching. I want legitimate swords. We need more legitimate swords.
Representatives, and we have Kira for this lovely interview. You just beat Kakalak, and it was, to be fair, a very dominant 2-0. So, do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Durante la partida habéis estado dominando constantemente. Parece que ha sido una victoria aplastante. ¿Quieres comentar algo sobre la partida?
La verdad veníamos súper confiados después de vencer al top 1 de Japón. Sabíamos que podíamos contra ellos y vamos por más.
We were very confident.
Ooh, Surfetched. That's the one. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Surfetched. Freaking Surfetched.
Yeah, and I know that winning more means that you're going to have to really accomplish that on the semifinals, because you are going to be facing Japan once again in Zeta Division. So how are you feeling towards that one?
Para conseguir eso vais a tener que volver en la semifinal y vais a volver a enfrentaros a Japón de nuevo. ¿Cómo sentís sobre ese reto?
Nope. Nope, we're taking Surfetched. I accept it. My favorite one of the choices.
We are going to do it in the best
Surfetched.
way possible.
Lovely, and to be fair, you did it today already, defeating Reject on the V stage. That was lovely to watch, and I think your performance was amazing. And my favorite point from your team is the macro. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about how do you guys navigate the late game.
Ella te está preguntando ahora por la estrategia, ha disfrutado mucho viendo la parte del macro. ¿Puedes hablarles un poco sobre cómo lo habéis hecho, cómo lo habéis preparado?
Lo teníamos ya trabajado de tiempo, la verdad que nos han ayudado a las screens bastante para poder llegar a este nivel y la verdad que los resultados se ven reflejados. Y también gracias a nuestros analistas y coach, a Rixo y a Dioiva, les mandamos un fuerte saludo de parte de Santa Laguna.
We have been working for a while, we have been preparing, we have also had some help. Our coach, he mentioned an analyst, data analyst, you mentioned two names? Ioiva and Rixo. I want to thank them.
All right, congratulations for making it to the semifinals of Pokemon Unite World Championships. Give it up for Santos Laguna. Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you as well. And back to you, casters.
That's us. That's us. We're the casters.
Yeah, thank you very much, Soph. I mean, wow, that was just incredible. The games really weren't too close. They look phenomenal. They have taken down the #1 seed out of Japan. They just took down Kakalak. They're going to be moving forward to face off against Zeta Division, a team that is just on a run as well. We're taking a look at our quarterfinals right here. Still to come, Peru Unite Aegis Flames, Nouns Esports Luminosity. Unbelievable. I can't wait. Team ES GX goes down to Zeta Division. Kakalak goes down to Santos Laguna. The first two teams heading to our semifinals, Zeta versus Santos. I truly do not know how that's going to turn out. Both of them are playing incredible.
I have my suspicions on how that one
matches,
turns out.
However, make it look like Santos is going to walk away with this. But Zeta Division is a powerhouse team, the only team left here from Japan.
Yeah, and they've been 2-0 sweeping everyone today here on day 2 on quite a run. However, we still have our other semifinals to get set, and you highlighted them. Peru Unite and Aegis Flames.
Peru versus Aegis Flames next, and then Nouns versus LG.
Their old glory from the last couple years, and Aegis Flames quite literally lighting up the stage and lighting up our hearts because they are playing like monsters, and it's been amazing to watch.
And then, of course, we have Nouns Esports out of EU having an incredible tournament run.
Yeah.
Some of these live events, they've been a little shaky, but we have not seen that this weekend. They're going up against LG. Obviously, I love this matchup. Yeah. It's going to be unbelievably good. I mean, you got kind of Inder against Slash once again. There's that little TTV rivalry from a few years ago. I just cannot wait to see that match on the main stage.
Absolutely. I think you and I might have to slink out into the crowd here and catch that one because we will not be casting it. We will be returning for a semifinals best of 5, which is a courtesy reminder to you.
Oh, the semifinals are best of 5. Oh.
Will be best of 5s, but before we can tackle those, we need to figure out who is forming the other semifinals match, and to get that going, we need to take a break.
We're going to take a break. You don't go anywhere. We actually do
we
go
have
somewhere.
to go somewhere.
We'll be right back, everybody.
Love you. Bye.
Mute. No, they'll just be best of 5. I don't think anything's ever been a best of 7. But the finals aren't till tomorrow. Three minutes. 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. Oh.
Accurate. You know, I cannot believe how close to the end we are. I was just talking about it. I feel like we very quickly went from anything can happen at the start of the day to only a few things can happen.
Yeah.
And
a lot of things to happen.
Yes, the end is within sight, and I cannot believe that it has played out like this. I feel pretty confident that nobody has a correct fantasy bracket at this point in the day, but look at the 2 matches we have left in the quarterfinals. Peru versus Aegis Flames and Nouns versus Luminosity. What bangers.
I mean, just storied history in that second quarterfinal. In this first one, though, some new additions to the scene as well as some age-old favorites in Peru unite. And then, of course, Aegis Flames kind of taken center stage of the spotlight of the story of our tournament. A bunch of brand new players to the scene mixed in with a few Brazil favorites to form a team that has taken down Titans throughout this matchup and is now in a position to become top 4 in the World Championships? Are you kidding me? What a story from this squad.
I know. And of course, that's going to match what we're going to be watching very soon. I'm so excited. I got to cast their first game on broadcast of the weekend, and it was amazing. We got to watch their second match of the weekend. It was amazing. And the third, if it's not amazing, I would be very surprised.
So you got to witness the Zero Aura masterclass from Aegis Flames.
Yes.
Well, not many other people did, because that has been almost a permanent ban against this team from every other squad leading up to it. I'm extremely curious if Peru Unite is going to follow suit. I mean, it's a big swing, but this target ban might pay off.
Right, as far as all of our matches on broadcast, after that game, every single game was a Zero Aura ban after that. They said, no, we're never letting that happen ever again. But despite that, it still has, I mean, they've played around it in really great ways. They haven't even needed it at all.
Exactly. Now, we're obviously excited about the booth. I know the players on the stage are as well, but we also got people and players in the crowd. So let's hear something from the floor here in the venue.
So Zoinks and Chef, we have here Ollie Cosplays, a lovely content creator for Pokemon that has been enjoying Pokemon Worlds quite a bit. Do you want to talk a little bit about your experience?
Yeah, I've been having the time of my life here, seeing all the cosplays, the amazing community, the TCG, the VGC. I'm totally just in awe of everyone, and it's just a beautiful community being a part of it, Pokemon.
And how about your journey with Pokemon? Because it feels like, I mean, you are literally in character, and I love that for you. Why did you choose Bug? Is it your style, or is it just something that you chose for this event?
They're a little quirky, they're different, they're underrated. I love the weird ones, you know? We got Volcarona, we got Beautifly, Masquerain. I'm repping the Bugs always.
That's wonderful. And how about Pokemon Unite? Do you rock anything in particular?
Well, I'm a little bit of a Serena main, but Guja's my boy. Guja is my boy. Those are my favorites.
I love that. So we have a defender and an all-rounder. Quite different style.
Imagine that.
Totally. I like to change
Me
it up.
too, man.
Sometimes I'll do support.
Me too. Alright, here we go. Aegis Flames versus Peru Unite. Suicune finally gets a ban. Char ban.
Will you? Can we play right now?
Yes.
A match made in heaven.
Yes.
We're gonna slay.
Oh, we're so gonna slay. Just like Aegis Flames and Peru Unite in
Blaziken
this
ban.
next match. Back to
Okay.
you, Costas.
This is definitely going to slay. And you know, the quirky ones, the different ones, that's, I think, Unite in a nutshell.
Yeah, no, if you were into those style of Pokemon, I think pick it up. Bug types, I think we all were requesting a few more. However, one that has been making a name for
Great
itself.
segue.
Yeah,
Great
so much.
segue.
Thank you. I'll be here. Well, not for too much longer, just for 2 more days. I can't believe the World Championship is over. But a Pokemon like Scyther has also been tearing it up. Is where I was eventually getting to with that one.
Should have pretended you were going to talk about Buzzword.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing we did talk about right before we cut to that interview was where is the Zero Aura ban? It is absent from this draft.
Guaranteed.
However, Aegis Flames have thrown in the Blaziken, a Pokemon with less than 1% ban rate on our tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty surprising that it's been that low, considering it's been doing really well across the entire weekend. That secure has been super key to a lot of teams winning. We saw LG use it extremely well. But actually looking at the picks, it's a lot of common picks that we've been seeing. One that I think we've talked about a little bit less this weekend is the Mamoswine, which has gone through a whole lot.
I like
there's a
Gudra.
lot of options for
I like Gudra.
seeing it. You can see 20%, which is relatively high for that kind of like second-tier defender.
I think it's also going to be showcasing why maybe we didn't see the Zera Aura ban outside of Peru United. I think Mamoswine is actually an incredible matchup into that particular, and yeah, Aegis Flames, all of their damage is going to be coming from these melee all-rounders, and of course a speedster in the case of Zera Aura. So we're going to have a lot of up-close personal damage. That's going to be really tough for them to kind of avoid Draken's terrifying Ice Fang. I mean, I talked about how Peru Unite is a story team.
Yeah, no,
that's one way to do it, and yeah, why not just
I'm
throw
locked
in the
in.
armors? We got the Char Cadet Bros.
Yeah,
on opposite sides.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've ever seen in a tournament match both of them on the opposite sides. They're actually
Got
also
Scarlet
their
on.
own
Catching
perfect,
some
like,
Pokemon.
purple and orange side. Wow, it's pretty perfect. This is accurate, lore accurate match.
Production of the script is
I was
getting a
running
little
around
too
the,
easy to tell that it's
the
scripted.
DLC area looking for stuff while we were on break.
But yeah, no, it's some really interesting stuff in this draft. I think Peru Unite really doing their homework on what Aegis Flames likes to play, and specifically how their strategies play out on the map, and trying to counter that. So a strong focus on anti-melee fights. We got the Mamoswine for the Ice Fang, Clefable just for that big pocket healing, and then Armarouge is basically this great counter pick that's starting to see not a lot of play, only an 11% pick rate on
Hell
our
yeah, the
tournament,
Sarah
but we
Ledge,
have seen
though.
the evidence of it doing extremely well into these brawl
Okay,
style
Char Cadet versus
Right.
Char
One
Cadet.
thing as well that
I think I know who wins that.
Watch out for though, and kind of like the opposite direction is the Clefable being so dependent on everybody being around you means that there are some huge AoE plays that could be made from the side of Aegis Flames, specifically.
It's
I
true.
would say
Gotta get that
maybe
half of the
some
Twinkie.
Knights could be gigantic. We've seen.
Yo, I hope we can make it to the
seen
end of this.
Weekend, a few plays. Wow, they went right into it. That was
Here we go.
extremely fast. But we've seen some plays so far this weekend that have just torn entire teams apart.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, you're talking about that Sarah Ledge Unite move that has this huge hitbox hitting multiple targets at a time. One of those kind of soft answers is a cleanse, some kind of full heal or something. However, there's no other support Pokemon on the side that can do that. Clefairy having amazing healing, or sorry, Clefable once again, but has amazing healing, but will not be able to cleanse that Sarah Ledge damage mark.
Clef goes down trying to stack.
A few other things as well. I mean, the Sarah Ledge would be the scariest, of course, if it does fully land. We've seen that literally wipe entire teams. But Hoopa can, of course, stun big gigantic circles of
that'd be
people.
too
Zeraora
cool.
itself can do just a lot of normal damage.
That'd be too
and
cool.
then Snorlax, honestly, you usually use it a little bit more defensively, but if everybody's stacked up, it can launch an entire team.
Yeah,
Another one of my faves. Another one of my faves. The Mankey, the Primate, the Annihilate.
Do it all Unite moves sometimes when you just flop on the ground and get that big shield. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing what Atharas can pull off with this Pokemon, especially against such a world-class defender in Draken. I know Spraggles and Duke Snacks have gotten the chance to cast over Peru Unite matches a lot, and they love talking about the support of Kea and the tank of Draken. Nemo going in for the offensive pressure, but we're also pushing here on bot side.
Yeah, pushes from both sides, or I should say,
Hoopa
both
diff.
paths from Peru. However, they're getting pushed back up top. Anemo just trying to escape. A great counter engage from Tempo, who, oh my goodness, is barely escaping.
Damn,
Tries
I've
to
been
get
out.
chased down, using
Clef
the
gets
for a
it.
little
He
bit of
balls.
mobility, but not going to be
Nice.
able to catch. And that healing, like you said, it is huge. It is some of the
think those
most, I guess,
flashes are
concentrated
too
healing
No,
in
they're
the
not.
game. It is so incredibly fast at pulling you back up. You just got to be close.
Yeah, and not to mention when you get that plus upgrade of it,
Be
it's
cool.
just
Be
AoE
better than
plus, which I
Palmot.
think, it's covering just entire
Way better
areas
than
where some
Palmot.
fights are going to be going on. I like Tempo's play on the Lucario there. We are going to power up punch. We don't have access to our second move yet on Lucario, so we find a way to weave in that damage. I think they were kind of hoping the boosted auto after would get themselves the KO. Comes up a little bit short, but they do make it safely back. Lucario's passive in Steadfast really helping it out in the early game, and I think one of the major reasons why this matchup with Buzzwole versus Lucario is actually going so well for Peru Unite right now on the top side. Problem is, Aegis Flames has a big successful push as Anemo goes down.
We are 6 hours in, man.
KO'd. Aegis Flames dumping in points into tier 1 on bot side.
Don't toy with me.
A lot of points, and
Don't you toy with me with the
especially
Jolteon.
Hoopa, they've got to be careful of that. Be a little sad on the bottom. Both Peru and Aegis sit at 71%.
Of course I will.
but Peru with
I'm a
31
bitch about it the whole time.
games played. We have a hat count coming next game.
Okay,
Are we getting spoilers?
Probably.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I do love that we have incoming warning of these lower thirds. I love that a lot. But wow, what
Now watch this Zera aura, because this dude's a demon at the Zera pool.
Tournament run, but Peru Unite a bit longer of a chance to be playing in these events. Clearly, these Hoopa portals from the Ocean are going to be pretty important, specifically around the basement and Reggie Alecki battlefields. You see Sorlax already trying to take up space. Peru Unite taking this one a little bit slower, as Anemo is actually going on a bit of a central area invade.
Yellow Darkrai. He's a demon.
Trying to fight over the red steel.
He is a demon.
I like that idea a lot. The rotation ability from Aegis is so strong.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Hoopa portal may have doomed them. The Hoopa portal may have doomed them.
Tons of damage here, just all on top of this pad. They're going to have to back up. Even with the potential, maybe
they can break. They should just break. He should just break. Break.
Actually pushing down the top tier 1 on the other side, so not enough members to
I get it. I see what you wanted to do, but you gotta break the hyperspace highway. Exactly. Exactly. All of those things. Jolteon, another speedster. Flareon, our EV all-rounder. Vaporeon, our EV support. Come on, man. Timmy, what are you doing? Instead, you give us Palmot. Ooh, good engage. Oh my god, huge Sarah-led Unite. Yes! Down goes the Armor Rouge. Never mind.
Going down, but hold on, they're actually managing to escape really, really well. Then, especially the extra damage of the birds is actually starting to add up. Finally manages to catch all the way down, but
yes, attacker Gallade.
As far as things go, one more target with tempo on that Lucario, who most likely won't be able to escape yet. Finally getting KO'd, but
whoop! Bye, Hoopa.
Some revenge KOs as Anemo comes back into the fight.
I think Sarah Ledge.
Stacking up his attack point. Oh, what an eject button earthquake.
Never mind. Never mind.
Finish things off, and Anemo going to be stacking up the Accelerator.
Eject earthquake.
With that assist, but either way,
I didn't think Mammal was going to get there in time. I thought Leafeon was actually going to go down.
Major win in that team fight going over to Aegis Flames. A lot of big knockouts. Tempo on this Lucario really trying to kind of push their limits.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can.
I think so far it hasn't
5.
worked out in their favor, but they
5.
are keeping pace on levels, at least with their
We got Ho-Oh, Armor Rouge, Charizard, and Delphox already. We just need the Flareon.
Maybe going for a triple. Yep, 3 altogether. Actually, maybe a 4th.
Does anybody else have Fire Spin? I didn't forget one, did I?
Is going down very quickly, and finally a little bit of an assist. Oh, the Unite, I think, maybe connecting. I'm not sure that connector
I said Zard.
barely missed, but regardless, they are both going to get out of that.
I said Zard.
Maybe a little bit too risky. Some damage coming in the other direction. The Armor Rouge definitely could melt both of those melee Pokemon just by standing close to them.
Yeah, and Matt's just getting
It's not fake. He's got it for a minute. He's got it for a minute.
Yet again, Lucario getting punished. Sarah-led Unite hits 3 targets.
You just can't evolve. We're clearly running experience here on Zard to keep him Fire Spin as long as possible.
Wow, they do manage to get it, but then once more we're going back to the chase game. It feels like there's been a lot of just chasing within this game.
Run, Leafeon!
Maybe like right after some of these
Leafeon, run!
Doing a great job.
Run the other way! No!
Oh, well, nice. Skill to have is what I was going to say before playing that Pokemon. But they do finally catch, and things just seem to be going the way of Aegis Flames altogether. It's not like it's a one-sided game, but they're ahead in most areas.
Yeah, they are. I think right now Peru Unite has been relying, though, a lot on Dragon's Mamoswine to achieve anything in these team fights. It feels like it has been an uncharacteristically quiet game from both Anemo and Tempo, who have not found a way to get a good shutdown on what Aegis Flames is trying to pull off. I think this Zero Aura Sarah-Ledge, I have to imagine its Brazil squad is kind of surprised they got it in the draft, and they had the chance to play it, and so far it's been looking amazing. Big Unite, like you called out. Zero Aura having some clean plays. So exciting so far.
Yeah, couple huge Sarah-Ledge Unites. They've been looking really good. Another thing that I was talking about, I talk about this at every tournament, I feel like. I don't fully understand still why we see so much priority on Lucario from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we've been talking about that a lot today.
Yes, I talk about literally every tournament. I feel like we have this discussion, but I was just talking about it to some of the other casters too. I feel like that's not. I mean, Tempo's an amazing player. We know that, but I always feel like the impact of Lucario is a little bit low compared to a lot of the other picks you can see around it. I mean, obviously Blaziken was banned, but that's an option. Serena does some similar things. That's an option. Buzzwole, obviously, on the other side. But we'll see if maybe I eat my words here as we're getting down to the final stretch. Relatively close in score. Level 15 already on Aegis Flames, though. That's 2 levels above anyone else in the game.
We got Ray.
Reggie Rock buff on Aegis Flames as well, so a bit of damage reduction due to those bonus defenses. Twayswam at level 15 on this Sarah Ledge, by the way. He's going to try to threaten, and then here's a pull. They actually grab the Clefairy.
I told you the pull. He goes after the supports with it too. It's crazy.
We are going to be uniting from Drake, and in the middle of the pit, everybody just on top of everybody. I don't even know what got that last hit.
Armarouge gets it.
Armarouge of all things. Peru managing to grab it, but only 3 members up. And certainly Draken's shield is already down. A few members low on the side of Aegis Flames. 1 member running up to score in the north.
Buzz can stop this easy. Buzz can stop this easy. He did not.
The lead now going to Peru's side.
Yeah, 2 games is able to kind of crowd control Zinus for a little bit, but can't break that final piece of shield. There's still over a minute left on the clock. Aegis Flames with a very remarkable team fight. Maybe they lose the Rayquaza, but not a lot of Peru Unite walking out of that fight with Rayquaza's shields. There is still room for Aegis Flames to rally back and take the point lead.
The biggest thing here is they've got a decent amount of time to build back the Unite move for
I mean, he did.
As far as Unite moves, is one of the biggest comebacks.
Based on how long it took Armarouge to get in that goal, he punched, he slammed, punched, and slammed him, but it wasn't enough to break the Armarouge shield. He tried, man.
3 of their members.
Yeah, they at least have a little bit of time on the clock.
This is
so a team
doable.
Maybe.
Maybe. This big Sarah Ledge Unite would really help. Go, 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 go! There it is! Ah, but not enough. Not enough. Maybe enough. Maybe enough. Not enough. Armarouge comes out and saves the day.
But still, Aegis Flames has not found an angle to get these scores in. Hoopa too low. Antares needs to make it back to the
Damn, that was close.
Hoopa's running to the top path. There's 5 seconds left. They need to get it in. There's something
nope.
on the pad. No, they're not going to be able to make
Dang.
it. Peru with the comeback.
They tried.
Game number 1,
they tried.
Just barely.
Zinus with 2 hero plays on that Armarouge, not only securing the Rayquaza with what I have to imagine was that Psy Kaboom Unite move right on top of the Rayquaza pit, just out of the melee range, charging up with a
Armarouge is good. Armarouge is good.
To knock that one out, but then
he has a cool Unite move, man.
Patient enough to stand on that jump pad and land and stop the Hoopa score. Really close call for Peru. I think Aegis Flames having the advantage in that final fight, surely, since they were able to catch out Kea with the Zera Aura pull, but still, Peru Unite finding a way to push past that.
Let's go.
I feel like, honestly, Aegis were ahead the entire game.
Yeah, if they were playing on Switch too, that would have been different.
Rayquaza fight was one of the most chaotic, unpredictable Rayquaza fights I've ever seen. I believe I just said it just every player was on top of everybody else, and there were just a bunch of AoEs going, which is exactly what it was. I don't think anybody really had a read on what exactly was going to happen in that situation, because there honestly is a similarity, or was a similarity, in both of the comps that we just saw, where there was a lot of AoE damage and a lot of melee and a lot of punishing people sticking together. Unfortunately, when everybody's all sticking together all in one place that happens to be on top of the main objective, something's going to hit it, whether you want it to or not.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're all focused on that, you're not focusing on the outside threat, which is that Armarouge, right, who is outside of that melee, is a little bit out of danger, which normally this build of Armarouge loves to be in the thick of it. That Armarouge loves to be playing in the mix, but Zinus very smartly knowing that their Unite move is a gigantic burst of damage, can play around that, or even their Psy Shock, whatever they need to throw at the Ray to ensure their team getting that Pokemon. I mean, what a play. Things got real dangerous, and the fact they were able to make it to the goal zone and Buzzwole couldn't break the shield. I mean, we're talking about this match being won in millimeters, not miles.
Literally the startup of the move happened, and it looked like they were getting the dunk off. It just didn't quite happen. But as close as that one was, I feel like this could go to a game 3 for sure. But I'm sure Peru doesn't want that. We're going to be starting off with a very same bans, it looks like, from both sides.
All right, we're going to be running it back. I do think that Zero Aura was phenomenal for Aegis Flames again in game number 1. So, Peru Unite, I guess we're all hoping.
Yo,
they're not
Suck
gonna be
wins
punished
games.
by the hubris
Or at least arguments.
in this situation, but
Nah.
we do have the
Nah.
1-0 score lead. There is the Buzzwole on the other side yet
That's why
again.
women are always right.
Could try
But
to steal away the Snorlax and pick it up for their own side. However, the Mamoswine being the on-paper counter for the future Zero Aura pick does feel like the wise decision here.
We may actually not even get the Zero Aura pick, though. Matt's already picking up this Buzzwole. Obviously, they can switch, but we did see Matt's go to Buzzwole in a lot of the games where Zero Aura was banned. So it may be one of those decisions where it's like, okay, let's go for something else. And honestly, the Zero Aura, while it didn't look bad, it certainly didn't look quite as dominant as it did in a lot of the other games that we've seen so far this weekend. So maybe they're just going for a different idea.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I was pretty, my jaw hit the floor when they
leaning.
pulled Kayla in with that crazy pull right at the start of that Ray fight. So, I mean, I guess I don't need a whole lot of evidence to cheer for the Zero Aura. I'm a bit of a easy laugh in that way, I suppose. But it looks like Aegis Flame's going to be hovering almost
Shoot
exact
like crazy.
Same, yeah, the exact same five Pokemon will be locked in place. For Unite, kind of doing the same thing. So this has been a really fun screen where we're just kind of doing the exact identical thing. Tempo was Lucario in a match previous. This is going to be their one chance to change up the composition from the former 5. Currently, they're hovering the Zarina, and they did not change anything. It is Lucario. This is not a replay. It is not a pre-record. This is game number 2.
That was an opportunity for them to make me look smart by going. Unfortunately, they instead made me look stupid, which I usually do to myself, but we'll take it here. No, honestly, I still do feel like Serena would be really, really strong in this comp as opposed to the Lucario, but they feel comfortable, and I mean, if you feel comfortable, that means a whole lot. You know, if there's stuff you don't have to worry about, if you don't have to worry about changing up your strategy, that can leave you able to kind of adapt more and talk about different ideas more. There's only so much time you have to actually think in a game. But yeah, the full repeat is really interesting.
Yeah, and listen, Lucario does have some solid counterplay into Buzzwole. Buzzwole, the best part of its kit is kind of that full combo it can extend on you. Lucario, one of those unique all-rounders that does have very easy access to an unstoppable in that power-up punch, right? So you're able to just trigger the charge.
You think he's going to play power-up punch? Rocky helmet. Luca, by the way.
Some big moments there that we're looking for, as well as Lucario, I think, uniquely does have a stronger pace to that level 5 than Buzzwole will.
Yeah, that certainly is the biggest advantage, I think, and that's actually, you know, I was just speaking to some of the other casters in the green room, and we came to that decision as well that the big advantage for Lucario is the very, very early game. But here we go, Aegis Flames on their last.
Makes me want to play some Discharge there and get that pull down, man.
2 in a row. Peru Unite looking to move into the top 4.
Yeah, I can already hear the crowd losing their minds.
I think this one goes to game 3.
Squad, the heroes of this team. But here we go, that promised fact. This UCS 25-5 season.
Dude, Swinup's too good. Swinup's too. Oh god, Snorlax too good. Nope, Swinup's too good. I knew it. I knew it. Always knew it.
1,000 hats have been witnessed. So shout out to the Hollowware with hats. We know it's a certain content Cowboys favorite, and good to see it's a favorite of the players as well.
Of course, hats, most important thing in this game. But
absolutely.
Right now, I don't know if we have any hats in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Aura has a cowboy hat on one of its Hollowware, so crazy work from Matt Z to not be equipping that one. So far, so good for them. They got 10 points in pocket for both the Pokemon and Path, mostly because we do have an absent attacker, as we do have a split of the central area from Peru Unite, and then we'll be carrying the red buff, and I believe that will be Zainus with the blue buff.
Not enough to evolve the club.
The direction that they're going to choose to go is going to be mostly top this time. We've seen a lot of teams really crashing bottom. Right now, Onemo getting
got
hurt
nothing.
Really bad.
Go.
It's been really good at escaping, but
nice. Goody. Nice. Good peel, Luca.
Great support from the team, but hey, you know, you've got a lot of help right there with that little Clefairy. And on the other side, wow, we had a really, really far push from the side of Peru Unite. Draken maybe being punished a little bit for it, and Matt's already got the KO.
Run, Armarouge.
Now is the time. If you're looking for any kind of stacks, push forward. We don't have access to hyperspace hold quite yet. I think Hoopa just getting to that level 4 previously, so you don't have that quick defense you're worried about. You have to rotate down the old-fashioned way. Zainus doing a great job of defending this goal zone fire spin with that huge area of effect. Makes it very easy to prevent enemy teams from scoring even small amounts of points. So
nice.
For Peru Unite,
nice.
They hold a very tiny lead. We're really going to start seeing the game shift around this 8-minute mark here as the middle birds being dominated by Peru Unite.
Yeah, looks like they're already gone. Matt's going a little bit far right there in that last engagement, by the way. Really wanted to find that KO, but unfortunately we saw the rotation down, and it was a lot of experience for a lot of people who really wanted experience. And so that's going to be a nice little early boost for the side of Peru Unite. You can see they've already got a couple level 7s, only one level 7 on the side of Aegis Flames. Looks like an attempt here, maybe for an ambush. That is a scary set of Pokemon to try and ambush you. Still a Clefairy right now. Tempo is a little bit of help, not nearly enough. Finally, though, Anemo coming up with the Leafeon. That's going to be a huge chunk of damage on everybody. But, oh, not if you're the one who gets dunked there. Again, managed to sneak out, just barely picking up both berries in a row, finally getting KO'd. A ton of points in this top tier 1. Dragon coming back to push, but probably getting KO'd themselves. Yeah, not that much damage to support them. And I think eventually we're going to have to see Peru give this up. Well, I think they're taking relatively uncontested the basement red.
Yeah, that as
Aegis Flames looking a lot different in this game.
Tier 1 in the same path, going worthy sacrifice. As I will
stack up
a
little early.
A little early. I may not be able to save you now, but
Peru got the steal.
Will save you truly later.
yeah, eventually. And wow, okay, they do manage to take this. There was a little bit of a turnaround here as Peru sent a lot of members up top for that Reggie.
Nice full
it
heal.
Like it could have been pretty easy for Aegis Flames to take it, but they are now on bottom. There was a big like rotation around from both sides.
And just now we witnessed kind of that Saraledge soft counter with the Armourouge. So Zynus does have the full heal equipped. So the Saraledge Unite does cut through the Armourouge, leaves that huge mark that'll explode momentarily after. But it was cleansed with Armourouge's a full heal as they just kind of walk back to their base. So it's a long cooldown on that battle item though. So
see the pull? He pulled the Adina.
The lack of battle item from Zynus a little bit later.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I gotta master that.
Want to try and use full heal on the Aegis Flames team. A little bit of crowd control from pretty much everybody. Nobody's really all that pure damage, so we'll see if they end up making it come into play. The pull attempted, not going to land this time. Zyna's safe for the moment. That certainly would have been a situation you could not have gotten out of.
Yeah, a nasty Volt Switch angle as well, so far and right on the enemy goal zone. Like, even if there is a Unite move to contend with, I don't think Zynus is walking out of the one scot-free. They are posturing for a fight.
Oh, got him.
There is that pull. Heavy slam to follow.
Dude, that's so sick.
Zynus is able to walk away, though, with that unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, Clefable healing is now at a hugely significant power level, so you can see how fast that managed to heal them back up. I believe that we probably need to combo something like the Buzzwole to land another crowd control. They really wanted that to happen. Oh no, an attempt at a pull, but they get caught out, and Matt's gonna go down. Maybe another follow-up KO here onto Snorlax. This is gonna be a tough situation. This is also opening the door for them to push down this tier 1 goal zone, and yeah, they're certainly gonna break this as soon as possible. They managed to get a big overcut this time as well, but with the Hoopa on board, that is a big win for them.
Follow me repositioning Zeraora for its ult, which is actually diabolical. Gengar setting up some really nasty situations.
But Aegis gets the retreat down there. Yep.
All they're going to be doing is setting up for a retreat as everyone's got to bail and rally for this goal zone defense.
Pulled the ammo. Huge Saraledge Unite.
Well, that's absolutely blown up by the Saraledge.
Yeah, the Saraledge Unites have been landing extremely well. They're going to continue the push. We're going to see Anemo very, very low, but standing in the back line, able to still pick off Zeraora.
Able to push him back.
And there's just not enough damage left. I mean, we do see two games here trying to
comes
follow
out.
up as many as possibly can, but there's just too many. That's going to be a full team wipe for Peru Unite. They are now the ones that are way far ahead in this game, almost about as much as their opponents were in the last game. I feel like the levels are similar, the points are similar. We'll see if Aegis Flames can make it 100% similar and make a comeback.
Not to mention the drafts being exactly similar. So truly mirror images in this game number 2. Peru Unite going to land on this Regieleki, a very cheeky steal attempt via the hyperspace hole, which does do a little bit of damage, but will not knock out the Regieleki, instead walking down towards that tier 2. Peru Unite now with a little bit of information on their screens. They will be able to see that 3 members of Aegis Flames are fighting that Regieleki, which of course means they're absent from every other part of the map. You see Draken and Kea playing all over the place, trying to find the other 2 missing Brazil players.
Yeah, on the bottom, we just see again a little bit of vision as they were able to see a few members of Aegis Flames down. Again, farming these last minute birds. The only thing that's really going to be spawning, I believe, in time, that Regilucky certainly won't come back, but this basement Reggie could be a big target. It's going to have about 30 seconds left when we get to it spawning, and everybody is down here. You can see, look how far forward this positioning is from Peru Unite. They're standing in this tall grass, but they're visible. You know, you can see them, and they're actually going to initiate. They're going to move in already and just get ambushed.
Ooh, Mammo got pulled. Mammo got pulled.
So they do manage to take on the Sarah ledge. It's a pretty good win for them. They're all backed up. They've taken a KO
But
each, but this
they get the
Regirock
rock.
is almost being ignored from Aegis Flames. They're like, okay, that was enough for us.
Right. Yeah, I think Peru Unite is so happy with that trade. They'll take the Mammo Swine for the Sarah Ledge any day of the week.
Yeah.
However, they won't have their defender for this initial positioning skirmish, right? So Rayquaza spawning in about 10 seconds. Aegis Flames does have map positioning, but I think the Armor Rouge and the Lucario, enough of a disincentive. They actually feel like they have to retreat back to their side of the map. Montaros with this block has been pretty proficient at trying to steal away an enemy target, but this time
Smax engages with the buzz. Looks like we are hitting Ray. We're just going for a flip. Who gets it? Peru. Peru gets it again. Okay, we just flip. We're just flipping.
But we can see the
Good
result,
Lord.
and Peru confident in their secure ability. That's a
Wow.
triple for Armor
They didn't
Rouge.
even hesitate.
Certainly was an amazing pick, almost a quadra in this set. This is going to be nearly impossible to come back from. They've got a 350-ish point lead on the side of Peru. There's still a minute and 17 seconds left, though.
You can ban Blaziken, but unfortunately Peru Unite has Blaziken at home, which is Power Up Punch Lucario in the middle of the Rayquaza pit, and it still succeeds. But like you mentioned, Wonder Chef, a minute left. K gonna make that a whole
And another Hundo Burger. Dude, it's my shirt. The Hundo Burger.
To the final bill. Peru Unite defending against this one very far forward. Zydus and Draken not retreating to their tier 2 for the healing and safety. Instead, trying to pull single targets away and let
Power nap.
Draken get to work.
Nice Hoopa portal.
There's an attempt to push here, but 2 members down, 3 members down, and in the meantime, Clefable is going all the way to back cap in the home base. A lot of damage here coming
Dude,
out.
that's unfortunate. Somebody that can hit the... Another Hundo Burger from the Clef.
That's going to certainly seal the deal.
Damn. That's unfortunate, man. Somebody that can hit the Zera pool on cooldown like that, that's unfortunate, man, that he lost.
In UCS, any UCS tournament, but especially a World's Championship tournament. So great stuff to Aegis Flames, but Peru are monsters this weekend.
Peru Unite finding yet another way to level up. I think drafting into this Sarah or a Sarah Ledge composition so extremely well and celebrating alongside the crowd who is here to
Good
support
job, Peru.
this squad. Peru
I kind of thought Brazil was going to make it all the way after the way they played yesterday, but damn.
Yet again, a top
Aegis
4
Flame goes
spot
down.
for them, but different from that one, their potential still unlimited, having a chance to push even farther in this tournament.
Without a doubt, one of our most consistent teams of all time.
Yeah.
They're a team that not only has shown up to Worlds and placed extremely well multiple times, they have shown up to a lot of different international championships and placed well. They really take every opportunity that they can to prove themselves on an international stage at offline events, and it shows. Their level of experience is nearly unparalleled.
Yeah, I love what this team has been able to accomplish this year.
Oh, I just saw there was a message on your tip, Nah Dog. I'm so sorry.
Right? I mean, it's tough to compare to the year prior. They were
Yes.
just unbelievably
Yes, I do.
dominant in so many events. But now, finding a time.
Here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for. Go, let's go.
2025. I mean, what a time to do so. Reaching top 4 2 years in a row. I mean, so few teams can actually brag about that.
Right, and we set up some very interesting matches in what could be our next set. It's going to be them playing up against the winner of Luminosity and Nouns, which is another exciting match. Obviously, we're going to see that in a bit, but
maybe not if you're Peru.
Well, yeah, or maybe if you're Peru.
Dude, seriously, that Zera pool is so sick.
But we did get to see some wonderful replays here.
All right.
Of, specifically, honestly, I gotta say the Sarah
I have goals for my next stream, guys. I am playing Feint Attack Zoroark and Discharge Zera.
It's just the chaos.
All right, we've got some things to practice. Okay. Feint Attack Zoroark. We've got to get the speed. and precision that these guys like Trainer and the guy from Zeta Division, something Popo. You gotta have the speed and precision of those guys. All right. And I gotta master that pull. That's so sick. That's so sick, bro.
Instead, it is gonna be Anemo on this Leafeon, 72,000 damage, 11 knockouts. Very impressive showcase.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
this guy's a
we've
demon.
seen every member of this team be an MVP at points, at many different points. They're a team that has stuck together for a long time and played together and synergized so well together. But Anemo, great to see, although, are we going to see the Scythe back?
Oh, maybe. Well, hey, if we have an all Latin America Grand Finals on Sunday, only one of those teams will be able to get Scyther at a time.
Wow, what a possibility that we have.
That'd be so crazy.
I mean, we could have seen it from Insomnia as well. But we've got an interview. Maybe we can have Soph ask them if we're going to see some Scyther. Maybe not, though. We'll see what she's got to say as we head up on the stage.
All right, thank you so much, Chef, and I'm so excited to have Anemo here with you from Peru Unite. Well, you find yourself already qualified for a top 4, just like last year, huh? So how does it feel to beat Aegis Flames in a very, very convincing fashion?
Bueno, ya estáis en el top 4 como el año pasado. ¿Cómo te sientes después de ganar a Aegis Flames en una partida tan interesante?
Me siento muy contento de estar en la misma posición del año pasado porque ahora sí podemos corregir nuestros errores y también quiero agradecer mucho a nuestros hermanos de Aegis Flames porque ellos siempre han sido nuestros compañeros de sprint desde el primer año y es gracias a ellos que mutuamente hemos mejorado, así que lo agradezco mucho y estoy muy feliz de estar aquí de nuevo.
I'm very happy to be back here at top 4 like last year, and I'm very grateful to our brothers Aegis Flames because they've been our partners at the scrims and we've been always together, so I'm very, very grateful.
Of course, last year you were still Fusion, this year back to Peru, so it's always a back and forth in your team name, but not in the roster. So how's the confidence of the team as a whole going into the semifinals?
El año pasado estabas en el equipo Team Fusion, ahora has cambiado a otro nombre de equipo, Peru United, pero la lista de jugadores es la misma. ¿Cómo te sientes
bump them up, please?
participando de esta manera?
La verdad es que seré un poco repetitivo, pero es que me da mucha alegría de poder estar aquí de nuevo con mi mismo equipo, con mis mismos compañeros, con mi misma familia. Y ahora sí vamos a dar lo que no pudimos dar el año pasado, por lo menos vamos a quemar hasta el último cartucho.
I don't want to be repetitive, but I'm very grateful to be here with my same partners, my same family, and this year we're really gonna go for what we couldn't get last year.
All right, just looking for an even better result with your friends and the team that you call family. So, your next matchup, how is the preparation getting into this top 4? Because we know that because you were top 4 last year, having an even greater challenge now to advance into that grand finals. What does it mean to you to get there?
Ahora este año tenéis un desafío aún mayor porque volvéis al top 4, pero tenéis
Can you
la
bump up
intención de llegar a la
interpreter,
gran
please?
final. ¿Cómo lo habéis preparado para eso?
La verdad ha sido un trabajo muy duro, nadie me va a dejar mentir. Yo y mi equipo hemos pasado por muchas adversidades, pero los hemos superado y por eso es que seguimos aquí, parados justo aquí, y vamos a seguir haciendo nuestro mejor esfuerzo.
So I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be very challenging. Yes, sorry. I'm not gonna lie, it's been very challenging, it's been very tough, it's been a lot of hard work, but we are gonna fight till the end.
Okay, so confidence, a lot of hard work that you have put in and that you will keep on putting into getting into grand final. So give it up again for Peru Unite and Anemo. Thank you so much, you both, for the interview. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Soph. Wow, it's such a cool storyline, honestly. We were talking about how, I guess they've been together for such a long time, and then Anemo said the exact same thing. We didn't know that they were training partners.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, also,
dude,
I mean, I really
Zoinks' jacket is sick.
Like, it's been a hard year. This team has had a hard year, both in just accomplishments, but just it sounds like.
I like how he decided to grow a mustache. I wonder why.
Awesome to see that the work is paying off for this Peru squad. And now, they're going to be moving to our top 4 for the semifinals, eagerly awaiting their opponent that will be the next match played on stage. Nouns Esports from EU versus Luminosity Gaming from North America. The Inder versus LG rematch on stage here.
Let's go!
Today.
We got to see some cinematic foreshadowing there. We got to see a few familiar faces in the background setting up. We got to see some square glasses in the crowd. And I know that this is going to be a loud one from them for sure. Nouns versus Luminosity. I'm so excited for that. Like you said, some storied history with Inder in particular.
I wish they would have been on opposite sides of the bracket, had a chance to be the finals, man.
The first ever World Championship on that London stage. We did have this squad competing against Nouns Esports. That three-player core from LG versus that three-player core from Nouns Esports. This is going to be, I mean, such an amazing matchup. I cannot wait. I love seeing the Noggles in crowd. I know LG's got their fair amount of fans out there as well. This is going to be an exciting one.
I know, and of course to see who's going to make it as our final member of the top 4.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness, we are getting so close, and of course 2 teams that are both kind of the, you know, they're like our teams in a way. You know, we get a chance to do Europe a lot, we get a chance to do North America a lot, so for sure we're going to be excited to be watching that one from behind the stage. But so cool to see these top teams from both of these regions, and especially seeing them make it so far. I think that there were some question marks, especially around Nouns, who had to kind of build themselves a little bit within this season, but they're here, Luminosity's here. We're not going to be here for a moment. It's going to be a few other casters, but you got to go do whatever you got to do to get ready for this next match, because when we come back, we are going to have Nouns versus Luminosity Gaming here at the World Championships.
Nope. Yeah, I guess this can be on for you guys. But I gotta get up and walk for a second. I'll be back. I cannot sit in this damn chair anymore, guys. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'll be right back.
I'm just so happy that there's a world's exclusive plushie for Jigglypuff, and the bow just looks amazing. So yes, I feel very privileged. What about yours?
So my favorite Pokemon is Mandibuzz, a little bit out there, but I don't know, it's just something about Mandibuzz. It looks cool, but it also looks odd, and I like odd things, so Mandibuzz has been a huge favorite of mine for a very long time. I know both of us would love to have these Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite, but if you could pick another Pokemon to add into the Pokemon Unite game, who would you like added?
So I am a very big fan of round Pokemon, as you could tell, for the Jigglypuff. And Denali, I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my heart. We love the Pikachus, but to me, it's the Dedenne. I love the Dedenne. It's round, it holds its own tail, it's the most adorable little thing, and I kind of look like it a little bit if I do like this.
So sweet! I could totally see it. I hope it's a support, because we need more support Pokemon. So I think if I wanted to add somebody, we're adding all the evolutions into the game, right? I want to see support Vaporeon. I really do think we need to have one evolution in that support role, and I think Vaporeon would be perfect for that.
I agree. And Denali, tell me all about Worlds, because this is my first time here, so I want to know, what is your favorite memory of Pokemon Worlds?
I think for every World, it's always seeing who winds up being the world champions. So it has to be the crowning last year. And though this year it's going to be the exact same thing, I want to find out, are we going to be seeing a brand new face, maybe an underdog becoming a world champion? You know, I don't think we've had one of those yet, so I would love to see an underdog being crowned as a champion.
Well, for me, I think my favorite has to be the opening ceremony for last year's Honolulu. It was beautiful. I love the way the Pokemon can adapt to whichever place the Worlds is taking place. So I loved it. The music was beautiful. The dancing and all the Hawaiian spirit was lovely. But you said, Denali, that you are thinking of potential underdogs or other teams that you would love to see being crowned champions of 2025 Pokemon Unite. So who is your pick for the champions this year?
Okay, Okay, I don't think this is an underdog. I mean, everyone probably knows who they are. I would love to see Paper Rex win World because I think for the past 2 years, they've played fantastic, and I think as a team, everyone's very familiar with, but they haven't been able to go very deep into the competition yet. So I would love to see them make it into that grand final, and obviously if they can win it, that would be perfect.
I love the storylines, and it's just something very nice that we know about Worlds, how everything builds up throughout the season, and it comes this like lovely pinnacle of best performances of Pokemon trainers. To me, I think I am biased towards Luminosity Gaming. You cannot win every single IC in a year and not be one of the highest contenders for champions. So that's going to be my pick. And Denley, it's been so nice meeting you a little bit more, but I think we still have something else that we could do around here. Let's have a look which is going to be our last question of the day. We're getting close.
Hang on, what do we get?
What do we? What do we? I think we need a little bit more calibration on this. Hold on. Yeah, just more energy, more footwork. Hey! Do your best Pokemon cry.
I'm going first? Okay. This one's for my old school girlies and guys out there. I hope you guys are ready.
Okay.
I
1
want you
minute.
to guess what it is, okay?
Oh, it's PG.
No. Oh my gosh, it must have been that bad.
It's PG, it's not PG? What is it?
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur.
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur. Tell us, everybody, was that Bulbasaur? That sounded like a bird to me. I don't think Bulbasaur is a flying type yet.
Okay, wait, what's your cry?
All right, so my cry is going to be more towards what the Pokemon says more than the cry in the game. So this is my impression. Oh, sha sha! Oh, sha 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 sha! Oh, sha wa wa!
I'm pretty sure you guys can guess what that is. Oh my gosh. Well, Soph, it was amazing doing this with you. It was so fun to meet you. I mean, we're going to have to spend a lot of time this weekend together, so it's going to be super fun. But that's going to be it for the Meet Your Casters segment, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of World 2025, but it's Soph, Chan, and Danny out for now. See you guys later.
We are
look
almost
at that.
the end of the road here for the Pokemon World Championships 2025 here in Anaheim, California. It has been a banger of a day so far. Dana Lee, I'm Calosaurus for those of you that are just joining in. But this next match, I feel like it has been one that a lot of Pokemon Unite fans have been waiting for.
But I think it's a matchup that's too soon. We did not want this matchup to happen so soon. Grand finals? Sure, you know, perfect rematch situation, but it's kind of sad, right? Because I think this is a matchup that people get a little bit heartbroken over because we have two teams that so many people love. It's so near and dear to a lot of us, and unfortunately, one of these teams is going to have to go home and the other one will advance to the next stage of the competition. And so now it's a case of who is the better team.
Well, there we go. This is the next match that we have lined up for you. The quarterfinals. It's going to be Nouns Esports from EU versus Luminosity from NA. And we can already see some of the Nouns fans in the crew with their glasses, along with some Luminosity tags there as well. So definitely a mixture in terms of fans in the crowd, but also back home. But yes, you were mentioning, is it too soon? Because I guess in terms of the history with these teams, for those folks that aren't familiar, Nouns Esports went back against Luminosity back in 2022 in the grand finals, and that was where Luminosity ended up coming out on top. And well, I was actually chatting to Gatlu a bit before this. They haven't actually had a chance to go into Luminosity ever since then.
God, that's terrifying.
As I said, it's just a match that a lot of folks have been waiting for. But we are going to go throw it to an interview with our host Soph-chan and see what they have to say.
All right, so we have
now get to the game.
With me, a Now supporter, as you can see. So, how are you feeling for this next match against Luminosity, nonetheless?
I'm really excited. I've been waiting for this rematch to happen for years and years after I watched Nouns and LG play against each other in the first year, in the first final.
I know, that was so hype, and I remember everybody just wanting for this matchup to happen again, and it is happening here in Anaheim, California for Pokemon Worlds 2025. So in this game, what are you thinking? 2-0 now, is that your feeling?
I'm feeling the 2-0, it's coming.
The sweep is coming, okay. And is it coming with a Raichu?
Hopefully with a Raichu, but we'll accept it without a Raichu as well.
So if it's not a Raichu, what's like your favorite player with a pick or
ban. Snorlax ban. Smart.
I think he really
they are targeting Slash.
Really like to see it again,
they are target banning Slash.
They know best. I really trust now, so they can definitely do it.
That's amazing. Just
here you go. Here we go. We got the Latios.
So I'm counting on you on that Zation, okay? Right. Thank you so much, Zara.
Maybe.
And back to our casters.
Nope. The Charizard.
So
yeah.
Raichu, we'll have to see whether Raichu's wish comes true and now they're able to take down LG 2-0. But we are already going into our pick ban phase. The 4 bans for this match are going to be Ho-Oh and Snorlax. 2 defenders not
LG's taking the Latios.
Have taken away that Zacian and that Galarian Rapidash.
What?
Maybe a bit of a different plan here for both of these teams. You know, you can't really go for the usual stuff because Nouns and Luminosity, I do feel like they're very familiar with each other, and especially in such a high-stakes game. Maybe today's the day where you kind of have to bring out a little bit of that craziness, that funky, different kind of strat to kind of give you that crazy.
I mean, it is World
Championships.
So
maybe lock in.
To go crazy is at Worlds, but we'll have to see if that does end up being the case, though. But so far, pretty solid Pokemon across the board here. Nothing too crazy. I mean, Charizard, very, very strong pick. Mewtwo has been a popular choice for attacker for a lot of teams. I'm glad to see the Crustle. We have seen some of this on the main stage yesterday, and it has done really, really well. But it's Crustle.
Oh, dual defenders. Gatlu on the Dodrio. What?
Round off Nouns esports composition, Gatlu is going to be running that Dodrio. So part of their strats there is just to let Gatlu do what Gatlu does best. And
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, that one.
But last pick for Luminosity. What are they going to round it out with? Ooh, a Zoroark. What do you think about this speed?
Yo, these are some picks, man.
Everyone is very familiar with the Zoro on the side.
These are some picks, man.
It's a Pokemon that they love to run, and I think Nouns, to a certain degree, I kind of feel like they drafted a lineup in anticipation for a Zoro potential last pick. So even though this is a signature Pokemon appearing here on the side of Luminosity,
Slash is a true leftovers believer, guys.
I think it would be ridiculous to say.
Okay, there we go. He's not keeping the exit tag either, is he? Nope. Okay.
Yeah, well, you look at their composition. They have an Umbreon to shut down that Zoroark, even a Rock down Crustle. But we are actually going to throw it to another interview here with Luminosity before we do get into this first match of the quarterfinals.
What?
Okay, we have Nouns Chance, now we have Luminosity, we have Sneaky Seal here with me, and Luminosity is definitely a fan favorite as well. So what are your thoughts for this match in particular? Like we mentioned, we had that matchup in the first season for Grand Finals of Worlds. What are you feeling?
It's been 3 years since LG dominated Nouns in the finals, and they're going to do it again, baby. Let's go, Billy. Let's go, everyone else on LG, all right?
Quick prediction, what's the scoreline?
I want to say 3-0, but I love my guys over there, Toon, Ender, but
3-0?
Okay, let's go. Thank you so much, Seal. And back to the casters.
That's too many.
All right, Kels, we are jumping into game number 1 here for the quarterfinals of this best of 3 series. Unfortunately, only Nouns or Luminosity will be making it through. The other one will be going home. Lanes are set. And
interesting picks with the Blissey as the bot lane tank.
Central area invades, but that might change for game number 2 and 3 once things
That's
do
interesting.
start to settle.
But I will say, Slash on Blissey
as that Charmander, so,
is pretty
you know,
cracked.
Not really able to really do anything, but the stacks are going to work in favor for Inder here because he hasn't really been pressured by Luminosity. Although he might be knocked out if he's not too lucky. He's going to go for the berry steals, so going to continue with those stacks. Kels, I think we've got to talk about Inder. Inder has been such a pivotal member ever since he's joined Nouns. He is a fantastic player. Somehow can always get experience and somehow steals objectives.
Well, to bring up Inder
has joined Nouns this year, and they are the player that has defeated Luminosity previously. So is this going to be their secret tech coming up
goes down.
into this set? But so far, those birds end up getting soaked on up. Looking at the levels, it's still very early days, but looking very even. It is 7 to 10 points just getting in those.
Gatlu's in. Gatlu's in.
Here comes Gatlu over the wall to go and knock down Latios. So that is massive in shutting down their potential. But look at this. This UCS 2025 season now holds 108 wins at a 72% win rate, whereas Luminosity leads with the 82.
Char still level 4.
What was that? 80 something.
So Luminosity, they currently hold a slightly higher win rate, but I kind of feel like you got to reset things here, right? It's a brand new series, it's a brand new day, and it's Worlds 2025 as well. We do have the Altarian Swablues in that central area, but most of them do get swiped up here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hang on a minute. We do see a bit of a skirmish here. Both of our speedsters going for a little bit of a dance, but no knockouts as of yet. And these lanes still looking rather
Rio's
stable
done.
aside from those couple pickups here and there. Although, hang on, we still have the battle, and the Zoro does go.
Never mind. Mewtwo came and saved him.
Gatlu's going to be the last one to be laughing there.
Yeah, they're going to go and retreat back to
That
home
was
base,
heads up by
HP
Mewtwo.
pool, as we do have another set of Swablues in Altaria spawning in shortly. Otherwise, no real pushes towards a singular
Tune
lane
on the
just
Charizard.
as of yet,
We're level
but
7.
Nouns Esports there, right on top of those birds, and Bruv is going to go.
Nouns is winning hard early game.
Experience at all by getting that knockout.
Yeah, beautiful rock tomb set up there by Bruv. If that didn't connect, they wouldn't have been able to grab that knockout. So this is the beauty of Crustal. We very rarely see this Pokemon in a lot of regions, but when it does appear, I think just the shock value, knowing that a Crustal is in your game, it really can catch you off guard with the
Crustal's
range
so
of that
good.
rock tomb, especially if it does.
I honestly like Nouns draft better.
So the Regieleki has been secured by Luminosity, so they will be pushing alongside that. Whereas
And
down
Nouns got a
bottom,
rock.
we have Charizard picking up that defense buff and experience buff there for Nouns. So if a fight does break up, we do have a little bit of extra defense working in Nouns' favor.
Well, you can see
They're
Nouns
pretty
just
close on
making sure to
experience
cover more
everywhere.
bases. Going up the top side, unfortunately, they didn't end up losing that Regieleki, but two members are going and dealing with that. Bruv isn't needed. Instead, they're going to try and contest these birds with Toon, who has locked in that level 9, does have that Unite move on hand. Over on the other side, we do have that Zoroark.
Ooh, nice wall.
Head, so they also have their Unite move come this next fight.
But it looks like no one really wants to engage in a fight yet. It seems to be a case of just trying to get as much experience as possible. And if you can, try and accumulate that level lead. Because we've seen in games, sometimes just having that extra 1 or 2 levels is enough to help you win some of those fights. And
Charizard's level 10.
Here over some of those birds. And it looks like we do get the pullback there by Inder.
Nice,
but
Inder.
It looks like they weren't
Nice.
quite ready for this battle, even forcing out the Unite. Luminosity, I think it was a good thing they had that restraint there. They could have tried to go for the dive, but the Moonlight Prance could have caused quite a few issues.
Did
but
nothing.
Because there's no more Prance, they're thinking of diving. But
Ooh. Ooh. Beautiful Char Unite to rip him out of the overheat. That's another KO. That's going to be a third KO for Char.
Bruv, at such low HP, is able to go and finish the job on the Latios.
Boom.
And now we do have Nouns that have the numbers advantage, being able to knock out multiple members and overtake this top tier 1 pad.
I have to say that was such an aggressive play coming out from Luminosity, and especially to dive onto Nouns' goal zone of all things. Sure, there was no more Moonlight Prance, but you're still fighting on the enemy goal zone, and with Unites available, and the fact that Luminosity were so grouped up, I'm not sure if they maybe forgot that Edesu had access to his Unite, so that little mini stun was just enough for Nouns to set themselves up to end up winning that team fight overall. So big victory there, though even though they did win that battle, they didn't accumulate much of a
Man, I wish there was a little indicator of how much Aeon energy Latios has, even how big it gets.
But Regieleki will be secured here by Luminosity. They're going to try and push with this so they can break
bot.
that tier 1 goal zone. It's going to be tough though, especially with Bruv on that Crustal.
Crustal has popped out their Rubble Rouser to just go ruffle the feathers of Overlord, trying to knock them out. However, they are unsuccessful.
Dude, now they get a Reggie Steele, man. Dog. Nouns is looking phenomenal.
And Regieleki ends up crashing on in, and now this
is Luminosity's chance to get in some points
But
of their own.
it goes
because
in.
we're looking
They get a
at the
big score.
scoreboard so far. They are falling quite behind at 256 to 86, but there we go. They've at least bridged that gap even closer, and because of those KOs, we now have that Zoroark at
Char's
a
level 12 already.
Yeah, so that slight lead that Nouns had, they have given that back to Luminosity, and things are now tied back up to even once again. That top fight, they were so close to being able to defend that. Gatlu just really missing out on a
Char's
tiny bit
Unite.
more damage, and just because
Indiana's
they've had
Unite.
one fewer
Mewtwo has
player,
Global
one
Unite.
Freeze on the
Char goes down.
and that's going to set up for 1 KO.
Global Unite, though.
Gets committed here by Inda, but is it going to be enough though? The goal zone is still standing. They do get the Zoro in the process, but it's just going to be 2 Pokemon left for Nouns. It's the Mewtwo, White, and Gatlu. Oh boy, Luminosity, this aggression, it might not have worked earlier
Huge
on, but
overcap.
the persistence is really starting to pay off now.
I think that's the thing. They do have that Latios on their side.
Gatlu's already
so
level
early
13,
game,
man.
They need to focus on getting that Eon energy by just passively being in the
Char's
back line to
13.
get those hits, get those, secure those wild Pokemon. But now that they are online, they're able to go in and rely on that damage
Ooh,
to hopefully
Latios
chip
is hitting
away
pretty
at
hard.
Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, though, they are going to play it safe. They did make an attempt at trying to steal away some of the experience, but so close to this Rayquaza, about to spawn in 30 seconds, they want to focus on all the experience that's on their side instead.
Yeah, you really want to try and get those plus moves as early as possible, especially on your core set of Pokemon as well. But we do have 5 seconds left on that bottom Reggie. I would be keen to see if Nouns wants to try and go for a quick rip onto this. They are there, they are grouped up, but it looks like they're just kind of looking at it. They don't want to be falling into a potential trap of trying to take that Reggie steal. The buff would have been nice, but positioning going into that Rayquaza, far more important, Kello.
See, this is the issue with playing without a defender.
Last 2 minutes, the final stretch
That could have
has
gone
finally
very bad
arrived,
for
and,
Overlord.
Well, the game is incredibly close. Luminosity are the ones behind right now. They are behind just
Go
by
Nouns.
a few points. So
Dude,
either
Nouns
they
is
go
looking
for those
phenomenal
micro
in this
scores,
game.
or they're going to have to go for that Rayquaza.
Level
And
14
because they have that
Charizard.
Blaziken, Rayquaza is looking incredibly tempting right now.
Well, that's the thing. We've got the notification that it is a close battle between these two teams. It's just a matter of who's going to make the engage. Gatlu trying to poke out at Overlord with their triple trample.
Huge Dodrio Unite.
Yes, the hit. And now we have Charizard also diving in, trying to breathe fire and wreak havoc on Luminosity. However, because of that Bliss assistance, Latios is managing to survive.
Char goes down,
for
but
a little long, but now
only the supports left.
3 members down. Only 1 member of Nouns Esports is down. This is their chance to go in for the rip, unless the threat Slash here on the Suicune can bring and maybe get a steal order. Here comes with the egg to the
No way! The Blissey Egg! The freaking Blissey Egg! No way! Ender just got endered, bro!
Well, and with only 2 Pokemon that can even defend these goal zones, Nouns are in such a disparate
No way! Dude, I thought they threw when Suicune used all his moves and didn't hold it to try to secure Ray. Oh my god, no way. Slash! Freaking Slash! And look, dude, look at Overlord. Look at him. There was never a doubt that that was going to happen. There was never a concern that that wasn't going to happen.
Was an issue. There were multiple other facets. I feel
And Nouns,
that really caused
dude,
problems,
Nouns,
but obviously the biggest one.
bro, they just got soul crushed.
Still a Rayquaza. That's
Nouns just got soul crushed.
Oh, but there we go. The fans go wild for Luminosity, who have just
Dude, right?
first game.
No, Slash was
win.
Blissey. Otter was Suicune.
Closer
Oh no, you're right. Otter. My bad.
getting that spot, that
My bad.
vital
You're right.
spot in
I forgot
the
they
semifinals
swapped
and to
picks.
go up against Peru Unite. But it isn't
Good
over
catch, Savvy.
just yet for Nouns
Otter.
Esports.
Otter
It
the
is a
demon.
Best of 3, but so many questions. That
So I'm just so used to
asked
Slash being in the
there.
bot lane.
I mean, I guess all of these will soon be answered. Well, how do they actually go back and recalibrate? Like, honestly, if I think about Nouns' play style there, they played pretty well. I think they played incredibly
Dude, Nouns
well
did
that
everything perfectly except zone out the Blissey.
to shut it down earlier on, but just later on, Kyrios just wreaked havoc once they gained that Eon energy
True.
and was able to chip out a lot
True.
of damage from Nouns Esports during those fights.
Yeah, I mean, Latios could be the Pokemon they decide to ban instead, but the thing is, if you're banning Latios, what are you going to let through instead? Are you going to be letting through...
It was the KO on... It was the Latios KO and Char that solidified that, I think.
The Snorlax through?
Oh, look, when it comes down to these two teams, after all, they are two of the longest withstanding teams that we
Which is funny because Otter was
Series.
Ender's attacker
They have a lot
on
of
TTV.
experience, not just playing year to year, but also playing on the
Their
world
last year at
stage,
Worlds, I
playing
believe.
at international events and everything. So really, I'd say in terms of their Pokemon pool, it would be quite large, and I feel like both teams would be able to make
that does make
those
sense.
adaptabilities where necessary.
You know what? He probably did get interviewed about that, so that's why he was not playing his best that game.
Just a thought here, Keller. On the side of nouns, I kind of feel like you can't give Suicune away to Luminosity. I do feel that Suicune probably played too much of a role in Luminosity being able to really survive and turn some of those fights around.
Boom,
We have
slash
Slash
MVP.
on the screen right now on the Suicune, so we do have a bit of a highlight, but we spoke about this not even just in this matchup, but in a couple of matchups ago when we were casting together. Suicune has been it's a silent hero for a lot of teams because Suicune might not be there to do damage, it's not there to do the secure, but the freeze support, the stuns,
True.
the disables,
True.
time and time again.
True.
All it takes is for one
Attaboy, Slash.
to land on a team to set up for a sweep. And this is Slash we're talking about.
Yes.
He's one of the kings of defenders, of stuns, of annoyances. He knows his role, so I kind of feel like giving him a Pokemon such as Suicune is a crime.
Whoa!
That should not be happening.
I was going to mention Slash also wearing his champion jumper as well. You know, you just gotta flex that off. Maybe just trying
That
to
was
bring that energy.
that was the
from
most
both
animation I've ever
fans
seen
up
out of
really
Trainer.
to get that jacket. Otherwise, we are heading on into
Was that Trainer?
our second
I looked
pick
away for a
ban
second,
phase.
just saw
Now
the
the
end of that.
squads are still in that first pick position. Have decided to lock out
Is that Trainer or Curios?
And Luminosity are going to stick with that Galarian Rapidash. So, wonder what they're going to knock on out this time.
I think Suicune.
Okay.
Because then you've been
I literally just caught the end of it when the camera started panning. I was like, holy.
That makes sense. I do feel
I
like
thought Trainer
he's
was
trying to give a Desi
going
the
off.
either, since he plays it so well. So Charizard again going to be the first pick here for Toon. Thoughts on Toon's Charizard last game? Like, do you
Phenomenal.
feel like the Charizard pick is really working out for Nouns, or do you think it's something
Yeah.
that they're
Yeah.
kind of using more for utility?
But
rather
Toon
than
loves
late
Char.
game speed?
Toon has always loved Char.
Look, its Unite move is quite incredible. Obviously, being able to get that.
There we go.
isolation
Slash on the
and stand
Snorlax.
Down on an opponent that is just too much
Ah,
of
that makes sense.
a threat, but just that constant damage as long as they are supported by their team. It really comes down to that timing of when to actually.
Are they gonna
go
take the
and
Suicune?
use it
They have to
and
take the
be able
Suicune,
to
right?
Get maximum output from it.
Maybe. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd like to see
Bruv on the Lapras? No way.
He's going to prove me wrong.
No way. Let's go.
Love to see this. It's going to be on Nouns' side this time. And they're also going to get the Lapras. So, interesting choice of Pokemon here for Nouns.
Latias is
hand,
banned.
though, they get themselves
Latias
that
isn't allowed in this tournament.
and they
It's
get the
too new.
Snorlax because
It
that
hasn't
was
been out
banned
long enough to be allowed in
this
tournament
round.
play.
And Blissey and Dodrio are going to be the next two
Plus, it's
choices
bad.
of Luminosity. So Gatlu's going to have to play a different Pokemon.
What? They took the Dodrio?
In mind. And what Pokemon could that possibly be? Because at
Toon's
the
not the
moment,
jungler.
They have a great Pokemon in Charizard with a lot of utility, damage, Blaziken for Gatler. You know what? I think this could work because you've also denied this from
Although they may switch roles.
You now have an advantage when it comes to secure. And Blaziken, if snowballing, can dish out a lot of damage.
Toon
as
hasn't
well.
played Cinder in a hot minute, bruh. Not since year one, I think.
Trainer LGC, are you hovering over
No.
Shifu there? I don't think
Water Bear? Are we gonna see the what? Dude, the crowd.
Great. So bringing out this wild card
True
of
story.
an all-rounder,
True story.
you're talking
I think
about
Groudon is great for both of these
one
teams.
Of those trusty secures
Back
with
in
that
the day,
wicked
it was like
blow
the matchup.
charger as well. I think it is a great answer back to that Blaziken. I'm guessing this
Because
is going to be
Overlord's
that
no longer the
one
jungler.
over, surging strikes.
Overlord's the top laner now.
We have seen Luminosity play previously.
Trainer's the
They
jungler.
do have that Razor Claw, the ESL Racer, along with that Muscle Band equipped
It-
for them.
It's Water Bear.
I wouldn't disagree with the Wicked Blow.
That's
I
Trainer.
feel like that would be a
You,
really
you
good
ready,
move,
Sabby?
because you also
Ready?
have Slash there for the setup.
We got
Because
Water
you've got
Bear.
Snorlax, assuming that Slash is going to
Maybe.
go for block into Wicked Blow is nasty. So we'll have to see if that combo does come out from Luminosity at the end of the day. But really interesting draft so far for Luminosity. Very
Yeah,
fast-paced.
yeah, basically.
Trio that's gonna be running around. You also have the Snorlax.
But he got a pocket Blissey now, and Trainer is now the Zoroark player. When he pulls the Zoroark out, he doesn't play with Comfey. He just got hella shut down. Noun's picked specifically to stop the Zoroark at last pick. They should have seen that. They should not have picked Zoroark. When he hovered Leafeon, I thought that was a better option. So they have no secure on their team, so he might be playing Dark Bear. He might be playing Dark Bear.
This is Nouns Esports last tournament.
Last time I saw him play, it was Water. Or no, that was Overlord on the Water Bear. I think Trainer plays Dark Bear.
Well, let's see how this one pairs out.
Damn, I got excited. Overlord's the Water Bear. Ooh, Slash goes down. First blood.
In that bottom lane, unfortunately, to the Lapras and that Suicune, leaving the Mewtwo.
True, true.
Gonna be jumped on by Gatlu.
True. Overheat is nothing to soft boiled.
For the moment, we're going to have a
or egg bomb rather.
treaty signed between these two Pokemon in that
Overheat
top
is
lane.
nothing.
Down bottom, though, we are seeing a little bit more pressure again.
100%
being
cursed.
applied by that Suicune Adesu, just
Get him, Char.
in and stealing that blue buff, but the Lapras returning.
And I guess they did switch roles. They put Char in the jungle.
Take a little bit of a power nap and heal back up. They will leave that though, instead prioritizing experience, which this early on in the game.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen the Cinderace in a hot
all the
minute.
experience in the world, but they're gonna go for a wraparound this time onto the Lapras.
He did pull the Desi out in their last tournament.
Unfortunately, they don't have that finishing
Toon
move
did
to
play
finish off the
Desi last
Lapras,
tournament,
so
I believe.
Again, just a lot of fighting down in that bottom lane, but lots of barking, not a lot of biting.
No, we did say yesterday, no barking, no biting, only hats so far for these dogs, but otherwise up in that
Ooh, Overlord's in trouble. Safeguard. Okay, no eggs. No egg Blissey.
I mean, you know, we're talking
No
about
eggs.
close games so far.
Okay,
Obviously,
they're fine.
2 minutes or so have
Nouns has a chance. No eggs.
currently.
2 to 4. I think it's just no stacks. I think it's respect from both teams. Like, they know if they try to go for those stacks, you're putting yourself at such high risk of just giving away some easy knockout experience as well.
Water Bear.
The game might seem a
I
little
was right
slow
all
with some
along.
of these knockouts. I do believe it might be close to getting one. No, unfortunately, looks like Toon will
Water
able to
Bear.
get away there from Trainer, but they will steal away that Altario. So very nice big chunk of experience going in favor of
What is their
Luminosity for now.
What is
We
their
are seeing some
secure?
ducks, though. Dodrio finally coming in and increasing the score, but then again we see some counter scores happening. So
I thought for sure with Nouns having Blaziken, dude would have played Wicked Blow.
change here because we're seeing the Combuskin being stalked here by that Urshifu Trainer, really wanting to jump on top of them. But again, both teams really struggling to latch onto each other for these chases.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. They don't want to risk too much diving on in without that backup. Gatlu does need that level 7 in order to get that evolution to Blaziken. Going in for a reset through that hyperspace hole, but Luminosity have taken what they needed. The experience from those Swablus and Altaria.
Blissey auto.
5 seconds left to go.
Yes.
Until this basement Reggie does spawn.
Make a note. Nodog called it. Blissey auto.
Position. It's just a matter of who's going to go in for the engage. And I mean, if we look at their shred, Curious does have the shred on the Mewtwo. No backup for now these sports though.
Oh, down bottom, we are having a bit of a skirmish here, and I have to say, I love this pairing coming out from Nouns. This Lapras Suicune.
Char has Unite.
Combination. They have slows, they have freezes. They are going to have to try and fight for this Regirock, though. It's a defense buff and experience on the line, and it's going to go
Yeah.
in favor of Nouns. It looks like they will be trying to go for that.
That's gonna be every objective fight.
Finally get the Lapras, but then again, it may just be a Lapras if they can
Dude,
find
Suicune's auto move sucks. Why did it not target the Snorlax? Why did it miss the frozen Snorlax? That should have executed him, but it just went in front of the Snorlax. Dude, that is a sick recall animation. Yo, Sabinigus, why didn't you show me that Water Bear's recall animation? That was sick. There's the Char Unite. Down goes Overlord. Hoopa KO.
Yes, Chicken Fried, Reggie Alecki as Nouns Esports successfully take that towards Luminosity's tier 1 goal, but 3 members are here to defend.
Seriously,
Considering there's still 52 points on this goal. They do not want to let any more dunks go on through. Can they successfully defend it?
Nope,
Ends
it
up going
goes
down,
in.
and it looks like Trainer, LGC, and Curious are needing to retreat back to the flux zone. That is no longer.
And by the way, Kels, this
I don't
is
see how
actually
LG wins
Strike.
this one.
It is not the wicked blow. So Trainer, instead of trying to go for the wicked blow hits, he's decided he wants to try and fight in this match. And the one thing that
like I understand not wanting Gatlu to get Dodrio, but I wouldn't want to play Dodrio against Gatlu. It's like Overlord's phenomenal. Overlord's amazing. But playing Gatlu's main, playing the Dodrio, I know. Listen. We've made a note. We've made a note. Naw Dog has predicted the future, and I believe it.
It looks like they will restrain themselves. They're not going to get too ahead of themselves. Just back
Char
up,
Unite?
make
Or was that just Char
lead, and
Regal?
keep
Okay.
the
I was like, what the hell was that? That was really loud from base.
So Luminosity not wanting to commit, instead just playing it safe and looking to go and secure some wild Pokemon. But Nouns Esports, they gathered the majority of those birds.
Oh.
But looking at getting caught on out, but they're able
Damn.
with some
Char
hits
Unite.
and some punches against those
I was about to say maybe LG is just looking for a team fight comp to just wipe him at Ray, but I don't think they have the superior team fight comp either.
And they're looking for the next goal, which is this Reggie steal.
They're going to get it unless someone can try and go for the steal, but it's a blaze.
You can't out secure overheat, man.
Steal buff, but they're very, very low, so maybe this is where Luminosity can try and turn things around, but because there's a Hooper on the field.
Hoopa, dude, they got the Hoopa diff, they got the overheat, they got the Suicune unlimited stuns, and one of the craziest unites in the game.
We do have LG trying to push back Edesu, knock them out before going and getting some dunks of their own. Bruv on cooldown isn't able to go and defend that, but even then, with that push, this goal is still
I don't know, man. I think Nouns won this draft pretty hard.
Invade and block, despite Luminosity not being behind them, which means they get punished and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and there's going to be no Snorlax as well, so if they really need a frontliner, they do have to wait for their defender to come back, and, well, the heals are there, and Nouns are looking to go for a very big push here, scoring all
Dude,
those
Nouns
points
is so
into
far
the
ahead,
There's
man.
32 points left there, but here comes Slash, is coming with that heavy slam.
Nouns is ahead on the scoreboard. Nouns is ahead in experience. I mean, we got a 13 water bear, but
Keep on chasing their trainer, doing all that he can, but he goes down.
Ooh.
But maybe the Mewtwo is able to pull it through for the team. Will go down as Toon is going to go back to base, heal back
okay,
up, and now
those
he
were some good
wants
catches.
Slash as well. He wants that roasted Snorlax, and he's going to get it on that Charizard.
14. Toon is level 14.
Between these two teams, but as we look at the points,
So now you're torn. Do you give experience to Blaziken, who just got his last power spike, you get him to 13, or do you let Char farm everything for 15?
at this point, but I mean, we're looking at these levels, 3 level 13s on the side of Luminosity,
Mewtwo, why?
but we have that level 4
I don't know. I think this goes to game 3. Unless my boy Trainer is half the water bear my boy Sabinicus is. In which case, he's going to get a Pentit, right?
Semi-final spot, or Luminosity going to be able to do this 2-0 for those fans.
They just rip.
There we go. Slash is going to start things off for the team, using that block to sort of force
Like,
out
they just rip, right? Worst case scenario, Char Unite grabs anyone that comes in and tries to steal it while Overheat secures it. Like, you can literally just flip this. You can just flip this. There goes the Water Bear. Water Bear is frozen solid. Water Bear got to get out of there.
Not looking too good here. Trainer slowly losing his health. Again, the Snorlax is being an absolute nuisance here. Both teams on the Rayquaza, but who's going to be able to get the final hit here?
Boom. Overheat. Told you can literally just flip it. They had no way of stopping that. Dude, you're right. You're right. The FBI is probably looking for him. Dude, so much for that. I thought Nouns might be soul crushed after that. Nope, they're fine.
to be able to pull the comeback because, yes, there's a tier 1 goal zone down bottom, but there's only so many points you can dunk in there. And then after that, you have to try and go a little bit deeper into Noun's territory. And they still have shields, meaning they're also going to have that attack buff from the Rayquaza shield. So if Luminosity can somehow pull a
Dodrio was not the
here,
call.
it'll be an
I'll stand by that.
miracle. But Nouns, they're going to
Who care?
sacrifice their early tier 2 goal zone potentially. No, they are going to slowly push them away. 25 seconds left to go here for Luminosity though. They need to score these points somehow, but I think the gap is just too big now, Kels.
Luminosity looking for that miracle. Unfortunately, it's not going to go their way. Instead, Nouns Esports are going to get the miracle that they need.
Hey, by the way, I would like to rewind to when she said, "Do you really think Charizard is a good pick for them? Is it really doing anything?" Yeah. Yeah, it is. Plus, that's 2 on Charizard.
But we're not done yet, Kels. We still have one more game to go. And whoever wins this match will continue on through the Pokemon Unite World Championships. And unfortunately for the team that does not take this next victory, they will be joining us in the spectator stands as we find out
He
who's
did not say
going
that.
to be going to
Did not.
the finals.
I thought the Blissey
tomorrow.
auto was going to get it.
It's such a tense moment now for Nouns and Luminosity because they've already shown some
No, not you.
The
The caster. The caster said that. Like,
okay, what are the
no, they're taking the Charizard, but has it really been doing anything for them? Yeah. 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 They literally won the first Ray fight. They just lost to an egg. They just lost secure to an egg. Nothing about the team fights went LG's way in either of those games, really.
I think he kind of trapped some of the Luminosity players, making them think that he was an easy knockout, but then all of a sudden, he'd turn around, he'd set you up for his teammates and say, "Haha, you fell for my trap card."
Do not fall for Odessa's sweet face there.
No.
Because we know that behind that there is fierceness out on that battlefield, no matter what Pokemon they bring to the table. But I mean, just to recap,
Look at that shark
for
eyes.
those folks that do not know, these are the top 2 teams from their regions. Nouns Esports had an incredible season, being able to come first in the majority of those monthly
Game
cups.
3.
Luminosity, on the other hand,
Game
well,
3.
they made Pokemon history at NAIC last a couple of months ago, and they actually are 3 IC champions this year. LAIC, EUIC, NAIC. The thing is, can they get a step closer towards also securing that final international championship and getting, well, world championship?
I'm so torn here.
Not the first time, not the second time, but the third time.
On one hand,
This is the hurdle
LG.
that they need to try and overcome, and I think just watching this game, especially because it has been such a long time coming, it really shows.
On the other hand,
that Nouns has
Ender.
brought this season. They haven't really performed very well themselves at the IC. So
now this is the one I wanted to go to Game 3. Yeah. Oh, they had Blaziken. Yeah, LG had Blaziken that game.
Well, it's going to come down to the draft, whether or not they're going to be able to make that deep tournament.
LG
run.
bans
So
the Char.
Let's see what is going to be the priority bans for all of our teams, and already we're seeing some more adaptations here.
Yeah, ban the Char. And again, I'd like to return to the caster comment. Was Charizard really doing anything for them? It earned ban in game 3, bro. What do you think? Stop talking shit about my Char.
Curious that ended up playing it in that first game, but I guess when given that opportunity, no Charizard for Toon, they're going to lock in that Latios, but Trainer LGC, they're going to look in this Dodrio once again, and Slash is opting for this Snorlax.
Wonder if
I'm just trying to think, do I want Slash on the Snorlax?
Yeah,
I
MVP.
mean, he's a great player. He's a great Snorlax, but I just, after that last round, I kind of think Nouns wants him on the Snorlax.
Really?
Yeah, I think.
Oh my god, they're pulling out the Sableye.
As great as Slash is
Yeah,
on
they've
the
been banning
Snorlax,
Rapidash
he
every time
becomes
against
a
these
pure
guys.
utility player once
But
he
that
plays
means
the
they're
Snorlax. I
giving
feel like
up
there are certain other Pokemon he can
all the
play
other picks. I don't.
where he provides more
Oh, Ender on
utility. He
Blissey.
can actually really
Ender on
get
Blissey.
steals on those objectives, and he can really dish out some damage as well. But I mean, if this
So
is
they're
the
gonna
push
give
for Slash,
Slash
you better go for it.
Sableye, right?
You're talking about wild cards earlier, Dana.
I know.
We have a wild card here. We are getting a
Son of a bitch,
Sableye
Spinnacus might be
pick,
onto
but
something.
The double bird, the double speed spot for Luminosity. This
And
is
the Zoro.
final
What does that do?
I can't.
Wiggly tough. Bro, what the hell are we doing?
What on earth is happening?
Bruv on Wiggly? No way.
On a different Pokemon. Give me Sableye. I am down.
Told you that Slash was going to take the Sableye.
That is very, very fun.
Wait, look at these builds.
Yep.
Goal getter, Zoroark, goal getter,
Damn it, Sabinicus is right.
They're going in for Skullcock. Look at these score shields.
Sabinicus was right.
Luminosity.
God damn it, what are the lotto numbers, Sabby? What are the lotto numbers?
I don't know if this is too risky here, Donnelly.
Let me find a pin.
Nouns' POV right now on the camera. I just want to see their faces. I want to see if there's confusion, if there is shock, if there is fear. Like what's going on?
Overlord, where's your goal getter?
We can see your face, Kels. Don't worry, I want to see that.
Dude, did you see Kella? She.
Gosh, I mean, look, I'm down for a bit of chaos. I didn't think the chaos would happen at World of all places. Like maybe an IC.
Overlord, where's your goal getter? That's the one that makes the most sense.
World Championships. That is where the most eyes that you have on there. You know what I mean? You got to make a statement. These are some very bold plays.
What are they doing?
I don't know if we've really seen this play style from them either. So I'm wondering.
Zoroark put on the goal getter, but Overlord kept the full heal.
Going to be the last game, the
What?
last chance for both of these teams.
What are they doing?
Spot in the semi-finals against Peru Unite, one step closer towards that World Championship title. Now Esports on the purple side, Luminosity on the orange.
Dude, you're done. That's a Wiggly or Jiggly. Oh my god.
Slash is applying a lot of pressure to Gatlu in that central area, so it's gonna slow down Gatlu's progress in that central area. We'll have to see if he comes out of it rather safely. And
I mean, if they win, they're geniuses.
the knockout there. So Slash, he did try to slow down.
But when they lose, they trolled their chance at Worlds away.
I was so distracted.
The Zoroark put on a goal getter, and we still have full heal on the Dodrio.
I love this, except I don't love where he's getting himself poured into.
Dude, Wiggly's a demon. Dude, this. Bro, what are they doing? Yakuza paid them off for sure. That explains Trainer. That explains his behavior in this game. That explains it. This whole match. That's why trainers look like that. It wasn't the FBI at all. It wasn't the FBI. Now that I figured it out.
From that Latios is going to be hitting harder. So I love the synergy of this pick.
Which is why the goal getter makes even more sense, bro. It's got full heal. Who cares? Why is that the one Pokemon that didn't put the goal getter on? I don't get it.
But you are going to be amplifying damage. Yeah, your job is to amplify damage. You got to make sure your team.
The full heal doesn't stop it from getting hit by something.
10 seconds until these birds respawn. Trainer LGC does end up getting caught on out and taken by that Leafeon. Slash trying to fight back as the Sableye. However, they're incredibly squishy and get cut down by.
I'm disappointed, guys.
Those two members from Nouns are able to soak up.
I'm disappointed.
Swabbers in a tie for themselves, leading Gatlu at level.
Dude, how'd you see that coming though, Sabinicus? How?
Yeah, this early game is looking a little bit rough here for Luminosity because we're seeing multiple knockouts across the board all over the map. As Nouns, they're the ones that are successfully grabbing these KOs, which means they're also grabbing
Leafeon's gonna have 25 KOs.
AOS points that Luminosity are keeping in their pockets. And we're gonna be seeing another knockout, even the Leafeon committing the Unite move. That's 3 KOs.
25 may be a small number.
Away so they can go for the dunks, but they're being
what are they doing? They're like, Nouns beat us in one game, so we're just gonna let them get to the semifinals.
But the thing is, are they
what
able to sustain these fights considering how incredibly
you guys got a free trip to Worlds to compete for the World Championship. I'm so mad.
In favor of Nouns Esports, we have both of those first.
It's not even working. Like they're getting outscored. By the way.
In that top lane here, Kels with Luminosity grouping up, getting ready to go for an objective that Reggie Lucky will be a
oh yeah, good call. There's a Zashi in there.
Slash going to be slowing down some of these Nouns players, but unfortunately only for a little bit, and because the Sableye is gone,
dude, it's not even working.
No longer feeling confident trying to take that Reggie Lucky up top.
No, I was torn.
Instead, we're going to be seeing
I'm good either way. I'd be disappointed. I don't know. I'd be good either way. I'd be disappointed no matter which one of these teams lost. Because I agree with the caster that this game came too early. This is a grand finals for me. I wouldn't want to see either of these teams not be able to compete for first place. But for this,
Oh, honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect, but so far, Luminosity have managed to keep up. That goal getter ticking is sending nightmares, not to my ears, but I think many members.
No, I was reading Nod Dog's comment that said go now.
Successfully broken that top tier 2 pad, but at what cost? Because
I'd be disappointed. I'd be sad to see either of these teams lose. Nod Dog loves Nouns, and they get a free win. They get a free win. Why? Why would you? Why?
Everyone else hasn't even broken out into those double digits, so the experience lead set by Nouns, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger unless somehow Luminosity is able to.
Congratulations to the casters for being able to stay professional and not just be talking about what I'm saying. Oh, you didn't even get the red buff. You didn't even finish off the red buff.
From just scoring, they're in the enemy central area. Overlord is so low. Thankfully, no one can finish him off though, so he's going to be able to run away. But Luminosity, when they're not scoring, the team looks a little bit lost.
Talon has secure.
I guess that is their whole name of the game. They've just got to get the Aeos energy from the wild Pokemon, maybe a few KOs, and get these dunks. However, some really risky positioning and plays here, considering Nouns Esports have those jump pads available as we have passed that halfway mark. But at the moment, it's just a game of chess. Who's going to make this first move as everybody is waiting in the tall grass / trying to.
This is insane.
This is insane. But you're talking about traps. Nobody from Nouns is falling for that trap.
No, they're not. I have to say, this is
None of them even have amulet coin.
We've seen so far at
Oh my god.
We're going to be seeing some more scores being thrown out here by Luminosity, but they still.
Boom.
They still can't overtake the point lead by Nouns. I mean, they're so desperate to try and break that point lead, and maybe the plan here, I remember this was something that happened a long time ago in Japan. I think some of you guys may remember Mame's team when they went for the score comp. Maybe the plan here for Luminosity, okay, things are looking a little
They're not even doing it right, Sabinicus, man. By the way, if we ever competed and you were like, yo, score comp, I'd be like, you son of a bitch, I'm in. But
I mean, Nouns, they've got to be.
It's not even working.
Especially after seeing all the Pokemon and the items being selected by Luminosity. Looks like a big team.
Okay, now it's working.
And if Luminosity don't win this, I think things may just go really, really bad for them. Talonflame is able to get a quick score off. Will be able to escape with the fly, but not flying far enough, it seems.
Not flying far enough to escape the havoc that Latios does bring, which does bring them up to level 13. But Goldgetter ends up being popped.
Score Shield's a dog shit item, man. Even a Snorlax with Score Shield can't overcome that. Score Shield's so dumb.
Luminosity have finally broken through at 240 points to 186.
They need far more points than this. This is not enough points to make you feel confident that you're going to be able to take the rest of that game. So I think now is the time you start hoarding those points.
They can't get enough Aeos energy without wiping them off the map, and they can't do it. Oh no, 100%. No, no, keep Score Shield dumb. Yes, keep it stupid. It's fine. I don't think it should. I don't think it should be broken enough for that score to have gone in. But it's such a pointless item. Basically, all it does is stop them from breaking your score with a jump pad, which I guess is fine.
Maybe they take the Rayquaza themselves and they say, well, if you want to try and play a score game versus us, I think we can outcompete you.
Honestly, I have no idea what.
I don't know what's going on, man. I just want to know how Sabinicus saw that coming. That's all I want to know. He might be Yakuza. He might be right. Sabinicus, did you pay for this game? Son of a bitch, you do tend to make some ridiculous requests. Hold on. Hold on. Sabinicus, are you... No way! No way! No way! But they can't get any more scores in! Shield's broken! That is not a big enough gap to win this! It's not over yet, bro. This isn't solo queue. But look how low their respawn timers are! They're back! They're freaking back to defend!
Just gotta be careful when these Pokemon start to stack their way as they jump onto this goal zone. They're going to send Brav first. That's going to force the first jump there by the Snorlax. They're going to start scoring again.
Yep. Oh my god.
They're taking turns. They really want to make sure they can.
If I'm Nouns, I am livid.
They're not able to latch. And Luminosity, you can tell
They can even give up that goal, by the way. They can give up that goal. They're buying time. They don't need to die for this pad.
But look at that, Brav going and knocking Luminosity out like a lullaby.
Never mind. Never mind. Oh my god! In the back! In the back, though! God damn! Son of a mother! God damn it, LG! I was, oh my god!
After turn went down, I don't think they have enough anymore, Cal. I think Luminosity may have been able to pull the defense successfully here with 10 seconds to go. Nouns have been cleared, and
Yo, full final burst. Might I suggest that we just do whatever Sabinica says?
from the North America region, one step closer towards the World Championship title, but there's still more hurdles. But there we go. They've seen the score. They are celebrating.
Trainer excited.
Honestly, I've got to say, one word: absolute ridiculousness. How did they pull that off?
They pulled it off because they spent... Dog! They pulled it off because they spent the entire match not really fighting, not going for objective, literally just diving goals over and over and over again. So that when Ray spawned, Nouns was more concerned about just like, listen, alright, so we know what they're doing. They got goal getters and shit. All they want to do is put all their points in so that Ray doesn't matter. So they were nowhere near the pit. Meanwhile, LG sets up and just deletes it. They were the only ones there. They had Dodrio wandering around so that they were like, okay, so they are going to do the thing. They are going to do the thing. All right, they're just looking to score. And Dodrio unites to the pit and they just destroy it. Bro! I just want to know how Sabinicus freaking knew that was coming. You know what? I never doubted him. I never doubted him. They have too much plot armor for that not to have worked. I just want to know how Sabinicus got them to do that. Because I'll do anything for the $2.99 he pays me a month. Every stream. Alright, he gets a free request that goes above and beyond the $2.99. I want to know how he got them to do that, though.
I think they've revealed, if this isn't their craziest strat, I don't know what to say about this team anymore.
I am gabberflasted.
Would you be bold enough to run it twice? I'm not sure. It ended up working.
Dude, I'm telling you, that was the...
Another hurdle to come.
Shh. Be quiet. That was the most crucial part of the strategy. They literally mind-fucked them into just thinking that they were going to try to backcap at Ray. That all they were going to do was try to dump as many points as they had so the big green dragon didn't matter. They tricked them from the jump. That was the plan all along. Make them watch their goals while we rip Ray on spawn. They're not going to be in the pit. They're going to be expecting us to just dump all our points in so the big green dragon doesn't matter. And it worked. It freaking worked.
Better and better because
golly.
They're aging like wine. We're getting the better teams, and every
round
is just going to continue to get better and better. The next round, speaking of, is Zeta Division.
I am gabberflasted. I am gabberflasted.
This one is going to be an interesting one.
Dog.
There hasn't been a
lot
of spotlight on Santos Laguna all tournament, unfortunately. I kind of feel like this.
Dude, they just played Nouns like a violin, bro.
For a reason, and
they were puppet masters. They were just dance Nouns, dance. Yes. Oh, KOS. Yes. But see how we're just dumping points in KOS. KOS. We don't care. KOS. Hey guys, you should watch your goals. Watch your goals at Ray, because we're gonna do the thing. We're not even gonna go to the pit, so you should watch your goals. Just kidding. I agree, Naughty Dog, but they were inside their brains, bro.
And I believe that we do
need to go backstage and just take a breather, drink
That
some
was
water.
it. That was the key, Sabinicus. It was the Dodrio making an appearance. I need them to ask about that. But it was the Dodrio making the appearance, making itself known, and then just straight unite to the pit. Mosh, welcome in.
It was really close. It felt like Nouns had good control during the mid-game.
Good to see you, Mosh. LG literally just won with score comp, goal getters and shit on everybody. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the early game was really rough with our comp, so we had the plan to basically flip the Ray on spawn. I managed to stop the Latios from coming in and killing my whole team.
It was really good. I really enjoyed that myself. And
No,
I'm feeling like
no, that was
because it is
quarterfinals. They're moving into the semifinals now. Top 4.
And Nouns Esports. Was that something that played on your mind before you went into these quarterfinals?
Dude, if they win worlds like that, if they win worlds like that, I'm uninstalling.
Especially Toon was actually our sub in 2022, so we never faced him at Worlds.
He could be in the
I
K-pop
was really
group.
happy to be able to face them once again.
That was the people's finals right there. That was for the people's champ right there.
Do you have any, of course, no secrets to be spilled, but
Dude,
how are the thoughts going
yeah,
into the
100%. Game 3, LG versus Nouns. That was,
Okay, wonderful.
and preferably watch it back on my stream so you can hear me shit talking them the whole time, and then they shut me right the fuck up.
Thank you so much.
God damn.
And Slash.
God damn.
What an incredible spot.
I'm the first to admit when I'm wrong about something, guys.
To make it on
I didn't see that coming.
That next round, but we need to see ourselves an update.
I didn't see that coming.
Peru going up against Luminosity, and then over on that other side, Zeta Division going up.
I think
against
Zeta.
Santos
I think
Laguna.
Zeta has.
I mean, we mentioned
is-
earlier, it's 4 unique
I think that's it.
regions that we are continuing to see
If
on
Zeta
Peru.
beats
Yeah.
Santos
So
Laguna,
here's the
which
update
I
scoreboard.
think they
As you
will,
said, Carl's very
and
quickly, just a
LG
quick
beats Peru
recap of
Unite,
the
which I
journey
think is
for
going to
these
be
teams
a
that
really
made it
close
through.
close
So,
match.
starting from the very
I think
top
that
with
one goes
Peru
all 5,
eliminating Stamina
unfortunately.
Esports 2-1, pushing them into that quarterfinal match
I think
where they
Zeta is their
beat
toughest
Aegis
challenge.
Flames 2-0.
I think Nouns had the best chance to
And
take
after
them
that
down
victory,
before the
that's how
finals,
they
but
secured
now
their
I think it's Zeta.
semi-final spot. As for Luminosity, we just saw them beat
Dude,
Nouns,
they
but before
played
that, though,
themselves.
They had to eliminate
They got
PT
played.
at Dig, and
They
that
got
was a match
played.
where they were able to secure that 2-0. So 2-0
Dude,
against
LG
PT
literally
Dig,
played
so
them.
a 2-1 against Nouns, and now for Luminosity,
They spent the whole game just diving pads trying to put points in, didn't care if they got KO'd or not. And then they all set up in the pit except Overlord on Dodrio, and he was just running around there tier 2, making his appearance seen, so that it looked like kind of like a Sableye. Lets you see the little thing on your head to keep you from going to the pit or keep you from going to a team fight, and you're like, oh shit, there's a Sableye here. He was doing that on Dodrio, and then just straight united into the pit on spawn, and LG was already there. Nouns was nowhere near Rayquaza. It was something, man. It was something.
Support their favorite teams, and I think you guys deserve to have a little bit of fun too. So you hold tight, we will have that ready for you soon.
That's true.
But
Because like I kept saying, they're not even doing it right.
Santos, because
They're not even doing it right.
these
Like
guys
they're
are
not
ready to go.
off laning.
Everything is
They're
on
going
the
to
line.
the lane
Kels, I
Nouns
think
is
everything
in to
is
try
on
to
break.
try to score
Folks, if you need to do
in their
anything,
face
do it
rather
now.
than
Toilets,
avoid
snacks,
team
call
fights
friends, but
where they're
make sure
going to
you
the
have
objectives
5
and go
minutes
score
because
off lane.
next we have Zeta
Like I was like,
Division
they're not
on
even
the
doing it right.
offense.
I was talking shit that whole time. That was all part of the plan. That was all part of the plan to just make them do exactly that at Ray. Holy. Unless that was just a very happy accident and it worked and none of that was scripted. Dude, they just kept getting deleted. They just kept getting deleted. All of them. They didn't even have a score lead until right before respawn. Like, it wasn't even working. It was a total brainwashing. That was the most mental game I've ever seen. And I kept looking over the camera at LG, and none of them seemed concerned. So I either thought they just accepted they're not winning worlds, or they never doubted they were going to win that way. It was crazy. True. True. Bro. I'm gabberflasted. I'm... Dude. I was talking shit the whole time. How they threw their shot at Worlds. I can't believe they made it this far just to do this. Dog. I was talking shit the whole time. Alright. Oop, wrong button. Alright, we're gonna watch it 1.5 speed though. Here you go. Here you go, Mosh. Exactly. I mean, if you just want to watch the Ray fight, I can put it up there too. I don't teamfight Sable, I just one-shot him. I mean, Bruv played Wiggly. I don't know why. I think that might have been the throw. I don't know. There we can hear them talk super fast. Oh, look at this. Their goal getters are... They even had goal getter on Zoroark, man.
So I love the synergy of this pick, of this draft, but we have to see how this really pans out because the Bruv, right, he really is going to be pivoting into that utility role because Wigglytuff doesn't deal a lot of damage, but you are going to be amplifying damage.
Dude, Gold Badge Sableye need to be checked. They need to talk to a therapist immediately.
Trainer LGC does end up getting caught on out and taken by that Illuvion. Slash trying to fight back as the Sableye. However, they're incredibly squishy and get cut down by those Razor Leaves.
I'm actually glad we're doing this. I want to see how many KOs Nouns had. Gold Badge not important.
Yeah, this early game is looking a little bit rough here for Luminosity because we're seeing multiple knockouts across the board all over the map. There's Nouns. They're the ones that are successfully grabbing these KOs, which means they're also grabbing experience and stealing away any AOS points that Luminosity are keeping in their pockets. And we're going to be seeing another knockout, even Illuvion committing the Unite move. That's 3 KOs on the side of Luminosity. They're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to steal these AOS points away so they can go for the dunks, but they're being punished for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, I guess that's the risk. It really comes down to these points, but the thing is, are they able to sustain these fights considering how incredibly squishy they are? But, I mean, despite this, Luminosity are managing to keep up because it's 65 to 62 in favor of Nouns Esports. We have both of those first
He wasn't back cap Sable. That's what I'm saying. They didn't even do the thing right. That's what I'm saying. I can't. They were team fighting into the towers trying to score in their face. He did. Dude, they were... Dude, they were... Like, watch the change in Nouns as this match goes. Because, yeah, you see Toon babysitting goals. They're not fully committed to team fights because they're worried about the score comp.
Of a lead you're going to be able to accumulate in this particular
like
match.
It's
honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect, but so far Luminosity are managing.
Look, they don't care. They don't care about getting KO'd. They're just scoring.
But I think many members in the crowd, but Luminosity, they successfully broke in that top tier.
And their respawn timers were so low. It didn't even matter if they got KO'd scoring. After Ray, they still made it back to defend and run across the map.
Everyone else hasn't even broken out into those double digits, so the experience lead set by Nouns, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger unless somehow Luminosity is able to stabilize this mid game. And sure, they can keep scoring points, but there's only so much points are going to be able to do for you. Like, I think at a point, you kind of need to do something else aside from just scoring. They're in the enemy central area. Overlord is so low. Thankfully, no one can finish him off, though, so he's going to be able to run away. But Luminosity, when they're not scoring, the team looks a little bit lost.
Well, I guess that is their whole name of the game. They've just got to get their AOS energy from the wild Pokemon, maybe a few KOs, and get these dunks. However, some really risky positioning and plays here, considering Nouns Esports have those jump pads available as we have passed that halfway mark. But at the moment, it's just a game of chess. Who's going to make this first move as everybody is waiting in the tall grass slab?
I like this speed, by the way. Which is how fast the game was.
Nobody from Nouns is falling for that track.
No, they're not. I have to say, this is probably the quietest game of Pokemon Unite we've seen so far at Worlds, but we're going to be seeing some more scores being thrown out here by Luminosity, but they still can't overtake the point lead by Nouns. I mean, they're so desperate to try and break that point lead, and maybe the plan here, I remember this was something that happened a long time ago in Japan.
And this is when I was like, they're not even doing it right. Like, they're not even doing it right. They're going into goals defended by the enemy team. They're not off-laning. Like,
I mean, now they've got to be expecting this, especially
yeah, it is.
all the Pokemon and the items being selected by Luminosity. Looks like a big team fight is about to break out, and if Luminosity don't win this, I think things may just go
and
really
this is when they actually got ahead, but Talon didn't even really try to get away. He was trying to steal some farm. Didn't care if he got KO'd. There's Sableye going in with no HP, but gets the score in. I know!
Did end up getting 19 points, and we're looking at this scoreboard, Danilee. Luminosity have finally broken through at 240 points to 186.
They need far more points than this. This
Look
is
at
not enough points to make you feel confident that you're going to be able to take the rest of that game. So
And yeah, Leafeon is not leaving that goal anymore. He's keeping a close eye on things. There's always somebody watching the goals now. So neutral farm like that goes over to LG. They start to get levels. That's crazy.
Just knock Luminosity out because if they're not on the map, they can't score a point. If that doesn't work, defend your goal zones. Hope you do enough damage to break through their score shield, but some Pokemon can't quite do that. So what is the third alternative? Maybe they take the Rayquaza themselves and they say, well, if you want to try and play a score game versus us, I think we can outcompete you.
Honestly, I have no idea what stops both of these teams are going to bring. All I know is that my heart is beating
And
really
look at
fast.
this.
I don't know if
Look
anybody
at
else's
this.
heart is beating really fast. We are creeping
Dodrios just keeps trying to get closer and closer to that goal. Meanwhile, LG is setting up. Dodrio's letting himself be seen. Boom, immediately. Sableye stuns them out, bases the Latios. Boom. Fly secure, immediate sprints to the goal. That was when I thought maybe this didn't work. It was when Talon lost his shield and went down without scoring. Yeah.
From here on out, they've just got to be careful when these Pokemon start to stagger their way as they jump onto this goal zone. They're going to send Brawl first. That's going to force the first jump there by the Snorlax. Going to start scoring again. They're going to throw another body there in just a second. There comes the Talonflame. They're taking they really want to make sure they can try and catch up one of these now Pokemon, but so far they're not able to latch. And Luminosity, you can tell how afraid they are because they can't directly engage. They're running speedsters, but look on the map.
True. That's true. We won't be able to run score comp anymore with Groudon. Or wait, does Groudon make score comp? Yeah, Groudon makes score comp better. Because you can just score all match, and if the enemy team gets Groudon, who cares? Wipe them. Look at that. They're, you know what Inner just said, right? I can't believe we just fucking lost to that. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I can't believe that worked.
Honestly, I've got to say, one word: absolute ridiculousness. How did they pull that off?
I think this is ace up their sleeve. This is not something that you just suddenly decide to bring on.
Oh, that's right. You actually have to KO them.
Crazy ideas where the team gets together for a couple of drinks and they say, guys, we need to have a crazy strat. We need to have a wild night, and somehow during that session, this is how the strat.
Did it not show the end screen? Did it not show the end screen? Did I miss it again? No, so it doesn't show the stat screen? Why not? What the hell? Well, that's dumb. I want to know how many KOs Noun's got. Well, that's dumb. We don't get to see how much they scored either. That's dumb. I want to see who won the score comp or the score challenge. I want to see. That's dumb. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Dog, we just lost to that. I'd be so upset. I'd be so upset, man.
We're going to see a spectacular showcase, and I think the aggression will be found even with their own team being able to protect their style during the drafting phase.
Right, and I think one of the biggest differences between these teams that we've seen so far is that Zeta has had a really unique
that's upsetting. I want to know who won the score challenge.
We've seen them really only need to go to one strategy to dominate a lot of different opponents.
True.
And only really
True. Without that Sableye Unite,
True. And so
that didn't work.
At that point, we
got a Lugia pen up there. Look at that. Look at that Lugia
pen. It hasn't necessarily always worked. Now on the other side, I feel like we've seen from Santos Laguna quite a lot, right? Yeah. They've flexed around a whole lot. They do have a really wide pool, but obviously we know Zeta as players. We've seen them for a very long time, and we know that they do have a wide pool as well, but in the current meta, we just haven't had a chance to see, I think, quite as much of it. So I am going to be interested to see how they're going to deal with potentially the Zoroark strategy being countered. But we do have an interview out on the floor with Soph, so let's see who she's talking to.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championships in Anaheim, California. This is our first semifinals. We have on your orange side, Santos Laguna. And in the purple, coming from Japan, Zeta Division! Latin America Norte, Nihon, stand down.
Alright, man. I'd say I just didn't stream, but Squish is still at work. Should I go pick up the order and get all that put away and inventoried and stuff, so we wasn't gonna make it out anyway.
So many matches just in a row this weekend.
Right, and the stare down to posing as a heart pipeline is pretty impressive. I really do love that. These teams obviously excited to play against one another and excited to style on stage a little bit. I'm pumped about that. One of those players that was up on stage in the team captain for their squad is one I wanted to talk about, and that is Kira in that defender role. Has been phenomenal for years and years, and it feels like has just been missing a chance to have a full roster of 5 they just click with and are going to have a great tournament run. They've already achieved that. But they're going to be going up against, in the defender matchup, against Tomato. I mean, I really do think Tomato was the first player to truly put Zeta Division on the map. I'm thinking back to that Asia Champions League run, the very inaugural one, in which they were able to take down. I mean, internationally, people could not stop talking about how amazing this tank player was in Tomato. This is going to be a fabulous matchup between these two. I can't wait.
Yeah, when we had a chance to, when Soph and I had a chance to commentate the match yesterday of Zeta, I was saying the same exact thing about Tomato. Also, great hair, perfect hair for the name Tomato. But what a star player, and honestly, we've always had a really strong star players on defenders, and this was one of the first I think that people really looked at as like, okay, maybe like they can carry the entire team throughout like certain situations. It was also just kind of where the meta was, but ever since then, I mean, he has been just so incredibly good. You can see him all the way on the end. No question as to which one is named Tomato. You were talking about Vitopo earlier though, and I want to go back a little bit. There was a really nice tweet Vitopo made about saying that he was going to carry everybody that, you know, was with him, like, you know, into this match. Essentially all of the other Japanese teams, maybe even like High Five, who I know that they're friends with.
They are the last Asia representative.
Which is so, I mean, so heavy a burden to carry, if I'm being honest. The amount of Asian fans are, it's ridiculous out there. It is absolutely ridiculous, and the Japanese fans are some of the most dedicated, so it's great to be able to see them willing to represent all of them.
All right, Anaheim, let's get into draft number 1 between Zeta Division and Santos Laguna. Our bans are already locked in, and I have to admit, not a single defender Pokemon being banned is a bit of a shock to me. I really did think that Ho-Oh would likely be one of those Pokemon considered by both of these squads, but in game number 1, not going to be the case, and Tomato going to lock in that Suicune.
That has been a great pick for them the entire weekend. I mean, it's been a great pick for everybody the entire weekend, but Tomato in particular has been doing extremely well with it. So on the other side, we'll see what they end up picking up. We are going to see the Snorlax in the same role. I think those are two of the kind of tanks, one could say, that have been most common throughout the weekend, but the Galarian Rapidash is going to be really interesting. Obviously banned out a lot in that last set, and missing in a lot of games this weekend.
I was going to say, and in this tournament in general. I feel like Galarian Rapidash certainly
So
on
Ho-Oh
a lot of people's radar. So
isn't
we are
going?
finally locked in by Santos Laguna, and Zeta Division going to bring this Clefable
No
to
Ho-Oh?
the forefront. I think one of the most pivotal Pokemon in that matchup with Peru that you and I got to cast over a little bit earlier on in the day. And Rom going to be locking in Zarina. Feels like it's been a minute since we watched that player on the ranged attackers. They kind of made their name on, like the Inteleon, but they have been doing a great job on Zarina and even Leafeon within this tournament.
This has been a season of a lot of role changes for a lot of players. The Serena, I'm glad we see it. Super high win rate. We saw it earlier today, but we'll see if they can continue. We're going to see the Aegislash, which is a really interesting pick, alongside another of the highest win rate Pokemon in this entire tournament, which is going to be the Eldegoss. So clearly the stats are maybe being weighted toward these teams that are winning a whole lot.
Oh, and there it is. Anissa's going to
That's
lock
right,
in
Agi.
their iconic Pokemon for this tournament. Of course, they always have the option for Sizzle or Scyther, but we're looking at the track record of this event specifically. That is going to be a green.
You got 2 attack weights on. That's cool.
That's pretty interesting as far as matches that we've seen, because as far as I remember, so I mean, of course we do know Zeta lost to Insomnia at ACL. We were there. We got a chance to cast that match, which was awesome. But I do believe within that set, S-Slime from Insomnia chose the Scyther and did very well against Zeta. So it kind of goes 2 ways. Obviously, Santos Laguna can be like, oh, well, it's worked against them. It can work against them again. But also, Zeta Division has experience against a good Scyther, which very few teams, I think, really get that opportunity to practice against. So it's kind of like a 2-way street there.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we're
So we
in
finally get the Laguna Scyther.
in game number 1. I think that's a really cool spot to be. Leave the more flexible options a little bit later on in this best of 5 set. I think starting with something you're well known for already is a very safe bet, even if the team has maybe convened some strategies to try to shut you down. One thing I think is going to stretch Tomato a little bit on this Suicune. Obviously, amazing.
Everybody getting stacks.
Pokemon, but with mobile Pokemon like Galarian, Rapidash, and Scyther having the opportunity to avoid those stuns could be one of the very important points of this match number 1.
We'll see what happens. Here we go. Top 4 semifinals. We're in a best of 5 Zeta Division on the purple side, and the orange side, Santos Laguna. Both teams fighting for their spot in the grand finals.
Japan versus Latin America North. Japan hunting for another World Championship. Latin America North already with their best placement of all time, looking to see if they can top even that. Our central area will be a Blaziken clearing for the first time, and then Scyther going to be catching up as well. So much stronger early game.
Dude, this is going way longer than I thought it would.
Towards the top side to assist Mufasa, who might not need it.
Yeah, apparently not. I do think this is going to be a relatively slow early game. I mean, it's a lot of melee Pokemon, so we are going to see some fights exactly like this. They will be catching Hitman. Kira getting very, very low. There's going to be a berry, especially with that passive. They should be able to escape if they want to. I say that immediately they get KO'd as they do not retreat, and immediately there are a ton of fights. So everything that I said about the game being slow at the start was completely incorrect. There's just a lot of evolutions that need to be had, and really a lot of them are the ones that are doing the fight. Like this top half, I thought was going to be way slower. They're just running it down. Yeah, I mean, Anisus there backing them up, even pushing Wajiro all the way off of that first gold zone. Buzzwole and just a Clefairy at the time are Pokemon that maybe even a Scyther could handle while being defended on that defensible goal zone. Either way, they are going to retreat back into their central area, get another clear, and make sure they're as high as level as possible for that first 8-minute battle in mid. Quadruped battle down on this tier 1 goal zone. They're still trying to get that score, and they finally get it, but at what cost? They are getting chased down by
out.
No, gonna be able to escape. Not even gonna try to follow that up here, though. Getting very, very low. They tried to get some points in, probably get one more score before they got KO'd, but unfortunately was not going to happen. And now the 8-minute spawn, quite a big challenge here. I like that check in the tall grass. It looks like it's mostly gonna be Zeta Division taking control of the center.
Yeah, not having Kira Snorlax there to kind of assist in that.
Ooh, nice catch. Damn.
With just a chase down of the Scyther, pushed out of position by the Blaziken, and the Serena catches the escape route. Impressive stuff from Rom, gets a KO and is actually chasing down the Eldegoss in the enemy central area at the same time. Vidopo trying to find Kira. The Flux Zone is now gone, getting a better opportunity to do so, but even a level 5 Snorlax has got enough HP to make it back to tier 2.
And Wajiro still chasing all the way, well not chasing, pushing all the way towards this tier 2 gold zone. The entire team is not stopping at 1. They're going to pick up 2 KOs. Zeta Division is ruthless. This tier 2 gold zone on bottom.
Score comp works pretty good if you have a team that just wipes everybody off the map. That works too.
Have a little bit of the 1v1. We finally got the full evolution for the Aegislash, so we are kind of chilling up there for a little bit. We don't see a huge level lead on either side, so they stayed up pretty even, but as the Aegislash, I feel like you gotta be pretty happy with that because you had to take a little bit more time to evolve.
Alright, 5 top. Blaziken gets the steal. Oh, that's good.
In Tommy, which is fantastic, but you gotta be scared about this level 10 Blaziken from Vidopo. That is worrisome indeed. You have Kira focusing on that Regieleki, make sure to knock it out. Certainly Wajiro not in danger of stealing it from you. Follow me, we'll track a little bit of that damage, but now it's all
Scyther Unite comes out, Rapidash Unite comes out. We got Aegislash, coup de grace. Lecky goes in.
Try and escape, no, gonna be hunted down. And once again, Zeta Division is gonna pick at least a few KOs.
Can't get back to get the Scyther score in.
They just need to find a few more final hits, and it is going to be Rom probably cleaning up a whole lot of this.
Damn.
And they're going to actually equal up to level 10 as well. So they've been out, maybe not quite as much in most of these fights, but they're going to be very, very scary later on, especially that
Dude,
Unite is going to have
Smart
a
Strike
really
is good.
great
This
target
ain't it forever.
in that site there. They're going to continue to push. One more KO on the Eldegoss, one more target for them. They're going to probably try to score. I'm not sure if you can fully push them away here. Kira all alone will pick up one berry, will escape. This tier 1 goal zone, though, I think this is gonzo.
Yeah, interestingly,
Damn.
not a lot of urgency
Overcaps.
to defend that tier 1.
Overcaps are crazy.
Two of the main damage dealing Pokemon in Anisas and Mufasa moving down towards the bottom side of the map to get a few scores. At this point in the game, they are playing from behind, not only in that scoring front, but also the stacking front. They need to get some EXP. Rom in danger.
Oh my god. The Suicune Unite.
Kira a little too late on that heavy slam yawn combo.
That was a beautiful Unite, landing on 3 members that completely turned that fight around. I really, truly do not think you can give Tomato Suicune. That's something that I said.
This dude's crazy on Scyther to get away from all that.
Any of these great Suicune players, it is
Yawn. Yawn heavy slam, bro. I'm here for it. It's not working. But that's my favorite way to play.
To see the tier 2 goes on bottom broken, especially before the 5-minute mark. That is a level of aggression that is almost unparalleled here.
Yeah, Santos Laguna
just wipe people off the map and then score. That's the best score comp.
Fight, but if it goes south, they need to go anywhere else.
It's true. Well, I watched these guys play through group stage and the brackets, and he's been getting his Scyther banned all day today because of what was going on yesterday in group stage. It is nuts, but
we're starting to see that right now.
Laguna's not doing a whole lot against Zeta Division. I mean, Zeta's the #1 team from Japan.
As well, especially when you're not playing it as a support and you need to actually get some damage off of it, it needs to put itself in some pretty vulnerable situations. And while you can, of course, resist some of the crowd control, you're still taking damage, you're still taking some of the crowd control. It's pretty scary when you're up there against members 3 levels higher than you, which is what
I think it's just a comfort pick. It's best of 3, so they can make adjustments after game 1. They just played comfort picks, get a feel for Zeta Division.
They've got some time to come back.
Yeah, and still a level 13 Blaziken is an
absolutely
terrifying raid boss to have to deal with. A very bold jump pad from Hitman. Gonna end up in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. They get pulled back
Buzz
in.
Unite.
Buzzwole Unite from Tommy will get
Scyther Unite.
Unite coming out from Eldegoss to try and bring everybody back
LD
up.
trying to keep him alive, not enough. Coup de grace. Suicune Unite, Infinite Icicle Spears or something like that. Good lord, that was a team wipe. Yeah, this doesn't look well for Laguna. They also have no secure. I mean, they have Aegis / Unite, but I don't know if that's a better secure than Overheat. Dude, the level advantage of Zeta Division is crazy.
But if they can, maybe get a little bit careless, give up a
Go, eject Overheat. Gets the double.
But in that same vein, you could also take even more. That will be the Galarian Rapid
Gets the triple. Let him get the Penta. Oh, nope, nope. He goes down. Shut down. Big comeback experience for the Aegis Slash. I would back up. I would not have even walked towards him a little bit. AG goes down. Good experience back over to the Serena. I mean, that looked pretty. Like, this is the best fight Laguna's had. Now it's going away. Oh, the LD United at 220. Dude, they lost Snorlax and LD Unite right there. And their whole team's back.
Oh, some great scores to try and even things up. They're just going to position pretty far forward.
Not even close.
3 members that are just respawning right now from the side of Zeta Division. Will Santos Laguna go for the immediate burn?
Are they go for the rip?
They try to get maybe another pick? No, they're going for it. They're ripping it. Rayquaza it down to already 1/3 HP.
No way. No way. Nope. The Buzz gets it. Wow. Wow.
almost secures the Rayquaza. Ryoko was charging overheat on the outside of the Rayquaza pit, facing the opposite direction. Didn't even need to eject button into the midst of things because Tommy on this bus
That was a terrible idea.
to lock it down. Santos Laguna now
They just put everything they had into Aegislash Unite. Sword panic. He flicked the stick.
Zeta Division leading 1-0.
He panic snapped. That was a terrible decision by Laguna. That was a terrible plan. Who made that call?
But that was one of the weirdest fights that I have ever seen. From 3 minutes to 2 minutes, it was a chase from the top path.
I mean, they were doing great.
To like southwest of the
They actually won a team fight and pushed Zeta out.
But it made sense, right? It's not like
But they gave up their support and defender unite, so it was the only option.
Got to admit, I feel for Santos Laguna a little bit in this moment because.
But when you're going up against somebody that has the kind of secure Buzzwole has,
basically playing this man-to-man defense.
That's insane.
Versus the Blaziken, trying to make sure they shut down an opportunity to secure.
Yeah, it's true.
Overheat, but the whole time that wasn't even the main threat to be dealing with. Obviously, Tomato Suicune had respawned as well. There was a whole lot that Zeta Division was able to throw at the Rayquaza, even despite that early team fight win. Timing awkward. Santos Laguna's positioning just too uncomfortable. And Zeta Division, I mean, all the merrier.
Oh, they've got to be very merry right there. That was looking a little bit scary, but going from scary to merry is going to make them very happy. The Zeta Division is going to take game number 1 of the semifinals. Best of 5 sets, so there's more to come. But wow, that was looking very scary for both sides.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, Santos Laguna
That's insane.
behind that entire matchup.
That's insane.
Finally find a way to claw back into that one. Really make a
It was
winning
incredibly
opportunity
one-sided.
out of seemingly nothing. And Zeta Division, well, they didn't have much time to do it, but they did the exact same thing back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, if we just want to like talk about the moments where things started to shift, of course, everything started to shift the moment that they got the Aegislash KO on the Blaziken.
Nice, congrats, Shadman.
Huge EXP shift, and that is one thing that you really always have to fear about Aegislash, is that it has so many tools that somewhat bypass, I guess you could just say like raw stats, right?
Sure,
like
yeah,
the ways to essentially become somewhat invincible, the ways to kind of get your crowd control, the ways that you can, you know, melt people with like, you know, not essentially true damage, but percentage damage.
But reduce defense damage with Secret Sword, right? You're really enabling yourself in a lot of ways.
Exactly. So when you've got things that are statted above you, it's not like it's going to be easy, but Aegislash always kind of has a chance, and that's something that we got, I think, a chance to see right there, which it did start that big turnaround, and I think it was honestly really, really well played from them to try and push all the way into that victory. But boy, that clutch moment at Rayquaza was just simply too good from Zeta.
Way too good. I mean, and we got to admit also, the first 7 minutes of the match or so, it did feel like Zeta
Good luck.
was handling it.
Good luck.
Obviously, that top path victory going in the favor
It's a bit of a rough solo queue support.
Bottom path having a bit of a tough time against how powerful Zeta Division is. And all right, while we were waiting for these players to get set, we got one more interview, so we're going to throw it to that. And while we wait for game number 2.
My God.
Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody, we have Zeta Division beating Santos Laguna in this first game of the best of 5, and I'm here with Zeta Division fans. So give it up for Zeta Division, everybody!
Yeah, Zeta
All right, getting ready for this next game of the best of 5, and we'll see how Santos Laguna is going to respond. Back to you.
So much so. All right, cool. We got a look at some of the fans hanging out in the crowd. We know if you want to cheer on your favorite team at some of these events, you got to get here early. If you want to be front row for some of these events, it can be challenging. I can't imagine. Tomorrow Sunday Arena. If you want to watch Pokemon Unite in Championship Sunday, you got to get there early, everybody. You don't want to miss the arena show.
Oh yeah, we all have to get there early. Everybody watching on the broadcast, everybody in the
We're
arena,
saying that in two very different energies, though. Yeah. I'm excited. You're maybe not.
Listen, I don't have a broken sleep schedule. I certainly don't go to sleep at that time usually. But no. I am so excited. Now, it is true, especially, you know, for example, we got to see the Zeta fans right there. A lot of the Japanese fans, first of all, best sign game in the game. Yeah. Right? We got a chance to see that ACL. It's some of the best signs. I mean, look at that. I wish I had, anime character signs drawn of me. That's awesome. Yeah. But they are such a dedicated fan base, and I always do love seeing them. They're very early, as you can see. If you can get that seat in the front like that, I mean, okay, you were here probably before we were.
Exactly. And all right, like I said, we are squared up for game number 2. Santos Laguna taking that first loss. You gotta start to ask, some of these pocket picks that these players have been utilizing, maybe like the Galarian Rapidash, Aegislash, and Scyther, have been the mainstays of this team so far in the tournament run. They ran into the first major obstacle of Zeta Division. That early game was extremely tough for these Pokemon. Do we see a change-up from this Latin America North team?
I think look at the tomato. Look at that. Oh, the tomatoes. I do love tomatoes, but I also love this tomato. Amazing player. Tomato. I was in the middle of a thought. Yes. Okay. So this video game that we're playing, in case anybody didn't know, we are playing a video game at the moment. Pokemon Unite. And yes, that early game was really, really brutal from the side of Zeta. They were so aggressive. That is some of the most aggression that I've seen from anybody. And the interesting thing is, again, when we see this early game aggression, a lot of times it's like invades or like attempts to kind of rotate around. This was just like, people were just sending it. And honestly, from both sides, we saw a whole lot of like, just send it. But I do think that we need to be a little bit more careful on the side of Santos Laguna this time, and we could get a few picks that are a little bit more early centric, and especially early defense centric, because they were getting their goal zones pushed down pretty quickly, and they would have really liked to, I think, had those a little bit healthier later on. So anything that does big AoE damage, anything that's strong early, I think would be great.
Oh, mine is for 8 hours.
On the shoulder of Santos Laguna. Let me be that devil. It's time. Run it down, Santos Laguna. Don't allow Zeta Division.
It's been very rough to do without you guys. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I love how aggressive both these teams are, and I think if they want to play to their strengths. But, of course, I think your advice is correct. This is a dangerous spot to be in, especially being down 1 game. You get a bit more flexibility in this best of 5, but still, even if you got more rooms to give, you have to take a lot as well.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the anvil, sometimes you're the angel, sometimes you're the devil. I don't know. We'll see if they want to be the hammer or the anvil. Right now, they are going to be starting off with a pretty aggressive first pick.
Oh, look at that damage stat, by the way, from Rom with Serena in that last game. Oh my word. 115,000 damage on this Stomp Grassy Glide Serena. I mean, so like we mentioned, switching from these ranged attackers to these melee brawlers for this meta specifically, it's already paying off.
Yeah, and also win rate went up from the already highest win rate Pokemon in the game off that, and it just got banned more, so encounter rate went up as well. Makes a whole bunch of sense.
They're teasing me with some picks over here.
And Tomato on the Ho-Oh is going to be a very, very scary thing to behold for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Ho-Oh Blissey.
Ho-Oh Blissey.
So much
That's
HP
crazy.
to work with. It'd be very interesting. See what Santos Laguna want to go, and so far it looks like they kind of want to enter the mix.
They're gonna keep full damage, Clef.
Fable and Snorlax, 2 Pokemon that love the longevity of some of these bigger team fights, and they can provide a lot of resources for that. Of course, I feel like Snorlax is one of our biggest mainstays, but Zeta Division gonna be locking in the Garchomp.
Nice.
We have a roster change, so the normal Garchomp player has been switched out. That is Tommy, and they are going to be locking it in.
I do think that's a great pick against what they're potentially picking here. Like you said, with their
Scyther's
second,
back.
Picks, they are going to be looking towards staying
Scyther
a
sword
little bit
again.
together, being a little bit tankier, and that's exactly what Garchomp likes. Just like
Exactly.
Exactly that.
Yeah, so not
I mean, I like sword into Ho-Oh Blissey, but
and now we don't have the Eldegoss any longer. It will be Clefable. So a much more group-centric team fight. Also, Anislas has changed up their items slightly, I believe. Weakness policy being equipped. There is a non-zero chance that this will be a Scyther. I'm saying non-zero. I'm saying non-zero.
I know.
I'm not saying for sure.
I will say in the past, there have been a lot of
weakness
Scythers
policy does sound more like a Scizor item.
I don't actually really fully understand why. That's like my own problem, I guess. But I have seen that for a few years. So not 100% guaranteed, but that would be kind of cool to see. That would be a very, very defensive team. Maybe just kind of playing Protect the President with the Latios as kind of their main damage. But on the other side, the Dodrio, another Pokemon that's really high up in the win rate at the moments, but an interesting pick to go up against this comp. I would have to assume that this is going to be Tri-Attack. I feel like that's the only way that it makes sense.
Yeah, I really enjoy Vidopo locking something new, but they kind of had to. These banning phase focus a lot on those two damage dealers from Zeta Division previously, Zarina and Belaskin, so important to Vidopo and Rom respectively in that last matchup. We got to shake things up somehow. Santos Laguna doing that in a few ways, taking first pick in our draft, not to mention finding some new bans, being heavily targeted.
I'm also quite happy, both this game and last game, they didn't immediately go to that Zoroark Comfey strategy.
Yeah.
They showed off what else they had, and honestly, I'm like loving it even more, considerably. But here we go, game number 2, Zeta Division up 1-0, but it's not match point quite yet, as we're a best of 5.
All right, Santos Laguna gonna be sending Latios into the path. This is really tough for this Pokemon. Latios needs its level 5 as rapidly as you possibly can.
Nice, Snorlax secure.
In tandem with the Snorlax could be working, but Tomato and Rom striking very early.
What's going on up top of that Gibble? What that Gibble doing, though?
These contestables. Kira doing a great job of out-securing 2 contestable Pokemon, though.
I am annoyed thinking of fighting against that path.
Yeah.
That looks so incredibly
Gibble's
annoying.
chewing.
A little bit more of like a brawler path up top, and I do love seeing both the
Ooh, that was almost too early.
Not evolved quite yet, just trying to help out their little friends. But bottom, it's pure evil right now.
Exactly. Yeah, nefarious.
Scyther's
evil,
following
yes,
the
whatever you'd like
Dodrio.
to say. It is very, very
Why did
scary
he?
at the moment.
I don't know about the
For
weakness
Hitman
policy.
Not hitting that level 5 at the very least, any sus has, but so has Vidopo. I think these players very aware of who's hiding in which crashes. The Tri-Attack strikes first. Vidopo forcing any sus.
That's one of the best skins in the game right there. That Dodrio.
They
I love it.
a little bit of a 1v1 right there. They are both going to be
I'll be okay with
bottom
Dodrio
path,
never getting a
and
battle
it does
pass,
seem
so
like
I
they're not gonna be
never
pushing
feel
for all
obligated to
much
take that one
extra
off.
on top of the experience, but oh my gosh, you move so fast in that it's so easy for Tomato to just kind of move forward, harass a little bit, just be annoying, which is exactly what you need to do, especially because you want to kind of get that Snorlax a little bit lower so it can't just run around and be the body blocker that it wants to be.
Wow. Okay, Tommy on the top side. We saw a little bit there with our picture-in-picture, getting 2 KOs in a row. So absolutely dominating the top side. Mufasa struggling a little bit more in this game, potentially without the pocket of that Eldegoss to support them. And Minato really needed to get their levels up as well. They finally have access to Moonlight, though, so we'll be a bit better in tandem with that Aegis Slash. The time being, though, Tommy is really throwing out the damage. Oh, but there's the counter KO. Minato shows, yeah, you don't touch my all-rounder.
This is the most ridiculous stat we've seen all week. Santos Laguna's average feints per match 6. Zeta Division's is 19. You're one of the best teams in the world, and your average feints per match is 19. That is a very, very interesting stat. I would love to dig deeper into that, but we've got a match that we've got to watch, and I think that's going to take me a few hours. Tomato, right now, kind of 1v2ing this path because it's Tomato.
Yeah.
And that's how scary. That's how scary this Pokemon is right now.
Now, the interesting thing about Tomato staying in these aggressive positions is it does allow Hitman to stack up more of that Aeon.
Damn.
Already a knockout. Kira down.
Here we go.
Is about to get up to that level 9, and of course, Unite move will be accessible. Triple Trample is here well before the first set of Regis. On the other hand, Santos Laguna are even searching for a level 8.
Now they're hunting through their jungle.
No Unite move to the next level, though.
So everything we were talking about the
Yo, show that fight in the jungle.
Especially crashes onto these top tier gold zones, or these tier 1 gold zones, I should say. It's just all happening again. Zeta Division is running a very, very similar concept. They've already taken on the tier 1 gold zone on bottom. This Regieleki is going to be going to Santos Laguna. That's got to be pretty good for them.
Nice.
They really want to control at least one of their tier 1s.
That's pretty good for the egg blissey.
And they've got to get some points back. They're not going to be pushing this one in, but at least it's not getting...
They're letting Blissey hold that?
Right. Mufasa gets a couple of attacks into that Mewtwo, but Rom still having teleport off cooldown means they're able to jump over that wall and escape any bit of mobility that Mufasa could throw. Those boosted auto attacks can both be a hammer and an anvil, if you will, for these Aegis Slash. Can bring you into really dangerous territories with that far dash. However, when you're striking in a Tomato, I don't think you're too worried.
Nice.
That's a full burst damage with the green illusion dive from Anysus. Tommy is able to grab
Ooh,
them.
guard jump Unite though.
with the Unite move.
Gets away. Nothing else. This Scyther's really good at getting away from bad situations.
Trying to get Dove, unfortunately, was not able to quite get the KO, and so Rom is going to be able to clean that up.
Nice.
2v1 in middle. We're just kind of playing leapfrog here with KOs. It's just like I'm KOing you, somebody else comes KOs me, then somebody KOs that person over and over. A lot of trades, but it kind of felt like it was even trades. However, the overall experience was in the favor of Zeta Division before that fight, so if you had to look at an overall resource winner, it's probably Santos Laguna.
Yeah, I think it's sliding slightly in their favor with those scales, and of course, they're going to be looking for a whole lot more soon. They are struggling in the points attempt. This top side's been so fantastic from Tommy and Wajiro that goal zone is left only at 7.
Super good. Oh, he's gone. Never mind.
From that top elbow.
I thought that was a great displacement with the Snorlax.
Thank you for pushing me all the way to this goal zone. This tier 1's going down. Half your team is going down. Your tier 2 goal zone is nearly going down. They're leaving it at 21 after this, and we're still so early in the game. That would be perfect for a huge Regieleki into an overdunk. I do like this return takedown on the bottom tier 1. Vitopo, though, getting KO'd, that's going to be huge. Hitman going to get a lot of experience for that.
Picking up a couple, also able to knock out the Blissey with that latent damage from that passive from the Latios. Minato healing up the squad, see if they could chase down Tommy. However, with that full range extension, I think they're going to be able to have a very safe recall. Never mind, we'll just heal up off the Swablu Walterias. Thank you, Garchomp basic attacks.
That was so fast, that amount of healing. That is a little bit ridiculous. Reg Ice, though, as well, is going to be absolutely melted, and could have healed back up on that, if I'm being 100% honest. There's an attempt to steal here. We do have the coup de grace up, so you don't really want to try to get it that low. It doesn't feel like you have that secure unless, you go first for the Aegis Slash. Going to go into the Anvil mode and then back into the Hammer mode, as it's going to try to get a little bit more damage here. Oh, going to just ignore
big miss.
Trying to chase
Good
down
Bliss
Hitman.
assist.
They're doing an okay job of it, but the Bliss assist is not going to be enough to help them get all the way there. Reggie still sitting there like somebody's got to try to
Scyther got it.
In the end, wow, it's Scyther, not what I expected.
Rez.
Yeah, Mufasa playing a really passive, patient team fight in that way, leaving a couple of boosted auto attacks even while in sword form, so they could wait for Wide Guard to come back up off cooldown to get access to those shield boosted auto attacks.
Snorlax should have kept his block open more. I feel like he canceled it early. That would have kept Garchomp from getting his boosted stacked up.
What an answer in terms of momentum.
Not that it matters.
Look at this. Zeta Division, never once have they been satisfied with a team fight win. They always got to push for more. They're looking for blue buff.
Oh no, they might have got a little bit too greedy. Losing Tomato there is okay, but I feel like you really don't want to lose this Mewtwo. That's going to be a lot of points going
Scyther's doing more this game.
The other side. That may be one of the first moments that I've seen and said, okay, just too
Level
greedy.
14 Dodrio though.
Tomato's so low, obviously you have their generator, so you are going to get a lot of it back, but they were still going a little bit deep for that moment.
Level 13 Garchomp, that's pretty good.
Up top. And
that's pretty good.
It's like there's going to be a little bit of a retreat from both sides. We are getting really close to this final stretch. They don't want a repeat of fighting from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
Exactly. Mito still wanting to get a few of those special attacks.
Farm damage.
Stacks in that tier
Farm damage.
Cans where we're seeing these really small scores. And at this point, they will likely
farm damage.
Following in Moonlight can certainly buy you a whole lot of time. But how about Kira backup? And Snorlax, well, they look, they watch, they decide not.
Honestly, getting yourself
damn through the shield.
Choice in the world. Like maybe they should have just turned around, let themselves get
ooh. Alright, Latios is broken, guys. I'll say it. Latios is still broken.
They only got KOs on the experience share Pokemon from the side of Zeta Division. Santos Laguna getting some better targets, but they are going to use a lot of their resources. 2 of their damage dealers going down on the side of Santos Laguna. This is huge. They're really committing to this. Nowhere even close to the Ray Pit.
All right, and that's the Clefable down as well. They did roll Hyper Beam off their Unite move, but unfortunately, we're not able to land it on anybody. This is up.
Lissy goes down.
It's the second instance of Power Nap.
They're burning it.
Rayquaza already down below half HP. The Mewtwo Y is gone.
No way. Damn, that sucks for Laguna. They did so good.
Still a few members left up of Santos Laguna. It's not 100% over yet. I mean, this is going to be a great way to hunt
it's going to be hard to score.
This is not the hugest shield in the world. Is going to come
he still gets his 100 points if it takes less than 2 seconds.
Not going to be able to stop it in time. Had to make the read beforehand, maybe, and especially
bro,
points up top. It's going to be
that
more and
sucks.
more difficult. However, because that was such a quick Ray rip, we still have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. That was a gigantic KO.
They're 506 points down, man. They can't win. Even if they all get 100 in, they have to get KOs and pick up more points. That's unfortunate.
Aegis-Slash, potentially even this poke damage from Latios can take some teamfight wins onto this tier 2. Zeta Division are now going to be caught in that weird space where their lead is
never mind. I got that wrong.
They could push for some back caps as well. Tomatoes
Dyslexia kicked in.
almost 50 points and is looking to take the exact
But
route.
it does not matter. Like,
Oh yeah, that one's almost
that's dude, that sucks, man.
far push all the way from Santos Laguna. That's going to be an unstoppable.
And Ho puts another 92 points in. What?
They're going to be rotating all
I mean, that's the power of Garchomp.
Like seeing if they can catch anybody out. You're not coming out from Mewtwo. That's actually going to collect on a lot right there. The Blizz
Damn, Blizz assist. How unfortunate. You finally saw success. You crushed it just before Ray. And Zeta's like, yeah, no, those were decoys. We're just ripping Ray. We're just ripping Ray. That's insane, man.
Not going to be enough. All the way back at base. 10 seconds left. Zeta Division is controlling this one to go to a 2-0 lead. Wow.
That's unfortunate.
Yet another Rayquaza fight that starts just a few moments before the Pokemon actually spawns in.
I mean, well played by Zeta Division.
Zeta Division this time coming out on top, both in terms of that first fight as well as capitalizing and knocking out that Rayquaza. Massive play from this team.
That Scyther pulled some stuff off right there.
Pokemon holding onto shields really made that one inevitable.
And one thing that we talked about earlier is how close in playstyle Zeta and Luminosity can be. And one thing that I said about Luminosity earlier is that they're really, really strong when they get a chance to understand what their win condition is beforehand. What are we looking at? Oh,
I think, yeah, the torch in terms of damage has been passed from Rom to Tommy for this game number 2 as this Garchomp setting themselves up for a 2-0 lead. Has 133,000 damage on this Garchomp, 12 knockouts as well. The newest member of this Zeta Division team, and what a debut from them.
That is certainly a statement of I belong here. I deserve to be here.
For sure.
But okay.
Yeah,
so what I'm saying was
I think we will.
They played around having
I think we will.
Condition, which is a team that can rip Ray faster than
which I believe is a
team that we've seen this weekend, having just so much damage. They knew that
this is gonna be a tough one for LG.
Members up, they had the vision to be able to retreat back.
LG went to Japan to compete in the Asian Championship League, and they got knocked out. They didn't make it through.
At that moment, obviously it gets a little scary, a little risky because Enisa's able to put in some work, but Mewtwo-Y escaping, I think, is the most pivotal moment of that. Blissey, very impressive, giving up kind of their own life in exchange for the Mewtwo-Y to escape, where Bliss assistancing into the back lane. Enisus just has to focus all their damage onto this Blissey, and Mewtwo-Y able to roam all the way to the middle point of the map and knock out the Rayquaza. So just a lot of expenditure of resources, great work from Zeta Division, really all across the map that last game.
Yeah, now they're setting themselves up into a huge lead. I mean, for anybody who maybe hasn't been following along for years, our last
Chomp's
world
good.
champions,
Been saying it for years.
champions were from Japan, and now we don't have them here as a team any longer, but Japan would love to return to Grand Finals for the second year in a row, earn a spot to fight for their repeat win, and they are now just one step away. Zeta win, you can see right there. Look at that, the Japanese fans.
And more tomato!
And more tomato! One of the most popular, you know, we gotta get everybody to eat healthy. Tomato's gonna do a great job of that.
My job on this commentary booth is to go, tomato! And I am enjoying it. Thank you, Camera Zoom. That's awesome. Yeah, this has been a really fun match so far. Obviously, Zeta Division, the pace car in this best of 5. We are going into game number 3. Santos Laguna have brought a very, very similar strategy into both games. I do think Hitman's Latios impressed me a lot more than the Galarian Rapidash. Still was not enough to turn things around, and I mean, you lose 2 very important members before the Rayquaza fight. Zeta Division really takes advantage of that. The tough spot to be, it's micro calls, it could be macro calls, it's a lot to work on, and you're running out of time.
Well, still, I think one of the biggest problems has been that early game where it's just been an absolute I don't know, landslide basically from Zeta. And you know, I was saying earlier, maybe they should choose some more defensive options. Maybe they should play the Anvil. Maybe it is time for them to play the Hammer. Maybe what you do is you start saying, oh, they're focusing for bottom.
I don't think Sword's the call.
They're taking the opposite direction, and that's a strategy we've seen so many strong teams
I wish Annihilate would come to
we
Unite.
haven't seen really either direction fully committed to yet from Santos Laguna. I think that if they want to make this comeback in this set 3 games straight, it's going to have to be some sort of huge answer.
All right.
They have to reverse sweep, man.
The exact same Bantus game 2 for Santos Laguna, and I believe Zeta Division as well. We're going to be jumping back into this draft. A Pokemon like Suicune is still available. It has been such an important Pokemon. Where we are going to be first picking that Lazio. Zeta Division picked Suicune, but only when they were in the first pick position on the purple side. So instead, Wajiro going for the Blissey yet again. Such a powerful Pokemon. I think was a part of a major moment. And Tomato will go onto the defender. I would say the most Tomato-like of all defenders available in Pokemon Unite.
Maybe like the Berry, Hollowware, Snorlax. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's Tomato-like. Yeah, it's such a tough situation where both Suicune and Ho-Oh being available early on, it means that there's no really great way to take them both away from
Yes,
Tomato.
give me the Zoroark Comfey now. Oh, they already picked Blissey. Come on, I want to see the Zoro. This the Topo Zoroark is
We're gonna go to some pretty similar
terrifying.
picks. It looks like overall, maybe from both sides.
Yeah, we're going to see the Garchomp yet again. I love the coordination between Washiro and Tommy, not only in the early game pathing phase, but I think we saw some
U2Y
really great
has
stuff,
been
especially around the defense of that Tier 2
a
goal
massive
zone, even a
pick
Dragon Rush across the wall
in this
into their own
tournament.
central, backing it up with some Blitz
And
assistance has been impressive.
run it back.
Santos Laguna
This
running
wasn't the
back
problem.
Same composition from game 2. Zeta Division, the only switch will be made is in the Dodrio slot. Vidopo gonna return
Oh,
to
instead of
the
Dodrio,
Leafeon.
they go
It's a
Leafeon.
43% pick rate on the tournament.
Well,
I think that's a great
I
choice.
don't
I
think
that they
this
are going
goes to game
play
4.
Some pretty similar roles. I mean, if you're playing the
I don't
Tri-Attack Dodrio,
think.
you're a little bit more of like these like ranged speedsters where you can play a little bit more
Do they
safe
keep the
range. You're
spoon
gonna
on,
potentially
Clef?
get some AoE damage, and your AoE damage is going to be a little bit more significant here with the Leafeon.
Wait, they
And I
switched
think
the
that
wrong
with
item.
How everybody groups up on that side, it's going to be really strong. But also, you are going to be able to maybe solo out that Latios with your Unite move if you can find yourself in the correct situation, and sandwiching yourself with a good flank behind them while there is a very scary either defender or Garchomp in front of them is a great way to do that.
That's true. You just got to be careful. You don't get hit by a wide guard. Don't get hit by a block. Don't get follow me. There's a lot of dangerous stuff out there. But
I'm
I
concerned
know
about the
right
Clef
now,
build.
Both of these teams are so excited, but probably nervous. I'm nervous and excited. It's a bit of a combination on this main stage. Santos
Guys,
Laguna
I don't think you
against
noticed
the
he
wall.
switched the wrong
Truly
item.
a historic tournament run for not only this team, for this region. A few of these players, this is their first year competing in the Unite Championship Series. Zeta Division, old hats at this point.
They eliminated. Notice the experience share got taken off the support.
Achieve an even better result than they have in previous years, but they've already done now by making it into the top 4 territory. But they would love to play in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, the pressure on them is higher than maybe almost any other team. You know, just their entire region wanting that repeat so bad. I was just talking about it, but it's such a different feeling than a region that has never won Worlds. And of course, their entire region is behind them as well, but the expectation isn't, of course, we have to win again. You know, it's if you can win again, you are the greatest of all time, or if you can win for our first time. But when you have, you know, just legends behind you, it is a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and Zeta have absolutely lived up to it so far. Not only, of course, wanting to repeat, but wanting to do better themselves than they have before, and also, to be honest, they're one of the best teams that has been around and not been able to take a Worlds, right? I mean, obviously there's only been 2 Worlds winners, but it's one of those teams where it's like, if you were to say within the next 3 years, you know, this year included, what are some of the teams that you think could win Worlds? They would be right at the top of the list.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, yeah, looking forward to the future. It's a really fun thing, too. I like that a lot. All right, sorry, everybody, we're going to be getting back into game very, very soon. We do not want to hold this one back anymore. And oh my word, we have had so many incredible cosplays, outfits, costumes throughout this entire tournament. So thank you everyone so much for showcasing your passion, not only for Pokemon Unite, but for these competitors, for the competition as a whole. It has been so fun to see you and have you join us for Anaheim Worlds 2025. We're in one of the best sets we've ever seen here yet today.
Oh, Yeah, it just keeps getting better throughout
Game
the
3.
entire day. The things that we've seen
Let's
this
go.
weekend are unbelievable. From the very first game of day 1 until the very last game that we just saw where Score Comp won, every single thing that we've been seeing is unbelievable. This has been one of the best first, I guess, one of the best front-to-back worlds that we've had. Like, there have been no games that have just been filler games. This has been all the way through. There have been games that we had to have on the feature match station that have been incredible matches. They're just as absolutely, I don't know, the competition has leveled up.
Yeah, totally. Hey, shout out Feature Station that we now have 2 streams during this event. I really hope everybody enjoyed that, not missing a moment of the action, or at least as much as we possibly could have. It has been so much fun. Like you mentioned, the tournament matches throughout the entire weekend have been elite, and getting our chance to see as many of them as possible. I know it's been a major request of the community and also us, because seeing these teams play on the main stage is just so fun.
Oh, yes. All these teams have earned their spot, and I love that they all get a chance to
Okay, well, it seems like I have time for a bathroom break, so I'm going to leave you guys with
especially
the
for,
technical difficulties.
you know, kind of like competitive nerds like you and I. I want every match to be recorded for history ever. I want it to be like, you know, 20 years from now, 15 years from now, and I'm like, okay, do you remember that moment that was in, you know, Worlds 2025 where this particular thing happened? And I want to be able to go back and click on a video and be like, yes, we get to see that exact moment. And then we look at ourselves and like, we were so young then. That's wild.
Yeah, well, to the surprise of no one, we're pretty big nerds up here, casting Pokemon Unite. But I know there's a whole lot more of you down there who are also in love with the game and in love with this competitive scene and all of its crazy shenanigans that we see things getting up to. This is going to be such a fun one. Game number 3 is going to be almost an identical draft. We're going to get to see Sus versus Vidopo, potentially for the last time, a Scyther versus a Leafeon. It does feel like we finally have the iconic matchup between these 2 players.
Which is so great to see. I mean, honestly, there's so many good roll-to-roll matchups within both of these teams. And honestly, I do feel like we get to see that more and more as we get towards the end of the bracket, where every member of all of these teams are star players. And we can see right there on the big screen that we're getting started with game number 3. Last chance here for Santos Laguna. They've got to win 3 in a row. If they don't, then Zeta Division will move on to the grand finals, for Japan moving there for the 2nd year in a row.
Zeta Division on the edge of victory. Santos Laguna just hunting for it, like you just mentioned, Wonder Chef. Now, we do have that Leafeon clearing the central area at the beginning. This will be 2 Pokemon that will be at a very similar pace. The Leafeon and Scyther both having extremely fast clears, even in the early game, will hit that level 5 power spike right on time.
Truly, that path from Zeta Division still is like giving me anxiety. Just seeing them just stand there and just hold A, and the entire other path just like, help me. But they're continuing on with the aggression. A 3rd member coming down, as Vitopo is going to be coming down to help them. Might run into Sus up in the center area. Got to be careful. That's a really far flank. We usually don't see them go all the way that far back, so I would love to see what Sus' plans are. Trying to catch up Vitopo. They are going to find them immediately. Gets a ton of damage, does not quite get the KO. Manages to get out of the way of the Razor Leaf. A great play, and that's going to delay them long enough to stop them from getting as much of the farm in the bird spawns. But oh my goodness, so much damage.
Yeah, this is scary because
Mega
now
Mewtwo.
Kira's
What are you gonna do?
this Golza with no citrus berries to retreat
Oh,
to.
Leafeon, go get the Latios. You know you want to. Come on, you get them, but you know you want to. You can KO them both. You're a Leafeon.
Dream shenanigans as Vidopo doesn't even want to take that fight after that.
That was
Damn.
very risky.
That should have been 2 more KOs, I think.
Right there,
Although I probably would have gone for that and then got
I mean, that was
caught.
just confidence. The fact that you're down, yes. No, but the fact that you were down and you're willing to go for that far
and stacks for the Leafeon. And stacks for the Leafeon.
They're on the back foot, but they
I would have got another stack and got KO'd for it too. Damn. See? This is why I never make it to Worlds, man. That's why I don't. This is why I haven't been competing. You know, this is it. I make those mistakes. I get greedy. I play too much.
To duel alone. These new Swablu Altarias will be Zetas alone, as no one from Santos Laguna has the opportunity to try to steal that EXP Mufasa, just desperately looking for any experience, trying to get that Aegislash evolution.
Tomato playing a great forward position, just playing for vision. Every single movement that is being made from Santos Laguna is being seen at the moment, and now Tomato finally backing up once they realize, okay, we know where they are, we know where they've rotated to, now we can split up accordingly, most of them kind of in the center.
Wow, Tommy actually catching that double blade in the tall grass with the Dragon Rush and the Dragon Claw combination. Big heavy slam from Kira, giving them a little bit more time as Tomato with the Soul Fest so tanky. Not too worried about the Latios poke damage at the time being with that special defense, not to mention the self-healing and Blissey healing they have access to.
Still just a lot of bullying on
Yeah,
this
but that
bottom
Latios
half.
is
It's
going
kind
to
of
be a
like we're
lot
going
more
back to
poke
the
damage
phase.
later.
But they're not able to get too many KOs, which is pretty nice. I mean...
Uh-oh.
You are a late game scaler for Latios, so as long as you're holding on, as long as you're getting some farm, things are going to kind of go okay. Unfortunately, he's hitting level 9 on the side of Zeta
I don't
Division.
think that was me.
That's pretty scary. Also, the defense up top. I mean, you can stop a 35-point score, but you got to be careful about getting KO'd yourself when you already have a guard
Follow
jump
me.
and, of course, Vitopo on this Leafeon.
Right, Minato just doing as much as they can to buy time. Vitopo might be getting a little frustrated, but they still got damage to work with. We're gonna cut down through the Reg Ice on the bottom side. Kira will fall, will not have the chance to block the objective, but that's okay. Anysus picks it up
I
anyways.
don't like this blurry
The
now.
Green Illusion dive, give up on chasing the Mewtwo. Why? And instead, decide to execute the Ho-Oh.
That is a great little jump ahead for Santos Laguna. I shouldn't say jump ahead, kind of jump back up to even, but it's a great boost for them. And Anysus has really been leading the charge this time around. This play on the Scyther has been amazing. They've been enabling a lot of what's making things work. Look at this huge wide invade into the center area from Zeta Division, and they're going in to try and
got
flank
its
and
9.
push in this Regieleki.
Mewtwo already down. No Moonlight healing is going to be really difficult to play around this objective. Garchomp thrown for members of the enemy team.
Freaking
Pulled to the top
Garchomp,
side
man.
and back to the tier 2. Regieleki will land. Zeta Division is going to build this score lead to
Damn.
230 to a donut in game number 3.
This is looking even scarier than game number 1. Zeta Division just holding
Damn.
control.
230
the
to
fact
nothing.
That they have had in every single game a tier 2 goal zone down before the 5-minute mark, and alternating paths, by the way, top, bottom, top, is absolutely incredible.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Not gonna be an ace.
picking up a KO.
Damn.
Tomato, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but almost a second. A great unite to stop that from happening from Vitopo. It does look like probably should be able to pick up
There we
Wajiro,
go. A little life.
any little
A little
trades
life
like
from
that
Laguna.
are going to be quite good for Santos Laguna.
I'm honestly shocked Vitopo was able to just kind of
Uh-oh.
face tank all of the green illusions with that final hit onto the Leafeon, but Unite move doing a lot of work in that exchange. That is a Clefable Unite move and a Snorlax, which will also...
Dude, Garchomp.
And Anysus will get their revenge onto a member of Zeta Division. They're going to try to chase down Ramen the Mewtwo. Meanwhile, a mid-battle inside of this mid part of the map as the Swablu and Altaria is the next to go down.
Oh, they're all so low. Moonlight just barely coming back up to bring them to any sort of life. It's 4 members, though, but Tomato is going to do so much damage. I can chase you across a wall. You can't fly away from me. But they did manage to get a good amount of that experience on the side of Santos Laguna. Things are not looking that well.
Dude.
Okay, that's not looking super great as Vitopo gets a great flank into the Unite, but other things are looking pretty good altogether for Santos Laguna compared to the first few minutes of this match. They're starting to get score. Another Unite coming out from
Oh, the Bliss Assist. The freaking Bliss Assist.
It's going to be unfortunate. They're losing all their strong members on Santos Laguna's side. This might be another tier 1 goal zone going down, only 12-6. Yep, they're breaking that quick.
Yeah, Wajiro's Bliss Assistance has just proved too powerful. It's one of the best answers to this Scyther dive. As soon as they try to explode, Scyther does have to, after they first do a wing beat, jump into melee range. Blissey not only having the knockup, but also the ability to KO Scyther themselves if they need to, has made it really difficult to find knockouts onto this Garchomp, onto this Leafeon, and Zeta Division has been able to push this lead further and further. Regieleki will go down for freeze, and Anysus gets a lot of payback off that. Probably will not be landing in this tier 1 as Zeta Division rallies to defend.
That is surprising that, to me, that Zeta Division didn't try to prioritize that at all. Oh, an attempt to at least get something in before we get to this final stretch. Probably reset your KO timer as well. But this Regieleki obviously could have been heading towards the base goal zone, the home goal zone of Santos Laguna. But instead, Zeta Division, they're preparing for more of a fight.
Yeah, and they're going to actually take that fight right now. The best way to prepare for a fight, I find, is taking it. Also, having Vidopo at level 15 is where that Leafeon is right about to achieve. Mufasa does get a Sacred Sword, but now they're at the Wide Guard in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. Wide Guard is off cooldown, so they do get pulled by the Garchomp. When this battle's actually raining on, that is the Garchomp Unite move needed to KO that Aegislash. Kira there for the defense, trying to peel for Hitman, who's getting the poke damage. But Mewtwo, why Unite? Cascades onto all of them. And he's the only member left up for Santos.
220 Mewtwo Unite.
The side strike found the target.
They're just gonna rip, huh?
Members up, but there's 8 seconds left. The coup de grace is available. If we can sneak in with Mufasa, that might be one of the only
it's gone.
ways that you live. Or, I mean, honestly, you just don't even burn it. Maybe on the side of Zeta Division.
No, you rip. You absolutely rip. I don't know what secure you have, but.
What's the final hit going to be?
Oh.
It's Tomato. Everybody with the tomato shirts out there, living their best life as Zeta Division with already a 200-point
Oh, didn't have to unite in any of those Rayquaza spawns.
Kira leaps in with the Snorlax to buy some space. Heavy Slam block opens it up. Clefable uses their Unite move and attempts to Hydro Pump the Rayquaza. A tough turn of events. A few options would have been a little better, but Zeta Division really covered for all of their outs. Yet another match defined by a team fight preemptively around the Rayquaza, and Zeta Division.
Again, I don't think the picks were good, and they kept doing it. They didn't make any adjustments.
For every single game, the comps were similar. The kind of back and forth was similar. The leads that Zeta got were similar. The way they dealt with Rayquaza was similar.
Why would you just keep playing Aegislash? It didn't do anything.
Over 500 points, so even Hundo Burgers
like Scyther at least is able to dive in, get big KOs, and move around. But
40 seconds left. This is gonna have to be nearly a miracle if we want
0 adjustments in 3 games.
I
guess 2 games,
but this Speedster will be able to easily retreat for the rest of their team as well.
By the way, I also love that Leafeon Hollower. It's amazing.
Have eggs for you, please. Heal on up. Santos Laguna with one final push. Latin America North final chance at getting to Championship Sunday. Zeta Division holding strong so far. Tomato from the outside. Vidopo always there for the backup. A resurrect from Tomato brings back Wajiro. And Zeta Division holding strong. Hitman down. Garchomp sweep. And Zeta Division are going to Championship Sunday.
All right, now we got to see who they play against.
Years in a row, they've made it back, the final hope of the region, and they have made it all the way. Look at that immediately. The team, you can see how happy they are, and well deserved. Our first semifinal match of the day, and a clean sweep, fully in control.
3-0 fashion over one of the hottest teams in the World Championships this year. Santos Laguna, first our flowers to that team. An amazing run, the best run this region has ever seen. And what a showing from this team, not only regional near the end of the year, but now internationally here at the World Championships.
You can see some mixed emotions definitely from Santos Laguna. They should be proud of themselves. I mean,
now,
fourth place in the
LG.
world is an absolutely amazing placement. Obviously, you always want to do better, but you can see some smiles, you can see some disappointed faces, but certainly we know with those players, they'll be back, as we've seen them years and years again. Zeta, though, this might be their year.
Zeta Division, the last representative of Japan in this tournament. They entered Day 2 and top 16 with 4 teams from their region. That changed very quickly, but Zeta Division holding strong and able to defeat this Latin America North squad. Moving on to the finals of the World Championships in 2025.
The first team ever to qualify for an arena finals at Worlds here. That is very, very cool to see. But of course, we get to see a little bit back at this match where Zeta Division just played so solid an entire 3-game set. I love the confidence from Santos Laguna. They stuck with their comfortable strategy every single game. There were lots of moments that did feel like they could fight back, but I mean, honestly, especially in these last 2 games, Tommy on that Garchomp. I don't even know what more I can say.
I easily think Tommy is the MVP award for me during this entire set. I thought they had such a phenomenal showing, and I actually think it might be one of the first matches of our tournament where we can truly see this player is elite and belongs on this roster. 142,000 damage for this Garchomp with 8 knockouts. I mean, not only does this
Garchomp's
Pokemon
freaking
have
good,
damage,
guys.
does it
I don't
also
know.
have KO potential,
Saying it for
crowd
years.
control potential as well. You know, like we said, Zeta Division moving on and are going to be waiting at their next opponent, which is very interesting. Obviously, longtime rivals in Luminosity Gaming are one of the available options, but the other is a team that they have matched up against in a finals of an in-person tournament. Peru versus Zeta Division was a very incredible finals at EUIC years and years ago already. So one of Zeta Division's first ever showings. So I think Zeta Division are going to be very happy about whatever opponent they have on Championship Sunday.
You know, as much of a history nerd as I'd like to be, I forgot that happened.
Push his glasses
yeah,
up
okay,
further.
okay, all right. Good job,
Adjusts
nerd.
bow tie. Enters peak nerd.
Because they went by their original name back then. So if it wasn't even in my brain, right? I mean, obviously a lot of the matches did, but it was just so far back then. That is true. That could be an excellent rematch. I mean, regardless, it's an excellent rematch, right?
No matter what.
And regardless, it's 3 amazing regions that are all now still in the running for the World Championship. But Zeta, a team that, by the way, lost their first match on broadcast.
Remember that?
They lost their very first match on broadcast and now have come all the way back and earned their spot in the top 2 of the entire world.
And flawless in a semifinal. Like, that is so tough to do. Yeah, maybe sure your preparation worked out. I guess we'll get a little bit of intel as we do have an interview on stage with Zeta Division.
There's no sound on that. Well, Anaheim, California. This is your 2025 World's Pokemon Unite Grand Finalist Zeta Division! It's such a pleasure to have you again here with me, Bitopo. Your performance has been absolutely incredible. I want to throw in a different question just because, you know, on the fly. Are you proud of your performance today?
今日のパフォーマンスについてどうですか？誇りに思っています？
もちろん、自分のプレーには結構今回は満足できたんですけど、ちょっと味方のトミーさんのプレーがあまりにもでかすぎて、もう本当にこちらとしてはなんか感激ですね。
So my friend Johnny,
We're very close.
Okay.
Very close.
Yeah, so I was
Would you like me to be next to you?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is louder. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello? Okay. Go ahead. This one, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very proud, and but my friend Johnny was very, very big the whole time, and I thought it was amazing.
Well, I'm so glad that you. Whoa, that's loud. I'm very glad that you feel proud of yourself because honestly, Japan must be very proud of you as well. So I need to ask you, how are you feeling? I know that you're proud, but what is the feeling after finishing this best of 5 in such a dominant 3-0 fashion?
ちょっと一方的な対戦だったんですけれども、このように勝ってどう思います？
3-0っていう、結果的に見たら結構一方的なのかもしれないですけど、結構ラストヒット、レックーザーを取ったのが、自分たちだったっていうだけの試合もあったので、一方的に見えても、実は接戦だったので敵もとても強かったですね。
Yeah, so it may have been a landslide victory, but my team was actually come in and we were able to take out Raykuza, and so I think it was a really great job.
Okay, so we had a great performance from you, but you still have grand finals tomorrow. What are the expectations for the pinnacle of Pokemon Worlds 2025?
じゃあ次が最終戦ですけれども、どのような試合になると予想されてますでしょうか？
それはもう WCS2025 で一番熱い戦いをしてこようと思うので、皆さんよろしくお願いします。
He's looking for the most heated battle of an opponent that an opponent will give him, so he's really looking forward to it. Yeah. So he's looking for the most heated, looking forward to the most heated battle from his opponent. So he's looking really forward to it. Yeah.
Okay, so really looking forward
Translator's
to it,
nervous.
especially because, of course, they're going to be facing a mighty opponent. We're still going to have their semifinals to round out the day 2 of 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championships. But do you have a couple of words for these lovely fans of yours here?
ファンの皆様にはおメッセージを伝えたことでありますでしょうか？ファンの皆様に何か伝えたいことってありますか？
いや、世界一になる姿を見届けてください。
Watch me become number 1 in the world. He says he wants to say to his fans that watch me become number 1 in the world.
Watch me become the number 1 in the world. Vitopa from Zeta Division, everybody.
Okay. I have a hard time not
Congratulations
believing
once
him.
again. Thank you so much, you both, for the interview. Back to our casters.
All right, becoming number 1 in the world, looking for the most heated opponent for a finals matchup. And I think we got 2 great candidates for just that coming up in our next best of 5.
Oh, I cannot wait. I mean, these 2 teams were amazing. This next set is going to be legendary. Of course, when we get back, we're going to see Luminosity versus Peru. We're going to see which of these teams will make it to our grand finals. We're going to take one short break, but we'll decide our final grand finalist right after this.
How has it been so far?
Oh, it's been really fun. I mean, we only got here earlier today, but everyone's been super friendly. The staff has been super, helpful.
5
and,
minutes.
Just really like the vibe.
What has been the
I'll leave you
favorite
guys
thing
with
you've
this. I
seen
need
so
to
far?
go walk around,
Definitely just
stretch
this
a little
area
bit.
over here, I always love
I'm almost
seeing
9
like,
hours
TCG
in.
art.
I'll be
It's always
right
super
back.
cool to see like how hard everyone's worked, and then me and all my friends are always like looking at the museums and stuff. It's always awesome.
Yeah, we have the Past Worlds Museum behind us in this shot, which is very appropriate as you mentioned you're a fan of the Video Game Championship Series. So I have a trivia question for you about VGC. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
All right, so in 2014, there was a Pokemon trainer who won the World Championships with a Pachirisu on his team. Do you know the name of that Pokemon trainer?
Oh, it's very difficult, but everybody knows Seijun Park.
Very difficult, but everybody knows it's Seijun Park, who's actually competing in Pokemon Go this weekend. So,
Wow, that you don't expect it, but I guess if he conquered one frontier, might as well go for another.
I don't think he has a Pachirisu though, but congratulations. You have gotten 2 packs of Pokemon cards. I hope you get some good pulls.
Thank you so much, really appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you so much for joining us, Ryan. So let's go ask some more trivia questions. Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Cinna from LA at her first ever World Championships. How does it feel to be here?
Honestly, it's really colorful, so they did a great job.
I know, there's colors everywhere. So what has been your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Seriously, I think it's the fact that people are coming here with the most genuine joy, like really embracing everything and not being like shy. They feel more like they're at home. It's like the best feeling. Yeah.
It's contagious, isn't it?
No, for sure, for sure. I'm like, every time.
So what got you interested in Pokemon?
Oh my God, jeez. It's funny because it came out when I was born, but yet like, I guess they always played it to when I was growing. It just kind of grew on to me. And then just one day I was like, Pikachu. And my dad's like, I know what she wants. And that just kind of took off from there, yeah.
All right, well, Cinna, I have a trivia question for you about the Pokemon video games. If you get this trivia question right, I have a pack of Pokemon cards for you. All right, so my question for you is, can you name 3 Pokemon that have appeared on the box art of the mainline games?
Pikachu, Blastoise, Charizard, Lugia, Ho-Oh. You said 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's way more than 3, but we accept that. Congratulations. Here's your pack. So, do you collect cards?
I do, yes. We actually just bought the Leafeon EX and Glaceon EX from Prismatic. expensive, but beautiful. So I'm obsessed, yeah.
All right, well, here's one more pack to add to your polls. Best of luck. Thank you so much for your time. Let's go do some more trivia. I am here with Adonis, also from LA. Welcome, welcome. This is your first time at Worlds. How's it going?
Going pretty good. I'm excited. I'm on the little pin hunt. I don't know if other people are doing that as well. Yeah.
How many pins have you gotten so far?
Ooh, I'll tell you my real answer. I need 2 more. 2 more.
What's your fake answer?
Fake answer is I have 0 because I want people to give me all of them. Yeah.
All right, so if you see Adonis later, make sure I hit him up with some pins. And then also hit me up with some pins because I haven't done that yet.
I'll tell you exactly where to go. We'll go on a whole little ride to show you exactly where they are.
Adonis, I like you. You're a cool guy. All right, so Adonis, you are a fan of Pokemon. What is your favorite Pokemon game?
Ooh, favorite Pokemon game, Ruby. I played it over 40 times, and I got the same starter every time, Torchic.
So you've played it over 40 times. I think you probably know it fairly well, right?
Yes, I should, hopefully, yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you a trivia question about Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald. And if you get it right, I have a pack of Pokemon cards for you. And if you get it wrong, you may get the pack anyways, because I see Pikachu and Eevee off in the distance, and they just make me feel happy. Are you ready?
Yeah, born ready.
All right. Where can you catch Rayquaza in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald?
No, don't tell me it's a name.
You can describe it.
It's a cave that you have to go into, and that's all I got.
It's a very tall cave.
Oh, is it Mount Coronet or something like that?
It's a building that's very tall. It might be a tower in the sky.
Sky Tower?
Sky Tower, you got it right! Yeah! Here's your pack.
I may have reset it 40 times, but I think I got Rayquaza once. I just beat the Elite Four.
Rayquaza's overrated. You heard it here first.
Yeah. It's all about Torchic.
All right, so I'll be looking forward to seeing your Torchic only run later on, eventually. Adonis, thank you so much for joining me here.
Thank you so much, and if you need the pins, just look for me around. Yeah.
Will do. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, Anaheim, California, for the 2025 World Championships, and we are almost there. We are this close to our grand finals. Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here, aka Spreggles, Yee to the Ha, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks, and we have a matchup that we've seen multiple times this season. One of these two squads heading to Grands.
Yeah, Luminosity versus Peru. Luminosity has to feel comfortable in this because they've gotten the better end of this matchup time and time again. And I'm not gonna lie to you when I've said I've heard a story that Peru was asking other teams to beat LG so they didn't have to deal with them later in the tournament. That didn't come true for them, and now they have to take care of the trash themselves.
Well, we just saw one of the most legendary matches between Nouns and LG moments ago on stream. So I can't wait to see what happens when they go up against Peru right here. I mean, those games were incredible. Now we're heading into a best of 5. Peru has a lot to prove. They have been one of the best teams in the world for years now, but they have not gotten that world champion title, and Luminosity is trying to take it once more. We're going to throw it up to the big stage right now. We're going to talk to our teams. Take it away, Soph.
Thank you so much, Spreggles, and everybody. Welcome to the last semifinals of the 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championships. For our matchup, we have Latam South, North America, Peru Unite! And from North America, Luminosity Gaming! So, can you please say a couple of words to your opponent?
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu oponente?
Buena suerte. Buena suerte.
Good luck.
Good luck. I mean, Overlord, come on.
What are you gonna say after this this heartfelt moment? I'm scared. Are you gonna disappoint me?
Well, I'd say if history proves to be true, then I think we should be pretty good for this matchup. If history proves to be true, I think we'll be pretty good with this matchup.
Okay, they're gonna be pretty good for the matchup. So, getting ready for this last semifinals. A stare down with the pose. The boxing pose. Let's go. Thank you so much. Back to our casters.
Nope, talk. Is that us?
All right, there we have it. We have LG and Peru once again facing off. And I mean, Overlord said it right there. Of course, we had the good luck coming from Peru, but let's be clear. They have beaten Peru many a times. Peru is playing great today. I thought they had kind of a rocky day one, but they're looking pretty fantastic as they move.
They're in the top 4 of the World Championships. I mean, they're having a good event. That can't be understated.
Yes.
They've made the finals before. They've won a finals before. This is not new territory for them. What is new to them is trying to beat LG in these moments, which they've been unsuccessful. Overlord said it. Good luck with sent to Luminosity, but like you said, it actually should have been kicked back the other way. Like everybody, you know, give me your energy type stuff out here. They need all the help they can get because, like they said, history is not on our side, and history tends to repeat itself. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I feel like LG is probably very happy with this matchup heading into semis. They may have had a harder time against Nouns, but Peru is the stronger team over the course of many seasons. Peru has got deeper into the World Championships and running into their kryptonite a little bit. We saw them face off at NAIC. We've seen them face. Did we see them at EUIC as well? I feel like we've seen them a couple times this season run into Peru. And one thing is for sure,
The last set of the day.
knows how to play into this squad.
Absolutely. I mean,
The winner of this plays against Zeta Division tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Things they know. I haven't seen like a lot of, we'll say, I don't know, Game 3 score comp tournament life on the line type changes out of Peru. They play more of a straight up style, and Luminosity specifically this year over past years has really had the advantage against teams that play traditional Pokemon Unite because they're doing so much stuff off the reservation that they really understand the basic core of the game and trying to beat you in all the perimeter, if you will.
Yeah, you also have to recognize that at some point, I mean, Luminosity has an incredible plot armor on their squad.
It's wild.
By the name of Otter, by the way. I mean, what an insane steal that we saw in the Nouns game. We've seen multiple moments from Otter that made plays like Otter has saved LG multiple times this season in some crazy ways. Of course, there are many members of Luminosity who have also had moments like that. The Komai game where Overlord is able to take Rayquaza somehow with the sneaky Blaziken maneuver through the tall grass. There have been many moments where LG went to the brink and came back, and they're going to need to do it again here against Peru. Peru is looking to prove something as we head into this game. Luminosity, Peru, here is your draft for our semifinals. This is a best of 5.
Peru needs to take Luminosity to the brink if they're going to want to win. Because Luminosity right there, like we said, I think they believe that they're pretty comfortable. Charizard, Latios banned, Suicune, Snorlax on the side of LG, and they get the first pick to kick off our semifinals.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm curious what they want to pick here. Banning the, Suicune means they're not able to grab it themselves, but the whole plan there was to get Slash on the Ho-Oh. Makes a lot of sense. We've seen how powerful this Pokemon is and how good he is on it. Over to the side of Peru, the next 2 picks now up.
Kea and Draken, who have honestly had an amazing tournament, who have been the lifeline for Peru without a doubt. The 2 players that you hear me talk about ad nauseum when I'm talking
they're taking the
about
Leafeon
Peru.
first.
Now they're pivoting and
That's a
letting
brave
Anemo
pick.
get their Leafeon early because honestly, it's a good thing. They're great with it, and it also takes it out of the hands of Trainer and a quick Mamoswine pick.
Yeah, interesting pick right here. I mean, an early defender, obviously you can still hide some of your picks later here as we have the Mewtwo Y being picked up by Curios. And Trainer grabbing the Scyther or Scizor. One thing for sure, they stole that from Peru. This is a Pokemon that they are very at home with. So this is one of those times, Dupe Snacks, where I think Nicholas actually probably liked this pick because not only is it a decent Pokemon, especially in the hands of a very skilled player like Trainer or Overlord
Pick the Blaze.
running it, it also is something that they have stolen from their opponents, which is one of the most powerful things you can do in draft.
The Buzzwole? Oh, hell yeah.
More value of it not being on the side of Peru than Luminosity actually having it on their team. I think Trainer would rather play
And support
any
Mew?
other speedster type character.
Yep.
If I'm being
All right.
completely honest.
Interesting.
But in this situation, they're not hemorrhaging too much value by grabbing it in the place of something else. And now rounding out something that you and I have talked about a little bit today and yesterday is this Lucario.
For me, Lucario has become the
Awesome.
I don't have anything else
Me too.
all-rounder Pokemon. And I don't think it's
We're
performed
9 hours in.
particularly well in that spot. Yes, these players are cracked with it. They've been playing it since the game released, so they are very seasoned on this. They can make some big plays. It just doesn't feel particularly amazing in this meta. Now, of course, we have cursed the broadcast by bringing this up at all. It's about to have the best game of the entire tournament and carry the whole thing. And honestly, Doomstacks, I would love to see it because I don't see much out of this Pokemon. Now, on the other side, I'm really interested to see Trainer on Scyther or Scizor, but I have to assume they're going the Scyther variety.
Yeah, my gut tells me Scyther.
Nice.
But, the thing that I've keyed in
My
on is
man.
grabbing Buzzwole. Again, incredible weekend. Does
I'm
a great
gonna pull
job
that out.
snatching things up by the ankles like a Leafeon, right? Repositioning, putting it and dragging it away from something like Clefable and
What's
putting
the
it
full
in the
item
top of
loadout?
the rest of your team to knock it out. Now, what does this do for Peru? It puts so much
Muscle,
stress
Excel
on
Bracer,
Kraken and Kea to do their job.
Bangle.
Fortunately for Peru, they are two of the best players at it.
Here we go. The first game of our best-of-5 semifinals.
We are
Luminosity,
live.
your purple team, Peru,
Wait, Bracer, wait. No muscle.
team. Let's get this thing underway.
You were just 100% Shackling from the back. Gotcha.
Gonna put some work in against
I'll give it a shot.
Peru,
Next stream,
who has
remind
two
me.
Pokemon that kind of struggle in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mammoth
Wait, the
Slam
title of
has
the video
its
can be
moments, but
Nod Dog's
Armor
Desi is
specifically
OP.
definitely not your favorite pick early until it ends up evolving here. You can see Slash just continuing to try to get towards that goal zone so that they are able to score and they are able to stack up the top path here. And Nemo
Makes
puts
sense.
pressure on. Obviously, that's what you can do with Leafeon, one of the best level 4s in the entire game. But here comes Trainer, and it is the dual wing beat. That's a Scyther.
Yep. Trainer coming up, running cover.
Dude,
and of
Trainer
course,
on Scyther.
Peru Unite to kick
All right.
back. Anemo there as the Leafeon was the first one from the central to go up top. And Trainer LGC just hiding out. See if they can get a pick here as we have the 850 birds about to pop. Oh, good little shield by
Burst,
Otter
burst,
to
burst.
reposition
Hell
Kea.
yeah.
And they're actually able to get a piece of experience there and evolve.
Yeah, it looked pretty good even for Peru right there as both
Poor little
teams are just
Swinub.
going to move away from this experience in the top and bottom path. Slash looking for another score to
True.
continue stacking. Not able
True.
to make it happen, but so
That's why I like my build.
unbelievably
We're
difficult to
like a
take
girl
down
in college. You
like
can go
this
either
Trainer.
way.
Trying to see if they can make a KO happen, but no, they're too far away.
And of course, Overlord putting more pressure on. There's the reposition on Kea. There's the knockout with the E-ball from Otter. A real comfort pick for them here on this Mew. They get knocked
Run
out
away.
by Anemo, who's rotating back up. See the Razor Leaf shooting back to the Leafeon here. And Overlord just keeping an eye as Curious with the big time over rotate.
Yeah, they gave up a support for a support in a moment like that, and that's fine, I think, for both squads here, as LG has the pick of the litter when it comes to all this experience, sending it on over to Trainer, almost level 7. Slash down here in the bottom path, doing okay just by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, keeping parity with the levels here. Nice inject by Trainer. To
Oh, huge.
Kea's gone.
Damn.
He's going to get scored on as Luminosity is just picking
We got
up
stacks,
Yeah,
guys.
Luminosity is
We got
starting to
stacks.
have that snowball roll downhill here as they are picking up big wins. And when you have a Leafeon on the side of one of these squads here, you're expecting that it is going to be out-leveling your opponents, at least putting insane pressure on, but it's down 2 levels to the enemy central area here, which is never where you want Leafeon to be.
Nope, Slash putting pressure, gets almost Ice Fang now, but able to get out here as it's 4v2.
That's what we're seeing right now.
To hold it down with the player advantage. Here comes Trainer to try and balance the score sheet a little bit in terms of personnel, and now it's a 5-player rotation. Peru fully committing, and Overlord looking for a backdoors. Now they know all 5 players are there. We go to big time engage and a quick knockout on Ho-Oh, but we get one back the other way. Tempo's getting pressure put on. They dart through the red dice, and it's Lucario that takes it. And
Leafeon getting XP now.
They get knocked out. Peru showing signs of life as they're finally able to get some knockouts, and now they just want to get some points in.
Ooh, 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 get him. Yep, nice.
Is brought right to the doorstep here as Peru
nice, good defense. Good defense. Hard to score on a Ho-Oh.
Really doing well in this fight. They did not have the Unite move advantage at first. We had Trainer move in with the Cypher, but they weren't able to get
Fair enough.
Wonderful
Fair enough.
Peru right back in this game. In fact, taking the level lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they beat the good guys in Nouns. I think Nouns is the hero. If these guys are the villains.
Topped off on HP, and Peru, although down on the scoreboard, finds
also makes for a good story.
Back into the action here with a good scrap.
Yeah, now we have Luminosity deciding how they want to handle this Regieleki with multiple members of Peru looking for a possible fight here. Here comes Trainer right into a close combat, gonna have to peel back, but it looks like Tempo's in some trouble right now. Big time
Lucario came in clutch with a pretty big Unite.
That was an amazing Emerald 2-step out of that Leafeon, and despite
sorry, we won't talk about it again.
To try to get them away from the rest of the Peru Unite Peru squad.
Alright, that's first 2 objectives over to Peru Unite.
The best of it. Now they snag themselves a Regieleki, and they're going to see if they can do something.
You know, they took away this Scyther, but it doesn't seem like Peru minds too much. They might have actually gotten some better picks instead. Here comes the Unite move from Overlord as they move in for a fight.
Never.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Continues. Trainer finally feeling this Scyther a little bit, and now Draken is forced to start flopping around and going on a rampage themselves as a Trainer goes straight to score, and Slash is going to try and run cover, and they're able to get the quick knockout and more points in.
Look at this here. I mean, LG just keeping
the
pressure on score-wise. 216 to 33. Even though Peru's had some good fights, LG just continues to take over the map. Level-wise, this is closer than it was earlier.
Let's see if this fixes the stream blur.
16 points, and they can start pushing towards some of these tier 2s. Peru, on the other hand, at least has some nice scoring opportunities and a lot of experience on their side.
True. True. They got robbed in game 1, won game 2, and got absolutely trolled game 3. I don't.
Luminosity, on their hand, when they win their fights, they're kind of out in the open, which allows them to collapse on goal zones and get points in. We're starting to score. We're getting attacks in. That's a big puzzle Unite right in the middle.
Oh, we're blurry again. Yeah, okay. It's just the stream then.
Off the back of this Scyther and a nice Overlord Unite move.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. And in the top
that's
half,
bad.
they're trying to score, but you can see the Mew able to stop it right there. 295 to 33. Unite move to try to take down an MO right here. And
woo, good eject solar beam.
Otter picks them up. That's how you support by KO and everyone.
That's shades of the old school. That solar beam, Q up, eject button, get the knockout anyways on the reposition.
Okay, come on.
Luminosity doing a great job all over this map.
There we go. I was about to say, this isn't Twitch. Come on, get it together.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, look at the levels here. That Scyther, after those multiple KOs, the huge scoring in the bottom path, is now a level 14 as they are heading, looking for a fight here.
Huge serve reposition. That unfortunately does not convert into anything, but at least slows down
goes down
a little bit. Instead of having a big time win, they get one knockout.
Ooh, big Ice Fang, big Ice Fang.
Gets them another knockout. Not that bad of a look considering the situation that they're in at the start.
Yeah, you know, it's not terrible when it comes
Level
to
14
knockouts,
Scyther, by the way.
We still have
Trainer's going to be 15 for Ray.
Now they're up by over 200
He's almost 15 already.
Out from Rayquaza. We also have Curios able to check the bush right there. Really
Buzzwole, big slams. KO, boom. They just walk through them. And Scyther is level 15.
Draken can do nothing but run away. away. Mammoth Swine is chunky, but not.
And they get a Registeel full Ray.
Done and dusted. We got 30 seconds to Ray. Luminosity in full control.
Yeah, Luminosity controlling this thing way up on the scoreboard as we've talked about. And
Mewtwo
with
has
a
no Unite.
Steel buff giving them extra
Mewtwo has no
damage
Unite.
as we
I'm
move
nervous.
towards Rayquaza. A level 15 Scyther is devastating for Peru.
Yeah, Otter actually taking a look at their tier 1, just seeing if they can get some vision / checking the front bush. Gonna, again, just try and figure out where Peru is, because the onus is on Peru to make a move.
Yeah, Peru needs to make a move here, but it looks like Luminosity wants to force them into a fight. They're gonna start tapping this with the Buzzwole right here, charging up that muscle gauge, asking them to come in and fight.
Right in, the fight is engaged. Buzzwole Unite.
Boom.
Mewtwo-Y
Huge Mewtwo-Y Unite.
Rayquaza taken by Luminosity in the blink of an eye, and now Draken's getting
Wow.
shot here by the players remaining of LG. Ice Fang repositioned. The back half scores are starting for Peru to try and get themselves into this. Quick revive.
Otter puts 100
there
points
from
in.
Slash the Ho-Oh as we are stomping towards the goal zones with at least a shield question mark. Does Overlord still have theirs? No. Actually, all the shields broken, so counter push is in the cards here.
Yeah,
He has a
possible
shield.
They can make a push right here, especially if Luminosity overcommits on this goal zone, but they definitely don't need this. 436 to 233 as we have Peru
Go on,
trying
ban
to
to
stop
Mew.
them.
He's still
but
got a shield.
LG just continuing to fight on their
Farm damage.
and they're picking up
Farm damage.
KO after
See?
KO.
Mew, shield,
They do
bam.
have one shield.
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Otter going to go to the middle, maybe pick up some AOS energy here, find their way, and really cement this thing into a Game 1 win.
And
As you have
Ho-Oh just gets to
Slash
sit
getting
here
vision, counting the
and
players on
defend
the
from
other
the
side of
front
map,
by
and
stalling for
Peru,
all
if
this
I were
time.
them, I would just start talking about Game 2 and what their strategy is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's probably where they are. Of course, they would love to make a push happen here, but they have to score so much while also forcing Luminosity to score nothing at all. Down by over 200 points thanks to that early, strong score lead. Moving towards the goal zone here with 30 seconds left, Doom Snacks.
Yep, we're just going to start
On
A-pressing,
Leafeon,
using all our
Smart,
abilities,
and
using
Otter
all our
puts in
Unite
48
moves.
more
Overlord
points.
with another pop there as we went for an Emerald 2-step as well. Leafeon is going to be gone. Tempo getting a knockout, at least on Overlord for now. The Razor Leaf gets a pull
Boom.
back, and the push continues, but is it going to be enough? We're running
Mega
out of time.
Y.
10 seconds left, and it continues. A good little surf reposition. That's 4 players down instantly, and guess
Farm
what? They
damage.
can't hang. They're out of here.
Beautiful stuff from Luminosity. And, you know, as they said, history just tends to repeat itself here against
Damn.
Peru. It feels like Peru is behind. Luminosity keeps pushing. There's really just no way for them to climb out of that water that Luminosity drags them deep into. A beautiful game from LG, who is looking to move towards your grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Let's focus on the positives here for Peru. They had a good kind of early mid game, right? From like say 6 minutes to 4.5. They were doing all right. They found some good fights. They brought that experience parity back, and it really looked like they had a chance. However, Luminosity, Kings of Counterpunch, this is one of them. They just lost the fight, stayed on pad, and were able to rally back together, and all of a sudden you find yourself on the side of Peru getting dusted.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer really started to kick it into another gear as the match went on, right? Early on, didn't get a lot done with their Unite move, but as it went on, they hit that level 15, you know, before Rayquaza, just absolutely shredding through Peru. You could tell this was a wonderful, not only counter pick, but a great pick for Trainer, who can handle this Pokemon very well.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually see that right there. I believe it was Otter with the E-ball, right?
Looked
They
like it.
started the fight in the middle, forced all of Peru to go in, and the only job that Otter had was to hit their Unite move so they can go invis into the smoke and use the E-ball to secure. They did exactly that.
MVP of the game, Trainer.
That's so sad that Scyther gets
KOs,
no
70,000
glory.
damage. You know, we talk a lot about all the members of Luminosity. Each one is a bit of a superstar. Trainer, you know, I think Overlord gets a lot of the lion's share of the conversation when it comes to carrying, but Trainer is right there as one of the absolute best carries in the game. Unbelievably good, and you saw how powerful it was to be able to take away a strong pick from the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they might have preferred a different speedster in that position, but the strength of that pick didn't come from what Trainer can do with it, but what they take away from the other team. And of course, Trainer, being no slouch and an absolute all-star himself, had no problem adjusting and using the Scyther to great success in Game 1. Talk to me about Peru. How can we adjust here, Cowboy?
You know, that's what I wonder, right? Because I do think that Peru, it feels like they have already recognized
Think they banned the
that
Ho-Oh
they
this
can't
time?
beat LG. It feels like every time they run into LG, they feel like this, which leads me to believe they would need to try something that LG has not played against. They would need to play something, not even that's wholly Peru. Maybe that's something they've, tried a few times in a few practices. Maybe they've played it together on ladder and have figured something out. I don't know if the tried and true Peru that absolutely dominates some teams in the UCS can take down LG. It certainly hasn't yet.
Yeah, again, they kind of, I don't want to say cookie cutter in a negative sense, but they're so good at the strategy that they have that it's
Taking
really hard
Leafeon
to
back.
pull yourself away when every time you do it, you're like, oh, we're getting
This is looking
second in the world.
familiar.
We're getting, second at this tournament, third at this tournament, finals here. But the thing is the team they can't overcome is the one that is uniquely great against what they try and do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the next pick here. We have an early lock-in for
Another
the
Mammo.
Leafeon and Mammo Swine. Once again, two powerful picks, obviously. That Leafeon was real slow to get online for Peru. It just felt like they didn't get the value out of it they would have wanted, which would be to, early get in
Draft
there,
is looking
tons of
real
damage to
similar.
Leafeon, put the
They're
pressure
going to
on
take the
level 4.
Buzzwole away,
They weren't able
though.
to make much happen.
Yeah, I mean,
That makes sense.
Right now, everything is the exact same it was from game one. So Peru, they either need to
But that
switch
means
up or do a
Overlord gets
strategy
Blaziken.
switch up, and we'll see what that actually looks like here. We'll find out in these next two picks. We already have this Armor Rouge selected. Buzzwole is
Blaziken.
a decent changeup because Buzzwole has been good all weekend.
Nope,
and
he takes
Overlord now
Lucario.
grabbing Lucario back the other way with Mew rounded out by Otter. I'd like to see Lucario do something at this point.
Yeah, same. In fact, I even thought Lucario was all right on the side of Peru, but it just doesn't seem to win games. Now, given how well LG has been playing all day and given how well they play into Peru, I think they could have a pretty wonderful game in front of them. Almost everything the same for both of these squads, but we're switching some things up. Of course, the biggest being the Buzzwole steal from the side of Peru.
Yeah, so we literally just swapped these all-rounders here. Buzzwole for Peru, Luminosity on Lucario. Is that going to be enough? Could it be theoretically?
Could
we
be.
have seen Buzzwole take over some games, Cowboy.
It really does.
So, I mean, maybe
I think Buzzwole
that
had
is
massive
part
impacts
of
in
this
those fights.
success. Is Luminosity really that concerned? I don't know. I honestly don't.
I'm not sure. They don't seem like it. I mean, we get to see them, obviously, right below us here on screen. We are looking at the players, and while Peru is very locked in, ready for this next match, they know they have a tough game in front of them. It's all smiles on the side of Luminosity. I don't think there's another opponent they would rather have in semifinals, honestly.
I think we got a nice view of Team Skull, I believe, is who that is from the Alola region. Is that correct?
You know what? I'm going to take your word for it. I didn't ask them what their
if I
team
didn't
was.
ask, I could have said that with all the confidence in the world. I would have been right.
I bet you were right.
I mean,
I'm hearing from production you're wrong. About everything.
That was wrong?
Everything you said?
That can't be
all
everything.
show.
All right.
Heading into game number 2 here, Luminosity, your purple team, Peru, your orange team. Down one game right here to LG. The winner of this Doob Snacks makes it to the grand finals tomorrow in the arena for Championship Sunday.
Well, after they win this one, they need another one if you're LG. And if you're Peru,
good
you
point.
need to get
The
three.
winner of this best of 5 is what I
baby.
mean.
We're going all the way to end out the day. Slash quickly getting some points in. Why not? Curios is there, and they're going to see if they can bully this path again. They did a decent job last time, and why flip the script now? I mean, you used the players to your advantage. Is Overlord going to make Lucario work? That's my question.
Yeah, that is a question right here, and it actually looks like Anemo is going to get that early advantage, right? Leafeon amazing at level 4. Lucario needs that level 5. So they were actually able to make something happen right there. Production said nothing.
Right by proxy.
I don't even know what that means.
I was correct by proxy then.
That just means that once again, we're casting productions on break.
Per usual.
Yep.
Per usual.
Can we look at the top lane where the fight's happening, please? Thank you.
Curios rolling through, and we've got a 4v4 up top. Good punch by
Ooh,
Overlord.
Lucario goes down immediately.
Slash half
Because I don't think Lucario is good, guys.
Not allowed to follow up his trainer because of the Razor Leaf.
Really great stuff from Peru, right?
Yeah.
This is what you want to see from Leafeon. You want to be able to get that early advantage. You want to make sure that you can use that to slow your opponents down. And they have. Overlord, however, coming in, trying to make something happen here. With the extreme speed, they do pick up a KO on the support.
Get a stack.
So we've got a bit of a difference here. Obviously, Overlord.
Nice light screen to get that stack in.
Unite went with Lucario. We need to see if that's the difference maker. Otter using those light screens, trying to get away from tempo.
Dang.
Up the Bunnelby and just beat you down with the hair.
Yeah, beautiful
damn.
stuff here. And once again, Leafeon continues to push
That
forward.
means Scyther gets all the experience mid.
This is what they were missing from game number 1. If you're picking Leafeon and you're behind, everything has gone horribly wrong. But that is not the case here for game number 2. Leafeon much more in control of that top path, already level 8, which means they have that early Unite move.
Yeah, I mean, outpacing Trainer, right? And Trainer, the other game, again, was ahead in this moment. And you have to wonder, is the strength of Buzzwole what facilitates or keeps from facilitating Anemo from taking over? And it seems to be kind of the song we're singing here in game 2.
Well, the question is it the strength of Buzzwole or the weakness of Lucario? We won't know until this game is over, as we have the birds here for 720. We have Leafeon deciding when they want to come in, not able to take them back with the Ice Fang. Really nice full heal right there, but they are going to continue this push.
Slash able to pick up a couple berries. Ice Fang reposition. Here comes Trainer. They're trying to get Draken down, popping their Unite move. Scoring in the background is Zynus. Anemo running away. To a wing beat there. Razor Leaf is down. Tons of power through that Pokemon.
Damn.
And now it's a KO streak of 3 for Anemo.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Peru. This is exactly what they need to be doing right now. Overlord moving in, using that extreme speed to make their way through this fight.
Oh, nice. That was amazing. That was amazing.
They easily take the basement Reggie because Peru was no longer willing to commit to it. Meanwhile, we do have the Buzzwole working on Reggie Alecki up top. Kea goes down, can't get it buried, even despite walking towards it. And now, that might be the turning of the times Luminosity needs, because they have now taken the experience advantage, despite being down 100 on the score.
Yeah, they're down on the scoreboard. They had a rough early game right there, but with Lucario making their way down to this bottom path and picking up the objective, LG is right back in this thing. Overlord with the Unite move. We have a Unite move on Trainer as well as Mew for the side of Luminosity. Peru, 3 Unites, and we're going to see if they're going to use them in this next fight. Obviously the Pillars one. Yeah.
Draken just turned the wrong corner there. 3 players waiting for him. Now it's a 3v2. Kea needs to pick up Zynus. Zynus needs to run away and try to get some spacing here as they're going straight for them, putting the pressure on. Nice Moonlight out of Clefable, going to top off Zynus a little bit, and it's enough to bully out Luminosity, so not a bad defense as Draken is now back in the mix.
Yeah, this was great. I mean, just 2 members of Peru able to hold off that push there from Luminosity. Still up on the scoreboard.
E-Speed Lucario is so cool.
38 points. Game 2 looking a lot better for Peru.
So much fun to watch.
We're trying to take that contestable farm is slashed in the face of 3. Unsuccessful here as we have a big rotation by LG.
It's another Pokemon I'd like to get.
The top path right here, looking to start a fight.
You'd like to get really good at.
Whether or not they want to move in, and it looks like Tempo able to get a good defense.
Nice.
Going down.
Yeah, I mean, Otter sacrificing themselves to bet space. Kia is trying to get to the team, but now they find out everybody's already knocked out, and Moonlight on a body is not
Couple more
worth
stacks
anything
for
here.
Lucario before that score goes in. That's the most impressive thing about this competitive play, the scoring. The scoring. It's all about the scoring.
Right back in it after a beautiful push here. Level-wise, they are now starting to outpace Peru. So the early advantage that Peru has shrunk almost entirely, and these 2 teams are about dead even as Luminosity heads towards Registeel here in the bottom path. Slash trying to zone them out before they move in.
Looks like Overlord might try to drop on top of their heads here. Earthquake engaged by Draken. Attempt doesn't find anybody. 2-step on top of Overlord, but now Trainer gets the follow-up, and they're actually
and Overlord unites. Yep.
And in the back line, Cannon out of Overlord, and they're looking to E-Speed through the team. The gravity is down, which just shuts that down for just a minute, but the rage continues. Buzzwole tries to pop their Unite move, but it's 4 players down, and there's just too much strength in the unit that is Luminosity when they're just collapsing on top of your head.
Yeah, Nemo gonna run away from this here. Otter trying to keep track of them to make sure that they are not able to score, steal some of that experience. Nice play right here. Are we able to pick up the KO though? They do. Curios now moving in. Might get 2 for the price of 1 right here if they're not careful. And Emma waiting here in the tall grass.
Not, dude, he was hitting that blind without auto target. Dude.
Trainer, if they can close the door on it, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. They're pinned in the corner. 2-step doesn't get anybody, and that resource is expensive.
Dude.
It's fine. They'll get it back in time for Ray.
Yeah, they were waiting as long as they could in that moment, right? They were praying they were able to get that Unite move back and maybe pick up a huge KO, but their HP was already too low with 3 members of Luminosity chasing them there. Reggie Alecki is walking towards
Again, level 14 Lucario at 3 minutes.
Quickly right here.
Or not Lucario. Yeah, Scyther.
Running away with this match might be 15 by Rayquaza.
Otter does go down, but something special out of Otter's Mew is the way that they rotate through all those different attacks. That big surf creating space so Overlord and Slash could get out of there was
And level
pivotal.
14 Lucario.
Make sure that you save those 2.
Yeah, Otter, I mean, their Mew is so incredible. They kind of created an entire new Mew for players to use, which was support Mew. Able to play in still as potent of a way as a Mew that would be carrying normally. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Everyone here towards Rayquaza a lot earlier than you might expect. Overlord is trying to see exactly where Peru is.
Okay, Slash kind of caught out, chipped up, knocked up. They're low on HP. Flamethrowers down, but they get
Oh, goes down. That's not good.
Reposition on Overlord. Mewtwo-Y Unite. The damage is out. Is the follow-up there? Trainer ripping through them, and Nemo goes down. And now the firepower for Peru has been exhausted.
Yeah, it has, but they're looking towards this Rayquaza. It looks like they want to make a fight happen here, but look at Mewtwo-Y just absolutely ruining them with those auto attacks.
Using that Mega Stone at the right time, pressing them down, and of course that
Leafeon's back.
for Overlord to get out, who's caught in a Clefable gravity. They're able to walk away and reset. Now they're getting back into the fight, and Peru needs to figure this out.
Yeah, Peru has to figure something out. Rayquaza actually did not end up resetting. The HP is still about at half as Kaya's in some trouble right here. We have Luminosity pushing them forward, but Rayquaza still being chipped enough to not reset on HP. It looks like Peru's trying to find a steal.
Now they're coming back through. Knocked out is the Mewtwo-Y, and now they have to push back forward.
Damn, Buzzwole got it.
Peru took it out from under the nose of Luminosity. Peru has a great opportunity to score, and it's looking good.
It looks amazing for them as only 2 members of LG remain standing after that fight. Beautiful play from Peru right there to constantly chip at Rayquaza. Make sure that it did not leash and regain all of its HP. Once it starts doing that, it's going to be really hard for them to get it low enough. However,
I don't know why they started hitting it.
That entire time allowed them to go for a great race secure, which they were able to do. Minutes still on the clock, though, Dupes. Next, 2:23, 5:76. 1 member of Peru now down.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically still possible, but it's looking grim here for Luminosity Gaming. They need to fill their pockets up, hopefully grab a couple Unite moves on their way, and they need to start crashing goal pads. I see a Clefable hanging out up top, and the Emerald 2-step doesn't get a knockout, but it does force out the Aura Cannon. The pressure's on, and Nemo's taking a ton of damage. Draken, are they going to Earthquake?
2 down.
And they do. They
Armor's is almost back.
But at least
Clef.
pad to defend. Tempo
Clef.
steps into the flow, pops their Unite move, looking for a new target. Scyther Unite move back the other way. There is not enough in the tank. There's not enough time left, I don't believe, as we are still cruising through. Clefable back half is going to be just the icing on the cake here for Peru in game 2.
Now, Peru has not given
The
up
Buzzwole.
yet. They still want to head to
The
those
Buzzwole.
grand finals. They want to prove that they are the best in the world as they take down Luminosity in game number 2.
Talk to me about that Ray fight, Spraggles. What did you see there? How did Peru navigate that?
I loved it. Peru continuously chipped at Ray, making sure the HP never recovered on it, opening up an opportunity for them to move in. They ran in with the Armor Rouge Fire Spin. They threw everything they could at it after Rayquaza was already under half. Really great play. And, as always, Lucario loses.
Yeah. You know, where's Blaziken?
Yeah, great question.
Thank you.
We're talking about if
Thank you. I said Blaziken before.
On paper, better than Buzzwole early.
Yeah, and way better than Blaziken early.
Totally fair. But if you're going to let a Nemo crash and get a big-time knockout anyways, wouldn't you rather end the game with a Blaziken than Lucario? I I don't know, Spriggles. That's why I'm in the booth.
I gotta say, I mean, Trainer looked pretty amazing once again on this Scyther, but things went a lot better for Peru this game. I think their Leafeon was absolutely on point in game number 2, giving them the advantage that they needed, which actually let them keep pace with LG for so long. And here's that moment where Ray still is ended up, getting chipped. They move right in, Armor Rouge with the fire spin, making their way in, Buzzwole with the secure, multiple members of Luminosity down.
Yeah, and that's a bit unfortunate, when you're...
Oh. Did the stream end? Did they go to the end? Somebody pressed the wrong button.
All right, thank you so much, Spriggles. And welcome to these lovely people here to the Analyst Lounge. We have Tiddly Womp, Draco-san, and Steel Agent Kyle.
What are we doing?
We're going to be having a look at this next draft because the series is 1-1. And I think Tiddly Womp here was very excited about that win, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Big fan of Peru, so really happy to see that win. Especially that Ray fight was really interesting to watch, especially the Ray fight when we were going over it. It was nice to see the damage layering to make sure that they were able to secure it. It forced Luminosity into a scramble. It was really cool. I liked it.
Yeah, me too. I also did because having a best of 5 just makes it so much more exciting, especially you both knowing as casters as well as Draco. I know that you are supporting Luminosity right now, but it's still a best of 5. There's plenty to be played, isn't it?
Yeah, Luminosity just have been and will always be one of the best teams North America has ever produced. And one thing about Luminosity is they've always been very good at adapting to their opponent. And while, like Overlord was saying during his interview, if history tells itself, they should be on top of the set.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Kyle, do you have any pick in particular that you think this is going to happen, either for Peru or Luminosity?
I mean, Armor Rouge looked really fantastic for Peru in the last match. I like seeing LG utilize it at NAIC. They worked it to perfection. I think if they were to go with it again, I think it works really well into those brawly compositions. But also, we have to say hi to Husky too.
It's true. She's on the broadcast. And it's on your screen, the draft as well. Luminosity on that purple side, Peru Unite on the orange. The bands have come through. Suicune, nothing new under the sun. Snorlax with a Charizard and a Latios. First pick is a Ho-Oh. It's just so powerful, right, Tiddly?
Yeah, it's a very powerful defender. It really just... It's that one and Snorlax that I always see, and they always come through.
I miss Slowbro.
It's just been consistent throughout the entire
I miss Slowbro.
One pick that has been shining quite a bit, there was a little bit of an underdog.
And now they take Buzz.
He was the Mamoswine, and now picked for Peru.
Yeah, Mamoswine has just been a really strong defender. I think a lot of the defenders over the most recent
And now we
rounds
take
have
Blaziken,
been
yes?
tuned down,
It's
which
Blaziken
allowed
this time,
Pokemon
yes?
defenders like, for example, Suicune or Mamoswine to really shine in that defender role position. And right now we also have fairly high dive in terms of the Pokemon that are being selected. So like this Scyther or this Leafeon on the side of Peru and Mamoswine, if they are able to get an Ice
And now
Fang
we
on
take
any
the
one of those
Blaziken,
Pokemon, that
yes?
could literally change the game.
Yeah, and I was listening to Sprago saying, and Juice Next as well, we have, Kyle, a Buzzwole on this team. No Lucario. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Buzzwole is really good in the early
Crusty
game.
boy.
Fall off a little bit on the later side, but if you get
Crusty
on
boy.
that
Hey.
teams are really desperately going for, it's the perfect pick in that top lane. Plus, it's really good into Charizard. Obviously, Charizard banned, but I really do like Buzzwole on that top half.
Right, me too. Right, take it away, Casas, to finish up this draft, and we're getting ready for that game 3.
Thank you very much. Always cool seeing
Love
some of the
doing that.
casters that, of course, been on broadcast, members of the community, run through this draft. You and I were just talking about it a little bit. So happy to see the Blaziken instead of that Lucario. Very similar look, obviously, here from Peru. And I'm interested to see Crustle, because I have not really seen this Pokemon too much from LG.
No, but we have seen teams like Nouns use it. It had a
But
very
Crustle
solid
is
showing
so good into Leafeon.
harass the other team.
X-Scissor into Leafeon, bro.
One that Slash kind of likes to defer to in this slot is like a Mr. Mime, right? With the walls, and you're just creating roadblocks all over the map. But the thing I'm most excited about is the change by LG from Cheeks Lucario to this Blaziken, because at least at the end of the day, you have an overheat. At least.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blaziken obviously does a lot better than Lucario as the match goes on. We talked about some good reasons that you might want to run it early, and I do think for a lot of these players, it's a comfort pick going a long ways back. And into most all teams out there, it would be totally fine, and you dominate them. But you're running into one of the best teams in the world right now, and it just doesn't look like it's up to snuff as we get ready for game number 3. All tied up between our two squads here. Luminosity, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. This is a best of 5, so you're going to need to win 2 more of these to head to our grand finals, no matter which team you are.
I don't know if there's any merit to this, but I think I kind of would have liked to see Overlord swap with Curios.
Oh, that was smart. They sent the Charcadet and Swinub into the jungle to share with Leafeon because he doesn't need it. So they come out stronger. Nice. That was smart. Did they do that last time? Or was that a change?
Of course, is Otter is on the Ho-Oh now.
Yeah, and we can see Anemo trying to put some pressure on here in the top path. Obviously, they have a much better shot at securing a lot of this with that Leafeon up there. Trainer, however, making their way to the top path, already level 5, ready to fight. Overlord's going to need some help to get there.
Yeah, and you know, once it hits Combustion, at least it has the opportunity to drag members of the other team back across the map and help Trainer clean up the trash here.
Luminosity with an 81% win rate against Peru as everyone's crashing on this fight right now.
Now Slash is low on HP as they have a hyper over rotation. Whoever gets the kill
nice.
is going to come out ahead. Trainer gets one. Everyone's low. Draken's trying to get out. They're on a sliver of HP.
Oh, gets the KO right there. Oh, he didn't throw it into the grass. He threw it at those two. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. I would have gone after the Swinub.
Great fight from Luminosity right there, but I have to give it up to Peru. You know, obviously they could have lost so much more in that moment with that incredibly strong rotation from LG. As we head down to the
We have Mega Mewtwo.
We can see Zinus now on the armor room.
Yeah, the wall.
Otter's low on HP, going to try and drag Tempo's attention away from the Combustion here. But look at the window of opportunity that was opened up downstairs. The pressure of the Mega Mewtwo Y allows them to bully out.
Leafeon and Buzz getting fully stacked up. Oh, he managed to grab just one, too. Damn. Buzz was fully stacked.
Yeah, not only are they getting some points in, right? These are 2 stacking Pokemon that are charging up that attack weight in an extreme way right now. Going to make them very powerful for the next fight. Plus, I know we're really close to Leafeon hitting level 8, so they'll have a Unite move very soon. One of the greatest things about Leafeon is how it just gets everything 1 level earlier.
You got to let Trainer get every last hit. That's how you can compete with a Leafeon jungle. Is you've got to let your jungler get to 9.
These really feel like they know each other as we have Zinus popping the fire wheel around them.
There's Leafeon Unite.
A huge read out of Peru, and LG has to sit on pad and look at themselves saying, what just happened? Draken with a decent engage there as well.
I think LG needs to wake up right now because they thought this was going to be an easy matchup with Team Peru, especially after game number 1. But they are here to play Dubsnax.
It's the Buzz diff.
Reacting, changing what they're doing.
It's that early game Buzzwole. Buzzwole doesn't fall off. He's strong at every stage of the game.
So Trainer in the top path right here, just having a 1v1 with the Reggie Alecki as the scores are going in bottom.
I mean, it looks like Draken able to get past the Rock Tomb. Kea not so fortunate. However, the delay was not really worth much here as Slash is still trying to babysit this bottom path. But look at Anemo is sitting in the central area of Luminosity as Luminosity has the Reggie Alecki hit, and they really need to whittle down this. Goes on straight in. His Draken with a deep engage. Buzzwole Unite is out as well. They're on the backside. Otter's getting beat down, and now we just popped the Emerald 2-step. Didn't really catch anyone, but it gives them enough sustain to keep pushing. Overlord goes down. Chaos Streak a 2 for Anemo, and now Trainer has to dual win beat 4 players. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Damn.
Beautiful follow me, by the way, from Kea right there. That was perfect.
All right, Peru gained a lot of momentum from game 2, and Luminosity is struggling.
Peru in a powerful position right here. Zinus in some trouble, having to peel away from this fight. They might not be able to catch them.
That was just a win. Popping the Unite move, kind of that Mega Man-like shot, and able to run away without getting knocked out is just another ounce of value Peru was able to squeeze out of LG.
We can see Clefable here in the tall grass, hanging out with the Nemo. They move it with a
damn.
Two-step, pick it up
Freaking bush Pikachus.
through Luminosity, the Mewtwo Y Unite back the other way. They get another one
Tempo beating up Slash with Draken in tow. They're putting tons of damage on, and now we're Rebel rousing. Slash trying to X-scissor through, replaces 2. Trainer is trying to get in there and cause some damage. The goal zone stays at 2. The Razor Leaf is pulled back in. Rock Tomb is down, actually boxing out Trainer. The pressure continues. Otter's flamethrowering down, and now we've got 5-ish seconds till a basement Reggie.
Yeah, we do have the Unite move from the Ho-Oh, right? Otter has that rekindling flame, able to bring the team
points,
back
though.
here in this fight. Peru is looking to make them use it as they push towards this Reg Ice, actually just allowing Nemo to score and not engaging.
Valuing the 26 over cap and the score lead
Damn.
here. Over 100 for Peru, and I like that call. Safely get your Leafeon's pockets empty and get yourself in a strong lead.
And here we have Anemo just seeing if they could steal away any of this right here, continuing to put some pressure on. Tempo getting X-scissored into the wall right there by Slash. Nice little catch, Kea in the Rock Tomb as they peel up towards Reggie Lucky. No one from either team starting it just yet.
Yeah, we can't have Overlord and Otter walk into another ambush by Anemo, right? They have the 2-step again. They've done it twice already for 2 2-packs. Bang, a Slash repositioned, and that draws the attention away, which means the flank for the 2-step is there. They're finally able to dodge one, but the Fog Wall Unite is out, and it does get a knockout on Slash. Now Otter's got to get into the mix. Maybe it's time for that rekindling flame, but no, they go down before it's used.
Wow, I mean, Peru is so in this series, it's incredible.
Love seeing it.
Up against Luminosity right here. 115-222 as they take another objective. This is going to walk towards LG, but it looks like Peru recognizes there's a lot that they need to do on the map. Luminosity trying to make a counter push in the bottom path here, but it looks like Peru has snuffed that out. They're pushing them back away from this goal zone.
Nice little box out position here. Just their presence is enough for Luminosity to leave. They have so much wild Pokemon on their side of the map. I'd go farm that up.
Yeah, there's a lot that they need to get right now. Overlord doing well, level-wise, almost level 13. Same thing on the other side, we've got the level 13 from the Leafeon here. Level-wise, this match is quite close, but Peru with a positional advantage, a goal zone advantage, and they have a great setup here for this bottom Reggie if they decide to fight near. But it actually looks like they're going to make a sneaky play and possibly score top.
Yeah, if LG is taking quick inventory of who's here, they kind of know that there's a presence for Peru. They're trying to suss it out. Big time back cap here. So now they know that they get this Regirock for free. You immediately see LG pivoting to try and get these points in because nobody's going to be there to stop them. And although they are still behind, at least they're trying to keep that gap as small as possible.
The Regirock buff is going to be really nice heading into Rayquaza right here, but you got to give it up to Peru, putting more points on the scoreboard, basically taking a play out of LG's book. This is what Luminosity loves to do, is walk into Ray with enough of a lead where your opponents need to make a decision. That allows them to make some big mistakes that you can capitalize on. Now Peru is in that spot. With this massive score lead right here, Luminosity is going to need to find a good fight instead of the other way around. 3 seconds until Rayquaza. We have Peru just trying to figure out where Luminosity is. Anemo running around the side, seeing if they can move in for a fight, while we have Overlord chipping at Rayquaza. No one's starting the engagement just yet. Leafeon waiting for the perfect moment.
I think they know where Overlord is, but the call hasn't been made just yet. We're trying to get somebody to focus in the wrong way so they can pounce. They still don't know where. And Otter just found Anemo. That's actually a big site. Now they have full information right now, Spragle.
Beautiful information here. Slash up into the air. They decide not to move forward with this fight here, but Mewtwo is mega.
Big rumble around. Huge X-Scissor into the Rock Tomb. Follow-up Scissor or Unite is out. And immediately Draken is dealt with. 4 players in an instant. LG took the fight. Anemo's the only one left standing. Emerald 2-step does catch one, but the chase is on. Rekindling Flame pops up and gets back Trainer. Rayquaza's going to be LG's, but they still need to close that score gap. However, plate full of burgers right in front of them.
Look at that delete button from Luminosity. The Crustal Unite with the eject button, pushing them forward into the team, stunning them, then into that X-Scissor, and that was it for them. Luminosity just ran through the entirety of Peru. Peru in a beautiful position.
Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call. That was insane.
Played Rayquaza incredibly. Still though, 433, 324, but with multiple members of Peru still down, it looks like LG is going to be able to continue scoring.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the shields are looking like.
That was insane. That Crustle engage was phenomenal.
Points in 601, 324, 25 seconds left. I think this one's done for as Peru is rinsed here in game 3. I have you I mean, again, Otter Slash coming through.
Yeah.
That, I mean, you talked about the Rock Tomb
Farm
X's
damage.
gargantuan, but something that doesn't show up on any stat sheet anywhere was the Otter flamethrowering into the bush and finding an emo, which gives their whole team every ounce of information they need.
Damn.
And allows Slash to go in.
That was
because the delete
amazing.
button for
Replay that.
Peru was so far away. That was a clean engagement. I mean, these two teams are fun to watch.
This is
Holy dude.
probably the best series we've seen between these two squads.
Not close.
Peru putting LG through their paces right here. LG behind in that game, needing to make a massive play. But this is why they have won every international event they have been to this season. When they are together under, you know, the big lights on the big stage, they play better than basically any team in the game. They are now one game away from your grand finals.
Again. Don't forget, grand finals at the World Championships again. Looking for that three-peat here as we take a look at replays from game 3.
Not really a
Yeah,
three-peat.
beautiful game here from Peru. A lot of huge moments for them, and it really felt like this was their
Just
game
saying,
to
it's
lose.
not really a
Unfortunately
three-peat.
for them, they did. This was that nice moment where the follow me found Overlord in the bush. A lot of big fights out of Peru, using Leafeon exactly how it needs to be, which is to put insane amounts of pressure on early and give the team a nice advantage. Unfortunately, as we head towards the end of the match right here, you can see this is the moment where they caught them with
Amazing.
with the eject
And into the Mewtwo Unite.
right on top of it, just
Oh,
to make sure that
God.
they were continually stunned in that moment. Unfortunately, Leafeon at level 14 really doesn't compare to some of the other speedsters at that level. MVP
Damn.
once again, Trainer on the Scyther.
Trainer on the Scyther, of course. I mean, if you want a masterclass of how to operate in a Ray fight and seeing the opportunity and seizing it, you have it right there. Otter gets the last piece of information that LG was missing. Where is Anemo, who had been honestly laying traps and exploding them over and over again? And then they have that monster Rock Tomb X Scissor, Scyther Unite, Mewtwo Y Unite. Everybody's gone, and what can Anemo do at that point? Not much.
And here we go, heading into our next
Okay.
game. They are banning out the Leafeon. I think that makes a lot of sense here. They do not want to see Peru with this Pokemon. They have clearly gotten it online. They are ready. They don't want to see Anemo put that pressure on anymore. Put them too far
I mean,
behind the last
Suicune is
match.
now
We got
available, and we got to
Charizard,
give a
Latios
Ho-Oh.
banned on the other side, Snorlax and Leafeon. First pick over here.
So it's either
to
Ho-Oh or
Luminosity, and
Suicune.
Peru lost that last game, so they could
Suicune,
have taken the
so
opportunity
Peru gets
for the
Ho-Oh.
first pick, but they didn't want to. They're going to take the next two picks. Luminosity locking in Suicune.
I love this for LG. I think that's a great reaction and a good read on what Peru is trying to limit, what they're trying to do. Luminosity
I think
taking
Suicune
the
goes
pole
pretty
position here,
hard.
up a game
And
in
do
our
we see the
semifinals to
Zoroark
try and
on
qualify
either
for
side?
the grand finals. However, this was Peru in a unique situation. Draken has to nap the Ho-Oh now, otherwise
They
know it's
grab
going on the side of
Scyther.
Luminosity, and we have the Scyther in play.
I mean, this is pretty great for Peru. They were able to take Ho-Oh and Scyther. These are two picks that Luminosity has been doing very well with. However, we have a steal back the other way, saying, all right, fine, you get the Scyther, you get the Ho-Oh. We are going to take this Armarouge away because it is so dang difficult for us to deal with, and Curios wants to keep using Mewtwo. Why? Curios feels like silently just continuing to carry through the matches, all of the auto attacks, all
Cram?
the damage from Mewtwo.
And he has a 14% pick rate?
I gotta say, I love to see it.
That's awesome.
See what
Yeah, take the
happens
buzz.
with Cram. 14%
For sure,
pick
take the
rate.
buzz.
Where have I been?
Not watching these games just like me, apparently. Zainu's grabbing Cran with confidence, by the way. That was just, boom, it's on, it's locked in. Let's press A on these guys. Tempo rounding out this draft with a potential gutter pick Blaziken. And then we have to assess what we got going on in this draft, brother. And I can't say that I
Zacian.
only have my
Oh, good.
eyes on Cran right
Oh,
now.
good. I think Blaziken was a better
Cram
pick.
is the most interesting thing in this draft, obviously. The other interesting thing about this is their tournament is on the line. The World Championships are on the line right now, and they are putting their energy behind the bird. I don't know what to say about it. I want to see it do well. I want to see us go to a Game 5 right here. This is very unexpected.
Listen, fortune favors the bold. LG, with their tournament life on the line, queued up a score comp and managed to muscle out Nouns from this tournament. Peru kind of doing this, not to that extreme, obviously, but like trying something new, or at least maybe going into a pocket pick, going into a unique strategy that maybe Luminosity isn't too familiar with, and trying to create some of their own magic here.
Interestingly enough, we've got a focus band on the Cramorant. Okay, we're moving some items around right here. We had a focus band. We moved that around for a buddy barrier to give you a little more sustain during that Unite move. Really powerful Unite from Cram, especially if you're able to use it aggressively. I think people often use Cramorant's Unite move in a defensive way when you're defending a goal zone or something like that. But I love seeing some early damage go into an enemy team. Cram getting really aggressive and zoning out an entire area and picking up some KOs at the same time. I cannot wait to see
Cram's great. I love Cram.
And obviously for them, it needs to be great because this could be their final game. Luminosity, your purple team, up 2 games in our best of 5 to 1 game from Peru, your orange team. The winner of this match, if it is LG, moves on to the grand finals once again.
The bottom
Cram's gonna be hard to outsecure.
Good early Pokemon on each side of the board here.
I think LG got that.
For position, trying to get some contestable farm and get that early advantage.
Yeah, and here we go. Zynos just trying to bully out Slash, push them away from some of this so that they can get a secure right here, and they do. They are able to secure that. Obviously,
Run!
Much easier job than securing on the other side. We see Otter and Overlord in the top path, trying to get all of their experience, get Overlord.
I like how they both knew to go bottom this time. I wonder why.
Trainer's actually playing that Armarouge in the central area.
Yeah, I mean, get past Char Cadet into Armarouge, and maybe we'll see something else spin into the middle. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't necessarily matter. What they were able to do, though, is react well to a changeup from Peru, and now, wow, those birds didn't last.
I think all of that went over to Cram.
But it's enough. 3v2, they're putting the pressure on. Zynews has to fade backwards. Draken is trying to get some space, but at least some points are going to go in for Luminosity. The counter punch on top, though, for Peru, not successful.
Yeah, Peru not able to make much happen in the top
Scyther's
half.
coming in, get him.
The only point scored is Scyther's
Whoa, 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 hey, go back down. Thank you. Damn, we almost missed that.
Had no idea. They absolutely walked into the guillotine that is Luminosity Gaming, hiding out in that L bush.
And here we have the top path. Tempo continuing to score. Level 6 now, outpacing the Buzzwole in the top path. So they're still doing well up there. You know, Zacian obviously able to put a lot of pressure on your opponents.
Zacian has a ridiculously good early game.
Behind because of that. However, level 5 is extremely powerful on Buzz.
Without a doubt. Rolling back up top, Otter trying to get some vision, contesting over the 8-minute birds in the middle. Over pressurized is Peru here. With
oh no, Otter. My God, that dude's a demon with the light screen.
Able to use that light screen in a really impressive way, create some distance.
I hate the light screen pushes like that though.
Tempo, if
so
they were
dumb.
left to their devices, would just be able to rip through them with that damage from Zacian.
We
As
have
we are
a
getting
new
ready
boosted.
for another fight in the top path again. Buzzwole still only level 5, so they have been able to take a lot of experience away from the all-rounder in the top path.
Yeah, that's terrific, and you can't forget that Peru is trying to get, okay, going right back in. Overlord is low, light screen creates separation. And
God,
and now
Otter's so good.
Tempo's low on HP, but we're back under the birds. Reposition is a Nemo and knocked out by the E-Ball from Otter. Zynews is getting low. The Cramorant doesn't have enough in the tank. E-Ball right after they step on pad, so they survive.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to send Cramorant back, get some HP. As we have Luminosity looking to take this objective, Peru is planning to either fight or defend it right here. Zynos moving forward, trying to get a KO on Curious.
You two doing a little
good damage on Curious.
zoning from downtown.
Contested E-Ball secure. We'll see if the follow-up is actually real. Meanwhile, we have Suicune downstairs just keeping an eye out, seeing what's going on with Peru. Reggie Alecki hits pretty easily, and it's, I mean, that goal zone's gone.
Keep pushing, get more stacks. I don't know how many stacks Buzz got. I didn't keep up with it this time.
Showing signs that they might.
Yeah, and they were able to take a good fight in the bottom path, take that objective. Now they have that Reggie Rock buff, so they didn't give up everything in the top path there, but the goal zone is gone as Luminosity is looking to pounce on Peru.
Oh, they set the trap, and it can't quite get triggered there. Peru sensing something's up.
We have an Armarouge Unite.
Fade away and aren't willing to play
Cram
ball.
and Scyther Unite. Buzz just sticked in his Unite.
Yeah, we only have one member of Luminosity down here, and we are moving forward right now, trying to take this goal zone. Here comes Curious.
Mega Mewtwo.
Perfect timing, Mega Mewtwo Y. They're going to lay in a ton of damage. And Nemo's at half HP. Here comes Trainer, clean up the trap.
Nice. Damn, Trainer. Damn, Trainer. What a hero.
Picking up the rubber chicken by the legs and smacking it to the
Latias isn't bad. It's a support. You know, people are talking trash about it. I think mostly because Chris Heroes is, because it's a support, and it doesn't. You're not gonna carry the game with Latias. You know, it's not an attacker. It's not an all-rounder. It's not a speedster. It's not even a defender. It's a support. You have to have teammates that can do stuff. So it's not broken. Psyduck was a broken support. Let's face it. Psyduck you could play in the jungle.
Decent attempt there by
Nice.
But it's not enough. As Otter does a decent job with the surf, setting up Overlord for a two-piece.
Yeah, Otter's Mew is unbelievable. I mean, he's playing it in such a fantastic way. He just sets up so many plays for the team. So difficult to take this thing down. Overlord maybe overextending here, but being saved by the squad.
I mean, great Mewtwo Y Unite, good reaction time by Luminosity, and the fact that Overlord gets out of that is just cherry on top of the sundae.
The supports are bottom by themselves.
They're going to contest too hard, just do their best with the light screens and everything that Mew has in their kit. Buys some time, but not quite enough, as Luminosity gives it up and starts pushing top.
Scoring rather than holding on to points.
That bottom path, though, and they're going to get this objective. However, this Regieleki, no. Beautiful defense here in this top path. Looks like everything is good for Peru. They might be able to get the secure of this Regirock. However, Slash down in that bottom path, really trying to stop this Scyther right here. We're going to see if they are able to get it. Unite move from Slash in that bottom path right there.
Damn.
No, it is secured by Peru.
Oh, almost an execution.
Here comes Curios to try and help them out. They are successful. Meanwhile, Otter was sitting on top, preventing that Hoopa from getting
I like
points
Latias.
in. Everybody
I think it's a good support.
Take a deep breath. We're in the mid game.
We are 181, 144. Again, Peru is on the ropes right now. They need this, or they are going to be going home. Their chance of winning World Championship once again will be stopped at that 5-yard line. They just can't seem to make it all the way to the grand finals. Luminosity, however, this is not, unfamiliar for them. They take a lot of teams to moments like this. They're able to take them down throughout this entire season. They have had the best run that any team in the Unite Championship Series has ever had. And they want to cement that with their World Championship victory.
It's going to be the last 3 minutes of Peru Unite's tournament run.
In this game, in the next 3 minutes, they could be locking in their grand finals appearance.
I'll tell you what, there's two groups of people that have won NAIC, LAIC, and EUIC, but no one has won those three and the World Championships in one season. Luminosity trying to set the record straight one more time this year.
Yeah, and of course they would have to run into what looks like the unstoppable Zeta division out of Japan. But before we get to all that, before Championship Sunday, we still have another match of Pokemon Unite to finish right here. Maybe two if Peru can pull out a victory. Hopefully they can make something happen with this Cramorant. I feel like it's been a bit of a non-factor in this match.
I know. I wanted to see more from the Cram.
They could have brought in, but we're heading towards a Rayquaza fight. Peru is
that Cram Unite at Ray.
They have a lot of ways to win this thing.
A lot of great tools,
No Suicune Unite?
Secure. So does
There it is.
Luminosity, however, and we've got 10 seconds. Overlord's just marching forward. They know where Zynews is. It looks like it's kind of a bait for a reposition.
Yeah, and here we go. We actually have Peru looking to score here in this bottom path. Luminosity is
Put
up,
50
but
points,
by under
put 100 points in,
And I don't think LG
and then
wants
Hoopa
to
Unite.
Ray right now, but they are moving forward, trying to find Peru.
That was huge. Mewtwo Y Unite to stop the Scyther score and delay them being able to get back into the mix. They might be able to pick up Zynews. Zynews is low on HP. You wanted to pick up a target there. The portal is down. The reset is still existing. Hoopa has their Unite as well.
I don't know. I think this play was great for Peru, actually. As we have a
Mew goes
member
down.
of Luminosity going down as well. So LG is just
They went off
waiting
back caps.
right
I'm going to be
now,
upset.
While Peru is up 257, 201. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move, and they're going for Ray.
Rayquaza is getting shredded. We've got Cram just gulping the missiles and shooting them out in the side. And Peru
They
takes
got it.
And they're going to push this thing to a game 5. What a play by Peru. Luminosity thought they had the angles covered, but alas, they did not. And Peru
Hoopa diff, baby. Hoopa allows you to do a bunch of stuff.
We are heading to a game number 5. Cramorant
Game
with a
5.
triple KO right there. Beautiful beautiful plays from Peru after they got that catch in the Rayquaza pit, but a lot of this, Doobsnack, is because of Hoopa. Hoopa allowing multiple members of Peru to peel off. They were allowing the Scyther to go score. They were allowing Cramorant to head back to base at any time. They could all be brought back through because of that Unite move. 40 seconds left on the clock.
The Hoopa diff is real, man. You got, how many times did you guys hear me say that? The Hoopa diff is real. All right.
Of Peru off the map. All Peru really needs to do right now is not get KO'd by every single member of their team KO'd.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy box to check here, especially when you're getting knockouts on the fly.
Boom.
Peru Unite rebounding well against the two-time world champions in Luminosity Gaming, and now we
I knew that Cram was the play.
That's right. This is a game 5.
Dive Hurricane though. Dive Hurricane.
These two squads.
I don't know if I agree with that.
One of them will head to our grand finals. The Cramorant pick, this crazy, chaotic attacker pick that you don't see much in the tournaments these days, all of a sudden pulls off a huge victory here and takes us to the closest series between these two squads.
Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen great value out of the
Oh, nice.
Unite, right?
Nice.
Kind of
I was trying to decipher it.
There, setting it up right in the middle of the Ray pit when your team's going straight for it, forcing Luminosity contend because you just put a bunch of points in. Great look.
Yeah, this was pretty incredible here. Luminosity had a really strong game throughout most of this. In fact, it really wasn't until sort of that final 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30 seconds that things started to come together for Peru.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back. I thought the Unite was clever. The Mewtwo Y Unite was clever to stop the score, and I think what Kyrios was thinking is that as soon as they went to score, the rings would go unbound, so they would be able to stop them and have them either have to decide.
Yep, we go into Game 5.
Score.
Last game of the tournament for their playthrough to Championship Sunday.
Getting the nod as MVP. Scizor has never been on our screen this much. Ever.
It's true. You know, it was stolen away by LG, and it looks like that was actually a pretty huge steal, right? Because this is a comfort pick.
But the Hoopa diff. Hoopa diff allowed the Scyther to go score a whole bunch of points, win race spawned, put them ahead, forced LG into some bad situations, and then brought their whole team in. You know, the Hoopa diff. It allows you to do some stuff.
As we are heading in to our final draft. First ban from Luminosity is going to be the Ho-Oh. Over to Peru, it's the Charizard. Now, Suicune banned out by LG. Final ban here for Peru. A lot can be decided in our draft. These drafts have actually looked pretty similar to each other, but we've seen some evolution as we've gone on. Peru getting better and better and better.
Snorlax.
As the series has continued.
Snorlax pick early here out of Slash, trying to force Peru into making some weird and unique picks. We see Ho-Oh ban, Suicune ban, both of those are out.
John Toy with me. How many times do you guys hear me say today, I miss Slow Bro? You guys remember Slow Bro? I miss Slow Bro.
Or at least they're pretending to be. What is Peru Unite going to do in this moment? We wait with bated breath.
Yeah, it's really the question here. How do they want to play it? And they do end up taking the Scyther, as well as we're cycling through, seeing what they want. They take their Crustle.
Okay.
Interesting pick right here.
That's a really good pick.
That they knew Luminosity was going to try to bring out in this game. However, with the Snorlax already chosen, I kind of doubt it. Maybe hiding.
I think take the Clef.
Yeah, I believe so. Blissey, Mewtwo Y.
I think the Clef.
Just high octane picks. However, there is, I'm taking a quick inventory, and no, we wouldn't go that direction. So Tempo and Zainus is really where this thing is given texture here, which way they go. Quickly grabbed is the Zacian
and the Hoopa.
Switching with Kea to give them the Hoopa, which honestly, like you said last game, difference maker.
It's got to be Blaziken.
I love this draft so far from Peru. It feels like the strongest that they have had. I think the Crustle is a great pick. I think their Hoopa play was pretty fantastic. Deciding to take the Leafeon here for Luminosity, that could be really interesting. Trainer's Leafeon is unbelievable. Overlord back on the Blaziken, which feels like a really strong choice for him. Final pick now, over to Peru.
Zainus hovering the Blastoise here. Buzzwole nowhere to be found. Let it be.
No way.
It was hotly contested. Now it's on the sideline. Blastoise rounds out this draft. And Luminosity going with just pure power. I don't know if there's any collective synergy here, right? They're just going best kind of in class almost.
Yeah.
On the other side of Peru,
Dude.
lots of comfort, a lot of things we've seen success with. You know, you're talking about the Cypher, you're talking about the Hoopa.
Is that it?
Of course,
So we got a Spin
Crustle
Stores,
from
we got
Draken is
Attackers,
unique
Blast
look here
Stores.
for at least our semifinals. We're in game 5. This could go tit for tat here, back and forth, without a doubt.
I'm really excited about this draft. I mean, we're seeing some really interesting changes between these two squads. It's interesting
They
that
let Peru get the Hoopa diff again.
in their game against Nouns
Scary.
trying to throw a score comp at them, but against Peru, I think they want to take these fights. They feel pretty confident against this squad, and outside of kind of how wild Rayquaza went for them last match, I think they had a great game against them. But Peru is throwing some different looks here in our final game. Game number 5 between these two.
Oh, we gotta lean back.
This is the closest
Oh god,
Peru has
I never want to
ever
sit in this
been
freaking
to
chair
beating
again.
Luminosity on the big stage. Is today their day? Is Anaheim their place?
Game 5.
Game number 5.
Let's do it.
Luminosity, your purple team.
Get hyped.
Peru unite, your orange team.
This isn't even the championship.
Game separates these two teams from the grand finals at Championship Sunday
Zash?
tomorrow.
Nah.
Can
Is Zashi get
Peru
that?
break the curse? Can they take down the giants that are LG? Or will Luminosity be one step closer to their perfect season?
Trainer needs to hold it down in the top path versus 2. Yes, Leafeon is good early, but it's tough in the face of these two Pokemon. Quick little engagement, so tempo backs right back out. Knocked out is Curios.
Yeah, here we go. Nice little KO right there. As we see them moving forward, Anemo looking for another KO right here. The Combuskin coming online.
I'm glad you are too, Mosh. I miss you, buddy.
That one early, right? They committed that rotation. If Overlord
How you
doesn't
been?
get that, they're in a
How's the family?
spot here in the early stages.
We can see Trainer hiding in the tall grass, but they're going to be found by the Hoopa right now. A lot of information over to the side of Peru. A lot of experience here over to the side of Peru, as well as they pick up the KO on Combuskin.
Oh boy, the Rock Tomb trap sets up 2 more to get knocked down.
Damn.
Draken looking good on that Crustle early.
But here we go, just continuing this push right here, looking for another one on Curious, but Trainer punishing
Huge.
them for that moment.
Huge.
Overextension there by Peru and giving up a lot of XP.
I like that bait out of Curios, playing a little bit what looked like too far forward, and immediately as soon as Anemo goes in, you see the Leafeon engage, clean up that knockout, and exactly what they were looking for here.
Slash here in this bottom path, just putting some pressure towards their opponents. 8 seconds now until we have a fight here in the center. Still Combuskin, not exactly where they want to be, right? As we see Slash trying to push them away from this portal. They head back, Anemo looking for the KO. Meanwhile, all the experience over to Luminosity.
That was really well done. If they can get out without getting knocked out, that's going to be huge. The chase continues, and there you see the strength of the Rock Tomb. They're going to get a
Dude,
Bogo here,
Crustle.
2-for-1. The Rock Tomb is getting full. Lots of bodies in that mausoleum.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there as Peru moves forward for this fight. Nice heavy slam there by Slash, trying to slow them down from scoring long enough for Curios to get there, but it did not work. Anemo now picking up some points, missing with the dual wing beat, having to peel away from this goal. Zyno's still level 6, not yet a Blastoise, still a War Turtle here in the bottom path.
Yeah, Curios right there. If they would have overstepped, Draken ready to set the trap, screening off from those birds. So Luminosity is going to take the ones up top.
And we can see Otter here with the Egg Bomb. We saw how potent that was earlier in the match against Nouns. Obviously, this is a soft-boiled Egg Bomb. Blissey able to provide a lot of healing to the squad, as well as some huge, secure, disruptive moments.
Yeah, and a Blissey kind of a strong pick in Hoopa, right? We've seen Egg Bomb prevent portal resets over and over and over again, and that might be a critical component here in this game 5. Stepping up over.
Damn. Zacian took it over the overheat.
Beautiful play there from Peru as they're able to get that steal, and now they're looking for fighting this goal
Yeah,
zone.
Peru is riding all this momentum.
Well, as they possibly
And
move in
LG's
here,
looking
this
a little
being ripped
flat-footed.
apart very quickly by LG.
Trying to trap Trainer again, and now Overlord kind of gets sawed out with the spin pump coming out from the Blastoise. Blastoise, and that's 3 players down again. Luminosity is looking in dire straits right now.
Yeah, Luminosity having some trouble right here, but they do stop them from scoring. 34 points, 145 for Peru, as they're scoring on the Tier 2 goal zone with Scyther. Things going pretty well for them, but Luminosity does have some strong scaling Pokemon that are now online. It takes a while for that Blaziken to get good. Now it's level 9. It is well within range of being able to carry in some huge ways. However, on the other side, a level 11 Zacian and a level 9 Blastoise. Blastoise finally here.
I mean, Blastoise is going to be a problem, right? A good Hydro Typhoon is going to spell disaster for Luminosity. They need to play this very smart moving forward. A little bit of scaling in Blaziken, but I think the better end boss is Blastoise.
Yeah, level-wise, things are good for Peru. They've got the pressure on their opponents right here. Luminosity absolutely on the back foot, as we are about halfway through our final match of our semifinals. I don't think a lot of people would have guessed that we would be heading to a Game 5 right now between these two squads, especially, as Overlord mentioned, if history were to repeat itself, it'd probably take them down in 3 or 4, but Peru is here to fight. Peru is here to prove something.
Yeah, Peru, though, in uncharted waters. Let's see if they can close the door with this lead that they've built so far in the first 5 minutes.
We got 2 objectives spawning, right? The top
got
and bottom
Unite to
path
pull them
right
all
here
up
at
there.
about the same time. The nice thing for Peru, with Hoopa at level 9, they can always bring the team up as soon as they need them, using this portal to bring the team down to the bottom path right here. Actually send 2 up to take Reggie Alecki.
The big time hot swap. Kea goes down, the rest of the team goes up. Registeel is going to be down, and you have the Rings Unbound to protect the goal zone. What is LG going to do? Are they going to collapse and let Curios defend up top by themselves? They are. Rings are in fact unbound. You can't pretend like you aren't surprised that that's happening. And finally, 2 players roll through. Curios pressing down the other way and dealing good damage, but not finding a knockout.
Nice plays here by Peru, right? They were able to get the scores they wanted in the top path. They weren't able to get the objective in the bottom path, but they're way up right now, and they knew that at any moment they could bring the team down using Hoopa, so Luminosity was not able to push this goal zone. However, now that Hoopa Unite is gone, it looks like they are mobilizing.
Yeah, well, okay, Rock Tomb is out, blocked back the other way. Kea opening up the hyperspace highway between the top and bottom path here as players are rolling through. Back up is Draken, trying to figure out what's going on here as Luminosity is laying some traps.
Yeah, Luminosity looking to spring a trap right here as they're moving towards this Blastoise. Trainer waiting to see if anyone is moving through the tall grass, but with that hyperspace highway, they don't really need to. Right. And it looks like Luminosity is just going to have to peel away. A lot of experience on their side of the map that they are going to need for some later fights. Down right now by almost 200 points. Luminosity in some trouble right here, but all of this XP is going to be great for them.
Yeah, 199 points separate these 2 squads. Experience is critical, but that score line's got to make you nervous.
Yeah, very much so. Even if they're able to get Rayquaza, if they're only able to put a couple of full dunks in there, they'd be up by a single point, which means Peru could peel off and score and make a lot of different plays. And we've seen them be very aggressive with these at Ray, especially with Hoopa on their side. It gives them this ability, so they might be up by more than 200 when you really think about the math there.
That's without a doubt. Already staging, already gathering information are these 2 squads, and it looks like Luminosity sees their route to victory through the basement Reggie. Heavy slam by Slash on the backside. A Trainer using the Emerald 2-step and finding a KO.
That's a good question, Mosh. Best I can figure is they got to catch Scyther and hopefully take everybody else down after that. I don't know. Or just rip and out to get with overheat.
But they're scoring in the top path, bringing them up to 86 points. They will not have their Unite move, but they do have this massive Registeel buff as they are gathering around this central area here. And Nemo coming back, huge heavy slam by Slash, pushing them forward with the block. However, they're going to head back through the hyperspace hole and reset.
The portal being down early is big.
No,
Can they find
they're
a
playing.
KO?
All right, here we go. Rayquaza's up. It looks like we're just going for a flip. Looks like Peru's starting it, but they have overheat. Do we get it? Oh, it goes over to Peru! Holy! Dude, they're already up by a shitload of points. And that's LG getting knocked out. It is Peru Unite versus Zeta Division tomorrow. Oh my god.
March on down to Sunday's competition.
Peru
Damn.
Able to vanquish Luminosity here where it matters most. At Worlds in the semifinals. Game number 5 of this best.
Damn. Yeah. Holy.
Continuing to push forward throughout this competition, and Luminosity, the dream of the perfect season, is gone. They were not able to stop the team that they have stopped multiple times throughout this season. With 1 minute left, they are trying to push the final push towards this goal zone, but it looks like they're just not enough points. LG knocked out of this competition.
A heroic season out of LG. But
damn.
Must be replaced, and Peru Unite is more than happy to wear that mantle as they run to the middle to start doing their reset stylization, take the picture, make a pose for the camera. You did it, my friends. You did it.
Peru makes their way to the center of the map.
Crustal's not there.
That has been a long time coming. Since they won AO's Cup seasons ago and set themselves up for Worlds, they were looking
they're bringing Crustal in. That's what I'm talking about.
And they have never been this close to getting that victory.
That's awesome.
Grand Finals championship. They are heading tomorrow.
All right, guys. Be sure you tune into the main Pokemon broadcast tomorrow. Starts at 11. The Unite Championship should be the first thing they show, so you can watch that. Call it a day. I'm not gonna stream for just that. I will check it out at some point. But this was fun. A nice 10-hour stream. Had a whole lot of people come in. Really appreciate everybody that was here. Shadvin, Beta, Nod Dog, Trinity. Oh man, there were so many people in here. So many people in here. My boy Bara, Jax. Jax, you been in here this whole time, man? You haven't been talking a whole lot. Mosh, great to see you. Haven't had a chance to hang out or play any games with you in a while. We got to fix that for sure. And if I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Anybody that's just been lurking, I appreciate you for being here. Chat, thank you so much for keeping me company through this. This would have been a rough 10 hours trying to watch this all by myself. So thank you, and a big shout out to Nod Dog the Razor for that $7.16 tip. You the GOAT, 100%. Whoo, and Sabinicus. Yeah, that's right, and Sabinicus. Thank you for being here, buddy. That's a wrap for LG, and we're gonna see Peru Unite versus Zeta Division tomorrow, and we'll see if that makes it to a Game 5 or if as Zeta Division plans to just sweep them real fast. It was fun. I was gonna watch it anyway, you know. That's why I didn't play anything today. I didn't start a stream earlier. I was like, I'm here for Worlds. But glad you've been here, Jax. Glad you've been here. I was gonna watch it anyway. Thought we'd just make a watch party out of it. Glad you guys were all here. Some people I haven't seen in a while. Appreciate you all. Don't forget to like, subscribe, turn the bell on so you don't miss my next stream, which is not gonna be tomorrow. I don't think, guys. I'm gonna take a minute. We'll be back at our normal scheduled times on any days that I have off. So like I said, be sure you like, subscribe, turn the bell on so you don't miss it. It's always better with all you guys here. You have a great night too, Mosh. I will see everybody in the next one. Until then, keep living the dream.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But that's what makes a personality, is tragedy, bruh. So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks, we out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized, we out here making posters. And we ain't got nothing to hide, we move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pay stub or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh, fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Famous for the way up, play the game, bruh.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest. There ain't no way I'm ever stopping.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top,
I'm always flirting with pain. She like to hurt me and maim. I'm always working to change, but she's still lurking the same. I keep on building a dynasty while the haters be trying me, but they hate from inside. You see, hate themselves in society, so I let them speak quietly while my actions speak wider. See, they be hiding in privacy with the screen. Oh, the irony to hate someone who's trying to be whatever they would like to be. We all feel the anxiety. We make our own rivalries. Yo, so where is all the positivity? I feel like we all just hate on everything, it's killing me. Thoughts build quick, causing different possibilities. Negative thoughts will cause different disabilities. So do better, work hard under pressure. If you got no time, work smarter than ever. Don't ever let them tell you that you can't never say never. And turn your mind into the truest of go-getters.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest. There ain't no way I'm ever stopping.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.